Chapter 93 Going to Europe, Supporting Actions for Pure Source. Livones, you are such an arrogant fellow. Regioni glared at Livones, who turned his back and looked arrogant. How can Iolia's plan be handed over to this kind of guy, who thinks that it is great to be a true pure-breed changer? It should be carried out by him. Rebellious thoughts began to take root in Regioni's heart. The intention of being boring, well, let you continue playing for a while, anyway, no matter how you play, you can't escape my eyes. Advertisement. There was a golden light shining in Livone's eyes, and through Veda, every move and even every thought of Regioni was exposed in front of him. If you want to play tricks, go find someone in private. No problem, just go, no matter what, he has a way to deal with it. Europe, near a certain base of Chunyuan. Why is Gundam here? This is the question of the captain of the ALWS who is leading the 160 team of the MS department to clean up the pure source base in Europe. The automatic mecha used to suppress the personnel in the facility was shot by a Gundam with wings. The beam that came out was destroyed. The performance of these two Gundams completely surpassed the old generation mechas they had at hand, and the information clearly didn't mention that there are Gundams here. I can't forgive you guys for wanting to use this kind of automatic killing machine. Lyle yelled angrily. The GN beam sniper rifle, which belongs to the same generation as the Cherub, fired continuously. Just as the Quantum Commander was pouring firepower at the Alus MSS in front of him, another GN Zaka warrior stabbed in front of the Quantum Commander. Just as Lyle was about to use the GN sword to chop it in half, he was smashed by the feathers that were dragging Green's brilliance and approaching rapidly. Doubtful thoughts have not yet formed in the mind. The GN Zaka warrior who was hit by the beam directly into the cockpit was regarded as a gorgeous particle firework. The bit is really convenient. Lyle sighed. This made him want to fix a few too. Advertisement. This weapon is really difficult to deal with. The driver of a Zaka warrior tried to fire at the flying white feather in front of him, but the speed was beyond his ability to react. The light beam shot was meaninglessly empty. She went around to the bit behind him and sent him away on the spot. In the high altitude, the Flying Wing Zero held two destruction rifles in both hands and shot at the mobile suits of Alus. None of the mobile suits could approach him. The scattered white feathers and the brilliance of green and cherry red crisscrossed the battlefield, and the light beams of cherry red gushed out from the gun barrel and the muzzle of the flying feathers. There are still 4 enemy units left. They can't last much longer. They can almost stop. They should retreat in a minute. Lake in the cockpit looked at the information about the battlefield situation analyzed by Type 0. Intelligence. These Alus people were sent out to clean up the pure source base in Europe, and the combat power configured in this base is not enough to fight against Alus who outnumber them. Contact the people in the Security Bureau and prepare to retreat, but the battle has failed. The surrounding subordinates were continuously shot down by 2 Gundams, and the captain in charge of commanding this force ordered to retreat with a look of resentment on his face. With the pure source of these old Zaka warriors, they can fight against them to a certain extent, which allows them Alus to dispatch the Security Bureau in this cleanup operation, and also increase the combat power invested, and invested 15 in this operation. Taiwan MS. The combat power that should be enough to crush this base was ruined by Gundam. Gundam came out to protect Chunyuan, the anti-federal armed force, which means that Heaven and Man have hooked up with Chunyuan. Unexpectedly, after 4 years, the MS of WS would still lose to Gundam. With 2 Gundams, just a dozen or so of them are under pressure. Why can Heaven and Man widen the performance gap with this side every time? The remaining 5 Alus all wanted to run away, so Lyle, who was driving a Quantum Commander, wanted to catch up. They're retreating, don't pursue them, Lyle. If you don't knock them down. The purpose of our coming here is not to kill them all, what is more important now is how the people of Pure Source are doing. We have to cover their retreat. Lake said. Their operation this time was at Pure Source. After receiving Alus from the Pure Source base, Claude entrusted Lake to assist the retreat of the personnel in the largest base in Pure Source in Europe. And Lake was willing to help with this, so he brought Lale to the European base to help. Advertisement. However, just before arriving at the base, I saw Alus attacking the base. The quality and quantity of Pure Source MS pilots were suppressed by the opponent. If they hadn't come, the base would have lost a lot of pilots. Sorry, I was impulsive. Lyle sighed. His character is much more impulsive than Big Brother Locke, so he couldn't calm down when he saw the bastards in Alus preparing to use the automatons. Not even willing to pull the trigger by themselves, these bastards really are. Well, it's normal to be angry, but most of them are subject to intelligence control like federal citizens. If these people really see the truth, most of them will know which side is right and which side is wrong. 1 green, 1 white, 2 Gundams landed in Chunyuan's European base. Lake and Lyle were invited by the manager of the base to talk with him alone, but most of the personnel in the base have not yet arrived and transfer. A group of people just watched the 2 sets. Look, this is a Gundam, so handsome, especially the one with the feathers. The green one isn't bad either, what kind of aesthetics do you have? TCH, these two are very handsome, but I also saw Gundam 4 years ago. See? I don't believe it. Hey, I was in Azeddistan at that time, and I came to Europe later. Okay, I haven't seen Gundam or something. Sorry, the other members are too excited to seek out DA. The manager who heard the voices outside said awkwardly. It's okay, let's get down to business. Next, before Chun Yuan evacuates to the new base, will he have to be escorted by us? Haha, in fact, there should be no need to escort so many 4.9s. This time, the two defeated so many mobile suits. Alus should not be able to launch an attack of the same scale here in a short time. The person in charge explained. There have not been many decent MS on their side before, and most MS are deployed in the Middle East. It wasn't until Anaheim's assistance that there were Zika warriors, Murasame, and Hammurabi. They didn't deploy many mobile suits throughout Europe. Alus, who didn't pay much attention to them, dispatched so many NS at once to attack this base with only 8 milliseconds. There is no way for them to launch an attack of the same scale in the team. So as long as the escort is here at most, we will be safe. The person in charge pointed to the location on the map, which was at least half shorter than their original plan. Chapter 94 Everything in Alus is to prepare for the future. When are you leaving? Please give us half a day. Some people in this base have already moved away in advance. The energy of the remaining MS is enough for us to move to the new base. A day later, somewhere in a valley. 2. Thank you for sending me here. The person in charge from the truck thanked. Beside him were several mobile phones and many large vehicles. Then we'll go first. Advertisement. After boarding the airframe, the Flight Computing Committee and the Quantum Officer flew into the sky. After solving the Alus who attacked the largest base in Europe, there is no way for them to help with the rest. Let this group of people run away, leaving only the pure source of armed forces in Europe, and the Alus who are busy dealing with heaven and man will not to dispatch. Only the Federal Security Bureau came, and the people from the Security Bureau were very familiar with Chun Yuan's handling. Federal Army Command Headquarters, Alus Commander's Office. Homer Katagiri stared at the battle report, his brows were furrowed, his chest was clean, and a suffocation was rapidly accumulating. Gundam, he should have gone to the prison where the Human Revolutionary Union was located to rescue the Princess of Azeddistan. Now instead of showing up there, he showed up in Europe to destroy the execution of their ALU and the Federal Security Bureau 24 joint sweep operations. Europe is the core area of the Federation. With the Federation's control over there, Chun Yuan's group couldn't get many mobile phones. To deal with them, only the Security Bureau was dispatched. But that group of people hooked up with Anaheim recently, and got the MS of the old era from the other party. As a commander who knows how to be flexible, who knows the general situation and takes care of the overall situation for the sake of money, ahem. He knew the twists and turns. Anaheim wanted to provide pure source MS so that Alus could purchase more MS. Anaheim basically included all the MS production of the Federation. Anaheim also participated in the production of RNS that were not designed by them, such as GNX. If the battle between ALWS and pure source continues, Anaheim can make more money. But this is also beneficial to their Alus for the time being. The bigger Chun Yuan's group gets, the better for Alus to make a fuss and win more support from the public opinion. Advertisement. But heaven and man can't treat them like pure Geniki. No matter how the strength of pure source expands, it's just a bunch of old age machines that don't use pseudo-solar furnaces. Alus can always ensure the advantage when fighting them. Pure source can, it is said, to be a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As the patron of Anaheim, raising a few mouthfuls is naturally not a problem, but the performance of the Celestial Man's Gundam surpassed their body again. On the screen, the Quantum Commander and the Flying Wing Zero are facing the Alus Genzika Warrior, the Pioneer type, and the Doom type. The firepower poured out completely surpassed Katagiri's previous understanding of the day. Such fearful performance, based on Alus's current body alone, no single on one is its opponent, but a large amount of material resources and manpower are required to deal with the heavenly beings, and the loss is also huge for them. Help, we have to see if we can improve the current body. Uncle, are you looking for me? Billy Katagiri, who was personally notified by the Alus commander Homer Katagiri, looked a little unhappy. He is doing research on the Trans-M system. Without Professor Ifman's pile of notes, all he can have is reminders from Professor Ifman's letters before he left and after his recent return. The progress of the research was still going smoothly, but the increase in difficulty also made Billy become a professional cultivator, with dark circles on his eyes. Billy, besides the MS you're working on now, can the R&D department make improvements to Doom or Zagumas? Still, it needs to be improved. Billy almost lost his footing and fell down. Uncle, what he was thinking, let him hang himself tomorrow. Uncle, please don't embarrass me, how can it be so fast to improve MS? The Federal Army is not Anaheim, and it can improve MS so quickly. With the situation in Anaheim, Billy, who has been secretly an insider, also estimates that the other party's current funding and MS support for ALUS is the limit is reached. In order not to let pure source die, Anaheim will refuse to substantially improve the existing MS for the Federation for any reason. The Ebion that was sent from Anaheim to be used by Graham has just completed debugging and sent it to Graham, and the remaining work has not been reduced at all. The analysis of Tianren's Trans-M system, and the banner-type successor machine that is scheduled to be equipped with this system after the analysis is completed, the Hero banner type. There is really too much work to do, and there is one more thing that bothers him. The only one in ALUS who can control this machine is Graham, and now that this guy has got Abion, he probably doesn't even want to touch this flag-type successor. Obviously, what did you say about banner fighters back then? Billy thought about it, and it turned into a defamation of Graham, who was chosen on the ALS ship, shuddered inexplicably. Advertisement. There is no other way. If you can only ask for more support from Anaheim and the Reformer, use the more financial support from Anaheim and add the technology of the Reformer on the specially installed machine to deal with the heavenly beings. Uncle. Billy's eyes were complicated, and he found an excuse to leave within 2 minutes. Since Uncle became the commander of ALUS, he has become more and more paranoid. In order to achieve the so-called permanent peace, he gradually lost even the most basic human nature. I saw it. And he knew the truth about those massacres, but he still had to stay in ALUS, for no other reason, because all the research results now will be handed over to the Federal Army later. Inheritance. Lake really likes things that bother him. Like Graham, Billy is now bored with himself in the ALUS. Almost at the same time, near the former Human Revolutionary Union prison. It even rushed directly into the sea. Katie, who was in charge of commanding this battle, was in shock, and the other operators in the bridge also opened their mouths wide open, their worldviews refreshed. Right in front of them, Ptolemy, the battleship Theia from the universe, rushed straight into the sea. Using the waves created by this impact, they paralyzed their guarding force, reduced the power of the light beam, and gave the intruders a boost. Going to prison provides an opportunity to save someone. Are the ships of the celestial beings all monsters? The fact that ships can travel back and forth between the Earth and the universe, considering the existence of GN particles, is understandable, but if it rushes directly into the Earth from the universe, even if it is protected by a force field, this ship can you still do it without falling apart? How the hell did they do it? While marveling at the strength of the hull, Katie couldn't help but wonder who the tactical forecaster on the opposite side would be. Who can come up with such a bold strategy? There are too few suspects, and the styles are too similar. Katie remembered the tactical forecaster who was only a few years younger than her, and this memory was strung together with the previous memories. Could it be her? Chapter 95 Heaven and Man are finished today, I said. Kyujo Lisa. For so many years since that incident, nothing has been heard from her. Although it is still impossible to be sure that it is Kyujo Lisa, but it is so similar, it is difficult for Katie to think that this will be a tactic formulated by others. The bold and meticulous tactics that exceeded her predictions, how many other people besides Zhu Jiao have this level? Inside the prison. Advertisement. Locking launched a group attack on the surrounding ALUS troops, and Shusua took the opportunity to enter the prison and escape with the imprisoned Marina. Setsuna, you. I haven't seen her for so many years, and she was taken by Setsuna to the location of 00 Gundam. Marina has a lot to say, but now is obviously not the time to ask these questions. Wait, I found it. Chasing soldiers. He threw the bomb without changing his face for a moment, forcing the pursuers to stop, and immediately took Marina to the cockpit of 00, and started to set off after entering. Alleluia, Setsuna, brought the people out, ready to retreat. Enduring a headache, Alleluia replied that he sensed Pierres in this prison, so he was given a negative buff again on the manipulation. Mary, are you here, Alus? I have to bring you out after 10 minutes. With the determination he had just made, the fallen angel cooperated with the other 3 Gundams, quickly destroyed the pursuing MS with excellent teamwork, and retreated. Didn't catch up, now I can only inform Claude and let them send people there later. The team leader in charge of the rescue operation saw that Marina had been rescued by the celestial beings. A burst of headache. Originally, according to Claude's plan, they would contact the heavenly beings during the rescue operation. It would be best to bring Marina to them to ensure safety. This time, Marina was taken away by the heavenly beings, but no one could contact her. According to what Claude said in advance, now she can only find a way to contact her when the heavenly beings send Princess Marina back. In Alus's aircraft carrier, Brigadier General Arthur Goodman, who arrived here, confronted Katie who had failed in the battle. Advertisement. Colonel Katie Mainkin, I am very disappointed in you. After using so many resources, I still let Gundam escape. I'm very sorry. Katie, who failed in the battle, said with a straight face. That's not what I want to hear. What I want in Alus is the result of the battle, not this kind of indifferent apology. You go out. After letting Katie leave, Arthur looked at the middle-aged man with silver hair behind him. The next battle will be in your command, no problem. Yes. Abo Lin Te suppressed his excitement. Katie Mainkin, a tactical forecaster known as a genius, was so highly valued by the commander of Alus, which made him very jealous, so he was so happy to see Katie deflated, and the command of the next battle was handed over to him in hand. Gundam, don't even think about running with wings. Brigadier General, I already have a plan for the next battle. Oh, let's hear it. Actually, the celestial beings will come to that prison this time. According to our information, one of the Gundam's pilots is from the Middle East, so they came to rescue the princess of Azadistan. Indeed, I wondered at first why the commander must have gone to such great lengths to save a princess. Goodman laughed. Unexpectedly, it was to save Princess Azadistan. So, I guess, the current organization of celestial beings is probably acting on the basis of personal feelings. If this is the case, the subordinates think it would be appropriate to set up an ambush in this area and cast a siege net against the celestial beings. Lin Te released a piece of projected map, pointing to a certain sea area above. This is the only way to go to the Middle East. Heaven and man want to take that princess back to the Middle East, and they will definitely pass through this. Then follow your arrangement, Major Lin Te. The commander is worrying about Gundam now. As long as the battle is successful, you will have made great contributions. I will do my best to ensure the success of the battle. Lin Te's face brightened. Underwater, Ptolemy was sailing in the direction of Azadistan, while inside the ship, Alleluia was bored because of the matter of Soma Pyrrhus. Lok Ang, the confidant brother in the team, talked with Alleluia in the scenic area of the ship under the hint of the Emperor. Setsuna couldn't see Marina in the room. After searching for a few minutes, he found it in the reception room. Marina. Looking at this young face, Marina couldn't help but invite it. Setsuna, go to Azadistan with me, I want to rebuild the country, can you help me too? Seeing the young man in front of her throw herself into the battlefield, she felt extremely distressed. Advertisement. Sorry, Marina, that's not something I can do. Why? The only thing I can do is fight. Setsuna said seriously. He was brainwashed by Sachis and joined KPSA. Since then, he knows nothing but fighting. It's the same now, after joining the Celestial Man, all he has learned is combat-related things, so what can he do if he leaves with him? Can't do anything, the most suitable place for him is heaven and man, and fight with his own strength. Don't say such sad words, Setsuna, everything is born in battle. It's not just lost, something new will be born during the battle. Setsuna denied. He and Lok Ang traveled all over the world 4 years ago and thought about it a lot. Now he can firmly believe that his battle must have its meaning. So for the new things that will be born, for the future, Gundam and I will fight. This is the reason why I am fighting now. So, sorry, Marina, I cannot accept your invitation. In a moment, Marina showed a sad expression. She and this young man clearly pursued the same goal, but the paths they took couldn't intersect after all. The sonar has responded, the enemy's torpedo is approaching, the driver please prepare to attack immediately. The periphery of Ptolemy was bombed by torpedoes. On the bridge, Christina urgently notified the inside of the ship, and the remaining 2 controllers, Felt and Milena, urgently manipulated the ship to expand the GN force field. The enemy is coming, go to the central part, don't follow. Shi Mo said to Marina when she was about to attack. There are heavy compounds in the torpedo, and the E-detector is paralyzed, Zhao Ziyahao, unable to detect the position. Milei said anxiously. The GN force field has been broken through, and the outer wall of the cargo compartment has been damaged. Felt followed up and said. Bad news one after another, Alice these bastards. Russell couldn't help cursing. The muzzle could not be deployed, nor could it be turned. On the sea, inside the aircraft carrier of Alus. The army of heaven and man is finished now. Lin Te said confidently. Major Lin Te, the battle has not been successful yet, so carelessness is not a good thing. Katie said. What troubles can they make now, Colonel Mainkin, you are too careful, as I said, today is the last day of heaven and man, and no one can number Te. Report, there are 2 unknown mobile phones approaching at high speed from the rear, and the comparison confirms that it is a Gundam. Lin Te's harsh words did not respond, and the words from the operator slapped him in the face. Chapter 96 The Narrow-Minded and Difficult Man. There are 2 more, where did they come from? He has seen the information on space operations and the European cleanup operation. According to Lin Te's prediction, even if the 2 Gundams did not go to pure source, they shouldn't have come here so soon. Let the MS troops dispatch and intercept them. That's too late. Katie scolded angrily, what the hell did this major do? The early stage of the battle was well done, but when something happened, there was no backup plan. Advertisement. Playing the cleaning operation is so easy that you even lost your mind? Hey, do you want to deal with them here? No, Lake, fire on the power section and slow them down, Lake said. There is also KD Mainkin on it, it is not good to get her involved, if there is only the silver-haired CK, then this will be able to solve him. Am I coming or are you coming? Do you think I can? The Flying Wing Zero lifted up the 2 sabotage rifles. This kind of fine-grained sniper work is not his specialty. Ah, I've been in all kinds of troubles when I joined your company. Lyle complained, while activating the sniper mode of the Quantum Commander, a beam of light hit the engine 127 of the Alu's aircraft carrier directly. Part. Graham machine, dispatched. Graham, who was deployed on this aircraft carrier like Soma Pierce, a super soldier, saw that Lake was coming, and he couldn't wait to drive Abian to attack. Hey, if you don't attack early, if you don't attack later, why don't you go to look for me? Flying Wing Zero drew out his lightsaber and confronted Abian. You and that boy are both goals I want to surpass, so no matter which one, I will fight with them. Graham made a declaration and threw out the electric heating whip. Ah, this Gundam idiot, this is really, Hanyu, how is the situation on Ptolemy's side? Using the machine cannons on both shoulders to fly the electric whip, the Flying Wing Zero dodged back and forth, spraying a lot of green particles, while Lake was dealing with Abian's attack, he asked Hanyu. Lyle, who was driving the Prince-type commander, saw Graham rushing up and used the private channel to ask him not to intervene, and then casually released a beam of 2 shot strokes that could not be traced. Now he is fighting Graham alone, and it will be over after 2 minutes. Advertisement. The trilobite has been solved by them, and the 00 Gundam, Sedk, and the Fallen Angel are heading to the surface. Very good, Chun Yuan's people are coming soon, right? There are still 2 minutes to arrive in the current airspace. This side is almost ready to retreat. Mr. Eka, it's really reliable. With the ace driver Graham attacking, Lin Te, who felt the smell of a car rollover, regained his mentality. Very good, so what about the 2 Gundams? He has Major Eka to deal with them, and when the celestial beings in the water are dealt with, Major Eka will definitely be able to deal with these 2 together, and everything will be fine. The enemy plane has rushed out of the water. The operator of the aircraft carrier reported to Lin Te. As soon as the words fell, the 00 Gundam, which was brought to the surface of the sea by using the Trans-M system by the 3 Reds, turned its back to the sun, and the GN Sword 2 was pointing at the bridge of the aircraft carrier. Who will come up with a solution? For Lin Te, the current 00 Gundam is like a white demon, who will soon take his life. Gundam must not be allowed to act recklessly. Soma Pilis drove her special brain quantum wave corresponding pioneer attack. Before this attack, her driving suit was also processed to isolate the brain quantum wave just like a few years ago. This brain quantum wave is Mary, hallelujah. Master Alleluia is using me more and more as a tool man. Hallelujah cursed and helped Alleluia block the influence of quantum brain waves. Why is he not affected by my brain quantum waves? Pierce had this question again. It was the same with the Allied forces 4 years ago, and it will be the same 4 years later. The 2 mechas slashed at each other with their beam sabers at the same time, and the 00 Gundam had no ability to stop them at all. No, don't, help. 00 Gundam, drive. Shi-Mo shouted slogans, and when he was about to drive the 00 Gundam to smash the aircraft carrier in front of him, Ptolemy in the water sent him a communication. Chun Yuan will support us, should we retreat now? I understand. Advertisement. Since someone will assist them in retreating, there is no need to waste time destroying this aircraft carrier here. At the same time, several Murasame and training type painted in deep blue flew past, sending out beams of light towards Soma Pierce and Graham's Abian. It's an anti-federal element, it's really not good to disrupt the situation. Graham, who was hit on the head, clicked his tongue, his blood just spewed out, and this is coming to an end, damn it. It's good, if they're here or not, I'm going to be annoyed by you. Lake joked. He didn't even think about fighting Graham when he came here today, but Graham's tough head made him have to pay attention. Driving the Zero-type system to apply for the match with Kim Graham himself, who has changed his physical fitness, and using 2 virtual furnaces, Abby, really can't deal with him as easily as before. Ha ha ha, I'm a tough guy. Graham laughed. I'm not complimenting you. Lake said speechlessly, seeing the 00 Gundam retreating, he drove the Wing Zero pretendingly and fired a few shots at Gabian. Seeing this, Graham piloted the body to make dazzling high-speed maneuvers, making a difficult dodge, while the Flying Wing Zero took advantage of Abian's incapacity to pursue and then fought with the Quantum Commander on the side. Leave and meet Ptolemy. After supporting Europe, in order to catch up with the meeting with Ptolemy, the 2 of them drove the 3 Reds along the way to come here so quickly. The particles of the Quantum Commander used up a lot. Now go to Ptolemy. It would also be good to supply the supplies first and participate in the meeting between Heaven and Man and Chunyuan together. It just so happens that Anaheim's base is also in that desert. In the bridge of the aircraft carrier, Lin Te, who was numb by the series of events just now, has not opened her mouth yet, and Katie started her yin and yang in a timely manner. What an excellent operation, Major Lin Te. You. Lin Te glared at Katie angrily. Lin Te was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Thanks to the Major's excellent command, I have learned a lot today because of this one time. I. Not long ago, Lin Te, who had acted so hard in front of Katie, and then his face was swollen, really felt that his lungs were about to explode. A narrow-minded man, seeing Lin Te's defenses broken by her words, Katie, who is always serious, couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The ability to adapt is not enough, and the temper is so bad, just like what she said, she has gained a lot of knowledge. Chapter 97 The Talk and Cooperation Between Heaven and Man and Pure Source. The next day, Ptolemy, who had evacuated, let Firth, Lasse, Ricci, Christina, and Ian stay in Ptolemy because of the meeting request sent by Pure Source. Inside, the four of Lake, Locke, Lyle, and Alleluia drove Gundam, took Jisoo, Tyria, and the rest of Ptolemy's Emperor and Marina to the Pure Source base in the boat. Lyle, speaking of which, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Locke asked Lyle. He used private messaging, so he didn't have to worry about Lyle suddenly mentioning something that shouldn't be mentioned during the chat. Advertisement. As a result, it was known by the people next to him, and he died in an open society. As for the simulated training he and Lyle conducted on the ship yesterday after Ptolemy replenished the quantum commander with GN particles, the manipulation technology shown by Lyle has grown quite terrifying in his eyes. How long did it take to grow up? Lake went to Anaheim 2 years ago. What did Lake do during these 2 years? What's the matter? Big brother, I didn't even hear from him for several years, now I suddenly think about what my brother has done in the past few years. Lyle joked. Ask you seriously. Your skills are so powerful now. As a big brother, I'm curious how you became so strong. It's nothing, it's just a simulated training on the difficulty of playing Hell every day. Lyle seemed to say very indifferently very scary things. That Hell machine, no wonder you grow up so fast. Locke showed sympathy. The four of them used this simulation training with the same difficulty as Hell, and it was painful every day. The reaction speed and manipulation on the other side Lyle can grow so fast is so reasonable. Did you hear that, heavenly man? I saw you here, and I will punch the gate for you immediately. After traveling for another 10 minutes or so, in the desert, the members of Chunyuan, who saw Celestial Gundam approaching the transport plane with a telescope, contacted the transport plane. Learn. The gate of the base opened accordingly, and 4 Gundams and transport planes entered the base through the opened gate. All painted by Blue, Zaka Warrior, Murasame, and Hammurabi, 3 mechas, and among them there are also a few custom-made and flag-style figures. Many Pure Source members couldn't help stepping up to watch Gundam when they saw the arrival. Advertisement. Look, this is the hero body that saved Azadistan, Gundam. It's much stronger than our body's performance. Excuse me, show us what you look like. This. Locke, who is the captain of the 4, looked towards Lake and saw that both Lake and Lake had taken off their helmets. After thinking for a while, they took off their helmets as well. Locke, we have a duty of confidentiality. Don't be so nervous, Tyria. Look, my younger brother and Lake have both taken off their helmets. Since we have to deal with these people in the future, there is no need to keep it secret to this extent. But Tyria wanted to say something, but Locke had already taken off his helmet, and Alleluia also took off his helmet. And the moment he brought Huang and Marina over from the transport plane, he also took off his helmet. Locke, have you been infected by Setsuna during the 4 years of traveling? For a moment, Tyria really wanted to ask this question. This kind of style with a bit of going its own way is really similar to Setsuna. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Jet. It's nothing, it's better to say that we should thank Shan Yuan for helping us in the battle. Huang Ke said. Although without this help they almost sank the Alu's mothership on the opposite side, but the help of others is still helpful after all, and the politeness should still be polite. If possible, we hope that Princess Marina can be handed over to us for protection, said Celine, who was staying by Claude's side. Celine, why are you at Pure Source? Marina asked. Advertisement. No way, Marina. This. Marina was speechless. What exactly is the current Federation implementing? Even if there is intelligence control, she is quite clear about the Federation policy in the Middle East. There is no problem with this matter. Many of the Pure Source members in the Middle East are from Azadistan and neighboring countries of Azadistan. It is indeed more important to entrust Princess Marina to your side for protection than in heaven and man. Good. Said the king. Just after getting off the transport plane, anyone can see the reaction of a group of Pure Source members to Marina. These members are either from Azerbaijan, or those Middle Eastern countries around Azerbaijan. Marina is in prestige in these countries is quite deep. Asking for flowers. There is also the combat intensity of heaven and man. It is too dangerous for Marina to stay with them. Let her stay with Chen Yuan, and most of Chen Yuan's members will protect her. I am very grateful, we will definitely protect Princess Marina. Claude also thanked the Emperor quickly when he was amazed by the Emperor's power of observation. So, everyone in heaven and man, can we talk about the cooperation next? Claude asked, and they also mentioned this matter in the communication yesterday. As for the matter of cooperation, our answer is yes, but our purpose is to defeat Alus, so the target of attack is only Alus. This is also our purpose. Pure Source's purpose is to overthrow Alus and overthrow the current Federation, not to disintegrate the Federation, and will not attack the Federal Army and infrastructure. Claude said, he was not stupid to think that these Pure Source of combat power can head-to-head, and the Alus Federal Army will not be defeated. With so much assistance from Anaheim now, it is not easy to ensure that they will not suffer too much loss when they are attacked. In that case, please ask everyone from Chen Yuan to mainly provide us with support in terms of supplies. If there is an important battle in terms of combat, we can fight together. Huang said. Is it because our body is too backward? Claude asked. Well, although the aircraft currently installed by Chen Yuan can compete with the pseudo-solar furnace, but Alus is full of elite pilots from the Earth Federation. Everyone knows this. There are differences in the performance and technology of the aircraft. In the case of a small gap, if Chen Yuan wants to support, the loss will be huge, so you don't need to support in normal battles. Okay then. Claude looked over at Lake with a wry smile. If there is no support from Anaheim, then they probably won't be able to fight in Wang's mouth, but they won't fight at all. Just follow the plan of Tianren. We will leave our communication channel after a while. If Tianren needs it, you can contact us. We will immediately contact the local branch to provide supplies. Important, we will also transmit combat intelligence to Tianren Guang through this channel. Chapter 98. I don't think it's necessary to fight, I won't participate. With Anaheim as support, Chen Yuan is now much more capable of delivering supplies than before, and with money, the purchase of supplies will be much more than before. There are also a lot more transport vehicles. Before the meeting, I had heard Lake mention Huang Hui in this period in the briefing room, knowing that it is quite easy for Chen Yuan to provide them with these now. Thank you. Wow. Advertisement. Suddenly, two children barged into the conference room. Hey, there is a meeting here, children are not allowed in. The member in charge of guarding said with a headache. One or two children are so self-willed, it is difficult for them to deal with it. These children. His expression changed in an instant. Are you training these children as Pure Source Reserve members? The phenomenon of juvenile soldiers in the Middle East was very common, and when he was a participant in the 240, he was very sensitive to it. Please don't get me wrong, we, Chen Yuan, are not doing any juvenile soldiers. Celine retorted. The children in this base are all homeless children because of the federal government's control of the Middle East. We just took them in. Because of Anaheim's support, this base has accommodated a lot of children. Claude said. Now that things are up to now, even if some things are put on the table, it's nothing to say. Both parties know each other, and it doesn't make much sense to cover up. Ah, it's Princess Marina. Two children who ran in spotted Marina and trotted to her side. Princess Marina, can I ask you to take care of these children? Celine asked. Hey? No problem. Marina met Celine's gaze, understood what she meant, and took the two children out of the conference room first. After the three left, the Emperor reported to Ptolemy the supplies and maintenance-related materials needed by Ptolemy. Crowder et.al. This is also one of the reasons why they came so quickly this time. Ptolemy, who descended to the earth, was able to recover from the damage he encountered in the sudden attack this time, but he also needed to supply a wave of related materials for the future. Ready to use. As for the arrangement of materials, we will complete them as soon as possible. As for the transportation location, just near Chen Yuan's base, we will let our own ship come over, this will also reduce the risk for you. Advertisement. Moving in this desert, although there are GN particles scattered by the Federation, it is hard to say whether it will be exposed. In order to avoid people with pure sources being discovered, it is better to reduce the risk for them. Nu. Huang and Setsuna left the conference room. They were the representatives sent to negotiate this time, while Lokang, Alleluia, and Tyria remained in Ganakuna at the base. Thank you so much, Lake, for putting us online with celestial beings. Claude thanked, he didn't know much from Lake, but Huang and Tianren agreed so simply, the line Lake helped to draw is very important. Hey, it's not good to trust so quickly, how long has it been? Lake shrugged. It has nothing to do with time. Now that you've helped so much, it's hard to believe you or not. Then, I have a favor and I need everyone from Chunyuan to accompany me to perform. Let's talk first. This is all for the safety of your base. For the safety of our base. On the aircraft carrier of Alus. Major Lin Te, I didn't expect you to fail in the last battle. Bertman talked with Kadi Mainkin and Albert Lin Te through voice communication. Well, Brigadier General, the accidents last time were all accidents. Yours was an accident, but mine wasn't it. Kadi gave Lin Te a teasing look, with no hidden intention at all to annoy Lin Te, but he was communicating with Bird King. He could only stare back angrily, not daring to speak back. Forget it, the future operations will be under the joint command of you and Colonel Kadi Mainkin. Lose once, lose twice. The two most excellent commanders in Alus are all defeated in the hands of heaven and man. Together, command together. Lin Te's face was quite ugly for a moment, he managed to ride up the top and stepped on Kadi. How long will it be, and the good times will come to an end? Please advise, Major Lin Te. Captain Ika, I hope you can follow my command in the next battle. Seeing that Lin Te was so angry that she couldn't speak, Kadi turned to look at Graham who was leaning against the wall. That depends on the situation. Advertisement. What? Kadi frowned, and the heart of correction gradually emerged. I have the authorization of the headquarters, and I can decide whether to fight or not. Others have no right to interfere, which means that I am a one-man army. Graham said. What a wayward guy. This was Kadi's only thought when she heard Graham's words, and said these words in front of her. Captain Ika, this is the army, even if you have authorization, please follow the order properly. I refuse, I have said it, I have authorization, if it is a battle that I think is unnecessary, I will not participate. Graham said. Unless he was able to fight with that boy named Setsuna, or with Lake, it didn't make much sense to participate in other battles, and he would not participate in missions like massacres. How can this work? Kadi frowned, it was like a thorn, but this thorn still had authorization. What the hell is the command thinking? Aren't you going in, Setsuna? Lake asked. When he was about to go to Gonaku, he happened to see Setsuna standing in front of this room and stopping to watch. There's no need for that, I can't integrate into that environment anymore, I can't participate in it. Shu Na shook his head. A long time ago, he couldn't laugh like that anymore. After finishing speaking, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave here. Etc. Marina, what's the matter? Well, I have a request. 0.6 Marina looked at Setsuna and said. I wish you could take me back to Azadistan. Princess Marina, according to the information received from Anaheim, Azadistan seems to have been attacked by an unknown MS right now, and the situation is very bad. Are you sure you really want to take you back in a moment? Asked Lake. Sachus, instructed by Livones, has already gone to Azadistan to attack its capital. Now that Marina returns to her hometown, she has to see her former homeland burning in the sea of fire. The situation is very bad. Marina is very clear about the authenticity of Anaheim as the source of information for the munitions company. Her heart sank immediately, and her complexion turned pale. No, it doesn't matter, I'm ready. After all, I'm the princess of Azadistan. After leaving for so long, how is the motherland now? I have to go and see the group control with my own eyes. Chapter 99. Okay, I'll take you back. After thinking for a moment, Shu Mo agreed. From Lake's words, he can analyze that the current situation in Azadistan is quite serious, and from his point of view, he actually does not support Marina going back at this time. I can't do anything, and just looking at the scene of my hometown being attacked will only feel like a knife cut. But if she doesn't go back, this will also make Marina unable to let go of her new arrival. So it's better to take him back as soon as possible. Advertisement. Thank you, Setsuna, I'm sorry to bother you so much. Sha Mo, you have to send the Princess of Azadistan back first. Huang rubbed his chin. This matter cannot be dispatched to Gundam, if it is exposed, Azadistan may be implicated again. The purpose of the unknown MS attacking Azadistan is still unclear, but with the current federal government, if Gundam and Azadistan are involved, it would not be surprising to use this as an excuse to do anything to Azadistan. I'll take her back in a small boat, and you can take the boat. It's okay if you don't come back. A group of people were about to get off the boat, and Tyria suddenly said this when they passed by Shisu. Stop joking. Setsu frowned slightly. You guy, are you really Tyria? 24 Locke scratched his head and said, with a look of surprise on his face, whether he was taken away or changed his mind. Just a simple joke. Shocked that Extraction Enya can actually joke around. It's also the first time I've seen it. Seeing Locking looking over, Lake spread his hands. He has not been in contact with Tyria as much as Locking and others. How could he know how Tyria became like this? The meaning is unclear, I am not real and can be fake. Seeing that Locke had such an expression, Tyria frowned. Alleluia. Advertisement. It's impossible for me to know. Alleluia said with a wry smile. Tyria has changed a lot in the past 4 years, but he was joking suddenly. He couldn't figure out what was going on. The Emperor also spread his hands. After getting off the boat, Moji drove the boat to take Marina away, and the rest of them came to Gundam. The king sat in Lake's Wing 0, and Tyria sat in Locke's cherub inside. By the way, why hasn't Lyle come back? Locking asked 2 minutes after leaving the base. It's been so long, and there is no one. When I left, I just said that I went to help. Why did it take so long to help? Oh, in order to prevent this base from being discovered, I asked him and Chun Yuan's people to help out. Don't worry, he will come back later. Is someone from Alice searching here? Asked Huang, who was staying beside Lake. No, it's the Federal Army. How could Alice go out and do this kind of thing himself? The Independent Security Maintenance Force can actually surpass the regular army. The Emperor's tone was complicated. Sure enough, the Alice army must be defeated. Otherwise, the Federation, which is increasingly tied to it, doesn't know what else will come out. Will it be possible to rely on Lyle and the people from the Pure Source base? Do we need to go together? It's just to attract attention temporarily, there is no need to dispatch so many people. Temporary. Well, in the eyes of Alus now, Madame and Chun Yuan are together, so even if it attracts attention, Alus will let the Federal Army continue to search the desert. Does Chun Yuan have a countermeasure? Huang asked. Since Lake dispatched Lyle so urgently, it means that the Federal Army has found a very dangerous position. Preparing to transfer, I originally planned to go back and discuss with you about letting Ptolemy cover their retreat. Are you voluntarily exposed? Tyria said. This may also be the best way. For Alus, Tianren can pull hatred to the highest level. If the whereabouts of Tianren are discovered, this battle plan is okay. Let Ian and the others speed up the repairs when we go back, and speed up the departure after getting the supplies from Chun Yuan. Huang decided. If the Federal Army finds Pure Source's base, ALS is likely to invest in the same new type of automatic machine soldier as it did when suppressing Lauder before. The dispatch speed of MS is so fast, and at that time, it is impossible to avoid huge casualties in this base due to the automatic mechanized soldiers. Advertisement. Almost at the same time, several Deep Blue Zika warriors followed the Quantum Commander advancing in the desert, while a Federation land battleship. Mr. Lyle, I saw the target, that's it, you can attack now. The pilot in Zika warrior shouted after seeing the battleship. Ah, they should have discovered us too, remember to attack as agreed in advance, and immediately retreat in the predetermined direction after the attack. Lyle said. Let's retreat, okay, Mr. Lyle, please pay more attention to safety. This group of pilots thought that they would also go together, but after thinking about it, Lyle drove a TIE Gundam, and they drove as a co-warrior. The gap is too big, and it might be bad luck if they stay. 4 Zika warriors followed the Quantum Commander and raised their beam rifles, and 5 beams hit the front end of the Guyana-class battleship, causing the ship to burst into flames from the pseudo-solar furnace. The entire battleship shook for a while, but Sergi and his subordinates in the hangar had just completed the attack procedure and flew out of the battleship. Gundam and Chun Yuan's MS, but why did Chun Yuan's MS all withdraw in that direction? Sergi asked, puzzled. This should happen occasionally, but it made him feel full of deliberate taste. Come on, although it won't hit the cockpit, the aim won't drop. After adjusting the 167 barrel of the gun to the rapid-fire mode, the barrel of the Quantum Commander extended accordingly, aiming at the 4 GNX that were approaching it. It's a sniper unit, everyone be careful. When Sergi saw the elongated barrel, he remembered the green sniper Gundam back then. The GRX weapon was the same as when he was driving the Iron Man back then. It couldn't launch any effective counterattack against the Gundam. In a sense, his luck was really bad. Sakura Red's light beams shot out from the gun barrel. Under Lyle's precise sniping, the gun barrel gushed out beams continuously, and these few beams smashed the weapon and head of a GNX. The performance is much better than that of the Gundam 5 years ago. Sergi conveyed an order to the remaining 3 people, telling them to pay attention to dodge, speed up and approach the Quantum Commander. If the distance to deal with the sniper machine is too far, then they will only be suppressed. Seeing the 3 GNXs headed by Sergi approaching rapidly, Lyle controls the Prince-type commander and throws a series of missiles and blasts them. If this is the case, we will use missiles to kill you in one go. Sergi manipulated the GNX skillfully, dodged, pulled up, and the long gun in his hand shot a beam of light to destroy the missile, showing the skills of an experienced driver. And his 2 GNXs only knocked out a few missiles before being hit by the armor and falling towards the ground. Chapter 100 UBD, are you so quick? It even escaped. This result surprised Lyle. The GN missile technology used by the Quantum Commander is much more advanced than that used by the previous generation of Lishan. The Commonwealth Army pilots will definitely not be able to escape the shooting of this wave of GN missiles. The person in that GNX is a veteran. Advertisement. Tisk, that guy didn't make it clear to him before he came. He thought that all the people here were ordinary drivers passing by the Federal Common. Sergei in the cockpit tensed his face, having fought with so many Gundams before. No time to waste, Trans-Am. Lyle simply launched the 3 Red system. He realized that the opponent on the other side was difficult to deal with, and he wanted to make a quick decision and let the opponent go. This was the only way. The body suddenly turned bright red, flashing the beam of light from the spear. Sergei, who had personally experienced the outrageous performance of the Gundam in this state, had no choice but to continue shooting at the Prince-type commander. The emitted particle beam hit the oncoming afterimage, and the next moment, when the body suddenly lost its balance and fell, the quantum commander shut down the Trans-Am system. This system is really convenient, but it's a pity that it can't be turned on all the time. Lyle said. After turning it on, the performance has been directly improved by 3 times, and even the shadow on the other side can't catch up, which is far from the best. After all, he doesn't have the powerful driving skills of his big brother, Lake. He is just a talented driver who has been trained for 2 years. Is the Gundam gone? It doesn't even attack the mothership. Sergei in the cockpit turned on the auxiliary camera, and was puzzled when he saw the quantum commander turn around and leave. Why not give them the last blow and let them all go? The heavens and humans have already colluded with the rebels, and they should come here to solve the search for the Federal Army. But let him and his subordinates let everyone go. What the hell is Tianren thinking? Forget it, just report in the direction Gouda left. While waiting for the rescuers to come to the rescue, Sergei suddenly thought, from his personal point of view, he doesn't really want to do this, because no matter how you look at it, this encounter is full of various coincidences, it's almost like being calculated, at most people will let him continue, which is the only thing they can report. Advertisement. Ptolemy. Trouble, the 2 solar furnaces of 007 sorts are still unstable, I hope nothing will happen in the recent battle, this problem can only wait for the Zero enhanced fighter to be manufactured. Ian looked worried at the data on the tablet. This set of equipment was made in order to prevent 7 swords from encountering a situation where only Trans-Am is turned on during the battle. The actual combat data has been proved after several battles with the equipment. However, the synchronization rate cannot be improved due to the inability of the furnace to fully match, which is always the most fatal problem. It is also compared with the data of the Flying Wing Zero that is currently parked on the ship. Now the whole body has a 100% stability rate, and the actual performance of various weapons is quite exaggerated in his eyes. If this is the performance of a double furnace body with a 100% stability rate, then the OR it should have almost the same performance. Ian, I'm watching 00 Gundam again. It's just a headache when the Zero enhanced fighter developed for him will be available. Oh, Lake, don't go to Felt, come to me, an old man. Feared is resting in the room, and I'm here to find the Flying Wing Zero. Lake pushed Hanyu to enter the cockpit of the Flying Sun. Too much stamina is not a good thing once in a while. Let's vent the excess energy by doing simulation training. This guy, is he so fast? A certain batch of hands-on speed, which made a certain adult woman give birth to a daughter, said with emotion. At night, Azadistan, when he drove a small boat to send Marina back, he and her saw the burning capital over Azadistan. Azadistan, my motherland is really... Marina almost fainted. Who the hell did it? Setsuna knew from Lake that someone would attack this place. At this moment, his eyes turned around, and he quickly found the murderer. The red body caught his eyes, and while he was looking there, the Gundam also turned around and looked over. Oh, is it Kyrgyz kid? Advertisement. From the viewfinder of the fuselage, the faces of the pilot and the woman beside him in the plane could be clearly seen. Gold streamers flickered in his eyes, and Sachis grinned. With the help of his eyes, Livons, who was far away in the Tianren, also saw the situation here. Get ready to come back, Sachis, don't waste time here. After solving Setsuna F. Qingying, the game will not be fun, and some performances of the double furnace body can be learned from the Flying Wing Zero. In that case, the 00 Gundam, which also has a double furnace system value, is very important. Let him continue to try to what extent the real performance of the double furnace body is. Okay, the general thinks the same as me. For Sachis, a war madman, he also doesn't like the operation of just solving an opponent worth killing here, and MOMO has made him so unfavorable so many times. Except for the BD who hit him with one shot and paralyzed him for nearly 2 years, only relying on his general's skills to revive and strengthen a wave of bastards, the second thing he wants to gank the most is Setsuna. Don't allow Shisud to attack MS and kill him, the battle is meaningless for Sachis. Let us go? The pilot of that machine is really... Suemo showed a thoughtful look. In his memory, there would be such a performance of letting the enemy go, and only Sachis. But how did Sachis live? Through the research of heaven and man, we can know that if the GN particles of the quasi-solar furnace are not processed and the compression rate is not enough, it will cause toxicity problems. At that time, Satch's machine, Zhao body, even if he survived, he should have died long ago. Go back and tell Locke about this. In any case, Satchis is the enemy, and after withholding this information, Locke will only be even more angry when he learns. Oh, Livones, don't let your newly raised chess pieces be there to solve Sita, Qingying. Lei Jinyi walked over to Wendao. Regina, I told you, you can't be so short-sighted in doing things. Li Fengzi smiled and said, with such a childish level, you can't win in your life. Then why didn't you deal with him there? Regini's face changed slightly, and he suppressed his anger. They still have to move on, and maybe the value of the double furnace system is also very important, and they will probably have to get the double furnace system in the future. Livon said. As the orthodox successor, he can't miss any valuable things. Chapter 101 I miss you, boy. Allah, didn't you say that you were just testing the performance of the double furnace system before? Why are you suddenly so interested in the double furnace system? Lei Jinyi asked curiously. It is rare for Livones to reveal such a strong desire in his words. You've seen the Battle of the Flying Wing Zero in Europe. Its performance is not inferior to that of our Gadisar, and this is not that machine. With all my strength. Perhaps with compassion, Livones explained to Regina that he wanted to hit him. How do you know that's not the full power of that machine? Regina wondered. It is true that the performance of the Flying Wing Zero at that time shocked both him and Livones, but the weapon of that machine bit also has the same type as the Chuan Angel. Technically speaking, the two sides are at the same level, she estimated at most, it is comparable to their Galitso. Advertisement. Livones actually said that he didn't think that was the full performance of that machine? Intuition, Livones said. It is his intuition as a reformer that tells him that the current performance of the Flying Wing Zero is not all of it, maybe Lake is hiding its performance, maybe it is unnecessary, but no matter what, it is definitely still hiding with the real performance. It is impossible for the 00 Gundam, which is also a dual furnace body, to be only at the current level. Really confident? Reggie thought to himself. I have this capital because of 440, Richie. He knows what I'm thinking. Regina looked astonished, but Livones just looked at the plants outside the hall and smiled without saying a word. The next day, Chun waited until Setsuna and Lyle came back one after the other the night before, and Ptolemy came to the desert the next day, received the supplies from Chun Yuan, and the Emperor met with Crow on the bridge. German communications discussed the protection of pure source transfer. Our side has finished accepting the supplies, and everyone from Chun Yuan, please transfer them as quickly as possible. I will trouble you so much. Claude said, and disconnected the communication after speaking. Then we are going to attract Alu's attention, Miss Huang. According to the information obtained from Lake, Alu's is now near the coastline, attract their attention as soon as possible, and if they are repelled, the pure source members here will be safe for the time being. Huang said. The Alus are in charge of cleaning operations. If the Alus who are mainly responsible for the cleaning are repelled, then the Federal Army responsible for the search will have to terminate the current search mission for pure source. Advertisement. We have 6 Gundams here, and the enemy only has 2 MSS. This battle must be. IWS has transferred a small team from the universe, counting the MS they added. This time the MS will not be less than 10, although it is not a particularly large combat power for us now, but better be careful. Ptolemy, still wearing optical camouflage, slowly floated up from the ground and drove towards the coastline, and a large group of people were also preparing to transfer at pure source base. Heaven and Man are here. Wan Zhang, who was transferred to this base but had never met the Heaven and Man, followed Chun Yuan's team to go to Chun Yuan's spare new base. Look up to the sky. It has been 4 years, and the traveling around the world has made her understand a lot of things. Now she is going to fight with everyone in Chun Yuan, which can be regarded as doing what she really should do. Miss Wan Zhang, let me help you get what you have. Please order the regular army. A pure source of youth ran over and said. No, I'm just. Usually you help everyone a lot in the base, so please let us do our best at this time. Thank you, thank you. Wan Zhang thanked. It has arrived at the predetermined position, the optical camouflage has been completely removed, and it is expected to be detected by the satellite in 300 seconds. Felt said. Let the pilots prepare to strike. Niku. Lake, Locke, Alleluia, Tyria, and Lyle all boarded the machine body, only Shan Emo was specifically called out by Ian. Hello Setsuna. What's up, Ian? Remember not to use the Trans-M system when fighting, the current 7 swords, Seeb, equipment is enough for you. Understood. Shu Na decisively agreed, and immediately turned to board the plane. After a long time, Ptolemy detected the enemy's signal. Just as the intelligence said in advance, more than a dozen MS appeared and flew towards this side, and 6 Gundams flew out of the battleship one after another. Gramika, it's inside again this time. Advertisement. Lake, who was driving the Flying Wing Zero, saw Abian rushing to the front relying on the performance of the airframe, so he immediately shot at Abian, and Gram manipulated Abian to dodge quickly. Lake, I'm not here for you today, I'm here for the boy, Gram yelled over private messaging. The instant that defeated him a few years ago, he had to fight him today. Oh, then you go. Lake gave up the idea of sniping Gram, drew out his beam saber and rushed towards Alu's MS. And except for the moment when Gram was immediately entangled, everyone else immediately started fighting with this group of Alu's MS. I really miss you, boy, today, let us compare who is stronger. Well. Immediately drew his sword to parry Graham's attack. 007 Swords pulled out the GN longsword and danced with the GN destruction giant sword on his shoulder, but Graham threw away 00 with the electric heating whip. The GN longsword held in his hand the sword, the big lightsaber in the other hand, and the GN sword collided together, sputtering out an arc. Really strong. This is the thought from the heart of the moment. He only knows that the man named Graham is the same level of pilot as Luo Shuang, who has often accompanied him in the past 4 years. Increase the release of GN particles. Use GN particles to increase the potential energy of GN destroying the giant sword, then bounce off Abian's lightsaber, and randomly draw another GN short sword to fight with it. This machine, you are, the experimental body E57. Pillis drove the Pioneer to find the fallen angel, and after Alleluia said please, he felt that he had become the Harley Road of its exclusive tool man. Reluctantly, he wiped his butt again, helping Alleluia to shield the influence of quantum waves in his brain. I must make an end with you today. Mary. During the shooting, the Pioneer took the lead, and the fallen angel's shoulder armor was pierced by the Pioneer's beam saber. Alleluia ignored it and used the fallen angel to grab the Pioneer. What? Let go! Pierre yelled. I'm not letting go, Mary. Alleluia yelled. Oops, the body wants to. Pyrrhus was shocked. The piercing beam saber caused the fallen angel's shoulder armor to explode, causing the fallen angel to stop moving, and the Pioneer controlled by the fallen angel was forced to follow the fallen angel to the small island below them. Fall away. The 00 article is estimated to be over this month, and I am thinking about which machine to use for the jagged article, or steel. Chapter 102 BD, You Want My Life, 200 years too early. The troops suffered too much damage, even with reinforcements. The performance of the Gundam is not what the current combat power can handle. The news of the battle damage from the front line made Katie feel very bad. Lin Te, who was standing aside as an assistant, was also speechless at this time, and he couldn't come up with any good solutions for this battle. He was almost sent down before, so he had the idea of ridiculing, but it was really mocking. He was so cheeky he also had to be severely beaten. Notify the frontline troops to retreat. Katie said with a sigh. It's not worth it for them to fight a battle that they can't win and give everyone in. Advertisement. Is this about to retreat? Otherwise, Major Lin Te will personally drive the MS up, to fight the opponent. Well, I'm not good at driving MS, I'm good at tactical command. Sign out the retreat signal and let the frontline troops retreat. The signal flare was fired from the aircraft carrier of Alus, and at the same time, the Flying Wing Zero type of GNX easily dodged the Pioneer's shooting, and approached at a high speed. It's time to retreat. I haven't defeated Gundam yet, because my compatriots are not here. Seeing the retreat signal transmitted to the cockpit, Teeny, who had previously driven the Pioneer in the universe but let his subordinates die tragically, gave a meal. But at this moment, he no longer had to think about retreating. The increased force shook the body apart, and it was time for the Pioneer to adjust its balance. The saber pierced into the cockpit caused the Pioneer to fall apart. I haven't forgotten what you did before. The automatons were launched and so many people were killed. The Alus team leader and the team members who followed him could not be let go. It's such a pity, boy, I can't decide the outcome with you this time, but remember, I'm not a man who would give up so easily. There is a red thread of fate between us. Next time I will be back. The red thread of fate? What is this man talking about? Instantly knew that Graham was the undercover agent of the celestial being on the Alus side, but why was this man so obsessed with him, and always said something that he didn't know how to answer? On Ptolemy's side, Milena told everyone about the fallen angel's loss of signal. What? Something happened to Alleluia, fire a smoke bomb, notify the rest of the Gundams, retreat immediately, and prepare to search immediately after the Gundams are contained. Huang said. Advertisement. The fallen angels disappeared, but the good thing is that before the fallen angels disappeared, they repelled Alu's troops and achieved the initial goal of this battle. Next, UB will not launch any attacks on them for the time being. There is plenty of time to conduct a search for the fallen angels. Hey, Lake, you are going to search for Alleluia too, what kind of wind is blowing today? Locke said with a surprised face. He and Tyria were enough for the search mission. What's so strange about this? He's a partner just like you, so it's only natural to save him. One more person can quickly find Alleluia. Having said that, Locke in front of the cherub cockpit glanced at Lake, who was not far behind, and he always felt that Lake was hiding something. For no reason, he often feels this way recently. Locke Ang? Tyria looked as if Locke was hiding something, paused, and decided not to ask him any questions. Flying Wing Zero and Xianggong, Seraphim, flew out of Ptolemy, surfaced and searched for the place where the fallen angel just sent the signal during the battle. Hanyu, Sergi should have received that information, right? Lake asked Hanyu. After Lyle repelled all the bodies of Sergi and others, ABI also sent Sergi information about all the suppressions that Aluz has carried out so far as scheduled. The purpose is to let Sergi have a clear understanding of what Aluz is doing so far, so as to make a reasonable foundation for his next meeting with Sergi on this small island. On the island, night fell. Alleluia, who was awake, hurriedly came to the front of the Pioneer driven by Pyrrhus and opened the cockpit of the Pioneer. At this time, in a coma, he recalled the past in the research facility, recalled Alleluia, and another self. Mary Parfatii. Experimental Body 57. Pyrrhus attacked Alleluia, the enemy, furiously. Ya pressed down on the ground, strangling his neck. Stop kidding, you BD woman. Alleluia, who was choked, was forcibly kicked off the line by Hallelujah, and Hallelujah, who was on the line, broke away from Soma's chokehold and kicked him away. If you want Lao Tzu's life, you are 200 years too early. Advertisement. Hallelujah, don't do that to Mary. Seeing Pyrrhus being kicked away, Alleluia was very anxious. Troubleshooting, I won't kill her, but it's impossible to let her strangle us, right? If you don't even fight back, you can at least control her. If you are strangled to death by this woman, I will die with you too, okay? Xiao Fan is not so kind. Pyrrhus watched Hallelujah vigilantly, still preparing to attack, at this moment. E57, ah. Suddenly, a stabbing pain came from his head, and Pyrrhus closed his eyes tightly. Humph, it seems that I don't need to take action, Alleluia, I will leave it to you. Knowing what is going on, Hallelujah snorted, and returned the control of the body to Alleluia Lelajat. Alleluia. Gold's eyes reappeared, not the resoluteness like a soldier like before, but the softness like water. Mary. I didn't expect Second Lieutenant Pyrrhus to disappear at this time. Ignoring the dissuasion of his subordinates, Sergi, who was originally upset watching the news suddenly transmitted to his personal information terminal, was worried about the safety of Pyrrhus and drove the GNX to the island alone to search. After coming to this island, Sergi discovered the tent that Alleluia and Mary set up to hide from the rain. The body slowly fell to the ground, and the sound made Alleluia and Mary opened the tent and walked out. Get away from the second lieutenant, the pilot of the Celestial Gundam. Sergi, who got off the plane, found Alleluia and Mary staying together, and raised his gun to warn. Please wait, Lieutenant Colonel. Not wanting to see the one she loves, fighting with another person with whom she has spent years as a father, Mary stood between them. Lieutenant Pierres, what is going on here? My name is Mary Parfatii, and I was the personality before the personality of Soma Pyrrhus was implanted by the Super Soldier Agency. Implanting a personality, even doing this kind of thing, no. It should be strange to say that it has never been done. Recalling the faces of the group of researchers, Sergi has no doubts about this matter. If the children who were rescued 5 years ago were not because of the exposure of the incident, they would probably still be there. Chapter 103 The Separation of Father and Daughter and the Conversation with Uncle Xiang. Sorry, I can't let Mary go back with you, she is a kind girl, if she goes back with you, she has to be a super soldier, a soldier of Alus, go to the battlefield, be sent to slaughter innocent lives, infect blood of innocent people. Alleluia said firmly. If there is no Alus, even if he is very reluctant, Alleluia is willing to hand over Mary to the care of the person in front of him. He can see that this person is a trustworthy person from the eyes and will take good care of Mary. If it is guaranteed, maybe Mary will not have to go to the battlefield. But the Alus army exists. If Mary returns, she will continue to go to the battlefield as an Alus soldier and become the dagger of this army that brutally suppresses and carries out bloody massacres. Advertisement. Alleluia couldn't bear such a kind girl to go to the battlefield and be used to do this kind of thing. Then, 797 asked Lieutenant Pyrrhus to go back with you, to the Celestial Man, so she wouldn't be on the battlefield. Sergi asked, Brown's eyes fixed on Alleluia. You are a celestial being, staying with you, whether the lieutenant wants to or not, will be locked into the flames of war. Celestial Man started to use force again, so as a second lieutenant with brain quantum waves, will Celestial Man use him as a driver to board the battlefield because of this ability? Please believe me, I won't. I'm not stupid enough to believe terrorists. In order to prove that what the young man in front of him said was indeed from the heart, Sergi deliberately pretended to be unmoved, and put the safety on the gun he held. Because of you, because of your stupid behavior, I lost many compatriots and subordinates. I still remember this hatred very clearly. Please don't. Please shoot. Alleluia. If you can really guarantee that Mary will not be on the battlefield and will not be stained with innocent people's blood, please shoot. There is no need to try it. Sergei couldn't describe his mood at the moment. The young man in front of him was really stupid, completely stupid. What if he doesn't keep his word when he goes back? If the young man himself dies here, then Pyrrhus next to him, no, it should be said how sad Mary will be. There are still many problems, I have never thought about it at all. The driver of this celestial being, well, maybe it is because he is one of such a group of idiots that he can do this kind of thing. However, what needs to be done still has to be done. Seeing that Sergei was about to pull the trigger and shoot, Mary jumped forward in panic and tried to stop it. However, after the gunshot, Alleluia was not injured. Marie, who fell to the ground, raised her head. I saw Sergei holding his gun to the sky. Just now, Lieutenant Soma Pyrrhus died in battle, and I will report this to the headquarters. Advertisement. Colonel. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Celestial Gundam pilot. Hey. Alleluia didn't understand Sergei's meaning. Thanks to your companions, the second lieutenant who got out of control 5 years ago did not cause any accidents. I would like to thank you here. In that accident, if the second lieutenant's tool was really punched out, then I don't know how many people died because of it. Sergei always remembers this kindness. My companion. Who, could it be Lake? Alleluia thought. I hope you can promise me in the future, protect the second lieutenant, and don't let her step on the battlefield casually. Sergei's tone paused a little. Originally, he wanted to say, don't let Mary and Pierres go to the battlefield in this lifetime, but he thought about Pierres' character. If there is any loss in the future that he can't understand as a soldier, it will go to the battlefield no matter what. That's why Sergei changed his words temporarily. I promise you, I will take good care of Mary and not let her step on the battlefield casually. Alleluia said. Now that Sergei said this, Alleluia also vaguely noticed that this might happen. Although the battle between heaven and man is going smoothly now, the subsequent battles will obviously become more and more difficult, and the possibility of Mary stepping on the battlefield is not out of the question. That's fine. Colonel. Lieutenant, is there anything else? Sergei turned around. I also have something that Soma Pyrrhus wanted to tell me. She asked me to tell you that I am really happy to be your daughter. Thank you for only letting her participate in the Gundam operation. Yes, this sentence is enough. Colonel. Feelings of reluctance aroused in her heart, and Mary embraced Sergei. Sergei looked at the girl kindly, and stroked the girl's head. Lieutenant, you will go on with him from now on, you, Pyrrhus, and him, you must live happily. Advertisement. Back on the GNX, in front of the slowly closing cockpit door, was Mary saluting herself. Time to go. Pushing the joystick, GNX turned and left, and the Air Wing Zero was flying towards him. Is it Gundam? Sergei was taken aback, remembering the 2 people who were still there, and Sergei was going to send the coordinates of the 2 people there. Wait, it's rare to come here, why don't we chat here too, Colonel Smirnov? Know my name. Before Sergei could figure out the answer, Lake continued. You should have seen the fact-distorting actions of Alice that I posted before. Sure enough, something was wrong. What is going on with this celestial driver? Normally speaking, it would be normal for Tianren to know his name. After all, Force has been involved for so many years, and their intelligence advantage is well known. But how could heaven and man know about sending information, and he was driving a common GNX? Unless, the person who sent the information is this person. But it can bypass so many surveillances and send information to his terminal. This person is not simple. Okay, it's fine to talk to you. Those actions of Alus do exist. The actions of that army are simply not what 10 normal troops can do. Why is this man telling him these truths? Sergei wanted to find out. Hey, this is the first time we met. I used to be the Russian Rosbear of the Revolutionary League, Colonel Sergei Smirnov. Lake got off the Flying Wing Zero, leaving Hanyu on it. Are you? The former president of Anahai Company. Sergei looked shocked. Are you kidding? This is now involved in the manufacture of many main mobile suits of the Federation, and even the Doom style, a mobile suit made by the Federation itself, has participated in related manufacturing. It can be said that he is a big company that has single-handedly handled the Federation's arms business. The president, a major shareholder, is actually the pilot of Tianren's Gundam? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? Chapter 104 Knowing the truth, Sergei decides to revolt. Don't be so shocked, thinking about the technologies provided by Anaheim at that time, it's strange that it has nothing to do with heaven and man. Those technologies, yes, at the time I thought about how Anaheim came up with those technologies. So many types of new MS are provided to the three major countries at the same time, not to mention the production capacity, the design capacity is quite unreasonable. Why on earth do you celestial beings release those technologies to the world? This is not today's topic, Colonel Smirnov, I'm here to talk to you about the actions of Alus. Advertisement. Those actions? Even if you let me know about those actions, it's a pity that I can't do anything now. Sergei Smirnov is a colonel of the Federal Army. Of course, because of his service experience in the rough and the reputation he continued to gain during his time in the Federal Army, as long as he wants, many people can know about it, but this what's the use? Sergei, who has been working since the time of the Human Revolutionary Union, understands that even if many people in the army know about this, the Federal Army can issue a password to force them to forget about it. After all, ALUS, who is an independent security force of the Federation, now has a higher status than those of the Federal Army. If he, a colonel, really meets the major of ALUS, he will have to swallow his anger in front of the other party. Event if. No, you have that ability. Many people admire Ross's fierce bear, whether it is the soldiers who belonged to the Human Revolutionary League when you were in the Human Revolutionary League in the past, or the soldiers who belong to the other two major forces. Let them know these things and they'll believe them if you let them. The problem is that it's useless to let them know. You are from Anaheim, and you should know how powerful the ALUS is now. We, the Federal Army, can't stop the ALUS now. Isn't it enough to revolt? Lake asked. This is a coup, Sergei hesitated for a moment. He is not a cowardly person, nor is he really a person who can only follow orders. What ALUS did in front of him was completely different from the choices he faced back then. At that time, in order to take the overall situation into consideration, as a commander, he had to abandon his comrades in arms. Now if you really care about the so-called overall situation and ignore what ALUS is doing, then things like massacres and suppression will continue in ALUS. Advertisement. Can't make up your mind, but Colonel Smirnov is not doing it now, and other federal troops will do it in the future. You should be very clear about the reason, because the atrocities of ALUS will not stop, and there is no impenetrable world wall, they will learn about it sooner or later, and then put it into action. At that time, what will Russia's Mekong do? Nothing like now. So, what do you want me to do? Directly contact the people I can contact. If I stand up for a coup d'état, with all due respect, that operation will not succeed. You should also be aware of the gap between the equipment of the ALUS and our General Federal Army, and, at that time, people who are willing to participate in the coup can be contacted here, and there will not be as many troops as ALUS. Don't be so anxious, slowly contact those who are willing to join you in the coup d'état. Sooner or later, other federal troops will know what ALUS did, and they will also revolt at that time, as long as you act together with them. Will it be known by other federal forces and make them revolt? Sergei thought of those two people, and if they were informed, they would definitely start to act. Well, I will try to contact the subordinates who have communicated with me during the RURA period and other soldiers who have served under me, but I can't guarantee how many people will be willing to join me. Letting ALUS slaughter continue, Sergei can't do this kind of thing, and if one of the two can participate in the operation, their scale will not be too small. In addition, the celestial human driver in front of him also showed his attitude to a certain extent, and the celestial human will join in at that time, not to mention Chun Yuan smashing the rebels. Gathering so many forces, even ALUS, the elite unit of the Federal Army, can't be as invincible as before when fighting against so many forces. Don't worry, maybe there won't be many at the beginning, but ALUS will give you an excellent reason to let those federal troops join voluntarily. Excellent reason? Is it a weapon of mass destruction? Sergei has a sharp mind, and this is the only thing that can provoke the anger of many federal troops at once. With ALUS's bottomless line, if they have this thing, they will use it on the civilians. There is no doubt about it, that's it. Something like this must be obtained. Don't worry, I will stop it in advance, and I won't let them kill so many people as they wish. Lake said. Advertisement. How could he let the dead Omen gun made by Livones go out? Without the financial support of the Wong family, this guy relied on the funds he got from other chaebols to pick up the talent. In the first round of the original book, there is no need to use Suyel Nabo in the first shot except to clean up the rebel. Even if Suyel and Chun Yuan really let the matter spread, so what? Man's hand. Chun Yuan and the Sai royal family thought very well, so that they could bypass intelligence control. However, Veda wanted to suppress all these things and help the Federation to conduct intelligence control with ease. The reason why the death sign cannon was fired was because Livone's arrogance was at work, and he wanted to use this method to merge the Middle East into the Federation and realize his so-called will to unify mankind. How could he let those innocent people pay for the arrogance of this green hair? If this is true, then I will leave everything to you. After telling Lake the coordinates of Alleluia and Mary, Sergei left with a heavy heart. Massacres and suppression, automatic mecha soldiers, and now even weapons of mass destruction, what kind of army is this? Nyanyo, Ming is a group of massacres. Hanyu, send this coordinate to Locke, let him pick up Alleluia and Mary. After returning to the cockpit, Lake said immediately. Why store? I don't want to eat dog food in the past. Those two must have kissed by now. Not long ago, you and felt. Cough cough cough, this and that are not the same thing, anyway, don't mention this matter. Lakes and Lu Mei are both, you can't tell them, especially Lu Mei, absolutely don't let her know. If Wang Liamei finds out, that girl will inevitably have another fight with him for a long time. Is it meaningful to prioritize things like this? Hanyu asked, early or late is not the same. Don't worry about it, Hanyu, send the coordinates to Locke first, and I will explain these things when I have time. P.S. Unicorn, it's not impossible, but I still prefer Unit 1. Chapter 105 Bewitched and Defiant Livones. Put it off first, and then treat it as if it doesn't exist. Lake doesn't plan to tell Hanyu, let Hanyu, the AI, continue to learn, maybe it will be broken. Well, Lake knows the location of Alleluia. If he knows the location, he can pick it up by himself. It's strange that I have to pick it up. Inside the cherub, Locke complained, and then the pilot turned and flew in the direction where Alleluia and Mary were. At the same time, on the other side of the island, Tyria received a message from Locke on the way to know the location of Alleluia. This is really good news, your companion is safe. Region congratulated. Advertisement. You guy, who are you? Tilly raised his gun and pointed at the person who looked exactly like him in front of him. Don't you know my identity? Region made a look of surprise, and then smiled. You don't even know about yourself and your kind. Sure enough, Veda imposed intelligence control on you. How is it possible, I still have the same kind? Well, let me tell you, the first step of Iolia's plan is to integrate the whole world through the intervention of heaven and man. Said Fujishong walked to Tyria's side step by step. After 817, the second step of the plan is to unify the unified consciousness of humans and minds by Allos, and then humans go to the universe to prepare for the upcoming dialogue. That's right, we, the changers who have adapted to the space environment, will bring mankind to a new stage. This is the huge wave called change. So you're going to allow Allos' shameless behavior. Putting in automatic mechs, regardless of whether they are related or not, as long as they believe that they can carry out bloody massacres wantonly, the organization that does this kind of behavior actually claims to exist in the Aeolian plan. Change always comes with labor pains. Tyria, didn't you also come here like this? Reggie asked. Did the intervention of heaven and man cause no casualties? No, that's completely different from what Allos did. Tyria retorted loudly. Even unrelated people can be implicated, this is not the pain of change, this is just a massacre. Tyria couldn't agree with Regini's questioning. Those innocent people were all killed together. Isn't this approach the same as the original Trinity? Advertisement. Oh, it seems that you are too deeply influenced by humans, Siba, Tyria, our mission is to implement the plan and guide humans, not to consider ordinary people. What? Didn't you find it? You are denying the meaning of your existence as a changer right now, and you have degenerated into a human being like this. Tyria hesitated, the gun in his hand couldn't be buckled at Regini. Well, forget it, you can continue to think about it, anyway, there is still enough time, I look forward to your reply, Tyria. Regini smiled and walked away. Disclose the full picture of the plan to Tyria, and see what choice his brother will make. If he chooses to fight, knowing the full picture of the plan, and the celestial beings that exist with them can add obstacles to the forever despised Livones, so he will be very happy. More and more variables. Even the proud Livones would find it tricky and show his flaws. And if Tyria chooses to join, he's confident he can convince his brother to side with him and help him against Livones. Livones, I won't let everything go your way. Stupid behavior. Livones, who observed Reggie's thoughts through the Veda, smiled. He has been thinking of using this kind of method to interfere with him all day long. People who are not even qualified to stand up on the stage with such low methods are no match for him. Well, forget it, it's just more than one thing, he can tolerate this kind of naughtiness, anyway, telling these people about the plan will not affect him at all. Even if they knew his plan, the celestial beings would not be able to defeat him. Livones, that machine, do you really want to drive it? Shireen, who uses the same gene sequence as Livones, came over and asked. You don't have to come out yourself. That's not certain, said Livones. The 1:5 Gundam that was improved based on the 1 Gundam and the GN cannon was born, and his dedicated regeneration Gundam prototype has been manufactured. In a few days, the federal politicians and business people will go to the villa provided by the Halawai family to hold a business banquet. From the news from the royal girl who followed Lake will go there with Celestial's Gundam pilot. Advertisement. Although Lake and the others didn't talk about this matter, he, who has Veda, knew it very well, but telling him about this matter in person, from a certain point of view, meant challenging him. As the only changer qualified to lead mankind, how could he not take up this challenge? Hey, can I go play with Livones when the time comes? As you please. Livones smiled. This smile is not an emotion like a brother or a father, but just the compassion of this man who considers himself the creator to his creation. Ptolemy, Gina Kuhn. It's fine to go out for a while. Why Alleluia broke the body? And the damage is worse than 00 Gundam, who did you learn from? Ian put his hand on his forehead. He is tired, he is so tired. 00 Gundam's outer armor was damaged in the last battle with Alus, but it was easy to repair. In the end, Alleluia brought him back the fallen angel that was broken into this month. It's fine to bring your girlfriend back, and you've messed up the body and asked him to repair it. I really want to hit someone, him. Sorry, let me help with the repairs too. Alleluia apologized. He chose this way in order to bring Mary back. Forget it, hurry up, go to accompany your girlfriend, don't make trouble for me here. Seeing Mary looking over from not far away, Ian sighed and drove away the people. At most, he complained a few words, and finally brought the person he likes here. At this time, it would be better for Alleluia to accompany his girlfriend more, but there is still a shortage of manpower. Just when Ian was worried about this, Locking and Lyle who were chatting came to Gonaku. They were chatting about the experience of the past few years when Ian, who was worried that there was no one, looked over. Is it Locking and Lyle? You are here just in time. There is a shortage of manpower here. You are here to help. You want me to help? I haven't learned how to fix MS, so I'll leave it to you, brother. Lyle lied without changing his face. In fact, he had learned some things under the coercion of some unmanned guy, but if he said it at this time, it would be purely looking for a job. I'll leave this place to you, brother. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Chapter 106 Changemakers don't do things right. Father, Lok Ang, you have studied MS maintenance, just come to help me. Yes. Bridge. Miss Huang, is it really good to let the AWS person on board? If we are more personal in our current situation. Rickety said hesitantly. Advertisement. The actions of the celestial beings are so dangerous, Alleluia wants to bring this girl named Mary on board to follow them. It's okay, Alleluia also needs a reason to fight. If there is no reason, people cannot fight. Huang said. Everyone has their reasons for fighting, and for Alleluia, this girl named Mary Pafasi is undoubtedly his reason for fighting now. Miss Huang is right, Lashitty just doesn't have any relevant knowledge. Carrie 863 Stina said with pretended regret. Chris, why are you saying that again? Being hit by the person he had a crush on, Rickety was obviously very depressed. Who made you always like this? I don't know how many times the conversation has been staged, Chris always replies to Richetti with this sentence. If Lake hadn't been snatched by Felt, I would have tried to chase him. Well. Felt was stunned, there is something about her here? I mean, I did think so. Seeing Felt's reaction, Christina couldn't help but play a little joke on him. This. Felt's face was blushing, and she couldn't even speak fully. In her impression, Wang Liamei and Lakis beside Lake were not easy opponents to deal with. Moreover, among them, Lux suppressed her even more in this respect. Advertisement. Christina, if her good sister wants to intervene, wouldn't the situation be very bad for her? Hey, I'm just kidding, Felt, how could I snatch Lake from you? Huang Su coughed twice, which made Christina realize that it would not be good to play with Felt like this. Call. Not only Felt, but Lichty also breathed a sigh of relief, and Christina, who let Felt go but didn't intend to let Lysetti go, immediately added. But I will never consider some men who are not emotional in my life. Sure enough, it's too much. Everyone is very interesting. The young Milena is at the age when she is interested in topics such as love, so she is still watching the interaction of the group of people with bright eyes. It would be nice to let everyone play like this once in a while. The Emperor smiled slightly, not speaking out to dissuade him. It is quite necessary to let everyone relax after fighting. It is not very good for everyone to keep your nerves tensed all the time. Sometimes you still need to relax properly. Lookout area. Me, what should I do? Tyria was alone looking at the deep sea beyond the glass in the lookout area, and Regini's words still echoed clearly in her ears. He is a reformer and their compatriot, and he is now on the road of opposing the reformer and the Aeolian plan. Has he actually become an obstacle to the plan? However, Tyria also remembers the massacres and anti-human behaviors of Alus very clearly. No matter before or now, he cannot agree that this kind of behavior involving innocent people is for the so-called Ioli sub-plan. Why did Iolia, who was able to propose such a great plan, create an existence like Ali's in the plan? I have doubts about Regini's words, but I can't agree with them, but because he is exactly the same existence as the Reginian people, I can't completely deny that what he said is false. I feel confused. Tyria struggled color. What, Tyria, it's been 4 years, and you still like to think about any problems a person encounters just like you did back then. Lok Ang? Lake. Tyria turned and looked at the two people who walked in. Advertisement. Why are you two here? It was Lake who accepted it from me. He saw you walking over with a strange expression, and said that you might have some psychological problems that I, a psychiatrist, need to help you solve. What are you talking about? You're not a doctor. Tyria smiled helplessly. Locke helped you solve your psychological problems 4 years ago, and it's okay now. If you have anything to say, just say it now. Lake said. Anyway, it's Locke who is the main force in psychological counseling, not him. It's interesting to see the scene where Tyria talks to Lok Ang. While searching for Alleluia, my brother and I ran into each other. Your brother? Locke frowned. He had vaguely guessed that Tyria's identity was not common 4 years ago, so who would this Tyria brotherhood be? Ah, his name is Regita. Like me, he is the end of a living body created by Veda. No, according to him, he should be called a changer. Then, what did your brother say to you to shake you into this state? Regini said, Alus is a necessary existence in Aeolia's plan, and we, celestial beings are now becoming obstacles to Aeolia's plan. If what he said is true, then we are now. That's not going to happen at all, Locke said firmly. Lake thinks so, too. What that Reggie said is completely false. Hey, you are the one doing psychological counseling, not me, so don't drag me into it. Lake smiled and looked at Tyria. What Locke said is indeed true. You don't even need to believe a word of what those people said, Tyria. If it is true what those people said, why didn't Aeolia give them the solar furnace? The orthodox executor of the so-called plan doesn't even have a solar furnace, and he has to rely on him to send one. It's really a big laugh to say it. Gundam was not handed over to them, but it was us, not them, who was entrusted with these two things by the old man Aeolia 2.4, who is correct, Tyria, there is no need to doubt. Locking seriously. Yes. Tyria suddenly realized that he was limited by the information thrown out by his brother, that he was his compatriot, and so on. He never thought that if what Regini said was true, why would Aeolia he didn't hand over the solar furnace and Gundam to them, but to himself and others. The origin of these people is definitely not right. You are right. If what they said is true, the solar furnace and Gundam should be delivered to them. I finally understand, Aeolia, the goal he dreamed of being able to propose a plan, no matter how he understands it, it is the opposite of what those reformers are doing. Chapter 107 The Celestial Being Who Tells and Knows the Truth. One of the two is purely thinking about dominating human beings by himself, and the other is dreaming that human beings can truly step into the universe. Lake, it sounds like you know their purpose. Locke joked, with a tone as if Lake knew what was going to happen from the beginning. I already knew. What? Locke and Tyria were shocked. Advertisement. Lake, if you know this, why didn't you say it earlier? Tyria asked. He was thinking about it for a long time and in the end, Lake knew the purpose of this group of people from the beginning. How much this man likes to hide things from others. Well, because I just met their boss, and I got some of their purpose from the boss's mouth. Meet their boss. Locking and Tyria's expressions changed. Who is their boss? 24, like Tyria, is a biological terminal created by Veda. He was originally an assistant to the former UN ambassador Alejandro Connor. Is that the person who drove the Alvatron 4 years ago? Tyria's tone sank. After shooting down this Ma and ending the battle 4 years ago, they privately investigated this person through the battle records of Neng Angel. Identity of. It's a pity that the Veda was lost, and many things depended on the celestial beings who were messed up at the time, and they couldn't find out much at all. I didn't expect that the leader of the Changer was actually the assistant of the main driver who attacked them in the decisive battle 4 years ago, so could the pseudo-solar furnaces used by Alvatron have something to do with this person? Then he came to you for. Advertisement. There is no need to ask this question. Everything in this world needs money, and he came to me, just to get Anaheim to provide funds for Alus. Said Lake. And part of the funds that will flow to Alus will be taken by Livones to develop their own airframes. After this set, the development of the body still has to use other people's money. As a boss who controls the world, it looks a bit shabby and there is no way. After all, Kona's entire family spent a lot of money just to manufacture GNX and pseudo-solar furnaces, and the funds left for Livones are definitely not enough to realize his plan. Is there a reason for Anaheim to provide funds to Alus? Locke was stunned. He and Setsuna heard about it when they were investigating outside, but they and everyone in Wiran thought that Anaheim was out of situation considerations. After all, a military-industrial enterprise on the Earth, in front of such a force with special authority, anyone can think of a reason to provide funds for it in exchange for not making trouble. What is the purpose of the leader of the changer? Tyria looked puzzled. Let the Alus carry out the massacre, and the so-called change could be achieved. Wouldn't this just provoke the flames of war in the opposite direction and make mankind start again? In fighting? It's a pity that he didn't make it clear. He only said that he wants to lead the transformation of mankind. However, you have all seen what the reformers do. Lake said frankly. Just say that there is a massacre, it will not change anything at all, it will only lead to more violence. Locking said with dissatisfaction. They talk about change, but what they do in the end is just spawning violence. Those reformers are really a bunch of sanctimonious guys. Let's tell everyone about this matter in the combat meeting later. Tyria, it's up to you to speak. Lake looked at Tyria. Well, we must tell everyone as soon as possible. Tyria replied. Who is the real enemy, now Celestial Man can finally figure out. Tyria once again had a strong sense of negation of her brother who had never met in her heart. Tyria absolutely could not agree with the actions of the reformers. People follow a path, and if denying these people is a betrayal of their compatriots, then he will be a traitor. Briefing room. Everyone is here. Huang looked around, except for Mary who just came here not long ago, everyone else has arrived. Advertisement. Miss Huang, I have something to tell you. Let's talk about it later, Tyria. The Emperor said, seeing Tyria's hesitant expression, she guessed a bit. Now the federal government has held another press conference, let's finish watching this first. Chris, please share the video. Chris released the video of the federal press conference to everyone. Currently the most important work of the Federation is the reorganization of the Middle East. For this, the Federation will gradually advance related work in accordance with the previously formulated guidelines. For countries with MZ conflicts, the Federation will station troops on the border, and for internal conflicts countries, the Federation will move one of them to the colonial satellite. Every word is nonsense, the spokesman. Disgusted by the shameless caliber of the official spokesperson, Lyle couldn't help but sneer. Just hearing what the spokesperson said made him angry. Even if it is nonsense, people outside will not know. Lake said. If you don't know, public opinion will only support the current Federation. Huang continued. Why? Alleluia couldn't help asking, except for 337 Alus, he hadn't paid much attention to the situation on Earth in the past 4 years. Through solar power generation, the orbital elevator industry, and the development of colonial satellites, the federal finances are sufficient, federal citizens have benefited from it, and their living standards have improved. Alus and the Security Bureau have gradually suppressed anti-government activities. There is nothing wrong with it, and no one's interests have been damaged. There will be no objection. Far away from my side, and has nothing to do with me, the dead people will only be considered as anti-federal elements among the civilians of the Federation, and they will not show any sympathy for those people. In addition, there is intelligence control. This situation under the circumstances, most people will not be willing to pursue the so-called truth. But such a world is definitely not correct. Setsuna said, there are many people who are happy, but many people will be killed unilaterally. Yes, we have to take action, Tyria, let's talk about it next. The Emperor said to Tyria, it was up to him to tell everyone. Thank you, Miss Huang, everyone. Tyria took a step forward, and began to tell everyone about his meeting with Regenai on the island, and how he was chatting with Lake and Locke. His own thoughts on what the change body did. After listening to what Tyria said, everyone who heard it at first couldn't help but fell into shock. After 1 minute, the Emperor returned to God and thought for a while. The reformers turned out to be them manipulating Alus. Chapter 108 Lyle. Since it is this group of organisms created by Veda that controls Alus at the end, then Veda is very likely to be held together by them. By mastering Veda, one is manipulating Alus, the largest and most suitable tool of violence, and manipulating the direction of the world. What a tough enemy. These people are the distortions of the world and Gundam, and I want to cut them off. In the moment of silence, he secretly made up his mind. Advertisement. Hey, everyone, I have finished the maintenance work of the airframe. Ian, who was staying in the Gonaku, used his personal terminal to send a video communication directly to the briefing room. Thank you, Ian. Ian, how are you preparing our 2 mechas? Lake asked curiously. Except for letting Ian replenish particles for the quantum commander, he agreed to give Ian a short-term research for the rest of the time. The preparations have been completed. These 2 are great airframes, especially the Flying Wing Zero designed by Professor Eefman. Ian said. At the beginning, he talked with Professor Eefman when he came back from the Flying Wing Zero, and he was inspired. Now he is preparing the Flying Wing Zero by himself. I still feel that I can learn a lot. By the way, the Zero Enhanced Fighter and another developed support plane have been manufactured. In order to prevent any accidents, I plan to go back to the universe for debugging tomorrow. There's Abby there, and the rest of the Anaheim Tech team, and there's another reason you went there to meet your wife. Lake told Ian. How can you say that? I went back first to debug the fighter plane, it has nothing to do with me. Ian argued. Yes, Ian, you can go up first, and I will leave things to the support plane. The Emperor gave Ian a step down, and Ian immediately hung up the communication, so that Lake, who had known him for several years, would not be fooled again. In front of the crowd, he told about his dark history. Drop. That, Miss Huang, is the message from Wang Liamena. Christina glanced at the sender's name and said. On, Chris. Everyone of heaven and man, just now, I got information that the high-level executives behind the scenes of Alus will attend a business banquet. If you want to attend, I can help you arrange it. Alus behind the scenes high-level? Advertisement. Everyone in Ptolemy, who had learned about the existence of the reformer from Tyria in advance, understood that the so-called high-level behind the scenes was the reformer. I'll go, stay in the United States, I don't need your face, I'm from Anaheim, I can enter that business banquet. Do you want to stay in the United States? Among the crowd, Chris, Lok Ang, and the others who were more sensitive to this aspect noticed something strange, and Chris even cast a questioning look at Felt. Felt blushed, and immediately chose to turn his head quietly. It is as expected. Seeing this, Chris was even more sure of her thoughts. There are so many competitors, some people think that Firth will win. Then it's up to Lake too. Wait, I'm going to. Tyria said anxiously. I want to go there in person and thoroughly find out the true intentions of those people there, which is also necessary for our future actions. He knew the identities of this group of people, and what he wanted to know most, and what he wanted to determine the most, was what the purpose of this group of people was. They said they wanted to reform the world, but they did this kind of thing. For these questions, Tyria felt that perhaps only by asking them face to face could he get an answer that would make him most believable. Tyria, really, this guy is just like Setsuna. Seeing some similarities between Tyria and Setsuna, Locke couldn't help but secretly smiled. He laughed very softly, and only Lyle, who was by his side, noticed. Brother, why did you suddenly laugh? Following Locke's gaze just now, Lyle saw Tyria, who was beautiful enough to change her hairstyle on the hour, so no one would suspect that she was a woman. Could it be that, bro, he likes Tyria? After coming up with a frightening answer, Lyle subconsciously took 2 steps to the side. Well, although the experience from childhood to adulthood has made Lyle quite aware that his elder brother's sexual orientation is absolutely normal, but how should I put it, I'm afraid of Shifang if I'm not afraid of it. Advertisement. Noticing Lyle's small movements, Locke felt inexplicably that his brother seemed to be thinking of something bad. Why does he feel this way? It's really strange. I'm going to, Miss Huang, let me pick up Lake and Tyria. You also want to be together in a moment. Huang looked a little troubled, but soon this trouble turned into a smile. Setsuna, Tyria, the two of you are different from Arak, who has the background of the Anaheim company. If you just pass by like this, it will be easy to be exposed. If you want to pass smoothly, both of you have to listen to my arrangements. No problem. No problem. Both of them replied very decisively. At the same time, what about Wang's villa? Wang Liamei hung up the communication, turned around and looked at Lei Jenny, who was leaning on the other side of the sofa with a relaxed expression. I called them over as you said, so there will be no problem. Ah, no problem. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Regenai asked Tianren to go to the meeting place, meet Livones, and then see what choice his brother, Tyria Erdi, would make. This person is really strange. On the other side, Wang Liamei frowned slightly. It was Lake who confessed that he wanted to unite with this person so that he could get the specific location of Veda from this person in the future. She agreed to meet with Reggie when she secretly visited Livones without telling Livones, and agreed to his request. Cooperation Li. But this inexplicable self-confidence always makes Wang Liamei feel puzzled. Livones Allmark, who holds Veda in his hand, is now hiding behind Alus and the Federation to manipulate and influence their decision-making. Where does Regenai have the confidence to fight against him? It is meaningless to muddy the water. Livones can know the thoughts of the transformation body at any time, and Lei Jenny's thoughts are exposed to Li Fengzi all the time. His arrogance. Speaking of which, the Gundam pilot you have a close relationship with, can you help me arrange a meeting with him later? Reggie asked. As the first awakened purebred innovator among human beings, he is very interested in contacting him. It stands to reason that a purebred innovator with the highest level of authority given to Veda will also be a sharp weapon against Limas. I'm sorry, he is free to come and go. I can't interfere in this aspect. I can only contact you later. Wang Liamei said duplicity. Lei Jinyi wanted to see Lake, which made her inexplicably uncomfortable. After all, Lake mentioned Lei Jinyi's name back then, and would say something unclear about Lola's double body in another world. Chapter 109 How can I be inferior to you as a savior? Laura, sounds like a female name. The grown-up Wang Liamei still has the rich imagination unique to girls, and many plots popped up in her mind one after another. Why did the tone suddenly change so much? Lei Jenny was puzzled by Wang Liamei's attitude, and he could only explain it by saying that human beings are so poor at managing their emotions. 3 days later, in Spain, in the villa provided by the Halevi family, in the center of the banquet hall, Tyria, who was wearing a red dress, had a charming voice, and an incomparably beautiful appearance, stood in the center of the stage. Advertisement. It shines brightly, and men frequently come forward to talk to it. And Tyria dealt with the conversations of these men freely, no matter what topic these men found, they could take it up. Amazing, things like nanomachines. Lake stayed on the second floor of the banquet hall, looking at Tyria from a distance. Tisk tisk, I have to say, using this thing is great, even the structure of the body can be changed. Lake, if you want to change, you can do it, as long as you replace the nanomachines in your body with the capital preservation stored in Veda. Hannah Yu said at a very bad time. She was staying on the Flying Wing Zero, because she felt that it was too boring for Hannah Yu to watch the house alone, so Lake wore a pair of glasses that could be connected remotely so that she could see what happened from a selected distance. 050. Hearing what Hannah Yu said, Lake's face froze. I haven't planned to be a woman yet, Hannah Yu, don't keep learning from Abby. Why recently he always felt that the AI around him seemed to be more and more like a parrot. I haven't had much contact with Miss Abby, and I haven't learned such things from her. Hannah Yu denied. Really? Lake expressed some doubts. In the past 4 years, he and Abby have seen a lot of time. When Abby stayed in the stronghold in the universe, he often met with him. Just when he was about to continue asking, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 figures, one golden and one brown, in the banquet hall. Hey, Chassis, why do you still have to look at others? Seeing that Chassis's gaze was directed towards a certain purple-haired beauty in the center of the venue, he felt that this person was not inferior to him in appearance at all, and he was a strong person. The enemy Louise warned her boyfriend Sassy very vigilantly. Advertisement. Speaking of which, there was also a beautiful girl 4 years ago, and Chassis looked at it that way at the time. Well, anyway, her parents arranged a new job for her and Chassis after returning from the universe, and this job is vacant compared to the previous one. There is a lot more time, and it is necessary to strengthen the supervision of Chassis in the future. Louise took Chassis's hand and led him all the way to the edge of the venue. She wanted to cut off all possibility of Chassis stepping on multiple boats. Wait, aren't we going to a party, Louise? That's why Dad and Mom didn't have time, so they let us come, not to make you cheat. Louise said angrily. Cheating? Don't talk nonsense, Louise. Go around outside, you can't let you talk to other women here. Wait a second, Louise. Seeing this, Chassis, who had a bad feeling, was trying to escape the punishment that might come later. Any man who heard that voice couldn't help but look over it. It's normal to be attracted by it. The 2 of them kept quiet while walking, and before they knew it, they came to the fountain outside the hall. You obviously watched it for a long time. So you listened to my explanation. Chassis, Louise, you 2 are so energetic now. Lake followed behind, watching this farce with a smile, thinking about the sufferings of these 2 people in the original book. Now looking at these 2 stupid couples, it's good to have such a lot of fun, especially compared with his family. It's more interesting to look at it this way. At home, Abby, Lakis, and Wang Liamei are not simple and easy to follow people. Felt, who is a little bit easy to fool, is only a little bit easy to fool, and his brain is also very good. After Rud found out about the relationship between him and Felt, it was not him who convinced Rud, but Felt himself. Seb J. Mr. Lake. Sassy and Louise looked embarrassed, and hurriedly stopped the fight just now. How did the 2 of you get here? I remember that the Halevi family invited Louise and your parents to attend today's business banquet. Dad and Mom said they don't have much time, so they let me and Sassy come to participate. Louise scratched her cheek and said. Advertisement. In fact, her parents did not participate, and other members of the family should have participated, but she launched a coquettish move on her parents, which caused a critical blow to her parents. I see, there are still people looking for me here, so I won't bother you 2 flirting. After asking about the recent situation of the 2, Lake decided to leave first. And Billy Katagiri alone, no, a scientist who has been home for several years and his uncle Holmer Katagiri bumped into each other. After tactfully agreeing to increase the sponsorship for Alus, Lake tactfully declined the chat with Billy Katagiri on the grounds that he wanted to chat with him. Later, I have to chat with Billy. Besides making a show, I will ask him about the progress of the 3-red system he is researching. Therefore, I can leave after asking about the situation of these 2 people. Wait a minute, Mr. Lake, my sister, how is she doing recently? Chassis asked in a very low voice, her tone full of pleas. Your sister, just as I said before, she is doing well now, don't worry, when things are over, she will be able to return to you safely. Ah, thank you. Sassy, who believed Lake's words, thanked Lake. Hey? Livones is peeping again? Sensing that Livones was looking this way, Lake looked towards a window on the second floor of this large villa. Really, really sharp. Livones closed the window a little unhappily. After becoming a purebred reformer, his brain quantum wave became stronger. When he was outside, he became curious and took a look. I didn't expect that I was just chatting with the little girl from the Halawai family and the person who seemed to be the little girl's lover. It's really depraved to be so close to the inferior human beings even though he's a pure breed of changer, and he's actually got his hair cut so quickly. Tisk, does it mean that my brain waves are not as fishy as his? This thought arose in his heart, and Livones immediately denied it in the next moment. No, this is impossible, he is a perfect existence, how could a degenerate pure species like Lake be his opponent? Chapter 110 Livones, you don't have that qualification. In the past, it was because he did not evolve into a real pure revolutionist, but was just a fake, so he would lose. Now he is a pure revolutionist. He was originally the top existence of the transformation body, and he should also be a pure revolutionist. Among the top, there is no reason why his brain quantum waves will not be as good as Lake. Livones, what's the matter with you, you look very unhappy. Hillenkier walked in and asked with a smile. Advertisement. It's okay, I was just thinking that everyone else has come, and it's time for me to meet him. Livones put away the displeasure on his face. Now that this former kind has arrived, he, the master, is there any reason not to welcome it? Anteria, are you going to use your finished machine later? Xylan asked. Xylan, that's not complete yet. This battle is just for testing. Livones stood up and said. He wants to further force out the performance of the Flying Wing 0 and another 00 Gundam. What kind of performance are hidden in these two double furnace matches? Let Limas forgive me later. Test? Livones, your strength, the current body is enough to beat them. If I win too easily, I might be very disappointed. Livones shook his head and said. That meant that he was wrong. A body equipped with a dual furnace drive system was not as good as his regenerated Gundam, which simply used two pseudo-solar furnaces. This intuition of being a change maker was wrong, which was something Livones could not accept. I will be in charge of my safety later, Anonymous. Leave it to me. Excuse me, I'm Livones Almuk, beautiful lady, would you like to have a dance? Livones, who came out of the VIP room, invited Tyria. You are. Tyria suppressed the volume, changed his face, and accepted Hefeng's invitation. When the two danced together, Livones first said, I didn't expect you to appear in this posture. Appearing in a female posture, even though their reformers are genderless, Tyria's method of adjusting the physical structure still surprised him a little. Everyone knows that the Gundam pilot is male, and I just followed the instructions of the tactical forecaster. Tyria's complexion sank a little, and he had tried his best to oppose this plan before coming. Asking him to change his posture or something, Tyria can accept it, but I always feel that Wang's wave has a bit of personal taste, but what Miss Huang said is perfect. Advertisement. All the reasons he wanted to find were given by Miss Huang refuted back, and in the end he could only accept it. That's right. Tyria paused for a moment, and took the opportunity to ask, are you the one who ordered Regini to come here? How could it be? It was just his personal prank, and even I couldn't bear it. Livones showed a slightly troubled expression. A child who acts without authorization is always a headache for his creator. Regini said that you are carrying out Iolia's plan, is this true? Tyria then asked, what was the person in front of him thinking about doing that kind of brutal act? Don't believe me? Tyria, do you want me to give you back the Veda intervention right now? Livones whispered in Tyria's ear. The access authority is really in your hands. Tyria's complexion sank. The person who can invade the Veda is definitely an extraordinary person. After knowing that the leader of the transformation body is this person, the Veda that was taken away must also be in his hands. Have you guessed it? It seems that you are also very smart. Livones smiled charmingly. The dance between the two had just come to an end at this time, and the guests at the scene couldn't help applauding. Let's talk somewhere else. Just try to get more information from this man. With tentative thoughts, Tyria followed Livones' footsteps. And outside the hall. Has the Trans-Am system been basically researched so quickly? Lake asked. Billy's research speed is a bit scary. Professor Eefman didn't leave as much information as the original book before going to his alma mater, so Billy can crack the 3-red system. I don't need to be in charge of Graham's body, so it's a lot easier. Your research speed is too fast. Right now, we are trying to make a setup based on the Pioneer type, but there are still many flaws. At the current level, the damage to the pseudo-solar furnace is too great, and it cannot be used by ordinary airframes. Billy said, but there was no regret in his tone. Advertisement. It is enough for him to be able to get to this level. Next, he will study slowly in one. If the progress is too fast, then he is actually helping. How is the cooperation between Anaheim and the Federal Army, ALUS going? Ask for flowers. You know this question better than me, right? 2. The former president of Anaheim. No, I'm asking what the two sides think about Anaheim's support now. You are the director of the technical department of ALUS, and you know more about this than I do. This question doesn't make much sense. Both Federation and ALUS are very satisfied with the equipment provided by Anaheim. Probably the only problem is that the price of MS in Anaheim is too expensive. There is no reason to laugh at this complaint. Anaheim's GNCMS all use battery packs to power the pseudo-solar furnace, so the price is much higher than that of the Doom type, so whether they are Uncle or the Federation Army, they all choose to let them mix and match with Doom as the main production machine. Didn't the upgraded version that was just put into production a few days ago have been shown to you by the Uncle and the top executives of the Federal Army? They didn't consider purchasing it. 0. They plan to use that body as a mass-produced machine for commanders, Billy said. No one will consider producing so many things that are too expensive. Although the upgraded version of the Genzaka Warrior, the Genzaka Phantom that can replace the backpack is better than the Pioneer in terms of performance, but this thing is the same as it is now. Anaheim's battery pack technology is a pioneer to improve the battery life of the pseudo-solar furnace. The result is the same due to various problems such as the new production line. The cost is too high. If you can reduce the cost, the federal government and ALUS will make large purchases. Forget it, it will be difficult for everyone. Lake smiled and shook his head, deliberately raising the price, which can make more money and limit the production of ALUS, so why not do it? If there are too many donations at once, it will be difficult for the Pure Source with Zaka Warrior and Murasame to compete with ALUS. Anyway, wait until ALUS is overthrown and the Federation changes, just find a reason to lower the price. We're chatting again, my uncle should be waiting for me. The conversation between Livones and Tyria should be over soon. After talking with Billy, Lake looked at the room where Livones was. Impossible, what you said is false. Tyria retorted to Livones in front of him. The reason why he was so emotional was that Livones said in front of him that the destruction of heaven and man was doomed of. Yes, he also knows that the destruction of heaven and man is doomed, but this is definitely not what the person in front of him is qualified to say. Chapter 111. Let me see the performance of the Flying Wing Zero. According to Iolia's original plan, after the world has been unified by eliminating their heavenly beings, it will never be distorted like this. The pseudo-solar furnaces delivered to the United Nations Army, and the current ALUS, are all Livones. All Mark's handwriting. If their destruction is really part of the so-called plan, then neither the pseudo-solar furnace nor the ALS should ever appear. Don't you believe me? You should have seen it. The world was unified by destroying the celestial beings. The destruction of the celestial beings is indeed part of the plan. That was Aeolia's original plan, not the current plan. The plan has not changed. I am indeed faithfully implementing Aeolia's plan. Delifonza showed displeasure when Tyria denied it so decisively. Advertisement. Then why didn't the celestial beings perish 4 years ago? Why did the United Nations get the pseudo-solar furnace? If the April 83 unification is completed, Shiquan will be enough to eliminate the celestial beings. Tyria continued to question. What's the point of making a pseudo-solar furnace, and it makes sense to let ALUS carry out these massacres. This is not the plan proposed by Aeolia, but Livone's own plan. You are not the executors of the Aeolian plan at all. As those who were entrusted to Gundam by Aeolia, I think that what you people who have not been entrusted to the solar furnace, who have not been entrusted to the Gundam, and the Trans-Am system are doing absolutely nothing. It is wrong. I really dare to say it. Livones, who claims to be the orthodox executor of the plan, heard what Tyria said, and his face completely darkened. The solar furnace, Gundam, and Trans-Am system are representatives of the orthodox executor of the plan. And the solar furnace in his hand was taken from Lake, and from Livone's point of view, with the solar furnace and the Gundam he made himself, he is completely orthodox, but Tyria, when this person who was truly entrusted with everything said, dissatisfaction and anger aroused in his heart. It seems that you are too deeply influenced by humans, Tyria. Livone stood up. What we do is to lead the transformation of mankind and promote the unification of the world. Even this is incomprehensible. It seems that you have extra feelings. I don't think this is a bad thing. People like you who ignore the lives of others and only live to satisfy their own desires are definitely not the implementers of the Aeolian plan. Tyria, who couldn't accept Livone's logic, took out his gun and said, if he kills the leader of ALUS here, then the future battle will be. Boom. Advertisement. The sound of the gun was followed by the sound of the door being pushed open. Xylan held the gun in his hand and smiled at Tyria, who had been knocked away by her bullets. I am impulsive. Realizing that the current situation is quite unfavorable to him, Tyria had no choice but to run quickly, smashing the glass with his body and leaving. Time to go after him, Livons. It's a rare opportunity for me to prepare for you. It's such a waste. When Livons walked out of the room, Regini who came over said aloud. Just do some meaningless things. As an enemy, he is better for us in Alus. Reggie, your mischievousness needs to be moderate. Livons. After Livons left, Regini's eyes were full of anger, and again, he would make this arrogant guy pay the price sooner or later. Retreat early, what happened to Tyria? She Mo, who sneaked in as the driver of the royal family, was pretending to be watching the news, but suddenly received a signal from Tyria to retreat. Without time to think about it, Setsuna, who was in charge of the support, took back the terminal on his body and left the villa quickly. After running for about 10 minutes, I came to an open space in the forest. Several Gundams hidden with optical camouflage were parked here. At this time, the Seraph and Wing Zero had released their optical camouflage. Setsuna also cancelled the standby state of 00 Gundam by voice, and boarded the machine. Sorry, it's all because I was impulsive and ruined the combat operation. In the cockpit, Tyria apologized to Lake and Setsuna. This time the operation was forced to end early because of his impulsiveness. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes, let alone you met the leader of the reformer directly, and you will be so angry after listening to his words. Well, I can't accept his words, Setsuna, Lake, I think I finally found it now. What did you find? Setsuna couldn't help asking. The distortion of the world. Really, you found the answer? Setsuna was pleased that his companion had found his own answer. Advertisement. I'm glad you can find the answer, Tyria, but it's time for you two to separate, the attack is coming. Attack coming? Without much hesitation, Setsuna and Tyria quickly manipulated the machines to dodge, and at the same time as the three machines were separated, several light beams passing by passed by the original positions of the three machines, and the sound of the alarm also sounded. The regenerative Gundam prototype between the Crimson Chuan Angel and the Red Baxiang attacked here. Gundam and destroy as a distant MS. Seeing the Gundam, the moment and Tyria both showed shock, but after recovering, the two mechas spewed out orange and crimson particles, that is to say, these two mechas are the mechas of the solar furnace, is the Changer's MS. Regenerated Gundam prototype and Chuan Angel, that guy Sachus, was actually rescued by Livons. Lake sighed with emotion. The life of this mercenary is really strangely hard. It stands to reason that the quasi-GN particles in the blast of the quasi-furnace were enough to kill him, but he survived. What did Livons put on this guy? He could still feel a bit of brain quantum waves from that mercenary. Is this making people into strengthened people? General, the Gundam driven by Kyrgyz and the big fat man are mine, right? Sachus, who was called by Livons to fight, asked excitedly. Finally, the shame of 4 years ago can be washed away. It would be even better if the BD Gundam who killed him 4 years ago implanted a large number of nanomachines and did some transformation and regeneration surgery is also there. I'll leave it to you. You are not his opponent for this white body, so let me deal with it. Asterisk 0.3 Hahaha, I understand, I will not take all your opponents out of the general. Sachus laughed loudly, and attacked 00 Gundam and Seraphim with his fangs, while attacking with his special sword. Let me take a good look at the performance of your Flying Wing Zero. After using Sachus to separate the 00 Gundam from the Seraphim, Livons drove the regenerated type to attack the Flying Wing Zero. Come! The orange particle beam accompanied the 4 scattered fangs to outflank the Flying Wing Zero, accelerated, and flashed horizontally. While the Flying Wing Zero flashed the beam, it launched a counterattack. Lake locked the enemy's position and pressed the trigger. The beam rifle fired continuously while turning the angle, knocking out all 4 of Livons' fangs. Just like this. P.S. Speaking of Iron Blood W, if there is no accident in the future, it will probably be H. Of course, there will be a vote to see which one comes first. Chapter 112 Rolling Regeneration, the temporarily ended battle. Did you see my attack? Livons frowned. With this reaction speed, they were all pure breeds. Why could that person see through his attack so easily? Don't admit it, never admit it. I'm also a pure breed, I can't compare to you. Stab. Advertisement. The approaching revival swung the beam saber full of anger, and the Flying Wing Zero quickly pulled out the beam to parry the blow. Is there a distinction between high and low people? For an arrogant guy like you, even if he becomes a pure breed, the improvement of his ability is destined to be only that way. All nonsense. The regenerated particles were released by it at an accelerated rate, and Lake, who had absolutely no intention of accompanying Livons in this confrontation, suddenly raised his leg and kicked towards the regenerated. While kicking it away, the bit hidden in the wings is unfolded, and the two double-barreled rifles fire at the same time, vividly explaining what fire suppression is. Up down left right. The fire net intersected by bit blocked the regenerating movement space, the alarm bell in Livon's heart never stopped ringing, and every time 24 tried to find a position where the bit was not there and tried to escape at full speed, the double-barreled rifle the particle beam will use the astonishing power to make him dispel the idea of forcibly breaking through. Shooting at those bits is also useless. When the particle beam shoots out, then bits on the attack path will be exchanged with other bits in advance, and then bit will be added the next second after the beam passes by. And it is unrealistic to wait for these bit energy to be exhausted. The Flying Wing Zero uses 5 large bits and 5 small bits to release back and forth. After this group is finished, the next group will make up. For the dirty batch, it can be said that there is no gap in itself, and it can be replenished so quickly, which is enough to show how amazing the particle output of the double furnace body is. Like a beast bound in a cage, Rebirth is struggling to find a space to escape. Live ones, how are you feeling now? Lake delivered a sentence that was enough to explode Live one's lungs at the right time. It was really hidden before, Lake, this is the real performance of the Flying Wing Zero type, double furnace drive system body. Advertisement. In the picture sent by his own Saxi, the Chuan Angel driven by Saxi can suppress 00 and Seraphim, while the Flying Wing Zero, which is also a double furnace machine, is reversed, far away from the body and driving skills. Stronger than Sachus, he was suppressed. No, it's not all about performance. The double-barreled rifle became one, and Green's locking ring holstered the regenerative being locked out of his room of action. I don't think it's worthy of using the full performance of the Flying Wing Zero type just to beat you like this. This is not all performance, as expected, the double furnace drive system must be selected. At this moment, Livon's desire for the double furnace system reached its peak, but the sense of crisis in his heart immediately interrupted his desire. Lock me up, damn it! Sensing the imminent crisis, Livon's pulled the trigger and continued to attack Bitter. Livon's gave up his plan to escape after he still couldn't find a space to escape. Well, forget it, it would be nice to be able to witness the performance of the double furnace drive system, after all, it is something he will get in his hands later. Livon's, who gave up struggling, calmed down to welcome the arrival of the time to change his body. It's really decisive. Is this the leisurely person who has resurrected? Lake sneered when he sensed Livon's calm look. Because he can be resurrected at will, he doesn't even bother to struggle when something happens. You are also a kind of arrogance, and Feng Ziai. What? Voice, ringing in the head. It didn't take long for Livon's to evolve into a purebred reformer, and because of his own limitations, Livon's, who was unable to use this communication ability, listened to Lake's words directly in his head with a dazed expression. Sakura Red's light flow rushed towards the regeneration, and when the light flow was about to hit the regeneration, Bit, who sensed the crisis, scattered ahead of time and returned to the Flying Wing Zero. The regeneration that was swallowed up in an instant, even the particles that should have scattered out after the explosion were also submerged in this huge particle flow. Is this the full performance of the double furnace body? How amazing! This was Livon's last thought before the beam of the double-barreled rifle filled his vision. Advertisement. On the ground, all vegetation, trees, and rocks within the attack range of the light beams were cleared away, leaving only a terrifying deep pit. Tisk, General, you have been defeated. Such a big movement, and the special feeling connected with it was suddenly interrupted, which made Sachus understand that his new boss was blown away by someone, even though he was suppressing 00 to fight with Seraphim. But Sax was dripping with cold sweat. If he didn't go to the Gundam with wings again, then the Gundam with wings would come to beat him, and his boss was killed in just a short time. Then substituted into his words. What to do? Yes, jump, retreat, slip. Still remembering this truth, Saxes gave up his advantage that was about to turn into a disadvantage, and slapped 00 away with a sword, released his fangs to force 00 and Seraph back, and then drove the right angel to flee at full speed, refusing to stay for a moment. At this, the third life he had finally recovered, he couldn't just waste it in an air blast. Wait, Sachus. Setsu wanted to chase Chuan Angel. In the battle just now, he knew that Sachus was sitting in that Gundam. The man who should have died 4 years ago is still driving a MS. Driving Gao to fight, and 147 to destroy Azadistan. He couldn't let this man go on living. Wait, Setsuna, don't chase any more. Seraphim stopped in front of 00. We don't know that they haven't ambushed yet, and our goal now is to retreat. Locking was not dead, and Tyria, who was not dazzled by anger, calmly persuaded Setsuna. Ah, sorry. After being told by Tyria, Shu Mo recovered his composure after a moment of silence, and immediately the two joined face Wanguoshi. Where is the other body? Did he run away? Well, that machine is called Angel Chuan, and it's driven by Alial, Sachus. Shu Na said, during the 4 years of travel, Locke told him many things, so he also knew that Lake was know that Satchis exists. If the mercenary is still alive, let Locke handle it later. Let Locke come? Lake, that Satchis is very difficult to deal with. Tyria looked doubtful. Is it really okay to let Locke alone deal with it? He knew that Locke defeated Satchis 4 years ago, but now it is completely different from 4 years ago. Even the instant he had fought against Satchis was shocked by the change of Satchis, and he skillfully used the angel to parry regardless of him and Setsu's siege. The judgment on the timing of using a weapon is quite quick. This reaction speed is not at all like a normal human being. Chapter 113 Going to the Universe and Temporarily Separating. Locke is the most skilled among the 4 of you, so you can trust him when the time comes. Lake said. The thing that Tyria said that Satchis became not simple made him sure that Satchis must have been transformed by Livones, implanted with nanomachines in his body, and became a pseudo-innovator. In this way, the terminal illness that should have been caused by the quasi-GN particles will not kill him. Satchis, who has become a quasi-changer and has been strengthened in all aspects, is indeed difficult to deal with, but Locke, Stras has made considerable technological progress in the past 4 years, and there are signs of change recently. When you come into contact with the ultra-high purity particles released by Gundam 00R, you will become a new innovator in an instant. In addition, there is also a younger brother of Locke who may join in at that time. Advertisement. No matter how you say it, you can't rest assured. I will also intervene when the time comes. Letting Locke deal with Satchis alone, with Locke's level of persistence, Tyria always felt that if he was not optimistic, something would go wrong. Lake, Tyria, in a moment, Miss Wang's order came, and it's time to retreat. While the 3 were talking, they learned that the 3 retreated 690 ahead of schedule, and the wise angels and fallen angels sent by the Emperor to support them also rushed here. Learn. Wait, the situation here, you guys just fought with the enemy? The battle ended so quickly. Locke looked around, there was no doubt that there was a battle, and Miss Huang thought of it before coming over. There might be enemies coming, so he and Alleluia were sent out to support at the same time, leaving only Lyle to stay behind. The speed at which the battle ended was too fast. It seemed that there were not many enemy pursuers. Tyria, Setsuna, you two will talk to Locke on the battleship later. Lake said. With me? Say what? About one of the enemies we just fought. Locke, about that enemy of yours. My enemy, that Satchis. Locke's expression sank immediately. Advertisement. It took only a few minutes for the Tianren in the regeneration facility, and Limas completed the reproduction of the body and clothing. Really, the feeling of being beaten to death is nothing more than that. Livones walked out of the regeneration cabin, and now he has mastered the Veda, and now he no longer has the trouble of death, Ceci. Beyond death, I cannot be called a god, so what can I call a god? Livones thought haughtily. By sacrificing a body that can be recreated at any time, and a test-type body, and 2 pseudo-solar furnaces, in exchange for information on the true performance of the dual-furnace system body. No matter how you think about it, it is a steady profit. But Livones was puzzled again at this time, but what happened to the other double-furnace machine, 00 Gundam? He could perceive the combat situation at that time through the perspective of Satchis. Setsuna F. Qingying, the pilot he valued back then, is no longer the pilot who only relied on the performance of the airframe. Technically, it can be said that from the perspective of human beings, they are impeccable, and they can be counted among the top batch. What has become a drag is its 00 Gundam. The 00 and the Flying Wing 0 have the same double furnace body. However, whether it is good in firepower, maneuverability, or melee combat, nothing compares to the Flying Wing 0. It also has more particle output than conventional airframes. The same system, why is there such a big gap in performance? One day at a time, the performance of the 00 Gundam is not even comparable to that of Chuan Angel, but the Flying Wing 0 being able to beat his regenerative prototype to such an extent that he can't even fight back. What is the difference between the 2 mechas that would cause the performance gap between the mechas using the same system to be so large? This problem must also be clarified when the double furnace drive system is obtained. Otherwise, even if he got the double furnace system, what's the point if he can't bring out the true power of the system? Livones returned to the hall after releasing his brain quantum waves and secretly conveying the investigation to a spy inserted by him. There is no one who can use brain quantum waves in that base, and he regularly sends instructions to let the spy who he put in and does not know his true identity collect information for him in an unconscious state, and wait for the information after a period of time. Sending back is naturally the best choice. Advertisement. Ptolemy, briefing interior. You and Lake are going to leave Ptolemy first. Huang asked Lake. After returning to Ptolemy, the group of them decided to go to the stronghold in L3 in the universe after sorting out the information Tyria obtained from the banquet. The most important reason is that Gundam's return route should have already it was exposed to Aluz, and Aluz is likely to find Ptolemy's position and surround it. You can go to the base to carry out maintenance and repairs, and you can also support the aircraft. Ah, I just received information from someone, I have to leave to go to Pure Source. Lake said. According to the information received from Wang Liamei, the so-called Dead Omen cannon that Li Fengzi made up by himself has been finished, and the day when it will actually be put into use is not far away. At this time, he will follow the heaven and man to the universe, is tantamount to sitting and watching so many lives being slaughtered. Brother, don't mess around alone when I'm not around. If you mess around, I will be very troubled. Lyle looked at Lok Ang, and when he came back, at his request, Lok Ang took sachets as the matter was also told to him. Lyle, who can't let go of this person, even though he has revenge thoughts in his heart, can still control himself, but his big brother's obsessive crossing, maybe when he really meets him, he will go to that sachets alone again revenge. It's more or less what I said to you. Lok hung a black line on his forehead. What is messing around? Well, he was a little bit messy 4 years ago, but now, with these 4 over the years of traveling, he has also learned a lot, and it is impossible to mess around like before. If you really want to go, Lyle, you can go to the universe, anyway, there is a sweetheart of yours there, isn't there? Lyle, who was exposed by Lake, blushed obviously, turned his head subconsciously. Lyle's sweetheart. Locke raised his eyebrows. Huang, Felt, Myrna, Christina Lasse, Rickety and Alleluia also cast interested eyes on this. It's a member of a newly joined technical team of your Tianren's technical team, named AI New Regional. Strange? Why didn't we know that she met this Lyle? Huang asked. They had heard of this man's name, and they only went there a year before they resumed their military intervention. It was the right time for Lille to go there, but this person should have no intersection with Lyle at all, otherwise, a certain Milena's mother should have told her such a big breaking news long ago. Chapter 114 Are Heaven and Man's Ships Monsters? The 3 girls, Milena, Felt, and Christina nodded in unison. It's an underground romance, it's definitely an underground romance, you two usually choose places where no one is around to meet, it's amazing how well you hide. Among the members of the bridge Rickety, who is the #1 gossip about such things, guessed from these 2 bright eyes. Richetti, you really? Christina curled her lips, too lazy to say anything more. It's so fast, it's really powerful. Russell looked amazed. He didn't have much interest in this aspect, but he wasn't at all. Seeing Lyle, he quietly said in a short time. Mickey made things work out, how much? Well, it's not considered an underground relationship anymore, it's just that I knew and I didn't want our affairs to be known so early, so we didn't say it. Lyle scratched his cheek and said. Advertisement. This is a lie, and there is another reason why he didn't tell it, because he didn't have enough time because of the long-term training before. Although the speed of the 2 people's development is good, the progress is still a bit slow for him, a new driver. He thinks no matter how you want to say it, you have to wait until the progress is almost done. She found me a sister-in-law so quickly. Locke was full of emotions for a moment, the younger brother in the past, unexpectedly found someone he liked so soon, this, time flies so fast. Everyone in Tianren is still so interested in this kind of thing. Lyle smiled and asked with a smile. Everyone is at that age, it's normal to be interested in such things. Huang explained for the group of people with some embarrassment. By the way, our side will start the atmospheric escape procedure in the near future, and the enemy will surround it within about 12 hours if you want to leave as soon as possible. We're leaving after covering Ptolemy. Are you leaving by then? Then you will be besieged by Alu's troops. Huang asked. The number of enemy troops surrounding Ptolemy will not be small. If they are withdrawing at that time, the enemy will use all their combat power to surround the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum commanders. After all, if Ptolemy cannot be caught, the enemy will definitely regard the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum commanders as the biggest targets. Advertisement. Miss Huang, 4 years ago I was able to deal with the exercise troops of the 3 major powers by myself, but now with this amount, I am completely fine. Lake said indifferently. Compared with the big battles of the 3 major powers at the beginning, it is very easy for him to break out of this little army of Alus. If you and Lyle are the only ones, you can indeed successfully break through the encirclement of Alus troops. Tyria said, after the battle with the Angel of Power, Tyria also saw the one who was killed by the Winged Zero. The huge pit that was blasted out. The speed of the airframe itself is very fast, and with such a powerful rifle and a large number of bits, coupled with Lake's technology, the current mass production organizations of Alus are not much of a threat. In addition, there is Lok Ang's younger brother Lyle. If these 2 people really want to run away and not love to fight, Alus really has nothing to do with them. Miss Huang, what the 2 of them said is fine, don't worry. Lok Ang said, needless to say about Lake's strength, he also had a preliminary understanding of Lake's strength after doing a simulation training before going to the banquet. Then you guys should be more careful then, if you need help with anything, you can contact us immediately. Huang said. On the surface of the sea, on the ship of Alus. Kadi Manjan is discussing with Abe Lin Te about the next battle plan for attacking celestial beings. From the last location of the Gundam's disappearance, the movement time of these disappearances after disappearance, and the movement speed of the Gundam so far, if all the data are combined, the enemy's ship should be sailing in the area around here. Lin Te projected the map, and the area marked on it was the sea area near the equator. As long as 6 trilobites are dispatched to encircle this area, and attack immediately once found, the enemy's ships will definitely be finished. Lin Te said confidently. There are only 2 Gundams equipped with live ammunition or physical weapons, and the rest all use beam weapons. What threat can the beam weapons attenuated in the water pose to their trilobites? Could it be possible to smash the trilobites that Alus paid a lot of money with one shot? Don't be kidding, and the 2 solid or live ammunition weapons are not a threat. Quantity is everything, 6 units, 6 trilobites, how can you lose against a Gundam that only has 2 effective counterattacks? Katie's eyes were narrowed, her adaptability was poor, and Lin Te, who didn't see too far, only guessed the location of Tianren's mothership, but she noticed that in the nearby sea area, could it be that the enemy's ships wanted to go directly to Universe? Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The report after the recovery of Celestial Man's ship 4 years ago is not a secret. She has also read part of the above report. Generally speaking, except for the capacitor technology related to the GN driver, most of the technology of the ship has no reference in terms of value. Ships can only sail in space. Today's celestial ships can directly break into the Earth from the universe, and vice versa. Major Lin Te, how to ensure air supremacy. It's enough to send out 2 teams of mobile suits. Colonel Mainkin, this ship has no chance to enter the universe. Please allow me to have other opinions on this tactic. Lviv, who walked in at some unknown time, said standing behind Katie. Lin Te and Katie looked over. Originally, a captain is not qualified to participate in the formulation of the combat plan, but this person has the authorization of the headquarters, so he should listen to it. Did you forget that the enemy's ships burst into the atmosphere directly from the universe, so the reverse can also be done? How is it possible that a ship can go from the universe to the atmosphere and go back again? Lin Te thinks this is similar to the Arabian Nights. The mothership of the celestial beings can sail underwater and go from the universe to the atmosphere. This universal performance, it is already outrageous to go to the sky, and now it can still go directly from the Earth to the universe. Could their mothership be a monster? I also hold the same opinion. Gundam's GN driver is equipped with a high-density particle release system called Trans-Am, and it can be done with that system. Katie said. The existence of this system was found in the Gundam system of the recovered Celestial Man 4 years ago, but unfortunately, it is limited to this, because the GN drive was taken away by Celestial Man. What they can know, that is, only the name information recorded in the computer is recorded. Also, I recommend that you cooperate with the troops deployed in satellite orbit. The enemy commander should have seen through the traditional tactics proposed by Major Lin Te. Li Weifu followed up. The old-fashioned siege tactics cannot be used a second time on the tactical forecasters of heaven and man, and they will be fooled. Only people like this major in front of them will be fooled. Presumptuous, UBD, are you going to defy me as the officer, little? Chapter 115 2K times males n times defeat. Unable to vent his anger at Katie's hands, and now being berated by a competent captain for his incompetence, Abel Lin Te was furious. I have the authorization from the headquarters. Li Weifu emphasized this fact to Lin Te solemnly, and Lin Te was completely pd off with one sentence. The authority given by the headquarters makes him more disgusting than a senior official crushing someone to death. Hateful. Are you also a one-man army? Ricardi asked immediately, and Lviv emphasized that he had authorized things, just like the thorny gram. Advertisement. This made Katie worry a little bit that this Lviv would also be a person who did not obey orders like Graham and fought according to his own preferences. Li Weifu smiled slightly when he heard this question, and his eyes showed appreciation. She was full of contempt for Abe Lin Te, but Katie Mainkin. This AEU Tactical Forecaster 280, even when Livones talked about it, he had a very high evaluation of it. As a capable human being like this, Lviv didn't mind obeying his combat instructions. Unlike Second Lieutenant Ika, I will obey your combat orders. Obey her, not mine, I especially. Lin Te's complexion turned darker all of a sudden. After Li Weifu's set of procedures, there is no need to hide his contempt for him. It is simply obvious and cannot be obvious. A few hours later, when Ptolemy arrived at the waters of the equator and was about to leave the atmosphere, the 6 trilobites sent by Alus also surrounded Ptolemy. 6 Moss are approaching us. Lake, Lyle, please attack first when you 2 reach the surface of the water. The Emperor said to the 2 through video communication, with a trace of apology in his tone. The original tactic was to let the Flying Wing Snacks and Quantum commanders leave Ptolemy to reach the designated position first, and then let Ptolemy break through the atmosphere. However, the enemy commander is more capable than she thought. Compared with the last tactic, the arrangement this time is obviously much higher. Is it a replacement? Understood, it's just to deal with the enemy earlier, the result is the same. Advertisement. Then I'll leave it to you, Lake. Anyway, with your Flying Wing Zero, my quantum commander doesn't have to deal with the enemy. Seeing that Lake is so motivated, Lair started to fish for fishes. The firepower of the flying calculation guide is much more powerful than his quantum command. Don't think too much, if the enemy has any left, they will rely on you to attack. Hitting other people's bodies for nothing, I always feel as if you have some special interest. Let him deal with miscellaneous soldiers all day long. The attack is coming soon. Milena said eagerly to Huang on the bridge. Don't worry, cherubs, fallen angels, and seraphs turn on Trans-Am, and Ptolemy turns into a flying posture and rides on top of the explosion. Relying on 3 Gundams using the Trans-Am system at the same time, Ptolemy, whose whole body turned red, flew above the torpedo at an astonishing speed under the wrap of the GN force field, and flew out directly with the huge waves stirred up by the power of the explosion water surface. That's right, that ship is really going to fly out of the atmosphere. Seeing Ptolemy's momentum towards the universe in person, Lin Ti's whole worldview was completely refreshed. TMD, he really went to the universe, the high concentration particle release system in this ship almost followed with ghostly intensity. Too young. Having no time to mock Lin Ti's innocence, Katie immediately asked the operator in front. Learn. The operator calculated Ptolemy's ascent path according to Katie's words, and when the pursuit troops in the air were trying to chase Ptolemy, the quantum commander who appeared from the hatch opened on Ptolemy and the Flying Wing Zero turned around and flew towards them. As soon as the 2 mechas appeared, without much hesitation, the GN missiles and the particle beams from the destruction rifles shot at the MS of these chasing troops together. Actually broke away from the mothership, let's see how I can defeat you. Seeing the 2 mechas leaving the mothership, Patrick drove the GNX and tried to rush up and take down the Gundam one by one. The perfect battle plan for Katie's heart. GNX took the lead in jumping over the other surrounding MS, and rushed towards the 2 mechas, but the 2 mechas also attacked at this time, and the particle beams they shot sent the 2 GN Murasame and GN Zaka warriors newly equipped by Alus shot down. Lake continued to pull the trigger and fired at the enemy plane of the target standard Alus. A few newly equipped GN Hanmo Rabbis were also shot down together. Since Alus is currently using a large number of GN Zaka warriors and Doom type, these 2 airframes can be replaced with equipment to deal with various battle situations, so these few the shot down village rain and Rabbi loss should not be matched so much. But Patrick was still charging forward at this time, he dodged left and right, and after the GN missiles were dodged by him a few times, a missile hit Patrick's GNX head monitor and exploded. The impact of the missile immediately caused his GNX to fall downward. Advertisement. Damn it, come again. God damn it, why does he treat him like this every time? Strange, why the other missiles were dodged, and the one that hit only hit his head. Using the GN beam sniper rifle in his hand to fire at the remaining enemy planes, Lyle still couldn't forget Patrick's hit position as if he had been hit by an evil. Is that luck? This luck is also stronger. Cleanup is a little slower. Seeing that he and Lake were at least surrounded by more than 4 squads of MS, Lake felt that the speed of the fight would be very slow, so he continued to aim at the enemy and let Hanyu put the Flying Wing Zero. Then bit is released for harvesting. When dealing with Livonza before, because Livonzabing is not an opponent that can be solved casually, so he controls the bit by himself, and this will be against the pilot of Alus, Chu Hanyu to control the Flying Wing Type 0 released 20 GNBITs to quickly clean up the enemies. This is the all-round weapon mentioned in the information. Can't hide, what the hell is this thing 5.0, ah. The chasing team, which seemed to be a surprisingly large number just now, was wiped out almost instantly under the high-speed cleaning of Nbit. Report. After calculating the flight trajectory, the enemy ship released 2 Gundams, and all members of the pursuit force were shot down. What? They were all shot down so quickly, and immediately uploaded the calculated flight trajectory to Captain Lviv, so that the remaining troops on standby could attack for rescue. Aren't those 2 Gundams sending troops to pursue them? Lin Te asked, whether it's the Gundams or the Ptolemies, they are all targets that Alus wants to destroy, so let them go? Major Lin Te, why don't you go? I go. Didn't the Major just say that you had nothing to do with this battle? Coincidentally, Captain Ika is not here. If you want to chase after him, Nikon still has the Doom style of Lieutenant Pyrrhus before. Katie said calmly. Chapter 116 Over the Horizon Sniping and the Angry Livones. Colonel Sergei Smirnov, who went to search for it, reported that Pyrrhus was killed in battle, and then the pioneers recovered by the Federal Army and handed over to Alus are still in the aircraft carrier's hangar. Colonel Manigan, please don't make such silly jokes all the time. Pressed by this reason twice, and PD off by a privileged person like Li Weifa before the battle, Lin Te chose to return to Kadi. Then please Major Lin Te don't express irrelevant opinions when he chooses not to participate in combat next time. Katie said, Lin Te was so angry that he couldn't speak when the set of words was thinned out. At this time, in the high altitude, the Quantum Commander followed far behind the Flying Wing Zero. Advertisement. Hey, we are not retreating, why do we have to go all the way to this position? Ptolemy has successfully escaped, and they also shot down the pursuit team of Alus in the air, why don't they run now, and continue to fly up here? Because there is still an enemy mobile phone here. Lake said, the transformation body Lviv who was sent by Livons to Alus, what if he didn't send him away before leaving? As for whether he will leave or not, whether Livons will revive this transformed body, that is Livons' business. 24 enemy? The detector didn't respond. How could there be a reaction at an altitude of almost 600 kilometers? I will shoot directly here, and we will retreat immediately after finishing. Shoot directly from the distance outside the detector? This is sniping, how did you figure out the location of that MS? Intuition. Hey? Intuition. Layton felt that Lake was making up some strange reason to fool him. Intuition, is this kind of thing that can't be explained by reason reliable? I can feel it, where is the source of the hostility? The Flying Wing Zero overlapped the double-barreled rifles, aiming the muzzle at the location of Gaza. Advertisement. At an altitude close to 600 miles, Lviv calculated the time after getting the position of the flight track, and aimed at Ptolemy in advance with the GN megacannon that needed to be stored. It's just raising the enemy's ship 3 times, it's very easy for this Taigadissa. The orange-yellow particle flow couldn't wait to rush out from the muzzle, and when Lviv was about to pull the trigger, the cherry red light flow from below made the machine's alarm sound one after another. What, this is? There was no response, let alone evasion. Gadisar's entire body was swallowed. At this time, the control system assisted by Veda judged that the body could no longer be used, so it activated the core fighter by itself. Let Lviv leave. What happened to the attack just now? Li Weifu, who was staying in the core fighter, broke out in cold sweat, and couldn't recover for a long time. He came from an unknown place and destroyed his body. Flying Wing Zero. In the lobby of Tianren, Livon said the name with a cold face. He and Li Weifu saw everything that happened just now. The only body that can maintain the output at that distance is the Flying Wing Zero. What an unreasonable effort to shoot outside Gadish's radar range. It really refreshed his understanding of the double furnace drive system again, and he must get it early, the body driven by the double furnace. What a frightening effort, the Flying Wing Zero can still hit so far. Lyle sighed, and it can also take into account the long distance. Does the body of the dual furnace drive system do whatever it wants? Let's go, it's time to go to Chunyuan, and the main angel has already rushed there. That battleship of yours? Are you going to let that battleship participate in the battle? Lyle was surprised. He had seen the Lord Angel a few times when he was still in Anaheim for the most basic manipulation training. At that time, the huge battleship left a deep impression on him, so even if he went to the universe later he still remembers the time when he was training and piloting the Quantum Commander, this battleship. There is no need to let it participate in the battle. Song just used the Master as our moving ship. With the current battle situation, there is absolutely no need for the Lord Angel to be put into battle, and the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum Commanders are enough to deal with the battle. If you want to move on the Earth, MS should be enough. Advertisement. You want to spend that long in the cockpit of MS? Forget it. Lyle thought for a while, staying in the cockpit of MS for a long time is indeed a kind of torture in a certain sense. The two drove the body to the new base of the Pure Source branch in the Middle East. On the other side, Ptolemy and his party were not attacked and were lured to the area where the Alus fleet was located, but the information that they left safely was also sent back. At the same time, Katina also heard that Gadissa was destroyed by an unknown attack, and the driver of the machine body left urgently. Attacked Gadissa from that distance and destroyed their ambush. The only 2 Gundams that were separated from the battleship at that time were able to do this. Is this also Kyujo's tactic? Katie was a little puzzled as to how her arrangement was completely seen through, but when she thought that the tactical forecaster of Tianren 1 on the opposite side was Kyujo Lisa, there was a reason for this doubt. With Zhu Jiao's talent, even if she really saw through her tactics, although it was difficult to accept, it was not incomprehensible. However, it is simply impossible for them to join the celestial beings and eradicate wars. Isn't it precisely because of this that 053 become tactical forecasters? Middle East, inside the desert. Open the door, Mr. Lake and the others are coming. The members of Pure Source, holding binoculars in their hands, discovered the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum Commanders. After receiving the news from Claude, who is the boss, they immediately greeted and opened the door to welcome the 2 aircrafts to enter. Lake, you are finally here. Claude and Celine walked over, and after letting the Pure Source members around them get a little distance away, they stepped forward and said to Lake, "We are preparing for a meeting here, please come and join us if you can." He's the only one who finally came. I'm just a guard, but I'm not as important as him. I don't care about the meeting, Lake. I'll go back to the main angel string and wait. Lyle has no interest in holding battle meetings or anything like that. Unlike his big brother, he is not good at being a leader from the bottom of his heart, and he doesn't like to participate in such things. Then you go back first. Lake agreed after seeing that Lyre wanted to catch a fish on the Lord Angel. Claude, Lake is not pure source, is it not good to just let him participate in the combat meeting? Celine asked, after Anaheim gave so much support, she was very impressed with Anaheim. Tom also has trust, but this is their pure internal meeting. Chapter 117 The pure source of action and enough people at home. Anaheim is Chenyuan's patron, a partner who fights together, and he is a man of heaven and earth. I have told him so much, this kind of thing is nothing. The location of the base, the equipment provided, supplies, Anaheim has not started to support Pure Source for a long time, but it has already provided considerable help for Pure Source in various branches around the world, and most importantly, let them keep up with the celestial organization hits the line. Now, allowing him to participate in the combat meeting is because Claude wants to ask Lake, who is an important person of the Anaheim company, a member of the Celestial Man, and has enough knowledge of the current Federation and ALWS, for his opinion. Sorry, Claude, I was thinking too much. Celine showed embarrassment. Because the members participating in the meeting included most of the important personnel of the Middle East branch, and the things discussed were not simple, she was too alert for a while. Advertisement. Fine. After finishing speaking, Claude looked at Lake again, and led Lake to the meeting room with an apologetic face. All the members who stayed here after Lake entered the meeting room showed shock. It's up to me, folks, and I think it's really important to have our partners in this meeting. This. Well, since you said it, Claude, then I agree. He's still Celestial's Gundam pilot, isn't he? He's a partner with us. Of course it's no problem to get involved. A group of people had different opinions, but in the end they all agreed with Claude to let Lake participate. After Lake also sat down, the discussion officially started under Claude's signal. According to the current intelligence, because the Kingdom of Sur opposes the Middle East reorganization plan, the Federal Army has now officially stationed on the border of the Kingdom of Sur. Mahal, who is the head of the Middle East branch, looked at the reporters on the side. Ikeda, and then told the information he got from him. Directly stationed? This is to contain the Kingdom of Syre, right? Another advanced cadre frowned. The Federal Army controls the pseudo-solar furnace body that can suppress other non-federal countries. In terms of the old formulations currently used by these countries in the Middle East, the advantages of the pseudo-solar furnace body is overwhelming. With these airframes stationed on the border of the Kingdom of Swili, the threat should not be too obvious. However, even if the old self-rule wants him to confront the Federation, he will definitely not be after class. A man from the Kingdom of Syre scratched his head. Their king is good at everything, but this aspect is really hard to describe. Advertisement. What's the use of that? Because of the intelligence control implemented by the Federation, the outside world doesn't even know what happened in the Middle East. Another cadre couldn't help but sighed. Intelligence superiority, military strength superiority, the large monster of the Federation is really terrifying. Mahad, what is the military strength of the Kingdom of Sur now? Claude asked. Well, we don't know the details here. What we can know is that the Kingdom of Sur became the richest country in the Middle East by virtue of its media and precious metal industries before the Federation was established. The most advanced MS equipment should be sold to AEU their formulation. As Mahad said, he glanced at Lake slightly. At that time, Anaheim had not sold any advanced weapons to the Middle East at all, and the only ones who sold weapons to the Middle East were Human Revolutionary Union, AEU, and Union. However, the Human Revolutionary Union and UNON sell old equipment that has been eliminated by themselves. Only AEU, because I remember correctly, because I purchased the more advanced Hanmo Rabbi in Anaheim at that time, some of them will not be used. But it is enough to hang other old antiques in the Middle East. The formulation was sold to the Kingdom of Syre. It's too stupid to fight against the Federation's MS just by making a formula. Celine couldn't help but cursed. How is this different from hitting an egg with a rock? That's right, these countries in the Middle East all purchase mobile phones, and they can't develop mobile phones that can surpass the Federation. Also, even if all of Chenyuan's troops are used, it's only a drop in the bucket. An advanced cadre sighed. With all the troops around the world assembled, it is impossible for Chenyuan to fight head-on with so many troops. How can we win this battle? Lake, is there anything else Anaheim can do about this situation? Crowder asked after a moment of thought. Anaheim has its own influence in the Federation Council, and also has a large number of troops and equipment. If Anaheim intervenes, although there is little hope, if the situation can be eased a little. Well, there's no hope at all, don't think about it. Lake shook his head, punishing the illusion of the group of people sitting in the middle. The Middle East reorganization plan is the Federation's top priority at present. Even if Anaheim is powerful, it is impossible to stop the Federation from implementing this plan. What if we use a pure source communication network? Celine said suddenly. We have our own communication network in Chunyuan, and we can spread the matter. If we add the Kingdom of Sire, we should be able to make this matter known to the whole world. Advertisement. Under the pressure of public opinion all over the world, the Federation had to stop its atrocities against the Middle East. That's right. Moreover, the media industry in the Kingdom of Swili is also very developed. With the help of their power, we can really make this matter known to the whole world. With the help of Anaheim in this process. How can it be so easy? Lake shook his head slightly, with Veda behind him. Even if Chunyuan had its own communication network, plus the Kingdom of Sire, it would not be able to stir up any troubles. Now the pure Geniki people still have too little understanding of the Federation's intelligence control capabilities, which is why they have this illusion. But he still agreed to provide help to this group of people. The more actions he gave, the more seeds of opposition were planted, and the talents that grew stronger in the future. The meeting passed quickly, and Claude and others asked Ikeda, the reporter who brought the information, to act as a liaison to help them contact the Kingdom of Seoul. Speaking of which, Celine, how is that Princess Marina doing recently? After the meeting, Lake approached Celine and asked. Love, Marina, she's doing well recently, isn't she? Why are you asking this? Celine sighed first, then asked randomly. It's nothing, just ask for someone. Lake explained, he has no interest in Marina, Jianhao, and now there are Lai Mei and Felt in this world, and he can't stand another one, no matter what. It's also a world to cough, so asking for help is purely out of caring about Marina, but it's not that kind of interest. Someone. Celine immediately thought of the sumo F. Qingying that appeared in the civil strife in Azeddistan a few years ago. Are you asking for that boy named Setsuna? Celine asked. That boy, does he like Princess Marina? Although the age gap between the two is not small, Celine's impression of meeting several times between the two is indeed a bit like this. Not quite right, Setsuna is not interested in Marina, no, or he won't think of which side to go. P.S. I've been watching Infinity Waltz for the past 2 days, and I'm writing this over when I'm thinking about whether I should write W after the Iron Blood is finished. By the way, I'm thinking about whether to add more updates starting on the 25th. Well, the current push speed feels a bit slow. Chapter 118. You two are a couple, the gap is too big? Advertisement. Born as a young soldier, it can be said that the moment he has been fighting since he was a child, he really doesn't think about it, and he doesn't want to think about such things. With Marina? That is impossible for Setsuna, he will only choose to intervene by force with Gundam and embark on the road of pursuing peace. Wouldn't you think of where to go at all? That's right. Celine said with a pun, showing a wry smile, and Marina did the same. She sacrificed her own happiness for peace and became the princess of the country. Childishness, innocence, and too many shortcomings that she can say, but she can't deny that Marina is indeed praying for peace from the beginning to the end. Have you talked with Marina recently? And it didn't go well. Lake didn't need the ability of new humans, Lake could guess what happened by Celine's expression. You can see it. Celine smiled bitterly again. I wanted to persuade her to give up her naive thoughts, take responsibility as the first princess of Azeddistan, and stand up against the Federation, but she refused. It's really naive, but even if she joins, it's useless, Celine, it's better to say that she is in pure source now, which is enough in itself. As a banner, as long as Marina is still here, it is enough to force her to stand up. Even if she comes out, what can she do, pick up the gun 080? I'm afraid Marina's body can't do anything, and asking her to stand up and call will also bring her a lot of risk. Everyone has things that everyone is good at and things that they are not good at. For Marina, the path she has chosen now is what she does. Is this what Marina can do? Celine was stunned. Marina accompanied the children, brought smiles to the children in the Middle East branch, and taught them to sing. Indeed, without Marina, the smiles on the faces of these children would be much less. This is a trivial matter, but it is not as insignificant as she thought before. Thank you, you are very similar to your wife, you are both so comforting. Advertisement. My wife. Lake slowly put out a question mark, showing a confused expression. If I remember correctly, his registered married wife in this world is Lakis, but isn't Lakis in Anaheim? How could it be possible to come to the district? Don't you know? Your wife, Lakis Klein, arrived at this base yesterday, and now I remember teaching children to sing with Marina. Celine said. The expression on her face was quite astonished, she didn't even know this, whether these two people were really husband and wife, or whether there was something inside. Haha, so what, this is my first visit to this base, can you point me to the room where they are staying? Seeing Celine's weird expression, Lake quickly changed the subject. There, turn left and take the third room. Celine hung a black line on her forehead and pointed the way to Lake, who left quickly after thanking her. Ahaha, thank you, thank you. Are those two lovers? The gap is too big. Celine couldn't help but whispered. They look pretty much the same in serious matters, but isn't the gap between the two of them too big in daily life? The children's voices sang together with two beautiful female voices, and Lake, who walked near the room, heard that this song proved to be the Tomorrow that the children sang together with Marina in the original book, a song praying for peace. Sensing Lake's movement, Lakis looked towards the door feeling something, and smiled, while Marina, who was also singing with the children, secretly cast a look at her, then stopped for a moment, and dispersed with other topics the children's attention. Let Lux leave first. You and Princess Marina have only known each other for a day, how did your relationship become so good? Conceptually, Lakis and Marina have something in common, but it takes a process for strangers to get acquainted. Why do these two people feel the same as Lakis and Abby before, and the speed of familiarity is too outrageous? Sita, Princess Marina and I just met for a day, what's the matter? Lux asked with a blink of an eye, a smile on the corner of her mouth. Are you jealous this time? Advertisement. Where is this going? Lake said speechlessly. Lakis played well with Marina, why would he be jealous? Just kidding, Lake, when did you not even understand this? That's not the problem. I'm just curious about what you said to her. The relationship can become so good. Did you talk to her about the concept of things? I've talked about it, she is amazing, she has established her own path very early. Lux admired, although it is true that she chose her path when she was younger. But family factors also accounted for a large part. Marina was born as a commoner, and she was still in Azadistan, so she was able to walk on the road of peace that she thought. No matter what, this person is worthy of respect. There's a big gap between that silly girl and Kajiali. Lake seized the opportunity to hurt Kajiali again. When he came here last year, he still looked like he was bluffing. He has grown a lot in thought, but there are still many childish places. Don't always talk about Kagali like that, she's not easy either. Lux chuckled lightly. After all, Kagali is still her best friend, so it needs to be maintained twice. Well, although Lakis put aside her personal standpoint on the childishness and immaturity of Kagali, she also holds the same opinion as Lake. His father is still very fond of him. Therefore, compared with Marina, who is used to suffering among the people and finally decides to take action to work hard for it, the gap cannot be described in words. It's not easy to come back, but compared to others, she was a little bit worse at the beginning. Forget it, let's not talk about her, Lakis, why did you come here suddenly, what should I do about the company's affairs? Anaheim is managed in an orderly manner by Lux. Once Lux leaves, nothing will happen to Anaheim in a short period of time, but it's not okay to leave casually, right? Ah, you don't need to worry about this, Lake, I have made arrangements before I come out. Marlene will help with the company's affairs, and Rud will be in the development department, and other departments can also be trusted. People. Jean Marlene, won't Anaheim explode on the spot tomorrow? Lake couldn't help but feel worried. It wasn't that he looked down on people, but that Marlene had been working as a MS test driver before, and after being transferred to the development department in Anaheim, she was also in charge of the test weapons or weapons created by some technical teams. Test drive jobs like MS. Let her go to the president all at once, I'm afraid Lax is not teasing him. P.S. I have been watching Infinity Waltz for the past 2 days, and I am thinking whether to write W or not to write this OVA. Chapter 119. Explosion? You don't usually pay much attention to the company's affairs. Of course you don't know. Marlene is managing very well now. Lux said with a smile. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be so relieved to often fly out to deal with some work. Are you going to be a shopkeeper in the future? Lake joked. How is it possible? I can't leave everything to others like you. Lake sighed slightly. It would be a heavy burden for Marlene to help take care of it for the time being. She couldn't bear to let him help all the time eventful. Stay here for a while, and by the way, I will go back to connect the affairs of the base here with Chunyuan. Sorry, there are too many things recently, and I have less time with you. Advertisement. Time has become less? Compared with staying in the United States, you have been with me much more. Lake suddenly smiled, remembering the time Lake spent in the United States and the time with her, and she has no dissatisfaction after winning too much. Besides, you're going to be busy soon. She also knows about the Dead Omen cannon that Alu's built privately, and Lake will definitely stop it, and it's useless to stay here, it's better to go back early when the time comes. Well, we can't let the Kingdom of Seoul lose so many lives because of the selfishness of those guys. By then, the Kingdom of Seoul and the people of Chunyuan, Lakis, please let our people inform them. Seeing that Lakis already knew about this matter, Lake asked her to help inform the people of the two parties when the time came, not afraid of 10,000 in case. Alice didn't know if there would be something deeply hidden inside Pure Source the informant, plus the Alice senior official Arthur Goodman who lost even his humanity. And most importantly, Livon's Almuk, the reformer behind this group of people. Now Anaheim knows that the scheduled launch time of the Death Sign cannon may be changed, whether it is advanced or delayed, this will prevent him from dying. The action of the megagun firing had an effect. Therefore, it is best to let Lakis inform the people who are waiting for Pure Source to go to the Kingdom of Seoul. Let the two sides of the Kingdom of Swili withdraw people from the capital circle. Even if Alus fires the deadly cannon in advance, it can also minimize the influence of Alus on the capital circle of the Kingdom of Swili. Is it too late to stop? It may come in time, or it may not be in time. In order to prevent the event, we must first make all preparations. Lake said. The player in the game was Livon's. Although he had already established that he would go in the direction he planned in his plan, he didn't dare to be so sure about this small change in details. Advertisement. It's not impossible for Livon's to change the plan or something. Okay, I'll make arrangements then. Hearing what Lake said, Lux's face was a bit serious. If she remembered correctly, Lake's uncertain statement should usually be due to the intuition of new humans. The intuition of the new human beings, which is too metaphysical and unscientific, is the most trustworthy in this situation. At the same time, inside the Cosmic Observatory of W.S. Colonel Katie, Major Lin Te is currently on a special mission, so the pursuit of the Gundam is under your sole command. Don't make any mistakes. Arthur warned. Their Death Omen cannon has been manufactured and will be put into use soon. According to Commander Katagiri, the first target of the Death Omen cannon to be put into use is the Kingdom of Seoul. On the other hand, the spies they secretly sent to infiltrate Pure Source also reported back. According to the news, Chun Yuan is currently sending people to talk with the people from the Kingdom of Sire. In order not to allow people from these two parties to gather together to spread the news that the Federation, no, to be precise, it was their Alus policy towards the Middle East that directly ordered the massacre, adding trouble to the Federation. It is best to eliminate these two groups of people together. Although it will not have any impact on Chun Yuan, the greatest benefit is to effectively eliminate Sire, the biggest thorn in the Middle East at present. Where else can I find a second target for such a cost-effective attack target? And now there are only a few days left for the launch of the Death Sign cannon, so according to the arrangement of Commander Katagiri, Albert Lin, who was originally in charge of carrying out special cleaning operations in the Federation, will not have any psychological pressure on doing this. It is best to be specially assigned to serve as the commander there. As for Katie Mainkin, according to her past experience, this woman is completely unsuitable for this type of cleaning operation, and letting her know in the past may even hinder the operation. It is most suitable to let it go after Gundam. Yes. With Arthur. Bert hung up the communication slowly, and Katie's face showed doubts. There is a special mission to be given to Major Lin Te, so let her direct the battle against Gundam. Advertisement. Asking for flowers, 0. To be honest, Katie herself knows how much of a threat the comeback Celestial, Gundam is to Alus, and it seems reasonable to let her carry out the next combat command alone, but there is something wrong. Lin Te's adaptability is not particularly outstanding in terms of commanding operations, and his specialty is probably only cleaning operations. If such a person is allowed to participate in some so-called special mission, won't he worry about being hindered by someone in that mission? An escaped celestial being, or an anti-federal armed group? Will Lin Te be strong enough to cope by then? Or rather, a bad premonition flashed in Katie's heart. If the senior management of Alus was convinced from the beginning that this so-called special mission would be successful, and if it was still in shambles, then Lin Te would be allowed to participate in that special mission, and she would be sent if you go after the gods, there is no problem. 00. The water of this unit is very deep, and it is the watchdog of the Federation. It will do some tasks that are not known to the world, and she has expected these before accepting the transfer order. It's just that the water depth of this organization may have exceeded her expectation. Oh, it's really interesting to actually give an attack order to Bryn, Livon's. In the passageway of the space station, Lviv opened the changer mode to connect with Livon's, and he learned of his latest news. Trend. Is it necessary for them to contain, warn, and then test the performance of the two furnace-driven airframe? The Flying Wing Zero eliminated Gadissa with one blow from such a long distance, and Eli Chong's character should have directly listed the double furnace system as a must-obtain target. Otherwise, Bryn would not have been sent, and AI Nu, who was inserted as a spy, would not have been arranged by Livon's to provide them with the location of the base at the beginning of the operation. Testing? No, you're mistaken, Lviv, this is also to fully demonstrate the performance of our body to them. Livon said, he is an arrogant person, the performance of the common body and the double furnace drive body he figured out the gap with the Flying Wing Zero, but the new model was so easily destroyed. Livon's couldn't stand this matter. Since they won't be able to do anything to Lake for a while, they should show their true strength as a reformer in front of the Celestials. Chapter 120:00 The Battle of the Seven Swords and How Can It Change? After all, they are the existences that lead the evolution of human beings. Let the heavenly beings who are against them have a good experience of the strength of the reformers. And now that the Flying Wing Zero is not there, only by virtue of Gaelitso's performance, he can completely break away from those 4th generation Gundams. Show them the performance of the body? Indeed, it is very necessary for us reformers to let them see the power. As a reformed body, Li Weifo has a much better personality than Li Fengzi, but in this regard same with Li Vones. She has the arrogance of a so-called reformer, but for talented humans like Katie, she is willing to deal with them and obey their orders within the necessary range. In the L3 space domain, Ptolemy, who was headed to the secret stronghold, was performing routine maintenance on the fallen angels and seraphs, and at this time, the solar detector detected a MS approaching at high speed. Advertisement. 75 km per second, I'm not kidding, how can there be such a fast MS? 037. When he heard the number reported by Christina, Wang's face was shocked. The MS whose speed is so fast has turned on Trans-Am? In fact, whether this system will be mastered by the Earth Army. The Emperor also had a prediction in his heart, and the answer is yes, only the pseudo-solar furnace whose battery life is not as good as the solar furnace of heaven and man, and the financial and human resources of the entire Federation. In addition to those technicians, it is not impossible for them to understand the principle of Trans-Am, not to mention that according to the information from Tyria, the transformation body made by Veda is standing in Alus behind it. With their help, it's strange that the Federation can't make it out. Let 00 Gundam and Xianggong go out to meet the enemy. After changing his clothes, the Emperor who came to the bridge said quickly. 00, go first. Suemo, who was staying in the hangar to prepare 00, drove 00 out of the battleship first. Is that the enemy? It really is a new model. Gaelitso's face and sunglasses made Setsuna never think that there was a Gundam face hidden under it. GR Sword 2 shot out a beam of light after aiming. The particle beam shot towards Gaelitso, equipped with a GN field generator, then Gaelitso opened the shield on his left shoulder, and instantly surrounded his whole body. The 00 Gundam's shot hitting this is as insignificant as splashing water. The enemy's body is indeed equipped with a GN force field. The Emperor's expression was a little ugly when he saw this. Sure enough, the reformer who mastered the Veda also mastered a large number of celestial and human technologies. Advertisement. Compared with Trans-Am, which still needs to be researched, it is very easy to apply technologies such as GN force field to their bodies. However, from the perspective of Alus, the mass-produced machines led by the Federation itself, Pioneer, and GNX do not use the corresponding technology, let alone the GP Murasame and GH Hanmo-Ruby developed by Anaheim. Too much to say. The technology of the GN force field was not directly handed over to the Federation, Alus, which can explain one thing, the changer is the person behind the scenes of Alus. Yes, it can indeed greatly influence or control the current federal government, but on the other hand the leaders of the reformers have no intention of handing over all the technologies belonging to the heavenly beings to the Federation. Instead, it was only handed over to the pseudo-solar furnace, and most of the celestial and human body technologies stored inside the Veda should be held in their hands. It is obvious that they want to manipulate Alus to carry out their plans, but they are so contradictory not to hand over the technology in their hands, so as to ensure that they can be more relied on by the Federation and Alus, and they can also ensure that they maintain their advantages. It's almost like the way humans manage animals. But at this moment on the battlefield, 2007 swords approached Gaelitso and slashed out with a sword. As a melee fighter, Gaelitso used the beam 8 of both hands to resist 2000's double 10,000 flow when the blade turned around. It's not over yet. Unable to suppress the opposing Gaelitso in terms of output, 007 swords reorganized its posture and changed the way of attacking. During the battle with Gaelitso, he became more and more courageous. Gaelitso, who clearly had the advantage in output, was now defeated by 007 swords was firmly suppressed. It's obviously a human being, but it can suppress me. The transformation body Bryn in the cockpit roared. He is a changer, how can he be defeated by a human being? Do not make jokes. Gaelitso stabbed 007 swords with the light beam claws. His experience has improved a lot compared to a few years ago, and at the moment when he was still undergoing changes, he manipulated the body to dodge under the inexplicable intuition, and then followed his previous tactics. Out of GN dagger. Avoiding this surprise attack, Gaelitso has not yet counterattacked. In order to make up for the temporarily lost GN short sword, Shu Emo took the 007 sword's destruction giant sword and the original GN long sword too, and stepped forward again. It is still a combination of a long sword and a short sword. The two blades slashed towards Gaelitso at the same time, the light beam claw collided with the destruction giant sword, and the GN long sword. With the advantage brought by the destruction giant sword, the overall performance is not as good as that of Galitsos 00, who successfully took advantage of this collision with the two swords in his hand. So what if you have this big sword? Destroying the giant sword's huge blade and its use of GN particles are not good for beam claws, but in terms of body performance, Galitso has an advantage, avoiding a slash of 00 destroying the giant sword. Galitso just as he was about to step forward to destroy one of 2000's weapons, Shuso suddenly kicked him, forcing Galitso back, and then threw the GN longsword 2 into the cockpit of the enemy plane in front of him. Advertisement. Oops. Accompanied by the explosion of the entire body, the core fighter immediately pulled out of the cockpit and fled with Galezone's Brin. What the hell is going on? I actually lost to humans. Setsuna F. Qingying, could it be that he has started to change? Livones in the Celestial was shocked and said that Moji's ability in the battle just now exceeded his expectations, and the 00 Gundam who was suppressed by him when he was fighting with Saxus before could actually defeat Galitso at this moment. Estimated according to the previous data, that boy is unable to use the body to such an extent. It is not enough to explain it with progress. It is only a short time. It is impossible for advanced technology to grow to such a degree. The only reason is change. That alone explains why he beat Breen. The young man chosen by him at the beginning actually has the hope of becoming a purebred reformer? For some reason, an inexplicable jealousy brewed in Livone's heart. He got Lake's solar furnace, and he himself was the top of the transformation body before becoming a pure species. But now, a young man who was only selected by him on a whim was also eligible. Why? After some time, Livones contacted Bryn. Your spare body will be sent there immediately. Use the core fighter to go to Ali's Space 5.8 station first. With this method, it will not take much time to send a brand new machine body. The spare parts of the two machine bodies, Galitso and Gadissa, have been manufactured a lot in order to prevent accidents. Send the body quickly to let Alus continue to encircle and suppress the heavens and humans. The dual furnace drive system, if possible, use this battle to win. The system on the 00 Gundam should be the same, and the performance is not as good as that of Alus. The intelligence seems to be because of the unstable relationship of the furnace. As for a certain stabilizer, Livones is very concerned about it, but if he can capture it, he can get the stabilizer together. If the siege fails, you can still find other opportunities to use other methods to get the 00 Gundam or the dual furnace system on it. AI New of the data is also one of his options to find an opportunity to cooperate with him to obtain the data of the double furnace drive system. Chapter 121 Assault, Stop the launch of the Death Cannon. Unknowingly, the double furnace drive system that was listed as urgently needed by Livones has become more important now, and an idea even suddenly appeared in his mind. Maybe the double furnace drive system can accelerate the evolution of human beings. Sure enough, how can such an important system be held in the hands of the pure species and humans who can't see the reality clearly? It should be controlled by him. He is also a pure breed of changer, and he has this qualification. In the desert, use optical camouflage to hide the angels. Advertisement. Attack at this time. Ah, the first attack should be launched soon. Lakis, the Lord Angel is going to the universe now. Please contact Sire Kingdom and Pure Source, and let them evacuate to prevent accidents. Lake, who was about to board the machine, turned and said to Lux. The uneasiness in my heart has become more and more intense. After his ability became stronger, his sense of uneasiness seemed to come faster and stronger than before. So fast? I'll go right away. Lux was puzzled, and then hurried to the bridge. As early as yesterday, they had notified in advance that they had sent Chun Yuan, the head of their branch, because they had received a reply from the Sire royal family and agreed to meet. There may be approval for this trip, and at the same time, the 24 Kingdom of Sire was also notified, and asked to mobilize troops to temporarily evacuate the people from the capital circle. Let the main angel go to the universe, and attack directly from the Flying Wing Zero after arriving at the predetermined location. Lake conveyed instructions to the Harrows on the bridge. In order to save time, he will directly fly the Flying Wing Zero to attack when he is about to break through the atmosphere. As for the body itself, it can fly directly up, and the double furnace machine can indeed do it, but it will consume too many particles, and it will take time to recover the particles, which is the most unfavorable to prevent the launch of the death cannon. Understood, understood, and immediately began to execute the instructions. The Harrows in the bridge began to operate, and the Lord Angel, which was parked in the desert, took off and flew all the way to the universe. In the universe, on the battleship of Alus, Arthur Goodman came to command on the battleship of Alus because he temporarily decided to personally command the dead megacannon to attack the kingdom of Swili. Inside the battleship, the operator was reporting the preparations for the death sign cannon one sentence after another. 50% power charge. Advertisement. All parts are confirmed to be normal. Wait, the detector has responded, there is a MS approaching this way at high speed. The operator in charge of monitoring said in amazement. AMS is approaching here? Are you kidding me? Release the video for me. Arthur and Lin Te beside him were all shocked, and Arthur snapped and asked the operator to quickly release the video for him. Yes, judging from the location, it's below the death cannon. The operator said with panic in his voice, not because of anything else but because of the MS that was approaching here. His face was that of a Gundam. Gundam of heaven and man, how did they know the information about Sichea-peo? Fire, finish the Gundam for me. Arthur showed a sinister smile. It really came to his door to appear here. The Gundam is powerful, and it is impossible to directly resist his deadly gun. Brigadier General, the attack on the Kingdom of Sire. It doesn't matter to delay the progress for a while, the most important thing is to solve this Gundam first. For Celestials Gundam, even one less than Celestials is a major loss, not to mention that according to the information received so far, this Gundam is the one that caused the biggest loss to them Alus. How's the preparations for the Omen cannon launch? Only 52%. Start shelling immediately, get him out of the way, and never let him get in our way. The front muzzle is unfolding, please dodge it. Hanayu said. No, if you are in such a hurry, the opponent must not be at full power. It's fine in this state. Let's shoot directly now. Lake said. You mean enhanced with Trans-Am? This system is also a byproduct of Professor Eifman's research on the double furnace drive system, which increased the double furnace drive system to a 700% synchronization rate. Let's use it all. The opponent is a deadly weapon. It's not right if we don't use all our strength. The completed Death Sign cannon directly bombarded the Earth from the universe, directly destroying a country, and now this incomplete power can't be careless. Learn. The gun barrels merged, and a large number of particles released dyed the whole body of the Flying Wing Zero crimson, and a huge torrent of particles gushed out from the gun barrel. Advertisement. At the same time, the light beams fired by Alu's death cannon also arrived almost at the same time. One red, one yellow, two huge light beams collided in the universe, and the burst of light caused a group of people on the Alu's battleship to avoid looking at them. 1 second, 2 seconds, the amount of particles of the Flying Wing Zero on the screen in the cockpit kept dropping at an astonishing speed, and the beam of the dead mega cannon was pushed back all the way until it hit the muzzle, a huge amount of energy even if most of it was cancelled out by the Death Sign cannon. The Death Sign cannon was severely damaged, and the most critical resonance department was also hit. 2% of particle storage left. Is it so little already? Forget it, I can come back soon and retreat first. The MS from Alus should come after me. Lake felt a kind of maddened hatred in the Alus ship. Without thinking, he knew that it must be Alus, the combat commander in charge of this insane operation. He must hate himself so much that he would go crazy. It's a pity that I can't see his expression in person. Was Lake thinking of something bad? I have been with Lake for a few years, and I know some things about Lake from the few contacts with Abby. 533. Hanayu felt that Lake might be thinking about something wicked. BD, that Gundam, what the hell is it? Arthur Bertman fully demonstrated what incompetent rage is, and kept beating the console on the captain's position with one hand to vent his anger. Although Lincoln on the side was equally angry, he was too scared to speak because of his boss's extremely distorted face. Brigadier General Bertman, now. What else can I do? Immediately gather people to prepare for repairs. Really, the ground can only be handed over to the Federal Army to contain the group of anti-government elements. Arthur Bertman said angrily. Originally, this matter was handed over to Sichea-peo, and as soon as it was fired, all these anti-federal elements would be wiped out. As a result, this Gundam ran out from nowhere. The power of the beam cannon used can't beat their death cannon. Even if the power is only 50%, how can the firepower of MS be compared with it? What the hell is MS? It is impossible for the Alus troops on the ground to waste time in places like the Kingdom of Swili, and the dead Omen cannon needs to be repaired, so now they can only waste time by allowing the Federal Army to station them again. Really, how does this make him explain to Commander Katagiri? P.S. In addition, I have saved enough Xingsuan, otherwise it will still be difficult to open. Chapter 122. When the time is almost up, I will help you spread the information. In the hall of Tianren, Livon's Ben smiled and invited Sachus, the tool man who returned from the mission, to watch the first show of the Death Cannon because of the upcoming launch of the Death Cannon. With the help of the quantum computer Veda, the situation on the scene was transmitted to the Tianren almost without delay. However, Livons couldn't imagine it. After waiting for several minutes, the first show of the dead mega cannon did not start, and the first hospital overhaul the on-site record was actually seen by him. Advertisement. The machine body of the dual furnace drive system actually hides this kind of power. Livons was shocked and furious. He expected that the Flying Wing Zero still had a considerable degree of performance hidden, but it was the same as the half-charged machine. Deadly cannon. That pure reformer is so powerful that he can stop Livons' plan. Region I looked at Livons with a delicate expression, and a mocking smile involuntarily hung on the corner of his mouth. He has been under the pressure of Livons all the time, and he can only carry out his plan quietly and seek to overthrow Livones. On the surface, he can only sneer a few words, but he can be arrogantly ignored or choked by Livones every time. Go back. To be able to see this expression of astonishment and anger on Livone's face, Reggie can only say that he is very happy, not too much, it is better to have more. Really, guys who can't get on the stage have always been unable to get on the stage. The contempt and disdain for Lei Jenny made Li Fonzi suppress the anger and shock in his heart. I can only play some guys who can't get on the stage. Although I feel a little uncomfortable, but he, the savior, can't be manipulated by meaningless emotions like this idiot. Just like before, just let him go and continue to act. The most important thing right now it was to receive the double furnace drive system into his hands. Sachs, start preparing, and I will give you a new commission soon. Livone stood up and said. Oh, General, leave it to me. Sachs grinned. As a mercenary, he has no other pursuits, as long as he can fight and earn money, nothing else matters. What will happen to the world, and what will happen to people other than him? Advertisement. None of this has anything to do with him. Livones, I really look forward to your expression when you learn that you were betrayed by me. Unaware that Livones treats him like a clown, Regina is still thinking about his dream. Thank you very much, Lake. If you hadn't helped us this time, the kingdom of Swili and our comrades would have all died under the orbital satellite weapons of the Federation. In the conference room of Pure Source Base, Claude expressed his gratitude to Lake, still with a look of rejoicing on his face. When they were notified by Lux, Chunyuan and their comrades in the universe secretly inquired about the relevant information, and they went to the meeting with the head of the Mahal branch after the relevant information was confirmed. They survived, and at the same time, so many people in the capital circle of the Kingdom of Sire survived because of the information provided by Anaheim. The Gundam driven by Lake prevented the launch of the Death Sign cannon and saved many lives. What do you think now? Do you still want to spread what happened in the Middle East with the power of the Kingdom of Sur? Well, if their channels are combined with our transmission channels, they will be able to break through the federal intelligence control and make things public. First of all, Alus now has someone behind the scenes to support, your actions will not be successful. Lake thought for a while, and explained this matter clearly to this group of people first. Even if they want to try, it is better to have an estimate of the failure of their actions first. How is that possible? Even if the person behind the scenes is so powerful that the pure source information transmission channel can pass on the information, and then use the channel of the Kingdom of Swili to help disseminate the information, the things that the Federation is doing to the Middle East will definitely be recognized. Let the world know. Celine retorted that there is any person behind the scenes who can be so powerful and wipe out all the information they uploaded on the internet. Your information is going to be posted on the internet, right? Lake suddenly asked a question that seemed stupid. Celine was about to answer, but was stopped by Claude, who noticed something with his eyes. Advertisement. Claude looked at Lake and said, Lake, if Anaheim knows what else the Federation is hiding, please tell us. Looking back at the beginning, Lake seemed to be very pessimistic about their meeting with the Kingdom of Seoul. When he learned about the Death Omen Cannon, he mistakenly thought it was because of the Death Omen Cannon. Now the reason is obviously that the behind-the-scenes people behind Alus have some means they don't know. Let me briefly explain that the person behind the scenes has a super large quantum calculation system in his hands. Well, you two may not know what this thing is. Simply put, with this thing, Alus can easily pass it on to you. The news was wiped out, Lake said. Quantum calculation system. Claude frowned. Conceptually speaking, he had heard of this thing before, but has it actually been realized? Usually, it's okay for you to communicate between yourself and the universe, but if you want to let the people of the Federation know about these things, the people behind the Alus will use this to erase all relevant information. That is to say, it won't have much effect, but it won't be ineffective. Right. That still has to be tried. This is the only way we can implement it now. Even if it is only known to a small number of people, we have to start taking action. Really, then you can start to act first. Although not many people know about it, it is necessary. The Anaheim company is preparing a similar thing, Niuzhao, and it will help you when the time is almost up. Get the word out. Lake said with a smile. Although he can use Veda, but considering the need to go to other worlds, Abby built a quantum calculation system, and Professor Eefman, who was brought in to make a new type of MS when he thought he had nothing to do. Through the ingenuity of the two people and the technology of the seed world, a quantum calculation system has been piled up in quantity. Although due to AI and other problems, the upper limit of the ability created by this rush is bound to be not as versatile as Veda, but when the time comes, use this, and even if you use Veda, you are a green hair and you can't find the truth. Claude and Celine showed curiosity, and then thought of the two identities of the person in front of them, the relationship between Anaheim and Heaven. In the eyes of outsiders who don't know much about them, it seems reasonable that Lake can build a quantum computer. Chapter 123 The freshman phase team strikes again. We will start to act as soon as possible. The current situation in the kingdom of Swili is not particularly good, and the king has to be persuaded to calm down. Claude was also a little helpless when he said that old king is really. Persuade him to calm down? This is very necessary. Now the federal army will not take the initiative to attack Sire. If he does not restrain himself and starts to fight, then Alus will save a lot of effort. In order to prevent this, Minister Mahal is currently staying in the kingdom of Sur to communicate with the old king. Claude said. Now that Chun Yuan has formally cooperated with the kingdom of Seoul, and with some good news from Lake, it should not be difficult to persuade the king. Advertisement. Is that right? By the way, Claude, Celine, there is one more thing to inform you. When I came back, I received information that Kaluz was working on the destroyed Death Omen cannon. Aluz repairing the dead mega cannon. The two looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. In fact, the two of them had already expected whether the death cannon would be completely destroyed by Lake. A Gundam went to destroy the orbital satellite weapon alone, and it was enough to stop and destroy it. Something out of the Arabian Nights, total destruction. If it was really completely destroyed, according to the size of the death cannon, they would have seen the wreckage in 070. To their surprise, it took less than a day for the Alus Dead Omen cannon to be destroyed, and they organized manpower to repair it. Sure enough, he is determined to destroy the kingdom of Seoul. The Death Omen cannon can't be destroyed by pure source's combat power alone. Lake, you celestial beings will also participate in this combat operation when the time comes. Claude asked. It was just beaten by a single machine by Lake driving a Gundam before. Alus will undoubtedly deploy heavy troops, and those well-known gaps will make Chun Yuan's breakthrough extremely difficult. No, they may not even be able to break through. They have already directly regarded me as a heavenly person. Advertisement. Lake smiled inwardly and replied, of course, just contact them when you want to start action. Now, according to his estimation, the celestial man should be being attacked by the Alus fleet. However, with the power he deployed there in advance, it is not a problem to keep that stronghold. Moreover, the backup point in L$ is not a problem. Ready to use anytime. At this moment in the L3 space domain, the Alus fleet commanded by Katie officially launched an attack on the secret stronghold, SID, of celestial beings. Inside the stronghold, AI Nu, who was used as a locator, was stunned for a few seconds, and then turned back. God, I didn't realize that I was being used by others at all. Sorry, I seemed to be in a daze just now. It's okay, Sister Ainu, go to Tianren's place, don't stay here. ABI said, and then because of Alus approaching the base sounded the siren. As a precaution in the base, all technicians from Anaheim and Weirin left on a transport ship developed by Anaheim equipped with a Mirage for concealment. Okay, ABI, you have to go to the refuge quickly. AI Nu was still a little worried about ABI, who became the main person in charge of Anaheim at a young age, but he said so I had no choice but to leave first. Looking at Ainu's back, ABI shook his head. They discovered this spy on the first day he came in, and it was only because Lake felt that this person was too pitiful that he didn't attack him. Even if the drive system of the double furnaces is handed over to Livone's progress can only produce one regenerative machine. A mere Gundam can't change the overall direction of the world at all. Everything is under control, but that Livone's Allmark always feels like a nesting doll. He let Kona go in the direction he wanted to go behind Kona's back, and now Lake is the same. When will this layer of baby trap end? Forget it, let's deal with the current attack first. Putting aside this thought, Abby took out a tablet, and the important positions in the base were displayed on the screen. She saw the situation of the whole base clearly at once. Gundam has already attacked, but this is not enough. Advertisement. The micro-relay station that had already been placed on the battlefield transmitted the picture. It seems that because the previously transformed Galetso was defeated, the transformed body also invested more combat power in this battle, and as the 00 Gundam killer and the 0 enhanced fighter plane with the necessary accessories is preparing to attack under the driving of Russell. It's too dangerous to let him go alone. Just in time, the strengthening of those machines has also been completed, so let's take the Alus troops as their first battle test. Lays, wait for a while, a machine will be sent here to protect you, don't attack alone and go to the position of the moment. This voice, is it Abby? Got it, please hurry up. It's been 4 years, Abby and Lasse have met several times, and Anaheim and Tianren are both wearing a pair of pants. Of course Abby can directly contact the communication of the 0 enhanced fighter superior. Professor Eefman, please open the hatch and let the freshman FAZZ team attack. ABI contacted Professor Eefman who was on the transport ship and was about to sail away from the stronghold. It's just in time. If you don't say anything, I'm ready to contact you. Eefman nodded and said, of course he can see how urgent the situation on the battlefield is now. Tai Gundam is indeed difficult to deal with. Ifman communicated the order of attack to the 4 newborn FAZZs in the Gonaku on the control panel of the bridge, and the hatch at the end of the transport ship opened, reflecting the 4 Whiteums spewing out green particles. The 4 Gundams that were used to rescue the celestial beings in the 3 major power exercises and the Angel Falling operation 4 years ago have been strengthened, and the internal power source has been modified to a hybrid of a nuclear furnace and a pseudo-solar furnace. And because it is still the pseudo-solar furnace developed by him that produces green particles, this version of the pseudo-solar furnace has further improved the particle output. Except for the double furnace machine, there is currently no body that can match the output of the single wheel output. On a PAR. Green's eyes lit up at the same time, and the FAZZ controlled by the Harrows flew into the universe, and Russell, who had just reported the situation to Ptolemy, immediately dispatched the Zero fighter after hearing that ABI's side could be dispatched. And because he was in a hurry, Lasse chose to increase the speed directly at first, and then he paid a heavy price for his behavior. This G-force is too exaggerated. The G-force brought by the Zero-enhanced fighter at this moment made Lasse put on a pain mask in an instant. Even after training, he was a little uncomfortable being treated like this. Uncle Ian and the others made some monsters. Chapter 124 Quantization and Destruction. In order not to let himself be wiped out before sending the Zero-enhanced fighter to Setsuna, Lasse slightly lowered the speed of the Zero-enhanced fighter. And the freshman FAZZ acted as a guard for him in front, and 1 or 2 ALWSMS approached during this process, and immediately smashed him to pieces with missiles. Assemble, there are enemies here. Noticing the new FAZZ team serving as an escort for the Zero-enhanced fighter, a pioneer driver summoned 2 Zika warriors and 3 GNXs around and rushed towards this side. Gundam, hat, let's go together, after all, it's still the body of 4 years ago, no match for our Alus. Advertisement. Finding that the MS of Alus was approaching, the freshman FAZZ team quickly made a decision. One of the FAZZs launched the Trans-M system, and after strengthening, the GN giant mega cannon that accelerated the loading speed blasted at these MS. Evaporate until there is no residue left. Then he rushed all the way towards Galitso, who was about to avenge his revenge last time. It's an attack from the rear, what's going on? The siren made Bryn turn around and retreat, and a beam of light passing in front of him flashed in front of his eyes, as if it had never existed. The attack just now was Anaheim's MS. Seraphim's attack can't reach that level, only Celestial Man's solar furnace and Anaheim's pseudo-solar furnace can do that. Moreover, Tyria and the others will not be on the battlefield here. Setsuna, let's combine together. With FAZZ opening the way, Lasse went all the way unimpeded until he rushed to the position of Setsu. Russell, I understand. Raise the GN sword 2 and shoot D, who briefly distanced himself from Jiake, and flew towards the Zero-enhanced fighter at full speed. Don't try to succeed. Seeing the 00 Gundam flying towards the Zero-enhanced fighter, Bryn's first reaction was to interrupt its action, but at this moment, there was an unquestionable voice in his brain that he couldn't believe would sound at this moment. Don't hinder the action of 00 Gundam, Bryn. Live Vones. Advertisement. Galitso froze at this moment, and Breen, who couldn't defy Live Vones, could only stop on the spot, and Breen wanted to make a series of question marks at this moment. He is probably in the same mood now as if he had finally taken the head of the opponent, but suddenly his teammates ran over to prevent him from shooting. But Live Vones' order is absolute, so Bryn can only watch the 00 Gundam and the Zero-enhanced fighter complete the integration and become 00R. That's right, this should be the real performance of 00. In order to further understand how the stabilizer of the Zero-enhanced fighter can play a big role in the dual furnace drive system, I learned from Inanna that the Zero-enhanced fighter is used as a stabilizer for the 00 Gundam, and at the same time, it is clear that Bryn's strength is fundamental. Live Onzi, who couldn't stop Setsuna, just told Bryn not to hinder his fit. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Live Ons asked Bryn to continue to attack, so that he could find out more about the performance of the 00 Gundam at this moment. After completing the integration with the Zero-enhanced fighter and fully displaying its due performance, the 00 Gundam galloped forward and shot a beam of light. The power, range, and particle beams that were completely different from before attacked Galitso. Bryn was startled and manipulated Galitso to roll to avoid it. Rapidly approaching Galitso, the double swords held by 00R collided with Galitso's beam claws again, but this time the ending was different from last time. During the confrontation between the two sides, Galitso, who was overwhelmingly crushed by 00R in terms of output, exposed his flaws in just one round, and then was sent away by 00R with a sword, and escaped again with the core fighter. And the 00R who solved Galitso turned on the Trans-M system again, and the GN sword 2 in both hands fired continuously, destroying all the MS that approached from the surrounding area at an astonishing speed. After solving these MS, because the MS of the nearby Alus there are freshman FAZZ teams cleaning up, and Suemo went to Ptolemy, who was sailing, to rescue. But when he heard Liviv's voice during the rescue, he followed his intuition and found Gadissa. It was discovered, what happened? Has the change started and when will it be completed? The jealousy in his heart was aroused again. Livon subconsciously clicked his tongue. And Lviv, who was fighting 00R, instantly recalled the fact that he was almost carried away with a shot from a longer distance than the flying wing 0. What she knew from Livon's after the battle was that this double furnace drive body was approaching him, and now, there was another double furnace drive body in front of her. Are you kidding? We are revolutionaries, how can we lose to humans time and time again? So what if there is one more stove? It's not that it's still a human being, it's different from their reformers, don't even think about defeating her when the performance of the body improves. The launch button was pressed, the beams gushed out, and 00R approached along the beams of the megaparticle cannon as if chasing the beams. This too direct gap made Lviv's eyes crack. Advertisement. It threw the beam saber to stab OOR, but at this moment 00R suddenly disappeared into a cloud of emerald green GN particles. Asking for flowers. How come? Is quantization. Immediately followed was the sound of the siren and the GN sword that cut off Gaddis's body. Recognizing the reason for this phenomenon, Livon subconsciously stood up in the Tianren, and the shocked expression on his face made Reggie behind him puzzled. It's even more surprising than last time. Did the 00 Gundam on the opposite side show an ability it didn't know about? Hey, that's right. Livon said after calming down. He has been refreshed so many times by the double furnace drive system, how long can he be surprised when he knows that the double furnace drive still has the ability to quantize? Refreshing again and again can only make him want to get the double furnace drive system even more. Speaking of which, Katagiri and the others are repairing the death sign cannon, Chunyuan and Tianren, they should have gotten the news, and they are going to destroy it soon. I remember, you seem to have sent Shireen Kyle to the troops over there. If she is alone, she won't be killed. Regent teased. He also doesn't like this reformer very much. The reason, of course, is that Shireen uses the gene of Livon's, and in a sense, if it weren't for most of their reformers, most of them are genderless. Zhonglian is almost ready to be another version of Livon's. Being killed, stop joking, Regent, we are changers, if we are solved by humans, it will prove that the changer has no value in existence. Livon said seriously. This is his concept, the revolutionaries who died at the hands of human beings are not eligible for resurrection. But can the operation be successful? It's probably hard to defend the two mechas that use dual solar furnaces. Lei Jenny said, he was looking forward to seeing that expression on Livon's face again, however, this time, Livon's only had the usual smile on his face. If you can keep it, if you can't, it's not a bad thing for me, I have other preparations. 2 days later, in order to destroy the death sign cannon, after agreeing with Chunyuan to launch an attack plan, Lake, Lyle and a group of heroes around them took the main angel to the universe and quickly and just escaped from L3. Ptolemy, who was destroyed by the cloud, joined the transport ship carrying Professor Abby, Professor Eefman and the new FAZZ team. Professor Eefman, Abby, there's no need to trouble you to come here to transport a few mobile phones. There are still 14 updates left in PS, it seems that Zeba's manuscripts are still not enough, it's numb. Chapter 125 Preparation and Advance Attack on the Pure Source of Alus. Although Professor Eefman is not currently producing mobile phones, he is still in the process of researching the GN-based technology based on solar furnaces for the new Gundam that will be produced in the future. Of course, Professor Eefman is also working on the MS that he especially wanted to make. As for Abby, things have been the same recently, managing the factory, and obtaining technology from the blueprint drawn by the system as a reserve, and transporting this kind of work, the people in the Anaheim team are enough. Because the new Harrow improved by the Professor and the multi-engineering robot used by Harrow also need to be delivered to the Lord Angel. Abby explained the reason for Professor Eefman. Several Harrows that were a circle larger than the Harrows currently used by the Lord Angel jumped out of their bodies while speaking. Advertisement. Why didn't you improve it by Elfman? Lake asked. All the previous improvements to Harbin 820 Loyal were all done by Abinong. Recently, Professor Eefman has been messing with his new MS. Where is the time to do this? Because the professor took the initiative to go. Abby said. Yeah, I think there is still room for improvement in the Harrow you are studying, so I took the initiative to transform them, and by the way, I also transformed the robots they use. Now the overall efficiency is twice as fast as the original version. This can be solved by the way. Accustomed to the words of such a technical expert, Lake smiled helplessly. A few minutes later, Professor Eefman and Abby left in a small boat. It is impossible for the two of them to follow Lake to participate in the next operation after sending off the freshman FAZZ. They have to catch up with Mrs. L in Anaheim, the footsteps of the team. After the two left, Lake contacted Ptolemy by video communication, and the Emperor immediately informed Lake of their tactical arrangements. Let the Archangel and Pure Genichi deal with the frontal fleet of Alus, and Ptolemy is responsible for assaulting and directly destroying the enemy's Dead Omen cannon. Lake rubbed his chin. It's a beautiful arrangement, Miss Huang, I have no objection to this tactic. The Archangel now has his Wing Zero, Lyle's Quantum Commander, and 4 newborn FAZZs. Advertisement. Among them, how strong the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum Commanders are, can be judged directly by the evaluation of the Lyle airframe by OCR and Locke, who are the 2 furnace drive machine. Moreover, in the battle that Alus dispatched a large number of troops to wipe out the heavenly beings in the L3 universe not long ago, the brutal firepower displayed by the newborn FAZZ is also known to the Emperor on the battlefield. With such powerful firepower, the Lord Angel and Pure Genichi attack Law's large troops together, and Pure Genichi can reduce the losses. At the same time, Alus must send more troops to attack the Lord Angel, to attack the Laws. Lamy's strength will be reduced, and their operations will have further success. Thank you, Lake. Nothing. The communication was immediately cut off, and the Lord Angel and Ptolemy went to the space where the death cannon was located. Because of the delay in the rendezvous, Pure Source's troops had already arrived at the battlefield 1 step ahead of them. Feared, don't you want to talk to him? Christina, who was sitting on the side, asked. No, I still have a lot of time to meet him. Felt replied with a smile. In the past, she would feel lonely because she couldn't see him, but now she won't be like that anymore. Growing up so fast, if only a certain man could be like you. Christina said meaningfully, really, I don't know what I'm thinking all day long, if I can be more mature, it's not like she can't think about it. Chris. Richetti showed frustration, and Lasse patted him on the shoulder. Rich T, if you can't catch up, just stay single like me. Lasse gave a suggestion that Rich T would never accept. I don't want it. The corner of Lashitti's mouth twitched, he was really like Lasse, he might as well become a monk on the original territory of the Human Revolutionary Union on the Earth. Everyone, the battle will start soon, so concentrate on it. Noticing that there was an unusual atmosphere in the bridge, Huang quickly interrupted it. Advertisement. Learn. The space domain where the death sign cannon is located. Chun Yuan, who arrived earlier, has already launched their attack. A large number of Murasame, Zaka warriors and Rabbi Hanmo took off from the battleship first, followed by the training and flag style. Formulate, Iron Man. Anaheim's mobile suits, equipped with beam weapons, have a smaller performance gap than GN-type suits, at least capable of effective killing, as the main force of attack, and this type has long since been eliminated in large numbers and is not equipped with beam weapons. The airframe acts as a support aircraft in the rear and cooperates with the airframe in front to attack. And on the battlefield at this moment, although it was impossible to use the death sign cannon to wipe out a large number of Chun Yuan's troops at once, the ALS still had the upper hand. The latest airframes piloted by the Federal elites have obvious advantages in combat against Pure Source MS, the only factor that hinders them is that Pure Source already has experience in combat against Alus, and the beam weapon allows them to have with the means of counterattack, coupled with the assistance provided by Anaheim, the quality of MS is not as good as that of Alus, and the number of MS is not much worse than the number of Alus fleets currently used to defend the death cannon. What are you doing? There are only so few enemies that haven't been wiped out yet. Lin Te, who was entrusted by Bertman to carry out this defensive operation, began to get angry. The destruction of the death sign cannon made Alus have to use MS to fight this group of Pure Source people. Originally, using the death sign cannon was so efficient and trouble-free. Blame the damn Gundam. Report, the enemy's tactics have slowed down the advancing speed of our MS. The operator sent back the original words of the frontline MS troop commander. It's not that their MS can directly ignore the attack from the opposite side. When a group of live ammunition hits the body, as soon as the movement of the body becomes slow, the pilots on the opposite side of Chun Yuan who use beam weapons will immediately make up for the attack. This dirty 0.8 tactic is useless. What can he do in front of them? Damn it, let them hurry up. If this group of anti-federal elements can't be wiped out, what should we do with the Independent Security Maintenance Force? What about Captain Shireen, what is she doing? Where did that green-haired female captain with a look of contempt and disdain go? This new privileged person drives the same machine as the previous privileged person. What is he doing now? Why hasn't he achieved any effective results? Hey, you are so noisy. I have worked hard to clean up your incompetence. The communication with the battleship that Lin Te was on has not been interrupted. Shireen, who heard this person complaining, even retorted and blamed her for her incompetence. Are you kidding about the universe? Chapter 126 Fighting Shireen, Crushing Gadissa. I am incompetent? This sentence has almost become a headache for Lin Te now, and he immediately roared out. UBD, how dare you disrespect the officer? Hey, I would respect someone with some ability, but the problem is that your command is a mess. Xylan sarcastically said. From the beginning of the battle to the present, the command and tactics that have been issued have achieved any effective results? No, none of them have achieved any effective results. Advertisement. That fellow Liviv could bear it, but she couldn't, Who are you? Livones has never spoken to her like that. My command is a mess. Isn't it? In this situation, do you still want to say that your tactics are good? Don't be kidding. Press the launch button, and Gadissa, who was staying near the death cannon, launched another attack towards the Pure Source fleet in the distance. Several mobile suits were swallowed by her attack. When he was about to stab the Iron Man in front of him with a spear, he was also drowned by the beam of light. Shireen has done this kind of mistaken attack on friendly troops no less than 3 times since the start of the war. She has a more contemptuous attitude towards these humans. If she happens to be on the path of the attack during the attack, what can she do? Such an unlucky friendly army will be beaten as soon as it is hit. Of course, if it is before firing, she will pay attention to avoiding the attack. Privileged people can't make too many mistakes. If there are too many allies, Li Fengzi will doubt her ability. Damn, why do you look down on everyone? Why are there so many privileged people? Lin Ti's grievances exploded. 1 or 2, the headquarters has so many privileged people, is it possible that their independent security force is still run by these privileged people? Let the troops on the front line speed up for me according to the predetermined plan. This group of Pure Source people must be eliminated as soon as possible. Lin Ti stood up and shouted that his face was quite ugly at the moment. Report, an unknown ship and the ship of the Celestial Man appeared. What does this mean? Unidentified ships appeared together with the ships of celestial beings. If they appeared together with celestial beings, wouldn't they also belong to celestial beings? But, that ship has never appeared in the previous records. Advertisement. The operator reported, and then the optical camera sent the image of the front space, and it was obviously the same type as their battleship in terms of size. Fly out. Under the Emperor's order, Ptolemy activated the 3-red system and approached the body of the death cannon at an astonishing speed, and COR escorted Ptolemy. Let the MS troops here sink that ship. The MS troop that was deployed around the death cannon for escort rushed towards Ptolemy. Ptolemy, who had activated the GN position, resisted the incoming particle beams, and continued to rush towards the death cannon at high speed. In order for Ptolemy to successfully break through the interception of the fleet in front, 00R alone faced these mobile suits approaching Ptolemy, and the beams it shot easily shot down the enemy planes in front of it in succession, and the GN sword it cut out after closing the distance was also easy cut off the Alu's enemy plane. The Lord Angel, which flew out more MS, turned around and headed to the position where the Alus was fighting with Pure Source. The anti-aircraft guns were in operation to prevent the nearby Alus MS from approaching, and the Lord Angel used the missiles from the ship to point at the light beam. The MS of Alus strikes. There are so many MS deployed here, it's not at the same level as before. The GN beam sniper rifle adjusted to the continuous firing mode kept firing continuously, and the high-speed beam shot down the several GN Zika warriors and Doom in an instant, while a GN Zika phantom moved towards the Quantum Commander. The officer shoots a beam of light. The lock notification sounded, and Lyle, who easily avoided the beam, caught a glimpse of Nbit passing by, and put down the raised muzzle, and the Zika phantom was sent away by Nbit hitting the body in the next instant. Really, time after time, the body's firepower is good because it can do whatever it wants. The scene of scoring twice made Lyle speechless. He used missiles to destroy several nearby mobile phones and then went into battle again. 2 double-barreled rifles fired at the enemy plane in front of them in a separate mode, and then used the bit interspersed with words on the battlefield to shoot at the enemy plane. Relying on the superb maneuverability of the airframe itself, Lake's tactics shot down a large number of Alu's MS. In combination with the ferocious firepower poured by the nearby freshman FAZZ team against Alu's MS troops, the balance of the battlefield situation was once again adjusted twisted. Hostile? Is it an attack from there? Sensing the malicious Lake driving the Flying Wing Zero dodge, and in the cockpit of Gadissa in the distance, Shireen showed displeasure. The task of defending the Dead Omen gun is because there are enough troops nearby, and in addition the machine in front of her was also at risk of destroying the Death Beam cannon, so she took the initiative to come here to intercept it. Is this the pure species that Livone said, and he escaped her attack casually? Stop kidding. Seeing the Flying Wing Zero putting away the 2 saboteur rifles and pulling out a beam saber and rushing forward, Shireen felt a look of anger in her heart. He obviously has the ability to shoot from a distance, but in the end he came over with a beam saber. Advertisement. Are you looking down on her? Think he can't hit? I'll see how you dodge this shot. Seriously aiming at the Flying Wing Zero, Gadissa's GN Mega Cannon fired another bombardment, but this bombardment was once again dodged by the Flying Wing Zero. Damn. The gap between the pure species and these reformers, is it possible that they are the same as humans? I absolutely. Before the words could be fully spoken, the Flying Wing Zero approached at an astonishing speed and approached Gadissa in an instant, and was about to slash towards Gadissa with a knife. Veda passed the driver and manipulated the body with a beam saber block attack. What's the matter, seeing how difficult you are, can't you stand it? Lake couldn't help mocking. Damn, how dare humans mock me? Even if she knew that the person on the other side was a pure species, the tone still made Shireen subconsciously regard her as a human being. Stop being arrogant. But I'm just being arrogant, what can you do? UBD. For you self-righteous fellows, that's the way it should be. Increasing the power, the sudden surge of power caused Gadissa, whose power was greatly behind the flying wing zero, to be knocked into the air. The posture of the body was out of balance. When Shireen manipulated the body to restore balance, the flying wing zero was about to stab Gadissa with a knife. Shireen, who was frightened and angry, drove Gadissa back with all her strength, and could only use the beam Vulcan cannon on her wrist. Emergency fire was attempted to intercept, but the last struggle was shattered by the flying wing zero. The bit flying out of the wings turned into a shield to block the light beam, and then smashed Gadissa's hands and feet, leaving only the torso. This is also playing with her. Shireen thought desperately and angrily why she did this, and let her watch herself die. This hateful purebred. Chapter 127 Kills Xylan, the dead Alu's commander. You are also worthy to hate actinium. Lake sneered, kept moving his hands, retracted then bit, and pierced into Gadissa's cockpit with the beam army, and just before the saber was about to stab the cockpit, Gadissa's core fighter was urgently separated by Veda, flew out of the battlefield at an astonishing speed. But the knife of Flying Wing Zero only took away Gadissa's body. Lake, Gadissa's core fighters were taken away by Veda in an emergency. Hanayu projected her figure. The detector should not be able to lock onto it, Lake said. Advertisement. Gadissar and Galetso made by Livones, in his view, the armament of the body itself, performance and nothing is the most important thing, the most excellent is the core fighter. The core fighter is really nothing to say in terms of escape speed. Except for the time in the original drama where he deliberately slowed down and was captured by heaven and man. If this thing wants to escape, it can really run away in an instant. Well, their core fighters are improved from the technology used in Celestial's second-generation Gundam Goddess of Judgment, and the speed is 60% faster than the version used by Celestial. Hanayu made an analysis based on the data collected by the sensors integrated in the head of the Flying Wing Zero. The speed is quite fast, but at this distance, the double-barreled sabotage rifle can still snipe. Hanayu, the surrounding security is left to you. At this moment, the battle is still going on, so it is necessary to prevent any interference factors from coming. Hana Merit nodded. 10 small bits were released from the wings of the Flying Wing Zero, and the double-barreled rifles were merged together. Now at this distance, it can be hit directly without the need for a Trans-M system. Perceived the location of the escaped core fighter, locked and then sent out a beam of light across the dark universe, all the way to her locked target. Gadissar has been shot down, the gap between the power of the pure species and ours is too great. Reluctantly rescued from the brink of death, Xylan recalled the battle just now with a pale face. She didn't want to experience the despair again. Did he? Advertisement. The cockpit was suddenly surrounded by alarm sounds. It's an attack. What's going on? Running away, thinking, without any chance, the core fighter and Shireen's body were directly engulfed by the rushing beam. This time, I died at the hands of the pure species. Shireen, you still have a chance to be resurrected. If you are defeated by the humans of the common next time, you will be worthless. Livone's words echoed in her ears, and when Shireen heard the words, she was already inside Veda, where the data of artificial reformers like them were preserved. And Livones, who is the superior, made the decision to revive her this time. Thanks, Livones. Any life longs for the hope of survival. Livone's rescue made Shireen even more grateful to him, but Shireen accepted the self-evident meaning of treating him as a tool in his words. They are revolutionaries, higher and more excellent beings than human beings. If the existence that should stand above human beings is defeated by the lower existence, it is not normal for them to have no value of existence. Seriously, Lake, you really like finding work for me. In the Middle East, over some kind of city in the former Kyrgyz, Livones, standing on the top of a certain building, looked at the sky with a gloomy expression and said. Being defeated by Lake, a pure species, he can only resurrect the defeated transformed body. Livones knew very well that Xylan and the others had fought or not. He was not an idiot like Kona, and it was impossible to ask others for things that he couldn't do. On the other hand, it is also because there are too few such excellent transformation bodies under his hands, and the cultivation of specially strengthened transformation bodies such as Shireen, Lviv, and Bryn cannot be completed in a short time. Of course, if it is purely to manufacture the combat-type transforming body that is used as artillery fire, a large number can be produced at any time, and because there are too few people who can use it, he will use Sachus, an obedient and capable servant soldiers rescued. Hey, General, when are we going to wait here? Sachus, who was staying on the Chuan Angel, asked. Advertisement. It's been a day standing in this crappy place, how long are they going to stay? You can start to act soon. Livone said, the battle is not over yet, but Shirene's defeat and the reversed situation on the battlefield have already shown that this dead omen cannon is a foregone conclusion. This round is for Lake, for heaven and man, humans won, but he also expected that the possibility of the two double furnace machines on the opposite side relying solely on the MS of Shireen and Alice to win is difficult to achieve, so he will advance ahead of time up to this point. Besides, it's not like he didn't have any backups. There is another dead omen cannon under construction, so what if one is destroyed? Really, it would be great to be able to move, Sachs said excitedly. On the other side, the fallen angel in the ship unexpectedly launched another Trans-Am Ptolemy Gold within the effective range, the missiles poured out, and the shelling of the Seraph standing at the launch port knocked the omen of death. The cannon was completely destroyed, and one of the large fragments of the completely exploded dead mega cannon slammed straight into the battleship Lin Te was on. Don't Lin Te yelled in horror when he saw the debris, and the debris hit the bridge. After sending Lin Te and his party in the bridge away, the explosion of the bridge and the other debris that fell from the bridge completely blew up the warship. Come. After destroying the death sign cannon, Ptolemy raised the hull and left the current space as quickly as possible, while inside the battlefield. The destruction of the death sign cannon and the death of Commander Lin Te made the remaining Alice Carnage fleet play a retreat signal flare to prepare for retreat. Mission accomplished. Huang easily said these words, and then asked Felt and others to notify Setsuna to prepare to return, and also notified Lake of this matter. Let Chi and Lyle's Lord Angel also evacuate together, and then meet them at the scheduled meeting place. Two beams of bright gold particles suddenly hit Ptolemy at this moment, and the GN force field was not turned on. After Ptolemy, Liao Wanghao, was hit, the whole ship shook and black smoke came out from the injured part. Attack from above. Felt released the optical image, and within the influence were Gadisar, Galitso, who had encountered them before, and Ma Inpraz, who was all white. It's a changer. Everyone in the bridge exclaimed. It's terrible to attack at this time. The Emperor's face was solemn, and the Lord Angel hadn't joined them. The enemy had invested in a new type of Ma, and added the bombardment and combat aircraft. There are only 3 Gundams that can be used here, and they all consumed a lot of particles in the attack on the death cannon just now. Now the opposite side is attacking again. If you want to attack, the risk is too great. Toller who has been injured. It is difficult for a secret ship to continue to survive. However, the most powerful first main force, the 2 double furnaces and the 2 powerful supporters are all absent from time to time to make a surprise attack. This situation is really too bad. Chapter 128 Descending to the Earth, the Chuan Angel sent to lead the way. Smoke bombs. Ptolemy immediately descended to the earth. Huang said, no matter what, Ptolemy's safety must be guaranteed first, if even the ship is sunk. What about Lake and Setsuna? A large number of smoke bombs were sent to the rear, and Lace, who was manipulating Ptolemy to release missiles and beams to slow down the enemy's footsteps, couldn't help asking Huang. There are stealth drones here, and they will send the battle record ship to them. They will know what happened. We will contact them after landing on the earth. Huang said. At this time, she didn't know what to say. Lake sent out from the battleship before entering the battlefield and told her that the MS that was only used to record the so-called invisible drones would come in handy at this time. Could it be that Lake had anticipated that the reformers would pick this time to attack them? Advertisement. That's impossible. The Emperor felt that predicting the future was too outrageous, subconsciously denying this possibility. Although Lake didn't have similar performances before, but predicting the future is really too far-fetched. This is not animation, but real reality. Wait until the Earth descends to connect. On the ground, they also have the means to contact Anaheim, and they can contact Anaheim with the help of Chenyuan's branches in various places that are connected to Anaheim. Want to run? 627 was obstructed by the smoke. Gadissa rushed forward and poured firepower forward for a while. After the smoke cleared, Ptolemy, who was injured by their attack, was nowhere to be seen. Disappeared? The speed of escape is really fast. Levi, who was sitting in Gadisson, gritted his teeth, obeying Livon's words, and specially picked at this time to sink the Celestial Man's ship, but they did so much. The result of the hard work was that Ptolemy was evacuated smoothly. Thinking about what to do next, Liviv's pupils turned into gold, and Fonza passed his message to them. It's a good idea to evacuate as soon as possible and continue to pursue after landing on the Earth. Advertisement. 00R and Flying Wing 0, if they encounter these 2 double furnace machines, they have to go back and resurrect, which is safer than continuing to attack after landing on the Earth. It's a pity that Ptolemy would be sunk without here. Li Weifu felt sorry. The more things dragged on, the easier it was for her to feel that some undue changes would happen, but Livon's was always calm and relaxed. Was their failure taken into account? A few minutes later. Strange, where did Ptolemy go? 00R, Flying Wing 0, Quantum Commander and the Archangel arrived at the evacuation location, looking around the empty space, suddenly felt uneasy thoughts in his heart. Ptolemy, something must have happened. Yet, Where did the big brothers go? Lake, did the drone you released before the battle record any footage? Lyle also felt that something was wrong, but the place of evacuation could not be seen by anyone, and the place where Twist Lamy evacuated was earlier than them. Yes, you two can watch it for yourself, I'm already watching it here. Lake passed the video of Ptolemy from being attacked to successfully escaping to the MS driven by the two. Looking at the video in battle, there was not much surprise in his tone. Livones would attack him at this point in time, so he had expected it, so he set up a drone to monitor the situation. If the reformers really want to get Ptolemy to the point of dying, he set up this drone. Okay, the unmanned 2887 starter that has been on the Lord Angel for 3 years. Cough cough, I was wrong, it is to remove all the armed forces on the surface and use self-destruction as the only attack method. The self-detonation type Holy Shield Gundam uses a nuclear furnace mixed with a pseudo-solar furnace inside. Judging from the damage on the ship, the engine part is fine, so there will be no problem for them to land on Earth. But the possibility of being pursued by Alus is very high. I'm going to find Ptolemy. Shu Na said, the people on Ptolemy are actually family members to him. Seeing that these companions are in danger now, he naturally, I couldn't sit still. Seeked. However, they will definitely move their positions after they descend, and it is impossible to find them all at once if they pass by now. Setsuna, act together with us first. Advertisement. Understood, then please. Even though Setsuna agreed to Lake's proposal, it is not an option for him to search alone now. Ptolemy will definitely find a way to contact them after landing on the Earth, and then stay here and Ike's side you will be able to receive news as soon as possible. Shortly after, Earth, the Middle East. After arriving here on the Archangel, I couldn't sit still for a moment and took the initiative to drive 00R to the last location recorded on the drone. Lake had no choice but to go with him, and asked Lyle and the Angel to go to Anna first. Heim's secret base in the Middle East. Hey, am I a tool man? I can come and go whenever I want, and you two will search without me. Lyle couldn't help complaining. Literally, he and his big brother Locking are very at odds, as if they don't like each other, but he also cares about this relative who only exists in this world. Regarding his brother's current safety issue, he still couldn't help worrying about it even though he knew he was fine. There is also a task for you. Lax should be at the secret base in the Middle East. You can go there and stay there for the time being. Tell Lax that if Colonel Sergi comes to contact you, I will trouble her to talk to Colonel Sergi for the time being. Hey, didn't Lakis go back to the company? And that Sergi's, I remember, is the Russian Rosbear? Now he's a soldier of the Federation, what's going on? I don't know the inside story at all. Lyle looked confused. She hasn't dealt with the matter yet, so of course she didn't go back. Ah, you husband and wife are serious, why did I join the Anaheim company in the first place? Tuko about his original decision, Lyle shut up and stopped talking. The Lord Angel immediately turned to go to the secret base in Anaheim. And Lake and Setsuna drove the Flying Wing 0 and OOR to Ptolemy's landing site. When they arrived at the site, there was only a deep pit on the spot, indicating that Ptolemy had stayed here. Sure enough, he left. Lake said, if Ptolemy stayed where he was, he would undoubtedly be chased by Alus. The new base near here is not far from Chunyuan, so as not to involve Chunyuan, Ptolemy can only be forced to leave first. The next thing to do is wait for Ptolemy to contact me. Setsuna sighed slightly, and was about to leave with Lake. Before he could speak, a blood-red mobile suit descended from the sky and looked at 00 Gundam. The moment he saw this machine, his eyes shrank suddenly, and it seemed that indescribable anger spewed out of his eyes. Angel, Ali Al-Sachis. Chapter 129 Discussion, the meeting between the false mule and the instant. At this time, the damaged Ptolemy was diverted from the Middle East and came to a valley. The Emperor ordered Ptolemy to be temporarily parked in the growth area for maintenance. The ship's fire control, communication, and various systems all have problems, and they can only guarantee the most basic navigation. If the optical camouflage is not broken, they can't even drive it from the Middle East to Europe. How long has it been since this ship was fully repaired last time, and now it needs to be repaired again? Holding Ptolemy's damage report in his hand, Ian seemed to have aged a lot. The ship was beaten like this by the reformers, and it took a lot of effort to repair it. It was broken once when it was underwater, and now it is more serious again, and why is the port side damaged the most every time? Seriously, it seems that there is some kind of malice in this world. Uncle, calm down, we will help you fix it later. Luo Kang smiled. Advertisement. At that time, it was not easy to survive. It was all thanks to Huang Ji and Noriega's excellent tactical forecast. Tyria pushed his glasses. Tyria? Huang was a little startled, and then smiled gratifiedly from the bottom of his heart. 4 years have passed, and there has been no change on the surface, but the inner growth has been so great. Everyone, the time of the enemy's attack is so fast this time, the enemy may have known in advance where we are scheduled to evacuate. Huang told the crowd what she had guessed after landing on the earth. The firepower enough to sink Ptolemy and the time to ambush them, unless known in advance, there is no other reason to explain. How is it possible to know the location of our evacuation in advance? Is the changer omnipotent? Rishi wondered. Richeti, Miss Huang doesn't mean that. Miss Huang, you mean that the news about our evacuation location has been leaked? Locke asked with a frown. Is there a traitor inside Tianren? I knew, the operator who was helping on the bridge of Tianren, had no idea that she was the traitor. Well, but it's not clear how it was leaked. It may be from the support team, or it may be from other places. In short, let's not care about this right now. Mostly for the new AI knew. If it is to be suspected, then this newcomer who has just arrived on Ptolemy is undoubtedly the most suspicious object of suspicion, but after experiencing the world a few years ago, the celestial beings have been much stricter in verifying the identity of the recruiters. There is nothing suspicious about AI New's identity. Advertisement. After they first came in, their technical team also went through a period of investigation before gradually allowing them to participate in some important projects. If possible, the Emperor didn't want to doubt AI New. After all, AI New has not shown any abnormalities so far. And the team in Anaheim is even more impossible. Lake's technical team heard from Abina that most of the time they don't know its movements, and they are only responsible for the development of the airframe. Participation laughed a lot more than their side, and in terms of the possibility of leakage, it is more likely that their side leaked out. The most important thing right now is to fix Ptolemy. Ian, how long will it take to fix it? Well, actually manpower is not the biggest headache. There is still a problem with supplies. This time, apart from the basic thrusters, Ptolemy has been damaged so badly that he still needs some new important parts. Ian said. The last time it was only some external parts, this time the damage was so serious. What made it worse was that the place where these materials were stored was also affected by the attack. It is very difficult to complete the repair with only the remaining material reserves on Ptolemy, not to mention the time, it will not be repaired all at once. If the supplies are not enough, Chris, use the communication terminal that Chen Yuan gave us before to contact Chen Yuan, ask them for material support, and ask Chen Yuan to tell Lake and the others about our situation. I'm going to contact now. Christina hurriedly contacted the people from Chen Yuan, and the rest of the people were also assigned tasks by the Emperor. The Middle East. Sachs, who appeared in the driver's angel, raised his double-barreled rifle when he saw Lake without saying a word, and quickly opened the public communication and said, Hey, don't hit me, brother Gundam, you kid of Kyrgyz. Ali Al-Sachs, why are you here? Shiso asked. Well, I'm just taking you to meet someone, don't keep thinking about using guns, that's not very civilized. Sachs said, the Wing Zero destruction rifle was still not put down while speaking, his face was very serious. What is my boss thinking, this devil is still letting him go, if only that Kyrgyz little devil, Sachs, is confident that he can take him all the way there. Asking for flowers, 0. Advertisement. Here comes another one. If he can't fix this one, he has to explain it on the spot. Take us to meet someone. Setsuna heard that he aimed the 2 GN swords 2 in OOR's hand at Saxi. Can this person be believed? Setsuna, let's go with him, I have a hunch, you have to meet the people there. Lake said, asking Setsuna to meet Livones. This will also allow Setsuna to further strengthen his beliefs and find his own path, and, he hasn't seen this false mule for a while, and it's time to talk to this false mule. Lake, what Sachs said. Believe it for now, if there is any danger, I can guarantee our safety. All right. Seeing that what Lake said was very firm, he wondered why Lake would say that, and then he hesitated for a while and then chose to agree. The person he had to meet, who would it be? Haha, it was a great help, brother Gao, you are really reasonable. Sachs laughed. Originally, he thought that this little brother Gundam was the most difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that it would save him a lot of trouble. Then, please follow me, both of you. I will take you there in front. The journey is a bit far away, please be prepared. Angel Chuan led the way in front of the Flying Wing 0 and 00R, and Sachs followed after departure. Open your mouth to remind. Sachs, if you're talking nonsense, I'll take care of your body first. Lake said coldly. He didn't want to hear what this mercenary had to say. Tisk, why is this person crazier than me? Sachs complained in a low voice, he had a clear understanding of himself, he was just the lowest, worst and most chaotic villain, how could this person give him a feeling that he was more dangerous than him? Didn't he say he was the former president of a big company? How could his personality be so capricious? Worried about whether the Flying Wing 0 behind him would actually shoot him on the road, Sachs was very quiet along the way, not saying a word, while in the cockpit of OOR. So Mo stared straight ahead. The right angel, I don't know what he is thinking. At dusk, the three of them arrived at the ruins of Kyrgyz. This very familiar place made Setsu subconsciously stunned, and then the strange feeling he had felt on lake made Setsu look down at the red and white machine, and the green youth coin standing on the building next to the machine. Chapter 130 Fighting Again, Rebirth and the Angel of Power. For a mere human being, the speed of change is really fast, Setsuna F. Qingying. A gloomy look flashed across Livon's face. The induction that happened just now was the one that possessed brain quantum waves. No, in his eyes, it was the induction that would only happen to someone who represented a pure kind of changer. The brain quantum wave is still not as good as him, but he didn't feel any quantum wave in Shimo when we met last time. It's only been a long time, and he has evolved to this point. It's really annoying. The three airframes landed in front of Livon's, Chuan Angel landed next to Livon's regeneration, and the cockpits of the Flying Wing 0 and 00R were opened. Advertisement. Looking at Setsuna and Lake coming out from inside, Livon smiled and said, "Welcome to both of you, Lake, please watch today. I want to find Setsuna F. Qingying next to you today. Do you want to have a big dream and let Setsuna hand over the Gundam, or do you want to grab the 107 Gundam?" Lake looked at Livon's. No matter what kind of decision he made, his plan today would fail. The gun in his hand was clenched, and Lake laughed. "Okay, then I won't interrupt." "No, Lake?" Thinking of what he had learned about Lake and the leader of the enemy reformers, Sachus landed next to his body, obviously acting as his bodyguard, and he got the answer in an instant. "Are you the leader of the Changemakers? Did he tell you, or did you come up with the answer yourself?" Li Fons asked. "Answer me." "You are right, I am the leader of the Changers, Livon's Allmark, more precisely, I am the changer who stands on them, stands on top of mankind, and leads all mankind." "That's right, if you want to find an accurate definition for your own behavior, there is only one that Livon's can think of, the Savior, that's right, only this name is worthy of him." "How arrogant." Advertisement. From Livon's words, Setsuna could only feel a strong intention to dominate. Faintly aware of Setsuna's thoughts, Livon's also slightly put away the smile on his face, and said, "The purpose of entrusting you here today is actually to let you return the Gundam to me." "Return?" Livon's words made Setsuna stunned. What was the change leader in front of him talking about? When did Gundam belong to this group of changers? "I can't understand it, but in fact this Gundam is indeed my property. This area used to be Kyrgyz's battlefield, and there was a boy who ran away." "Rimvita?" "No, I saw it from the air, from the cockpit of MS. The pilot of Zero Gundam is Livon's arcade." Under Lilifons's words, he instantly realized that the extremely arrogant man in front of him was the pilot of the Gundam that he once revered as a god. At that time, it was the launch performance test of Zero Gundam. "Originally, everyone present was going to be killed, but I let you go, and then I recommended you to Veda to become the pilot of Gundam. All of them are the man in front of me." Looking at Feng Ziyi for a moment, his eyes became more and more complicated. He knew that he used to know nothing but fighting, so he was selected by Veda and survived the test that should have been kept secret at the time, only because he witnessed the battle that day. "That's right, so now I would like to ask you to return the 00 Gundam to me, because that Gundam was supposed to be driven by me. You shouldn't be the one to drive, Livons, there should be a limit to talking nonsense." Lake mocked. In the original plan, heaven and man would be directly sacrificed. Where did the 00 Gundam come from, and let him drive it? It's such a lie that even Livonza would believe it. "Hee, no, I should be the one to drive. I have the qualifications." Livon smiled confidently. "As the savior, isn't he worthy of a machine driven by double furnaces?" "No, you provoked a dispute, you are not qualified to pilot Gundam." Aiming at Livons in front of him with a pistol, he instantly repudiated him strongly. It was indeed Livons who saved him and let him drive a Gundam, but what he is doing now is all to stir up disputes and trample on him wantonly. Such a Livons is not qualified to drive a Gundam. Advertisement. He would never give the Gundam to Livons, and if it fell into his hands, the 00 Gundam would only become a prop for him to fuel the dispute. The boy he had chosen told his face that he was not qualified to pilot a Gundam, which made Livons, who had a high self-esteem, feel resentment in his heart even though there was no change on his face. Boom! Suddenly, two gunshots rang out one after another, and Suji and Suxi, who were hit by the bullets, held their arms. Suxi angrily looked at Lake who was holding a pistol. Did he know what he was going to do when he shot at that Kyrgyz kid at the same time? In a moment, enter the cockpit, we are ready to leave here. The two entered the Gundam, and the two Gundams flew up together. "General, what shall we do next?" Sachus, who returned to Chuan Angel, took out the bandage from the cockpit to bandage himself and asked Li Fengshi at the same time. "Go and deal with Setsuna F. Qingying, as long as the body is not destroyed to the point of no recovery value, it's up to you. Okay. Sachs had a ferocious smile on his face. For a war madman like him, Leju, is there anything happier than this? Speaking of which, now is probably his only chance to defeat that brat. He has also seen the recent progress of that Kyrgyz kid from Livon's in his video. With that kind of ability, his life is not enough to beat him. In order to ensure that he could not only complete the task, but also satisfy his desire to fight, he prepared special bullets. The bullets that the brat took were GN particles specially produced by his Power Angel pseudo-solar furnace. How can he drive a mobile phone after being hit by such a bullet? His advantages can be said to be astonishing. That's right, it can be said that he is sure to win this battle. If you can't beat Setsuna F. Qingying, then retreat immediately. You still have value, and you can't lose here at 5.3. Li Fengzi, who was riding on regeneration, said that if the plan didn't go well, let Sachs hit Setsuna. Killed. But Lake is also there, no matter how you think about it, Lake won't let him kill Setsuna. It will bloom first. Now, if he goes back to MS, whether Sachs can overcome the moment of change, Livon's, who is a pure changer himself, cannot be as sure as in the original book. If Sachs really can't beat it, it's more valuable to him to keep him alive. Don't worry, General, that brat has really made a lot of progress. Now that special bullet has hit him. If you have a general to deal with that little brother Gundam, it's really easy for me to get rid of this brat. Chapter 131 Surprised, Self-Destructed Regeneration. Advertisement. Is it easy? Livon's didn't comment. If it was really that easy, it would be the best result. The Angel of Regeneration and Power spews out red and orange-red GN particles, activates, and lifts off. The two airframes didn't take much longer than 00R and Flying Wing 0 to set off. In addition, due to the injury in the arm, the two airframes couldn't control the airframes to move forward at full speed. Regeneration and Chuan Angel caught up in less than 10 minutes. Multiple fangs were released from the two machines by Livon's and Sachs. Compared with the previous regenerated machine, the current trial version has 4 more fangs regenerated. The fangs have increased? Have you learned the lesson from last time? Surrounded by fangs, he and 00R were cut apart by the fangs, and the two mechas were separated, and then saw the fangs of the empowering angel heading towards 00R, and the 8 regenerated the fangs swarmed up, and Lake couldn't help laughing. That's how it came last time, and this time it's the same trick, too, except for this trick, I really thought they would use it. Dodge the orange-red particle beams and keep passing by, and the 10 small GNBITs that were released were directed at regenerate the body, and these fangs shoot particle beams. Tisk, is he better at Bit's firepower and control? Livon's in the regeneration cockpit clicked his tongue, and manipulated the regeneration to dodge these particle beams back and forth again, while the other side of the 470 successfully forced the OOR away, and Sachs, who was separated from the Flying Wing 0, drove Chuan Angel and 00R. However, the process of this battle was not as smooth as he thought. He was shot in the arm, and although the injured Maju showed obvious sluggishness and decline, whenever Sachs's attack was about to hit him, or could always dodge the beam of the fangs with unimaginable maneuvers. However, the slash of the sabotage sword is resolved. It's all hurt like that, but it's still possible to do this kind of action. Sachs said in astonishment, has the effect of the quasi-GN particles been ignored? What's the body of that Kyrgyz kid made of? Well. Advertisement. When Mo gritted his teeth and manipulated 00R to dodge a wave of Chuan Angel's fangs and shoot, the wingtips of the Zero-enhanced fighter and the two GN swords too shot out particle beams at the same time, and the light flow shot out directly, engulfing all the fangs. Sachs was startled when he saw this, and 00R approached suddenly and GN sword 2 swung his knife at Chuan Angel. Damn it, this troublesome brat. With the sword to parry 00R's slashing attack, the light beam saber under Angel Quan's feet suddenly popped out at this moment, but 00R suddenly retreated, to open the distance, dodged, and then turned around and slashed, and the sword cut off the dark limb of the angel. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. That little ghost, there is a ghost in the anus. After being beaten like this by Setsuna with 00R, Sachs couldn't help but feel his face hurt, but he has an advantage, that is, as long as he can survive, it is okay to not have a face. Now that he can't beat Setsu, if he stays here and fights with him, then Chun Chun's brain is a bit big. Goodbye, Kyrgyz kid. Released all the remaining fangs, Setsu was about to run away, but how could Setsu let him go at this moment? The GN sword in both hands cut off the two arms of Chuan Angel, and stabbed at Chuan Angel's body for the last time when he struck. The singing voice from Marina and the soft melody rang in his ears, making him stop subconsciously. Grasping this only opportunity, Sachs escaped with the core fighter, and let Chuan Angel's body self-destruct to buy time for his escape. That Kyrgyz kid was so evil, if he used the machine to escape, he was very worried that the kid would catch up and Kaka gave him 2 swords to carry him away. Tisk, has Sachus been killed? Livon's frowned deeply. Expecting Sachus to kill the injured moment, the plan to take away the 00 Gundam also fell through, and the situation on his side is not much better than the last confrontation. Since Sachus died after falling, the singing voice that made his whole body feel uncomfortable rang in his ears. Advertisement. He had known the owner of the voice before, it was the Princess of Azadistan, but what was going on, why was that human voice heard, and, the singing voice that made him feel uncomfortable, gave him the feeling now that the outcome has been determined, it is so unpleasant. Before coming this time, Livons had expected that Lake might intervene in this matter, so he brought the machine here. The prototype regeneration has removed the deformation function, and additionally uses the same multi-furnace parallel system as Chuan Angel. The stove itself is also the latest pseudo-solar stove of the same model as Gaddis's, so the firepower is still made like this by the Flying Wing Zero. Compared with the improved solar furnace on the 4th generation of Tianren Gundam, the quasi-solar furnace only has the output problem caused by battery life. Now that a parallel system is used, the performance gap is still so large. Really want to get it sooner, double oven drive system. But the most important thing now is to bring this battle to an end. With this annoying singing, and being suppressed by the Flying Wing Zero, there is no need to fight anymore. Without any hesitation, Livons activated the regenerative self-destruction system. Instead of being played by Lake's Flying Wing Zero, he might as well activate the self-destruction system of the body directly. In this way, he is still not considered a loser to Lake. The moment the self-explosion system was activated, the quasi-solar furnace of the body was operating at its limit, exceeding the upper limit of regeneration, and the regeneration was as high as the entire machine exploded into a ball of orange particles. Self-exploding? Is Livons driving the Justice or the Flying Wing? Lake was stunned. Thinking about the Flying Wing Zero he was driving, he suddenly felt like he was driving the wrong machine. It hasn't been smashed yet. Well, even though he was being suppressed by the Wing Zero with Mbit and Saboteur rifles in the dodge zone, he deliberately missed Livons to be disgusting. But there's no need to just play self-explosion like this, I really can't afford it, this fake mule, is it because he was upset by the singing? Lake thought about the reason. To him and Setsuna, Marina's singing sounded like a good song that could calm people down, but to people like Livons and Sachus, it was hard for them to accept. The presence. It's a pity that it's not a death talisman otherwise, how would I feel if I could put it on Livons during the final battle? Lake, 00R is coming towards us. Hanayu reminded. Setsuna, how is your condition? Lake asked, and the screen showed Setsuna's obviously emaciated face. It's okay, I want to take a rest first. Shana said rather weakly. After solving the crisis, the pain and exhaustion of the body surged up. Chapter 132 Sergi asking for help in Anaheim. Below is Chenyuan's new base, you can go there to rest, I will let the Lord Angel come over, there is a treatment cabin on it that can treat you. Thanks. Thank you. Saying thanks in an instant, he used his last strength to manipulate 00 to land in front of the new base of Chenyuan below, and the members left in the new base of Chenyuan opened the door under Lake's advanced communication. Aren't Claude and Celine here? After handing over the moment when the machine flash barely landed to Chenyuan's personnel in the base for temporary sand processing, Lake asked the remaining temporary top person in charge here. Advertisement. Ah, the federal coup soldiers contacted them, and Claude and Celine went to talk with them in person. 11. As expected of them, they are so courageous. Lake sighed, as far as the current relationship between Chenyuan and the Federation is concerned, he can believe what the Federation's coup soldiers say, and is willing to take action to meet them in person. According to the information he had received a long time ago, the coup soldier who initiated the coup was an old friend of Sergi's when he was still in the People's Revolutionary Union, Pang Heli. And Sergi, who has won their contact information and organizes relevant forces in private, should also start to act at this time. At night, Anaheim is at a secret base in the Middle East. We have understood what you said, Colonel Sergi, Anaheim will send troops to prevent accidents. Lux assured Sergi in the communication video. Please, I can't use my power for the time being. Sergi's tone was exhausted. Now the power of Aluz is not suitable for head-to-head confrontation with him, and that old friend, Pang's plan, Sergi can't agree with it from the bottom of his heart. At the communication hang point, Sergi looked at the seat where Pang had been sitting a few hours ago, and the memory of that time came to mind again. What's going on, you actually came to the Middle East to see me? Sergi asked Pang in front of him. Since the establishment of the Federation, the two belonged to different troops. Now that Hercules came here, what exactly is his intention? I'm planning to change the status quo just like you. I came here to invite you to join me, Sergi. Pang Ge explained his purpose. Advertisement. Do you understand? Sergi's face is very calm. Panga and he belong to the colonel of the Federal Army. In addition to the prestige accumulated during the period of the People's Revolutionary Union and the connections accumulated over the years, it is not impossible to know what he did. Matter. Well, Sergei, like me, you can't accept the current policy of the federal government. Now is the time for us to act and let public opinion wake up from sleep. It's an awakening, and there is no chance now. Sergei denied it without hesitation. Alus still holds the advantage of intelligence. The news about what is happening in the Middle East from pure source and the Kingdom of Swili on the border, and the Federation's merciless massacre of the Middle East are just splashes on the internet. Most of the people still don't know anything. And those few people who know the truth of one, know it and understand it. As the current situation is not the most suitable time for them to start acting, if they act blindly, is there any other ending besides total annihilation? No, the opportunity is at hand, Sergei. Contrary to Sergei's lack of hope at this time, Panga firmly believes that there is a best opportunity right now. Opportunity? Panga, I advise you not to underestimate Alus. Sergei advised sincerely. He has also attracted a lot of people in private recently, but after reading the information sent by Lake, he knows that the strength he has accumulated at this time is still too weak. Fighting against a group of troops who have no bottom line, are inhumane, and at the same time hold an advantage in intelligence, we must be cautious, and launch actions when we have enough strength. Reckless actions serve little purpose other than causing senseless casualties. I've never underestimated Alus, Sergei, but even Alus, after all, there are places that I dare not touch. A place you dare not touch. Could it be? Sergei thought of the rail elevator, which is an important pillar of the world's economy today, and relies on a large number of related industries such as the rail elevator. But, is the current Alu really afraid to touch it? Advertisement. Regarding Alu's bottomless Sergei, he can't guarantee whether this group of people will really dare not do this. Alus has done information modification, screen editing, etc. more than once or twice, violently suppressed, and then directly past its own intelligence superiority will kill relevant civilians. Responsibilities related to this incident will all be pushed to the soldiers of the coup, and even Alus may directly use this as an excuse to directly attack the orbital elevator. Asking for flowers. And the related losses caused, according to Alus's long-standing practice, will also be deducted together. Don't be stupid, Pang, those people are not as simple as you think, they have given up the bottom line long ago, and they can do it by directly attacking the orbital elevator. Impossible, the position of the track elevator is very important, even Alus will not adopt the past practice. Panga said. For Sergei's advice, he thinks the possibility is extremely low. Even if such an important industry has given up the bottom line, it is impossible to directly attack it without any scruples. What will the Federation and Alus plan to do about the losses caused? But Panga still listened to the words of his old friend after thinking for a while. As far as the behavior of the Alus group is concerned, indeed, he can't guarantee whether he will do something or not. Sergei, if you don't plan to take action, I don't want to force you. Just take a look first. If our action is successful, you can join. If we fail, the rest will only trouble you. Pang stood up and said. The scheduled time for the operation was approaching, and it was time for him to go. Panger. Sergei heard the implication of Pang's words. Is he going to entrust everything after the failure to him? If Panga fails, then the coup army led by Panga can still have residual forces left, and these forces will be able to join his troops at that time. Sergei, you once said to me that the duty of the military should be to protect the interests of the people and the country, and to deal with the containment forces of external forces, but in this deformed situation, the military cannot operate normally. Let Alus continue to do this, sooner or later even the federal army will become their puppets. So even if there is a risk of failure, I have to start to act. Well. Sergei came back to his senses and sighed slightly. His old friend's ideals were good, but he really didn't have much hope for the effect of this operation, so he asked Anaheim for help. Help, I hope all will come in time. Chapter 133 Adults should learn to find their own reasons. On the other hand, after receiving Lake's communication, the Lord Angel set off and came, because the base of Chunyuan couldn't hold a base as big as the Lord Angel, so Lake asked the Lord Angel to park the battleship outside the new base of Chunyuan. Above the valley, hidden with optical camouflage. The medical facilities used by Setsuna were sent to the base by Lyle driving the Prince-type commander, and Lux was also brought over. Panger is going to launch a coup, and the troops sent by Lux asked them to pay more attention to the situation of the coup troops, and be ready to protect the smooth withdrawal of the coup troops at any time, Lake said. He already knew that the final result of this coup was a failure, but the impact of this incident was far-reaching. Advertisement. First of all, the decision made by Alus to directly bombard the orbital elevator with the death megacannon finally made Katie. The colonel in the Alus saw the truth clearly, and led a group of people who were originally subordinate to the Alus to stage an uprising, and merged with these coup forces, becoming an important force against the Alus. Secondly, it turned out that after the elevator incident in history, several Vietnamese federations directly assigned the Federal Army to the jurisdiction of Alus, allowing an independent security maintenance force to ride directly on top of the regular army, which caused dissatisfaction among many federal troops. Some joined Chun Yuan, while others directly joined the ranks of the coup army. It can be said that this is also one of the important factors that promoted the final downfall of Alus, an independent security maintenance force. This time, we only need to prevent the death cannon from being fired at the orbital elevator, causing the elevator debris to fall to the ground, causing a large number of people to appear on the ground. Just reduce casualties. Wait, Lake, I'm going to the orbital elevator too. Outside the door, after the treatment, she heard the conversation between the two just after recovering his body. Setsuna, your body isn't healed yet. Marina said at the side. Setsumo just lay in that medical cabin with a strange shape, which she had never seen before for a few hours, and her complexion improved a lot, but look the movement, the body has obviously not recovered. Is it to join forces with Ptolemy? Well, Ptolemy will also know about the orbital elevator coup, so Ptolemy will definitely go there. Setsuna said, he just learned about Chun Yuan's meeting with the coup army from Marina. And Ptolemy, who landed on the ground now, according to what Lake said when he landed in the area, should have been in contact with the local pure source. Alus will definitely suppress the orbital push, and Ptolemy, who will know the news from pure source, has no reason not to go there, and he can directly join Ptolemy there. Then the two of us will set off first. Lake said and looked at Lux again. I'll go back to the secret base first, and then I'll go back to the company. I can't help you with the rest of the matter, it's all up to you. Lux chuckled lightly. Advertisement. What she is good at is staying in the rear to support. After the orbital elevator incident is over, in order to help the coup army and Chun Yuan strengthen their forces to prepare for the final battle against Alus. She is also getting busy. A few minutes later, Lake and Lyle activated their mobile suits in Jinaku, where the MS was parked in the pure source base. The speed of the main angel is not as fast as the MS, so they will stop here temporarily, waiting for the matter to be resolved. I'm letting it go. Suddenly, Setsuna was stopped by Marina before boarding the plane. Setsuna, wait a moment. Marina shouted. Marina, what's the matter? Sure enough, I still think you. I'm fine, don't worry. Honestly replied to Marina, Setsu boarded the airframe and the Flying Wing Zero, and the Quantum Commander flew out of the base together, but before leaving, Setsu still wanted to listen to the song that once made him feel peaceful, so he entered in front of the cockpit. He made an agreement with Marina to let him listen to the children's songs when they meet next time. Lake, Setsuna, looks like this tree will bloom. All the driving rights were handed over to the computer for automatic operation, and Lyre used the private channel to tease Setsuna's operation with Lake. For a princess to take care of you to such an extent, she still doesn't respond, that's really overwhelming. I always talk about other people. When you, the old driver, asked the last time, you said that the progress is still the same. Now there is still no progress in AI New. You two are not really planning to be so ambiguous for the rest of your life, are you? Who do you think it's all because of? Lake had a look of grief and indignation. If he didn't work in this business, he wouldn't be able to report it at all. If he did report it, he would definitely be ignored due to various relationships. He would definitely appeal and sue Lake for his shameless behavior. Advertisement. Keeping him so busy all day long, how could he have the time to make so much progress with AI New? Don't pass the responsibility on to others, Lyle, you are already an adult, it's time to learn to find reasons from yourself. Number at number. Not to mention Lyle's mood at this time, while the bodies of the three were rushing towards the orbital elevator in Africa, Ptolemy was also experiencing a catastrophe. Ainu subconsciously exposed Ptolemy's location information again, and then got the repair materials from Pure Source to repair Ptolemy, and the celestial beings were once again informed of their location by Alus. Afterwards, they attacked twice. The first attack at night was against two reformers, Rivafe and Bryn. Ptolemy directly dispatched the fallen angels, considering that the opposite party might be the reformers. Seraphim and Cherub's three-machine attack. Therefore, although the Gaelitso driven by Bryn has a GN force field, he was quickly defeated with the cooperation of Seraph and Cherub's excellent. On Gattis's side, although Alleluia didn't want Mary to go to the battlefield, only the fallen angel combined with the GN archer to attack alone, but Gattissa, which is inconvenient to maneuver in the atmosphere, can be said to be at a disadvantage. Extremely unfavorable state. Not to mention that Hallelujah at this time is also awakened by a large number of GN particles produced by OOR during the performance activation experiment in the universe. Once Hallelujah is about to mess up, Hallelujah will take over the battle at any time. Gaddisar, who was overwhelmed by the mobility of the fallen angels, was forced to retreat because of the death of his companions, and the second attack on Ptolemy was not so easy. Katie had finished formulating the combat strategy, and the entire Alice the big troops came up, and Ptolemy, who was absent from his own Setsu and lake, was easily suppressed by the large troops of Alus. It's over, celestial beings. Devon, who had the same gene sequence as the previously killed Bryn, captured the Seraphim and the fallen angel using the electromagnetic cable of Ma-Inpras. When the pilots in the two airframes were directly electrocuted to death, the evacuation order from the highest level of Alus forced him to let go of Seraphim and fallen angel. I didn't expect a coup to happen at this time, damn human. Difan was annoyed that he couldn't avenge the hated Bryn. If that's the case, let's meet in the elevator on the African track. At that time, he must avenge Bryn and destroy the heavenly beings. P.S. I refreshed it yesterday and it still doesn't work. Try clearing the cache. It should be related to this. Sorry, the biological clock has been reversed recently, and there are a lot of problems. Chapter 134 Alus trying to reverse black and white. That Ma is really dangerous. In the cockpit of the fallen angel, Alleluia, who had just been released from the electrotherapy state, visibly relaxed. I also had a practical experience of the danger of the new Ma. Compared with its large GN particle cannon, this speed is extremely fast, and the cable of the Aurora is really troublesome. Once it is entangled, it will immediately after experiencing the high voltage current released from the opposite side, whether it is the body or the driver, they can only stand obediently in place before being electrocuted. Humph, I'll solve it for him directly. Advertisement. Hallelujah. The other self who was awakened was so angry that Alleluia was speechless. He couldn't control the body while carrying this level of high voltage electricity, but Hallelujah was indeed crazy enough to do this. Kind of people. Gundam planes, please return to the ship immediately, we have to leave here immediately. Miss Huang, what happened? Locke asked. It's the coup d'etat army of the Federation. Huang explained the situation to the three of Locking with a solemn face. Now that Ptolemy's restoration has been basically completed, Lake and Setsuna are also rushing to Africa. You can also join the two over there. After loading the three Gundams returning to the ship, Ptolemy immediately headed for the African orbital elevator at full speed, and joined Lake, Setsuna, and Lyle 597 after arriving near the African orbital elevator. At this point, all forces went to the African track elevator at the center of the incident, and the troops led by Pang Ge had completely occupied the track elevator in the African track elevator at the center of the incident. Citizens, I am Colonel Pang Hurley of the Federal Army Intelligence War Room, and my colleagues and I have occupied life support facilities, rail trains, and solar power generation systems, and we have only one purpose in doing this, it is to let citizens know the true face of Alus, and leave their affairs to public opinion. Alus' true face. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me. Listening to Pang's words on the radio, many people directly expressed their disgust. Who cares about ALWS? It is an independent security maintenance force of the Federal Army to suppress anti-federal forces. What does it have to do with these civilians? In their opinion, the Federal Army who wore the uniforms of the Federal Army and imprisoned them and did not allow them to leave seemed to them to really let them see their so-called true colors. Do you know that so far, Alus has carried out many suppression operations in the name of anti-terrorism, and the number of victims is as many as. Advertisement. Colonel, the Federation's external spokesperson held a press conference. Oh, what will they say, let me see. Pang asked the soldiers to cut in the images of the Federation's press conference, and within the influence, the Federation's foreign spokesperson said convincingly that the people occupying the orbital elevators were anti-federal elements, and these people are now locked in the orbital. The hostages in the elevator threatened to ask the Federation to release the anti-Federation elements, otherwise they would kill the hostages. It's completely right and wrong, Alice, those bastards. Don't worry, how is the appearance of the space station now? Panger asked. Report, the space fleet of Alus is approaching here, and the ground has also received news that Alus and regular federal troops are encircling. The main force of ground encirclement should also be Alus. Panga thought, this incident should be counted as initiated by a small group of people in the Federal Army, then the Federal Army will definitely not be trusted too, in this case the main force used to attack them can only be Alus. How is Chun Yuan doing now? Their MS troops are rushing towards us, wait, the MS of Colonel Alus is approaching our side. The MS who noticed Alus was approaching this way, the operator's voice was tinged with panic. It's about launching automatic mechs, don't panic, and deal with it according to the predetermined plan. Panga said, directly attacking the orbital elevator will put Alus at a disadvantage in public opinion, and the opponent cannot blatantly use MS to attack. Outside the space station, the approaching Pioneer dropped the cargo hold with the automatons hanging on it and then left. The automatons, SADs, that entered the space station were attacked by the defense devices in the space station. Listening to the information reported by his subordinates, Panga had no idea that the group of automated mecha soldiers that had been dropped in had already bypassed the attack of the defense device and quietly invaded the system in the orbital elevator. After about a few hours. Didn't expect it to end up like this. Sergei flew all the way up the Iron Man in the whole field. He was sent by his boss, Commander Jin, to negotiate with his old friend Pang Ji, but he himself was secretly planning a coup d'état and knew Pang Ji's character very well. Sergi himself didn't think there would be any results in this negotiation. Advertisement. But even so, he still has to come. If he doesn't come, Alus may notice what he is doing in private, and park the Iron Man of the whole field in the Gonaku in the orbital elevator. Sergi is in the 2 under the leadership of 2 soldiers. I met Panga. Sergi, I didn't expect the Federation to send you to negotiate. Panga couldn't help laughing. The 10 people who were sent by the Federation to negotiate with the coup army were also secretly planning the coup d'état. Ah, I didn't expect that either, Panga, you should release the citizens quickly. Involving them will not help change the Federation much. Sergi persuaded. No, there will be. Alus can become popular now because of their ignorance, even if it is accompanied by pain. Colonel, Alus has dropped the automaton into the gravity zone. While the 2 were talking, the soldier in charge of monitoring the situation in the orbital elevator sent bad news. Seeing this, Panga immediately ordered the citizens to evacuate immediately, and at the same time sent troops to fight these automatic mechas, but during the battle, the automatic mechas fired directly at the citizens and carried out indiscriminate attacks, and then modified the system by invading the orbital elevator. After the picture, the Federation released the picture of the so-called anti-federal forces massacring civilians. Even if there are many of them, it is impossible to bet on the mouths of more than 60,000 people. I don't think the Federation can think of anything you can think of. Sergi said. Panga wanted to release these tens of thousands of citizens and wanted to use them to spread the truth. The Federation should also be aware of it, and Alus modified the image for follow-up. It is impossible not to take into account the influence of these tens of thousands of people. With the lower limit of Alus, do you want to kill all these people? Seeing the scene of the regular army and Alus troops withdrawing at the same time after a few minutes, Sergi's heart was taken away by the alarm. What are you going to use to do this kind of thing? Deadly cannon. Thinking of this satellite weapon, Sergi hurriedly found a reason with Pang, then walked back to his Iron Man of all domains, took out the communication terminal. The screen on the terminal flickered a few times and then Lake appeared. From the background looks like it's in a ship. Why this change? She was Lake's wife when I contacted you last time. Did you change back to me this time? Never mind. The situation was urgent, and Sergi immediately told Lake his speculation. Chapter 135 Destruction. Let's experience God's punishment for yourself. Alls may use the dead megagun to directly bombard the orbital elevator. Ah, this matter is also expected here. As for the coup army in the orbital elevator, I will leave it to you. Lake said. The communication was hung up, and inside the bridge, the Emperor said after listening to the whole process. Sure enough, Alice still has a dead omen left. Not only her, Sergei Smirnov, the fierce bear of Russian Ross, also expected this situation, and Kadi Mainkin, who stayed in Alus, should have also expected it. Advertisement. Lokang, Alleluia, Tyria, and Lyle have already fought against the elite troops of the regular army in Alus. Christina said. Just after Ptolemy also arrived here, the 4 of Locke were sent to the orbital elevator in order to prevent emergencies. Now that the 3 of them are fighting with the troops there, it means that the situation on the scene has become a little chaotic. And in this case Alus has to fire a dead mega cannon. Ptolemy is going to the universe immediately. Lake, please drive the Gundam with Setsuna to attack, to destroy the satellite orbital weapon. Now we can only rely on the double furnace to drive the body. Huang said. Understood, leave it to me and Setsuna. Lake nodded. There is no need to worry too much about the situation on the ground. Although the Anaheim troops sent there are not many in number, they seem to be the ones commonly used by the Federal Regular Army. There are many GN Murasame, GN Zaka Warrior and other airframes. However, the interior of these airframes has undergone a wave of small enhancements using the GN capacitor technology used by Anaheim on the new generation of Gundams such as the Flying Wing Zero. And whether the use of the pseudo-solar furnace will cause the Federation or Alus to engage in Anaheim's problem, as long as Anaheim's financial support is not short, this problem will never exist. After reporting the situation to the 4 Locks who were fighting outside, Ptolemy started the flight attitude, rushed to the universe at full speed, and then released the 00R Gundam and the Wing Zero after arriving at the predetermined position. After leaving Ptolemy, the 2 bodies broke out at an unparalleled speed and entered the universe as ministers. Ma Empress, who had been arranged here by Livones and others, also locked the 2 planes and stepped forward to block them. Is there only one? That guy is really underestimating people. Lake smiled, knowing that he only sent 1 Empress when he came over. That guy Livones is real. Ma? Leave it to me to deal with it. Lake, you go. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll deal with the death sign cannon. Be careful. The arming of this Ma is not simple. I thought of the incident in the original drama where the enhanced particle sword failed to destroy the launch action of the dead mega cannon due to Diffan's obstruction after using the Trans-M enhancement, resulting in the orbital elevator being hit. Advertisement. Here, it is indeed more appropriate to hand over Difan to a solid sword and a Trans-M strengthening system to deal with it in an instant. Don't try to run. Sensing that Wing Zero wanted to escape, Empress released high-voltage cables towards Wing Zero and 00R, but Wing Zero immediately activated the Trans-M system, leaving only a series of after the after-image. He bypassed Empress and rushed directly to the death cannon. Empress was about to turn around and chase after him, but 00R behind him used missiles and particle beams from particles to force Empress to open the GN force field. Then I'll deal with you first. Difan, who was full of anger, planned to use the high-voltage cable again, but his action had just begun, and 00R directly activated the Trans-M system, rushing to Empress with lightning speed. So fast. In the next second, 00R stabbed two GN swords towards Empress, and Veda urgently activated the GN force field, but this action had no effect on 00R who had been strengthened by Trans-M. He raised his leg and gave one of the GN swords a light kick. The blade that penetrated it broke through and destroyed Empress's force field. Then he drew back the blade in an instant, and dealt with Empress with a volley. Commander General, the preparations for strafing are complete. On the battleship Arthur Goodman was on, the subordinates reported the news to him. Yoxi, let Chunyuan, Tianren, and those coup troops understand what God's punishment is. Goodman said with a grin, and wiped out all the anti-federal forces. Well, as for those tens of thousands of civilians, if they know something they shouldn't know, they are also anti-federal forces, and it is best to wipe them out together. Wait, Commodore, a high-energy body is approaching. High-energy body. Goodman, who hadn't forgotten what the Dead Omen cannon was all about last time, turned pale. No, it won't be that Gundam again. Advertisement. The flow of particle light across the sky hit the muzzle of the Death Sign cannon, and the second Death Sign cannon was turned into a pile of scrap iron in front of Goodman. There were quite a few of the exploded Death Sign cannons. The fragments fell towards the ground again. Ask for flowers. How can I explain this to Commander Katagiri? Goodman thought quite desperately, and at the next moment, the escort battleships and mobile suits arranged around were suddenly smashed by particle beams one after another, and the pure white mobile suit flew to the bridge of the entire battleship, shooting straight at it with its pitch-black muzzle. Refers to the bridge. You are Commodore Arthur Goodman from Alus. The barrel of the gun touched the bridge directly, and the other hand touched the ship. Through the contact circuit, Lake's specially processed voice was heard by Goodman. Heaven, and man. Goodman's voice trembled. He was usually mad at heaven and man, wishing to die face to face. When deciding on his life, he is as timid as a mouse. It's been a long time since I've heard of your name. The Brigadier General has been doing nothing for so long, and now he's using the death cannon at will to attack tens of thousands of civilians and unilaterally massacre others. Doesn't it feel good to not be responsible? 00. I. Goodman is only concerned with panic now. If he were to ask him this question in his normal state, he would definitely say that all of this is a necessary sacrifice for the realization of eternal peace kind of nonsense. As long as the knife doesn't hit his head, life is just a number for a person like him. After you're done having fun, Brigadier General, you should also experience the so-called God's punishment with your subordinates. UBD. Being humiliated by the words he just released against his face, Goodman, who was still terrified, cursed subconsciously, and then in his terrified face, the bridge was broken, and the incoming particle beam separated him and him. All the bodies of his subordinates evaporated. The entire battleship completely became garbage in the universe in the martyrdom caused by the bridge as the starting point. Lake, the falling effect of the dead megacannon's fragments has been calculated, and the result is the same as last time. Hanayu said. That's good, the man's fragments fell into the city below and caused no damage. The remaining problem is what to do with the ALA group, Lake said. A high-ranking officer who was directing the operation at the scene died, and Katagiri, who was the supreme commander, either ordered a storm or retreated at this time. PS said to clear the cache, use Philo settings to clear the file cache. I used the VIP number to subscribe and tried it without any problems, so I thought it was done. I am very sorry for causing trouble to everyone. By the way, Pokemon has been put on sale for a while, and this volume is in the second half, and then a small volume of the theatrical version will end soon. Chapter 136 Exposure, Alus who learned the truth. But with the obsession of that dazed man, Homer Katagiri, there is a high probability that he will choose to attack by force. Converging with the flying 00R, the two mobile suits returned to the ground. The situation on the ground was just as Lake expected. After the failure of the Dead Omen cannon, Homer Katagiri ordered the Federal Army to face the Pure Source and the Alus together. The troops of the coup army launched a storm. Advertisement. The headquarters ordered a strong attack? Has the launch of the dead megacannon been stopped? Among the warships on the sea near the African orbital elevator, Katie was puzzled. Then the debris falling from the air confirmed by the operator through the battleship confirmed his conjecture. Colonel Manigan, what do you think of the headquarters? Graham, who was staying beside him, asked. Me? Now let the dispatched troops act according to the orders of the headquarters. As the frontline combat commander 590, my disobedience to the orders of the headquarters will also implicate everyone on this ship. Katie answered Graham what she thought, and then asked. Speaking of which, Captain Ika is an authorized person of the headquarters, why would you ask me such a question? W. It has nothing to do with whether they are authorized persons or not. Colonel Mainkin and I, as well as the people on this battleship, have the same purpose of joining the army. Graham said, he dared to say it in person. Chakotay Mainkin, like him, is not a person who can tolerate such things. Yes, the purpose of first joining the army is the same, but now Alus. Thinking about what Graham said, Katie became more and more disgusted with the current Alus. If the previous things could be evaded within the so-called scope of authority, now they are using deadly megacannons to directly attack tens of thousands of civilians. This army has deviated its assigned responsibilities. On the other side, on the battlefield of the orbital elevator at this moment, the pure original and coup army, the regular army and the Alus troops poured their firepower towards each other. The 4 Gundams of Cherub, Fallen Angel, Seraphim, and Quantum Commander are constantly attacking the Alus and the MS of the regular army rushing towards them. As soon as the 4 Gundams enter the battlefield, they are regarded as the highest priority by the regular army and Alus the targets to be destroyed. At this moment, because the Alus headquarters officially ordered the attack, there are only a lot of MS attacking them. Advertisement. In the end, after working so much, it almost turned into a tragedy. Panga looks sad. If Gundam hadn't destroyed the death sign cannon, he would have killed tens of thousands of people. This kind of thing really happened, he was really going to be a sinner. Don't sigh yourself here. If you have the time, you should survive and pay for your sins. Sergi punched Panga. Make up for the mistakes you make with your own actions. You are right, there is still work to be done. Awakened by what Sergi said, Pang raised his spirits, flew into the ground from the orbital elevator with Sergi in the Doom, and immediately issued an order to retreat towards the battleship of the coup army under his command. Sergi, I'm leaving first. If you and your troops want to join or cooperate later, let's meet. Ah, we will meet then. Sergi said. Panga and he are also the ones who decide to act in order to change the Federation, not to mention that this old friend is not clear about some things and needs his help. Don't know what happened to Andrei. This son who joined ALWS should have been sent to this battlefield as well. As a father, Sergi was concerned about the safety of his own son. However, when he thought of the crisis between them caused by his past command, Sergi's face showed pain again, and he stopped for a few minutes before flying to his own battleship. On the battlefield, the coup army that received the order notified Chenyuan's troops of their retreat. Regarding this, Claude, who was the supreme commander on Chenyuan's side, believed that this was the only way at present. It is still impossible for the coup army to occupy the orbital elevator for a long time. After the failure of the CO delivering of information with the Kingdom of Seoul, they also believe that the operation has been carried out until now, and it will not be able to pass the matter to the real world if it continues to consume. The whole world knows that in the end, they and the coup army's effective forces can only be used in vain. The two forces retreated in the same direction after discussing the retreat route and location in a short period of time. Advertisement. As far as the Federal Army and Alus are concerned, it is naturally impossible for them to just leave the pure source and the coup army to retreat, but before the pursuit action can start, a piece of video data of the automatic mecha soldiers released by the Alus massacring civilians in the orbital elevator will be released displayed on their airframes, even on the screens of battleships. Do all the drivers of the Alus and the regular army know that it was not the coup army that massacred the civilians in the orbital elevator before, but the automatic mecha soldiers deployed by the Alus? All of this is. After seeing the information above, the mobile suits of the regular army and Alus obviously slowed down, and quite a few mobile suits simply stopped in place. What the hell is going on? The outside world should not be able to obtain this video. In the command room of Alus, Homer Katagiri's face was almost blackened into coal through the video sent back by the commander on the frontline battleship. Many soldiers who joined the ALWS didn't know what was actually done in the ALWS. When the automatic mechas were launched in this incident, they also declared to the pilots that the automatic mechas were launched to deal with those anti-federal elements. Now that this video data is leaked out, who has the power to do this kind of thing? Successful transmission, thank you, Hanyu. In the cockpit of the Flying Wing Zero, Lake looked at Hanyu, and was able to directly obtain the image in the orbital elevator and transmit it to all the federal troops present, and the MS of Alus finally forced them to stop their pursuit. What can do this kind of thing is not the large-scale quantum calculation system that ABI and Professor Eefman just finished, but Veda. Just now he asked Hanyu to help contact 2.7 Veda, using the highest authority he already had, and asked Veda to help spread the matter. You're welcome. As for the falsification of evidence, let Veda blame this matter on the large-scale quantum calculation system we got, so that Liuzi will have to believe it if he doesn't believe it. After all, Veda is held in his hands. Even though he knows that a pure reformer like Lake has the possibility of being logged into the highest authority by Veda, but with Livon's way of thinking, Livon's will currently consider it as before he was robbed by Veda, he did not have the highest authority because he was not fully awakened. Anyway, they are people who can't get permission, how can they use Veda? How can they not believe it when Veda tells Livon's about their own quantum calculation system? Chapter 137 Unchangeable Arrogance, Support for the Federal Army. Inside the Tianren. Knowing what happened on the battlefield, Livon's face changed several times, and Reggie, who was standing next to him, remembered what this man said not long ago, I am your creator, and the person who can lead mankind is not a changer. All the anger when it was only him and the like was gone. Livon's, this time your action didn't work either. I went to grab the Gundam but didn't get it, and the plan to use the orbital elevator to clean up all the coup forces in one go also failed, and I also took the second death cannon along with it. Oh, yes, the drivers in the ALUs and the drivers of the regular army all know the truth about the use of automatic mechanized soldiers by the opposite ALUs in this incident. What are you going to do? Advertisement. Tisk tisk, Veda can at most carry out intelligence control, but how effective can intelligence control be in this situation? So many drivers know this, even if you can't kill them, there will inevitably be many drivers because I learned that I chose to leave ALUs, join the coup army, and join the team against allies. Your view of things is still so short-sighted, Reggie, after all, it's just a group of human beings, and it doesn't matter where they go. Livon's calmed down, and his tone was still full of disdain. Yes, he admitted this time he played off 24, that's why he was angry. Obviously, he had prepared so much this time, but all of them failed. But what can those human beings who can't see the situation clearly and want to resist? The mob is nothing to be afraid of. Hey, Livon's, don't you know that the MS made by that purebred company are not simple? If these disengaged drivers get the MS in Anaheim, it will be a big threat to ALU's bar. Anaheim, like them, has the ability to manufacture pseudo-solar furnaces in addition to its own unique technology in the design of the body, it also has the latest technology from no one's side. In addition to the most critical point, they have money, and the amount of equipment they provide will definitely not be small. Advertisement. Threat? Haha, Reggie, those guys are just mortals after all, even if Anaheim arms them all, ALUs can still clean them up. Livon said coldly. Will a large number of ALUs and regular army soldiers leave because of this matter? Join the coup army and get the equipment from Anaheim? Oh, so what is missing is a group of MS drivers after all, and this small number of people just use them directly. The produced transformation body can be replaced, and the quantity does not need to be replaced particularly large. Why a small portion? This is the result predicted by Veda while allowing Veda to immediately conduct intelligence control. A sudden image from the battlefield will cause many people to choose to believe it because of the authenticity of the image of massacring civilians. Credibility has not been lost, common people can still enjoy a happy life, and many people will choose to believe the words of the official. Moreover, after this incident, in a short period of time, the terrorist attack on the orbital elevator can be used as an excuse to allow ALUs to govern the Federal Army and carry out further expansion. ALUs will not be short of people at all. It is to produce some transformation bodies. Arrogance, stupidity and ignorance have all reached this point, and you can still be so confident, Livon's, when will you be less arrogant? It can ensure that the strength of ALUs does not appear through mass production of transformation bodies and other means. In addition to pure source, coup army, and heaven and man in high-end combat power, there are two double furnace-driven bodies. Bien didn't even have a dual furnace driver, and after so many attempts to get as high as a dual furnace, he didn't get one in the end. If we really met the opposite side, could it be possible that the ALUs troops were expected to wipe out the celestial beings through encirclement and suppression? I still have a way to get the body driven by the double furnaces, Regina, you don't need to worry about this. Heard it again, Livon's, UBD. Reggie's face, who had been peeped through his inner thoughts, was distorted like never before, but Livon still looked calm about it. Be respectful to the Creator, Regina, if you are too naughty, I will have to deal with you. Advertisement. Within 2 days after the incident, Lake and Lyle returned to the universe together with the Ptolemy crew on the Archangel, which arrived later. And about a month after the orbital elevator incident ended, in the secret base built in the Middle East in Anaheim on Earth, there were many mobile suits of troops that had escaped from the Federal Army. Most of these troops are people who chose to join after the quantum calculation system on Lake's side passed the information in the Veda's disregard. The Grey Doom style, Jianzako Warrior, Jian Murasame and other MS can be said to be everywhere in the base Gonaku, almost filling up the entire huge base. I never imagined that Anaheim would build such a large base here. The expression on Pang's face was quite unexpected. After the orbital elevator incident, the coup army he led originally planned to go to the universe to hide it is used as a temporary docking solution in the colonial satellite under construction. The Federation is building colonial satellites on a large scale, and the colonial satellite federations under construction can't help but spread their hands everywhere, which should be an excellent hiding place. In the end, it became a problem for them to go to the universe. After the orbital elevator incident, because the image escaped from the army of the regular army, his scale became larger. If they want to occupy the orbital elevator and go to the universe, they have to find a place to stay, and now the trouble is the place to stay. First of all, the intelligence advantage of the Federation itself can easily find out all of them one by one, and their bodies use pseudo-solar furnaces, a power source that requires special equipment for charging and maintenance. The only place 050 can go to is the Middle East. The Middle East has the GN particles that the Federation itself roams and hinders communication. It is a very suitable place to hide. Maintenance equipment. There are a lot of troubles, but fortunately, there is this base in Anaheim, which has all kinds of equipment and provides them with all the preparations that MS needs. There has been news from Lake that Colonel Sergi and Colonel Mainkin have gone to space and are now staying in the colony satellite under construction. Anaheim can use ships to help with the transportation problem on Colonel Panger's side. It will be resolved in the near future, Lux said. Miss Lakis, thank you for your company's help to us. Pang's words were respectful, because of the relationship between Anaheim and Alus before, he had the same bad impression of this company as the former Pure Geniki. Then, it's really sweet now, the maintenance and preparation of so many mobile phones, the replenishment of energy, and even the ships after they went to the universe. Anaheim took care of all the things alone, and also helped to send Escher the troops of another coup army led by Guy, and the troops that originally belonged to the Alus led by Katie Mainkin were sent to the universe. It seems that what kind of super large ship is used, and I don't know what kind of ship it is, but it can send so many mobile phones and personnel into the universe several times. Chapter 138 The Reformed Lady Justice, Ainu in Action. Lux smiled softly, letting the colonel not have to pay too much attention. The support for the coup army will not cost Anaheim a lot of financial resources. All the relevant mobile phone parts and so on are deliberately eliminated or intercepted on the grounds of unqualified when they are provided to the mobile phones currently used by the Federation and Alus. The parts that come down will be provided to the coup army. The cost is not entirely borne by Anaheim. Although Anaheim obtained the battleships in the universe from the three major powers after the merger at that time, most of them used the latest. It is enough to strengthen it with technology. Advertisement. According to Lake's words, the current positions of ships in this world are not particularly important. Anaheim's current resources are still focused on MS, and there is no need to be so anxious about ship construction for the time being. And in the universe, the 5 people located in the secret stronghold of L5, Ganakyun, Setsuna, Lokang, Alleluia, Tyria, and Lyle, are experiencing another improved training program conducted by ABI. This time the opponent was chosen by Lake, and the template is not too much. Let these 5 people deal with a Shizubi driven by Xiaoye. Aznable from UC0093, and Amuro from 0079. The HIV that Ray drives is Manatee Gundam. Well, because of the difference in the performance of the airframes, to be fair, Lake also asked Abby to modify the data of the 2 airframes, and changed them to use the solar furnace as a template. These people have been playing for 2 hours and haven't come out yet, so they must be very happy playing inside. Lake, will I be allowed to drive the Goddess of Justice in the next battle? Hanyu, who was staying beside Lake, looked at Lake with a happy expression and asked her a question. She has been staying on Lake's Wing 0, and it's not bad for her to be a driving assistant for Lake. It's a bit strange to let her suddenly drive Gundam alone again, and it's been a full 4 years since she was driving the Goddess of Justice. Gundam that has not been used once in a year. The Lady Justice has been Ashes for 4 years, how about taking this opportunity to make him shine? Lake explained with a smile. Lake, the performance of the Goddess of Justice does not have an advantage in the current battle. Letting me drive it will not play much role on the battlefield. Hanayu said. Her combat level is not as good as Lake, nor is it as good as the 4 grown-up Gundam drivers of Tianren and Locke's younger brother Lyle. If it really comes across the new type of machine driven by those people headed by the transformation body, the performance and technology of the Goddess of Justice will not be its opponent at all. Advertisement. I'll let Abby and the others help with the upgrade, and the performance is expected to be on par with the current 4th generation Gundam. The performance of the 3rd generation Goddess of Justice is not enough. Before it can be used on the battlefield, its whole body needs to be upgraded and improved. The GN Sword uses the technology of the GN Sword 3 currently used by 00R, and uses a new type of propulsion system and GN capacitor technology, and additionally strengthens the armor. At that time, Hanyu, you don't have to stay on that machine all the time. Most of the time, let Hero take over the control, and you can take over the control at the right time. Is it against the reformers? Hanao asked. Well, Livones is already manufacturing new mobile suits and moss. These mechas must be used for the new reformers produced, and they will be useful for the Lady Justice. Lake said. He gave this information to Graham, because Livon's subordinates lack high-end combat power, Graham, the ace pilot and his good friend Billy Katagiri was co-opted by Limas. Among the two, Billy, who was drawn over, was mainly responsible for perfecting the incomplete Trans-M system created by Billy Katagiri for Livons and the others. Graham was in charge of being a thug, and it was precisely because of being a thug that Graham passed on the information while he was out on a mission. Although Livons and the others have surveillance methods, their surveillance method is Veda, so Graham's transmission of information is not going too smoothly. New Ma Dominance Style, MS Dark 1:5 and Garg, this is the message returned by Graham. The combat power of the Dominion style itself is sufficient, and Livons and others will not spend money and time to get it up, so the only ones who can use this system are their own MS, Dark 1:5 and the special it is used for self-explosion and easy production of self-explosion and JAG. When the time comes, the Lady Justice will be dispatched, and it will be more or less useful on the battlefield. Aren't you going to use the original mechatronics? Advertisement. No, it's enough to let the reformed goddess of justice go. Lake smiled and said, he will still have the freshman FAZZ in the Qing army, why should he go to deal with Livon's group? He is now in the body in the Naheim Corporation. I can't get the information. In the distance, AI Nu, who tried her best to hide her figure, was observing the situation on Lake's side. After all the failures in those few battles, Livons gave up the plan of destroying the Tianren base and the supposed cooperation to steal the body. AI Nu, who has learned about the performance of the two dual furnace machines, the Flying Wing 0 and QR, knows why. Now Livons has bet all her treasures on her, asking her to bring back all the body information of the double furnace drive system at all costs, and she is also trying to find opportunities. The most convenient thing is to send back the body and its system information from the top of the body, so that the information is also the most complete, but this opportunity has not been found until now. The defense is too strict, and Jinako did not drive. There is also Harbin on patrol, looking for an excuse to prepare the machine to get close. That's no way, any maintenance of the machine needs to be carried out after consulting the technicians in the base as soon as possible. Been found? Seeing Lai, Qian's Zhao, K's eyes suddenly cast over, AI Nu hurriedly turned and left. It is impossible to confirm whether it has attracted its attention, but in order not to be exposed, AI Nu can only give up working on the body. The place to start can only be placed on Ptolemy, and the computer on it stores a full set of information on the double furnace drive system for maintenance and other purposes. She is now trusted by the people on Ptolemy, and she will send people away, and will save and read the information there, and the difficulty of passing it back to Livons is currently much easier than starting from the machine body. There is a lack of a machine body. The information available has little impact on them as changemakers. It's Ainu. It seemed that Livons was in a hurry. Lake laughed in his heart. Without the dual furnace drive unit, Livons would not have the confidence to fight. Livons must be very anxious now. Without the dual furnace drive system, his regeneration would not be able to compete with 00R and his Flying Wing 0. Chapter 139 Exposure, the final decision on Ainu. Letting it get a double furnace drive system is the same as letting it get a Trans-M system and a solar furnace, which can't change the situation. There is only one prototype furnace, and the only option is to use the original regeneration of two pseudo-solar furnaces, and the quantization of the dual furnace machine also requires the body's solar furnace. The solar furnace is either a real furnace or an IV. Professor Mann's improved furnace can emit green particles. Even if Livons, the driver, is a purebred, the regeneration using the furnace that emits orange particles cannot activate quantization. How much threat can such regeneration pose in front of the two double furnaces? Just let that guy get the data on the twin furnace drive system. Advertisement. I really want to see the expression on Livon's face when he has almost lost everything after getting everything he wanted. Where did the malice come from? Livons, who was sitting on the sofa, felt a wave of malice for no reason, and doubts appeared in his eyes. Turning on the changer mode, Livons frowned slightly after trying to search for a while. How can it be possible if you are not around and cannot find the source? He is a pure breed. With his strength, why can't even find anyone, or the strength of the other party's brain quantum wave is already strong enough to be transmitted from a long distance without being searched for the source. How could such a person exist? Livons laughed and denied the ridiculous idea in his mind. He became a purebred, and his brain quantum waves became much stronger than before. He couldn't do this kind of thing. How could this be possible without being discovered by him? Ah! Oh, Ainu is going to send back the information on the drive system of the double furnace. It's a good pawn. However, Ainu Stanner, you are almost worthless. Ainu, an information-based transformation body, was originally sent in by him as a traitor. Now that he has obtained the double furnace drive information he most wants to obtain, there is no need to invest resources in it to let it escape. It is a waste. L5 secret base, inside Ptolemy. The information was sent to Livons, and the next thing is, let me go out alone. Advertisement. The exchange of information made AI New's expression stagnate. Livon's decision made her feel like she was hit by a bolt from the blue. The meaning of this message could not be more obvious. She was abandoned. Livonza let her escape alone. But with the security of this base, how could she do it, said Jay. She and Livonz are not both reformers, they are both companions, obviously born to carry out Aeolia's plan. Why Livonz can do such a thing? I'm so sorry, Ainu, you come with us now. The door was opened suddenly, and the voice of his lover Lyre rang out. Ainu turned around anxiously. 4 Gundam pilots, and her lover, Lyle Dirndi, standing at the front. Except for Lake, a pure breed, Ainu couldn't see the meaning of the smile on his face at the moment. She could clearly see the disappointment and anger on the faces of the rest of the people. This is of course, because of her appearance and her disguised character. She has gained the trust of everyone on Ptolemy, the Gundam pilot and everyone in the ship. She took advantage of this trust and betrayed everyone. Am I being exposed? Ainu smiled wryly, knowing the answer, but she still couldn't help asking it herself. Ah, please come here with us. If you are a reformer, we have many things to ask in detail. Huang took a deep breath and said. A highly educated doctor with multiple degrees, this innocent and lovely girl who has helped Tianren's technical team a lot is actually a spy sent by the reformers. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Huang would still find it hard to believe that this was the truth. Ainu. Among all the people at the moment, Lyle was the most disappointed. A pained look flashed across his face, and Locke sighed slightly when he saw this, but he felt relieved for his younger brother in his heart. At this time, it may be bad news to learn that the girlfriend I am in love with is a spy sent by the enemy, but think carefully about the methods the opponent has played so far. Then he will learn the truth and control Ainu. At least he and Ainu can win a good ending after everything is over. If only sometime in the evening to know. Advertisement. Not wanting to think about that possibility, Locke only felt that it might be the most unwilling and also the most painful result for his younger brother. Half an hour later, outside the reception hall which was temporarily used as an interrogation room, a group of people were waiting here. Considering the thoughts of the parties and their related personnel, this interrogation was conducted by Locke Ang. Lyle and Huang went in. Miss Huang, what's the matter? Tilly asked. The exposure of our base before was due to Ainu's relationship, and then the earliest return to the base, and the exposure of Ptolemy's position since she boarded the ship. She was also sending a message to the reformers. Huang said. After suppressing the memory of the changer, send it in as a spy, make sure that the spy has passed their review perfectly, and then liberate the suppressed memory, allowing him to start acting as a spy. Everything has been calculated, and now the other party has obtained the information of the double furnace drive system. Miss Huang, Ainu, what are you going to do? Lake asked. Ainu is considered a celestial being after all, how to deal with it depends on the opinions of Huang and others. Ainu's words. Huang showed helplessness, and looked at Locking and his younger brother Lyle. Let's leave Ainu in the confinement room of the base for the time being. If we take her into action, according to her own words, she will expose our position whether she wants to or not. It's useless to punish him now, all the information that should be leaked has been leaked out, and they also know about other things about the reformer that I asked from Ainu, except this time about stealing the data of the double furnace drive system things. Other times Ainu leaked information mostly because the other party took the initiative to use brain quantum waves to connect to him and obtain information. As a spy, she has no way to choose to refuse. Indeed, if we take her with us, our next actions will be very troublesome. Tyria said, no one was killed when Ainu exposed the location of the base, and the loss of the base exposure was not due to the timely transfer of personnel. Therefore, he does not feel that he should treat this compatriot who was created to be used as an enemy completely. Well, I also think it's the best way to do this. Alleluia looked at Mary next to him. Lyle and Ainu also had the same feelings as them. For these two people, this not was the best way to deceive him. Okay. Keep her here, Lake, you should accept this solution. Lake asked. Thank you, everyone, it's really helpful. Lyle thanked everyone. He understands that Ainu's crime can be dealt with so lightly. Chapter 140 Father and Son, the Combined Coup Army. Really, this brother and sister came suddenly. Locke looked at his younger brother like this, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. It seemed that his younger brother's love was coming to an end, but he didn't seem to have even reached the starting point. This is really... After dealing with Ainu's affairs, Locke Ang and Lyle took Ainu to the confinement room in the base and closed the double furnace drive theft. Inside the colony under construction. Advertisement. Pang Ge led his troops to the universe, and Sergi and Katie Mainkin's respective troops went to the river, and there was an episode of some sort. When the troops of the three merged, Pang both Ge and Sergi realized that there was Sergi's son Andrei Smirnov in Katie's army. Please don't get me wrong. I am different from you, father. I chose to leave Alice to protect the citizens. Andrei said coldly after seeing his father. People who give up their mothers are different. After seeing that image, the condemnation of his conscience made him unable to agree with this army that can fabricate facts to discredit everything, and even attack the citizens who want to protect, just to complete the so-called mission. Citizens, destroy all anti-federal forces and maintain permanent peace forces. Butcher Deo can wield even his own people, how much darkness will be hidden under those so-called missions before. As for his father, Sergei, even seeing him in this army now made Andrei quite astonished. The father who was out of military discipline would join the coup army and fight to defeat the Alus who threatened the citizens. However, things in the past still seem to be in front of us. The pain of losing his mother made Andrei unable to have a good tone to his father who refused to save his mother, even justified, apologized, and never said anything to him. Andrei, in fact, what happened back then? Pang wanted to defend his friend, but what Andrei wanted to hear was not his excuse, but his father, Sergei. There was a hint of sadness and guilt in his eyes, but why didn't he say anything, why didn't he say anything? Resentment, confusion, once again transformed into anger towards Sergei. Advertisement. Needless to say, this man has always been like this. He killed his mother back then, and he is still like this now. After saying these words, Andrei stepped out of the room. Seeing this, Katie, who was standing in front of her, signaled her bodyguard, Patrick Savoy, who was by her side almost 24 hours a day, to follow Andrei. The best words are to enlighten the young man. Understood, leave it to me, Colonel. Patrick responded with enthusiastic eyes, then left the room and chased after Andrei. Colonel Smirnov, I think you have to have a good talk with your son in the future, and the lessons between the two of you will be very deep. Katie said. The conflict between the two fathers and sons seemed irreconcilable, but the comparison of the facial expressions between Andrei and Sergei just now was enough for her, who was completely ignorant of the inside story back then, to judge how big a big deal happened. A misunderstanding. Yes, Sergei, it's time for you to have a good talk with your son. The relationship between him and you has become worse and worse over the years. After all, you are both father and son. I know all of this, but I really don't know how to speak. Sergei sighed deeply. He has such a personality. Ever since his wife died, he has never known how to explain the incident to his son Andrei. To such an extent. How should I talk to my son, explain what happened back then, how to apologize, how to make him forgive? Thinking of these, Sergei is still unable to say a word. Anyway, when Aluz is defeated, go and have a face-to-face talk with him, Colonel Smirnov. If this continues, your dead wife will be sad too. A father and son have no way to contradict their whole life, but live such a life, Colonel Smirnov's dead wife will definitely not want to see it. I will have a face-to-face talk with Andrei when Aluz is defeated. After a short silence, Sergei, who remembered his dead wife, finally nodded and agreed to talk to his son after the matter was over. Then the next step is to talk about the rebel army after we merged. Panga said, after talking about personal matters, it's time to talk about business. As for the next commander of this unit, I want to hand it over to Colonel Katie Mainkin, and you will be in charge of the command of the RHS operation. Let's hand it over to Sergei. Advertisement. Asking for flowers, 0. If that's the case, Panga, you. Sergei asked. My ability is not as good as the two of you, and it's enough to cooperate with the two of you to command. Panga laughed at himself. The final result of his decision in the orbital elevator incident proved that his ability was comparable to that of Sergei or Katie. There is a lot of difference, he is still responsible for playing and cooperating with the two, and it is better to help direct. Then let's do that. Katie and Sergei were silent for a while and agreed to this arrangement after the meeting. After solving the problem of commanding the troops, the biggest problem now is the equipment and rear they use. There is almost no need to worry about logistics. Apart from Anaheim, there are many people in the business and political circles who are willing to provide them with support. Most of the politicians decide to do it because they can't understand the federal government that is being manipulated by Alus. In the business world, these people are either sloppy, or they decided to provide support for the coup army because their interests were damaged by those who supported Alus. 0. In short, in terms of logistics, their coup army does not need to worry too much. But in terms of equipment, this is currently a lot of trouble. The Federation has become a puppet of Alus, and its control over equipment is quite strict. Except for Katie's troops, the rest of the coup's troops are transferred from the regular army, and the regular army doesn't receive a lot of sponsorship like the Alus, and the military expenditure on hand is so small, it is not enough to support them to replace all of these troops with the GN system. There are also a lot of Hammurabi, Murasamezaka warriors 4 years ago spotty. Even the number of Iron Men and formulas that should have been completely eliminated, the reason, is naturally because of lack of money. The ALWS on the opposite side are equipped with full-staff GN-type airframes, as well as Zaka Phantom and Pioneer-type airframes that are more advanced than theirs. If this fights It seems that we can only ask Anaheim to provide a new type of Ms. Panga sighed, and then troubled others to send all his troops up. How much? He'd better estimate that it's probably the 3 MSS that use battery packs as energy like Geniki, Hammurabi, and Zuko warriors. The body that uses the pseudo-solar furnace is expensive, and it may anger the Alus Anaheim. No matter what, it is impossible to provide it. Chapter 141 The time has come, the prelude to the end of the war. The current tacit understanding between ALWS and Anaheim is based on money, and Anaheim still allowing ALWS to maintain its superiority in force. Openly providing them with pseudo-solar furnace bodies. If they fail, even Anaheim, which has its own power in the parliament, will undoubtedly be liquidated. Belief that the coup army will win does not mean that a company dares to bet to such a degree and bet all its treasures on them. If we can get Zuko warriors, our chances of winning against Alus will be a little higher, Sergi said. I'll go get in touch and have a look. I hope they can provide more. Pang Ge nodded. Advertisement. However, after he asked his subordinates to contact Anaheim with a communication device, the reply from Lux in Anaheim shocked his jaw. 550 GN Zuko warriors. 580 Panga almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. There are so many new machines equipped with pseudo-solar furnaces. This, Anaheim's financial resources are really scary. Not to mention when Anaheim produced such a large number of pseudo-solar furnace MS, and now they have to provide them all at once. Well, here we'll also provide some upgrade parts. You can upgrade these Zuko warriors into Zuko Phantoms after accepting Zuko warriors. As far as the upgrade level is concerned, because the internal skeleton is the same, the Zuko warrior can actually be upgraded directly to the Zuko Phantom extension, and the cost of upgrading is not cheap. Therefore, most of the Zuko Phantom alus, which are used by commanders, adopt a remanufactured solution. Not only provided the pseudo-solar furnace, but also provided such a large number of opponents. Isn't Anaheim worried that Alus will retaliate? We in Anaheim believe that this battle will not be won by Alus, but by the coup d'etat army and pure source, heaven and man. Lux smiled. Alus has a great advantage, but the combined strength of the coup army, Chunyuan and Tianren is enough for their fleets to fight against. Advertisement. Is that so? Thank you very much. Pang Ge's face was full of joy. There were 50 GN Zuko warriors, and there were upgrade parts attached. This sorting out was already enough for them to replace some of the old-fashioned mobile phones they had on hand. Even you can also replace some of Fengta's batteries. Just wait, Alus, the time to knock you down is almost here. About 3 months later, the coup army that received 50 GN Zuko warriors got the GN Zuko warriors and then refitted part of the body in the Zuko Phantom to run in with them, while the Heavenly Man, the Setsuna 4 and Lyle are still enjoying the mixed doubles from GN Manatee and GN Sazabi every day during these 3 months. On Earth, Livon's work since the orbital elevator has also yielded results. After the rail elevator incident happened, it was defined as a terrorist attack by the Federation, and then those congressmen under the control of Livons and others began to propose the so-called formal transfer of the Federal Army to the ALUS, the original Independent Security Maintenance Force, in the Parliament. The proposal for further expansion of ALIs was overwhelmingly passed in Parliament after being dragged for about a month. Then, the current president of the Federation with dark skin announced this decision on the temporary podium built near the orbital elevator, in front of reporters from all over the world who came to live broadcast. We must not forget the tragedy 4 months ago. The painful memory that tragedy brought to the Federation will not be forgotten. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, the Federation decided to formally assign the Federal Army to the ALS jurisdiction, so that ALUS going forward, we can better protect the safety of all Commonwealth citizens. Behind the President, Holmo Katagiri, and a group of high-level ALUS and executives in the current federal government sat there. Are you unhappy, Commander-in-Chief Katagiri? Asked a red-haired transformed body wearing a brigadier general uniform. He had been placed in the army by Livons long ago because of the death of Homer Katagiri, who is now available to the reformers' chief assistant, Bertman, and he has no effective and general relationship, so he was sent here. Of course, it came here by continuously upgrading several levels. Heaven and Man, Chunyuan, and the coup army have not been resolved, so how could I be happy? Homer said in a low voice, and now he is no longer dependent on the changer. In terms of the so-called peace, he can talk to Livons and others on the airwaves, and now he has a lot of trust in Livons and his group. In his opinion, it doesn't matter if the reformers control some of the rights. As long as permanent peace can be achieved, no matter how many lives are sacrificed, it is worthwhile. Then please rest assured, we have received information that the Heavenly Man has discovered our stronghold. I believe they are about to start action. Advertisement. Discovery? In other words, the coup army and Chunyuan will also know, and then these two parties will appear together, and they will be wiped out by then. Hormo Katagiri subconsciously clenched his fists, and when all the hidden mice were wiped out, eternal peace would be realized. At that time, we will have to rely on Alus for help. Ah, it's all about making permanent peace. And in the secret base of L5, in Ptolemy's briefing room, a crowd gathered to listen to the important news from Wang Liamei. The informant wants to give her the information on Veda's location, and the other party will meet with her at the L5 colonial satellite where the construction is suspended, and deliver the information on Veda's location, and because of the importance of this information, she hopes that Heavenly Man will you can also go there and take the information directly from her. The position of Veda, if we take Veda back, we can successfully break the Federation's intelligence blockade, and announce to the world what Alus has done. Huang said. Announce what Alus did to the world, and this army, which has been backlashed by public opinion all over the world, will be self-defeating. Then the ALWS will be disbanded, and the Federation that created this force will have to be re-elected. Lake said, so that the regime can be changed and the new president elected And those bastards who did massacres will also be judged. Locking said, and his 0.6 brother Lyle beside him also had a similar expression. Go and meet with Wang Liamei. Lake and Setsuna will be responsible for bringing back the information. Huang said, based on her intuition, this informant probably had a deep contact with the changer, or in other words, it was the person on the other side. Otherwise, how would it be possible to know the location of the Veda? And if he is a part of the reformers, is it possible that the other party has already known about this through Veda? It is very possible to send personnel to clean it up. To be on the safe side, she chose to dispatch both furnace viewing machines to perform this task at once. Let me go with Setsuna, thank you, Huang. Lake smiled, he was worried about Wang Liamei's safety and planned to go there by himself. Wang's arrangement was just what he wanted. Chapter 142 The Invading Domination Style and the Beginning Fateful Showdown. It's okay, I plan to let you and Setsuna pass by. The Emperor glanced at Felt, whose expression changed slightly, she couldn't understand this, and then the combat meeting ended, and the pilots of the Gundam went to the ship. Other areas in the interior, while Russell, Rickety, Milena, Felt and others also went to the bridge. But the Emperor shouted to Lake who was about to go to Gonaku in the aisle. Lake, you should pay more attention to your body in the future. Huang looked at Lake sympathetically. Advertisement. Pay attention to your body, what's wrong? Lake was puzzled, what was the Emperor doing, why did he make an expression as if his body was dying? Literally, as a man, if you make too many, even if women don't mind, your body will not be able to bear it. Huang kindly persuaded. This person is able to step on so many boats and not die today. In the eyes of an outsider like her, she is very capable. She doesn't know much about Lakis and Wang Liamei, but she can guess that their parents are probably gone. World. Firth's parents are still alive, and Lake brought him aboard. Now including the pressure from his parents, well, Lake doesn't seem to have 24 brushes. So let him worry about his physical problems. Lake looks like a strong man with an upper limit to his stamina bar. If the number keeps increasing like that, well, sooner or later his kidneys will fail. After understanding Wang's meaning, Lake laughed awkwardly at Wang's question about the body's unbearable body, and didn't know how to answer it for a while. Hanyu, who reminded him that it was time to leave, boarded the Flying Wing 0 and the instant 00R flew away from the battleship. 2 hours later, construction was suspended inside the colony. Come on, this is the information you gods want, the location of Veda. Lei Jenny handed a small note to Wang Liamei who came here. In order to prevent Livones from discovering the coordinates above, I encrypted them, but as long as the heavenly beings get them, they will be able to decipher them very quickly. You've discovered it a long time ago. Wang Liamei asked with a smile on her face. When she was on the line with Reggie Livones and others changer forces to provide some financial support, she declared to Livones that I have basically lost contact with the heavenly beings and withdrew from the heavenly beings. Livones has already discovered this matter, because the person behind you, he just pretended not to see it before. Lei Jenny laughed. What she said was not a lie. If it were not for the rich man of Anaheim providing support to Alus, Livones might really be able to make up his mind to attack Wang Liamei. I see. Wang Liamei was obviously in a good mood after hearing this. Advertisement. Regionai, what are you going to do next? You leaked the information, and you still go back to Livones? Wang Liamei asked. After all, she knew from Lake that Livones was observing the situation here. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled by Regini's behavior of making troubles under Livones' nose and daring to go back. I'm a reformer, is it possible that I still go with you? Lei Jenny didn't know about this yet, she just felt that Wang Liamei's question was inexplicable. Maybe it was a sudden thought, Reggie said with a smile. He and Ms. Wang should be more worried about their own safety now. As I said just now, Livones pretended not to see it before, but now Alus has officially put the federal army under his jurisdiction, and he and that person have also torn apart face, it is very likely that they will touch you. Are you going to do it to me? That's right, you are also that person's helper. In order to make that person lose completely, Livones will of course want to get rid of you too. Thanks for the reminder, but I have a way to be saved. That's right, that's really a good thing. Reggie turned his eyes and showed a meaningful smile. Who else would save someone at such a time? Hehe, it's a great thing for her to watch the people sent by Livones suffer. Then I'll go first. If there is a destiny, see you next time, Miss Wang. Miss, Lake, and Setsuna are here. The red dragon who had been watching out the window said. Really, I can give the information to Lake and the others right away. Wang Lai looked at the ball of paper in her hand, and finally, the changed world she expected was coming soon. Lake and Setsuna got off the body, took their guns to the destination inside the satellite, and after a few minutes, they came to the room where Wang Lai was. You guys are here, this one records the location of the Veda. Wang Lai handed the note to Shauna. Let's go quickly, Lai, Red Dragon, the enemy will come over later. Lake said with a slight frown. So fast? We can only chat next time. Wang Lai showed displeasure. Advertisement. Knowing from Reggie that Livones and his gang are going to deal with her, she knows that she must leave now, but she hasn't seen Lake much in the past few days, and now she has to leave without saying a few words. She always feels that the world seems to be closed what malicious like. Miss, leave with me from here. The Red Dragon led Wang Lai to detour away from the other side of the room. There was a spaceship they drove outside, which also had the Mirage system provided by Anaheim to ensure their safe departure. Lake, is the enemy a reformer? Asked Moji after getting on the 00R with Lake. No, one is, and the other is your acquaintance. I will leave that acquaintance to you to deal with later, and I will deal with that reformer. My acquaintance? The first thing Suemo thought of was Sachus, but then he realized that it couldn't be this person. If it was this person, Lake would not be 060. Apart from the acquaintances other than Sachus, the only ones who will come to fight him are Juvenile. Graham. Instantly's expression changed. For this man who was obsessed with finding him to fight, instantly still felt troubled. Graham was not hostile, but he was called on to fight every now and then, which really made him feel complicated. At this time, Commander and Bia approached from two directions respectively. Lake and Setsuna separated, Lake dealt with Commander, and Setsuna fought with Abian. Leave the boy to me to deal with, don't interfere. Graham did not forget to explain before leaving. Graham, who saw 00R and Flying Wing 0, came this trip just to find Setsuna to complete the duel. Now the boy's body and his body are in the best condition. Do as you please. The changer who followed Livone's order expressed his freedom towards Graham's arbitrary behavior. According to Livone's order, as long as this person is willing to drive the machine to deal with the enemy, the rest of the people don't need to do anything. Tube. It doesn't make any difference whether to deal with one mobile suit or two mobile suits separately. The firepower and defensive power of this mobile suit are all top-notch, and it will definitely win. The large GN particle beam shot out from the muzzle, and when the Flying Wing 0 made an evasive movement, it turned a corner and chased the Flying Wing 0 as if using some kind of magic. Chapter 143 Winning and Losing, The Moment of Awakening. Beams that bend. Lake manipulated the Flying Wing 0 to continue flashing horizontally, avoiding the beam that seemed to be chasing at high speed, and then the dominant form transformed into MS mode, releasing all 10 fingertip fangs. The fangs danced staggeredly, shooting beams towards the Flying Wing 0. Floating weapons are countered with floating weapons. The wings inside the wings fly towards the fangs. Advertisement. Although the dominant style fangs are much more powerful than ordinary fangs due to their size, the suppression in number and the driver's control over this weapon, the difference in gender put the 10 fangs of the dominant style at a disadvantage in the mutual shooting, and all 10 fangs were destroyed in the blink of an eye. How is it possible that my fangs were crushed so quickly, and it's not over yet? It was never expected that this supposedly invincible weapon would be destroyed so easily. The reformer roared angrily and released the dominating electromagnetic whip to attack the Flying Wing 0. Did you forget that my bit hasn't been shot down yet? I couldn't help laughing at the carelessness of the reformer driver on the other side, following the direction of the malicious attack. These fast electromagnetic whips, which were difficult to observe and act, were all hit by the bits before they had time to wrap around the Flying Wing 0. Electromagnetic whips are things beyond cognition made this reformer feel like hitting the electromagnetic whip with a bit. And the problem of being stupefied on the battlefield is very fatal. It's time to end. The two destructive rifles were combined into one, and the particle beams fired in the energy storage mode were fired at the commander, and at this time the commander, who was already stunned, hastily activated the GN force field. Equipped with two latest pseudo the Sun Furnace's dominant GN force field defense is even stronger than the Gaddis R series. However, this defensive advantage is almost the same in front of the destruction rifle. The GN force field only resisted the incoming particle beam for about 1 second before being completely broken through, and then the beam completely destroyed it from the middle part of the dominant style. Wreck. At the moment when the battle ended on Lake's side, Graham and Shaw's side were still fighting. Abian wielded a powerful beam saber and Dor's GN sword too collided one after another, and then separated again. Their battle ended so quickly. Boy, it's time for our battle to be decided. Graham's tone changed, and it finally came, the time he was most looking forward to. Trans Am. Advertisement. Trans Am. Abian, 00R, the two machine bodies were dyed crimson one after another, and attacked each other at a much faster speed and higher output than before, and when the battle became more and more anxious and almost reached its peak, it was fully awakened and became a pure the momentary strong idea of this kind of changer made 00R construct a quantum space, wrapping him and Graham in it. It's fully awakened. Lake said with a smile after sensing the quantum space. Setsuna. Hanayu asked. Ah, he has fully awakened, and now he is a new purebred reformer, Livones must be sore again now. Lake showed a happy expression. As far as his perception at the moment is concerned, the ability of the pure kind of changer in the moment is better than that of Livones. Perhaps this is the limitation of the transformation body awakening? But thinking about the situation of Setsuna himself, he is already the most capable one among the original human awakening reformers in the 00 world. It is a strange thing that Livones can catch up with it by so much after awakening. Well, even though that green-haired mule knew this, he would probably still be sore when he saw Shasu's awakening with his own eyes. Sour to death? Does it mean jealousy? It was the first time Hanayu heard this description, and after thinking about it for a while, he figured out what Lake meant. That's right, it means jealousy. Me, where is this? On the other side, Graham, who was pulled into the quantum space by an instant, opened his eyes blankly. There was a pure white land, and the most important thing was, his clothes were gone. What exactly is going on? Strong doubts filled Graham's heart, but the moment he stayed not far away, his face was calm. Why are teenagers so calm? Could it be this phenomenon? He has experienced it before. Advertisement. I finally understand the significance of the GN drive that Iolia made Gundam. Gold's eyes. Graham and Setsu looked at each other, and he could see the firm belief of the young man in front of him from the unusually radiant eyes. Yes, boy, have you found your answer? The Gundam pilot who once gave him a youthful impulse in the duel has now found his way forward. Ah. It seems that you won this duel. The corner of Graham's mouth slightly raised, and then he and Setsuna exited the quantum space at the same time, and the two thrust their swords at each other for the last time. Tilting the body at an angle, he cut off Abian's arm holding the beam saber with the small price QQ of the shoulder armor. It's over. Setsuna said, 00R has exited the Trans-Am state. Ah, it's really over. Graham shrugged. The Abian he was driving had only one electric heating whip left, but it was obviously impossible to use this weapon to deal with the boys 00R. Don't you want to come over, Graham? Lake flew the Wing Zero to the side of the two mechas. Billy is still there, I can't leave now. Graham said. Billy was dragged there by Lee Phones it to work and has not yet escaped. As far as the timing of Lake and others' attack is concerned, it is probably can only wait until the decisive battle in the escape. Okay, remember to bring him out safely when you run away, that guy's strength is not very good. Lake joked, it's needless to say how weak it is compared to being a scientist. I will definitely bring him out safely. Graham chuckled and assured, and then manipulated Abian to transform into Ma mode and return to the stronghold of the Tianren, Danyo Hao. Even now, he has to feel that the connection between Lake and Veda is too convenient, and usually people like him who are sent out halfway will be monitored by Livones. But because of Lake's manipulation, Veda always used the trick that he had played countless times when sending back information to Livones, and all Livones saw were still properly modified pictures. It is not clear at all what he said to Lake and others here, only that he followed the command area and fought with Gundam. It's time for us to go back, Setsuna, hand over the information to Ptolemy, and then set off when the preparations are complete. Flying Wing Zero and OOR returned to the secret base of L5 together. After returning to the base, the note recording the location of Veda was handed over by the two to the section of the Ptolemy bridge. Feared, analyze the password on this. Chapter 144 Take back Veda, everyone going to the decisive battle. The password analysis is complete, and the coordinates are at CZ9782, the back of the moon. Felt said. The image of the far side of the moon was reflected on the ground of the bridge, but there was nothing there. No, there must be something. The Emperor concluded so intuitively, and in order to verify her guess, she ordered Ptolemy to drive out of the dock and use an optical lens to point at the template site, and then she asked Milena and Christina to overlap with the original star map going up. By calculating the corresponding offset location, a behemoth appeared on this star map. Is Veda hidden in such a huge thing? What is it that can be so big? Ian patted his forehead. What could such a huge object be? Advertisement. Oh, it might be a colonial warship. Colonial battleship, how is that possible? Ian subconsciously complained. He felt that what Lake said was like a fairy tale, and everyone on the rest of the bridge was dubious. You say it doesn't exist, it seems that this is the only thing that can hide Veda for so long without being discovered, but if you say it exists, how did the reformers build this kind of thing? What is that? We have to go there, because the enemy's base camp and Veda are undoubtedly there. Huang Qingqing cleared 583's throat and said. Ptolemy in 30 minutes, ready to go lake, can I ask you to put the Archangel into battle? Huang continued to ask. No problem, Lake, I, and the Goddess of Justice R2 will transfer to the Lord Angel. Lake promised that the improvement of the Goddess of Justice R2 has been completed, and it was originally planned to be deployed in Ptolemyson, but now that if you transfer to the Lord Angel, then you might as well transfer to the Doctor together. Anyway, after the transfer, most of the warships were handed over to Heros to operate independently to meet the enemy, and he didn't need to be responsible for the matter. Milena, go to contact Chen Yuan and tell them that we are going to launch a combat operation. With the pure source of communication channels and the cooperation between the two parties, the Emperor will naturally ask for his help. The enemy will undoubtedly invest a lot of combat power in this battle, and Alus, a unit controlled by the reformers, will undoubtedly they will gather there, in order to break through as quickly as possible. The more power they can use, the better. Half an hour later, the two warships Ptolemy and the Lord Angel set off for L2, and the movement of the two warships advancing at high speed was also locked by the Alus side. Report, 2 battleships of celestial beings have been found and are heading towards our position. On the flagship as the commander of Alus, the operator reported the latest news they received to Homer. Advertisement. Sure enough, the information given by the reformer is correct. A confident smile appeared on Holmo Katagiri's face. Very good, hurry up, Tianren, Chunyuan, Ku army. As long as you defeat the 3 parties at once, permanent peace will be realized. At the same time, the interior of the colonial satellite under construction, the temporary meeting room. Information from pure source, heaven and man are going to have a decisive battle with Alus, take back Veda's quantum computer, and announce what Alus has done to the world. Panga said looking at Katie and Sergi. The pure source information they received here did not mention in detail what the so-called Veda is, so they only know that Veda is the only quantum computer in the world today, and they don't know much about its capabilities. With Veda back, can the world know what Alus has done? Sergi and Katie looked at each other. Why did it always feel like a sci-fi movie? Taking back this thing can reverse all the current unfavorable situation at once. Is this the only quantum computer that exists in the world today, so powerful? Judging from the movement of Alus, the things they mentioned should exist. Katie said after thinking for a few minutes. Alus' current supreme command is that Homer Katagiri, whom she had contact with when she received the transfer, if not at some point. How could this person mobilize such a large, force to gather there? Then let's act, this is also the purpose of our assembly. Sergi looked at Katie and Peng. The 3 nodded slightly, and then ordered the troops to leave the colonial satellite to the location of L2. And in Pure Source's stronghold. Celine, you and the princess can take the transport ship, we have already arranged it in advance, just tell the children to arrange for them to play. Claude, who had changed into a spacesuit, said to Celine in front of him, and his eyes also passed Celine to look at Marina and the children behind Celine. Advertisement. In order to create a new era, this group of children will not be involved in the flames of war, so that they can grow up peacefully, they are going to fight now. To win the future. Claude. Celine's tone softened, and she looked at her sweetheart in front of her reluctantly. The two were originally gay, but they had the same ideals and experienced so much together, and it was confirmed that after losing the relationship, now he has to watch his sweetheart leave to participate in such a dangerous battle. After all, there is reluctance. It's okay, Celine, if we adults don't fight now, these children will inherit what they shouldn't inherit, and everything must end in our era. Ah, I know. Hearing Claude's words, Celine had no choice but to suppress the reluctance in her heart for the time being. What is more important at this moment is to win a bright future. Murasame, Zuko warrior, Hanmo rabbi, all painted in deep blue, were loaded into the battleship Anaheim. While giving the Ku army GN Zuko warrior, it also gave Chunyuan new support. Considering Chunyuan's maintenance and training issues, Anaheim chose to help Chunyuan replenish a new batch of Zuko warriors and other battery machines, and these battery machines have also been equipped with small live ammunition weapons. Transformation, in order to facilitate their daily maintenance. Not long after, the MS was loaded, and Deep Blue's old transport ships sailed out of the stronghold one by one. Celine and Marina took their children on an old transport ship and were escorted by 2 other ships to other space domains. Celine, do you want to take a break? Marina, who was playing with the children, looked at Celine and asked. I'm fine, Marina, I'll be with the children later, you should go and have a rest too. Upon hearing Marina's question, Celine showed a helpless expression. During this period of time, in addition to accompanying the children, Marina has often done chores that she didn't need to do at all, and it was useless to persuade her several times in the end. I could only listen to Claude and ask Marina to do it. If you really want to talk about tiredness, Marina is more tired than her now. But, as a princess, proper rest is necessary. Marina, you won't even forget this, right? Celine said. Chapter 145 All Attack, the beginning of the decisive battle. Then I'll go to rest. Marina smiled, unable to fight, and what she can do now is to accompany the children so that the smiles on their faces will not disappear, so she has only recently wished to do more things within her power. Now, as Celine said, it's time to take a break. Hope everyone is okay. Marina, who went to the room to rest, turned her head to look at the vast and peaceful starry sky, and prayed in her heart for everyone in Chunyuan, for Setsuna, and for those who were about to fight on the battlefield. It has arrived in the predetermined space area, and the Alus cruiser has been detected ahead. Harrow, who was staying on the bridge, sent the news to the Flying Wing Zero and Quantum Xian commanders who were already on standby. Advertisement. I said, Lake, what is the purpose of putting so many live ammunition on the Quantum Commander all of a sudden? Lyre asked, his Quantum Commander Gundam has enough live ammunition, but it is actually not enough before the battle begins. Chase add 2 missile pods. The enemy may release the armament against the beam weapon later, so make preparations in advance. So that's the case, no wonder you still want to bring out a physical sword. Hanayu, the Lady Justice will let Harrow take charge of the control according to the predetermined arrangement, and you will be in control when the enemy really comes out. Lake said. No problem. Hanayu agreed. 2 minutes later, the Quantum Commander and the Flying Wing Zero flew out from the ejection channel of the Lord Angel at the same time, followed by the Goddess of Justice R2 being manipulated by Harrow. On Ptolemy, the 4 Gundams driven by Setsuna and others are also ready to attack. Mary, pay attention to particle consumption, don't get too far away from me. Alleluia in the cockpit of the fallen angel said to the silver-haired girl behind him. I'm Soma Pierce now, don't call me by the wrong name. Pierce couldn't help being angry when she was called Mary. She has come out several times when she was on the ship these days, and every time Alleluia all of them are called by Mary Mary. Is it so difficult to tell which one is which? Hug, I'm sorry, I've always called it Shungkao, so I accidentally called it wrong. Advertisement. Pierce's anger made Alleluia look embarrassed. He has called him so many times, and occasionally, it is understandable to accidentally call the wrong name. Alleluia, why are you so good? What are you doing to this BD woman? Just go straight back. Hallelujah, shut up. Alleluia, who was already depressed, almost became even more depressed when he was ridiculed by his other self. Seeing that Alleluia was depressed, Hallelujah very immorally began to put his devilish laughter on Alleluia's face. Alleluia haptism, Soma Pyrrhus, attack. There was a trace of depression in the voice, and Alleluia pushed the joystick to drive the fallen angel to fly out of Ptolemy. This battle is the last battle, will that BD be there? Locke was in the cherub in the ejection channel, worrying about the BD he shot down 4 years ago, Ali al-Sa Sheth thing. He had heard about Setsuna about the Middle East, and he was sure that Satchis survived at that time, and there was no trace of him in the subsequent battles. This time, he was going to attack the stronghold of the reformers, and the one who worked for the reformers, the guys are definitely going to be there. At that time, it was obviously shot down, and the explosion of the pseudo-solar furnace would not have killed it, and it could have caused it to die in the sea because it could not wait for rescue. Unexpectedly, this person was rescued by the reformers and survived, and also attacked Azadistan, killing an unknown number of civilians there. Whatever you say, you and I are the same anyway. Bastards, people like you, must never be let go. Locke made up his mind, he was going to get rid of this provocative BD. The 4 years of travel have changed his mentality compared to the past. In the past, when he wanted to defeat Satchis, there were many personal hatreds mixed in, but this time, it was different, and it was not for the so-called personal hatred. In order to create the future, the scourge of this old generation must be wiped out. Lock on Storados, Cherub, strike. Advertisement. No matter what, we must take Veda back this time. Tyria and Seraphim said to himself. The changers have caused the world to fall into a distortion and caused so many casualties. Only by taking back Veda can all this be corrected. These changers were not created to lead mankind forward from the beginning, but to help mankind. Tyria ed, Seraphim, attack. Asking for flowers. This battle is to create the future, so I want to be with Gundam. Setsuna clenched the joystick of 00R, and the memories of the past are still vivid in his mind. But he can no longer be bound by the past. The song by Marina, and what he has seen and heard along the way, let him understand that it is impossible to keep going on like this. In order to create the future, he has to change. The 2 solar furnaces burst out with powerful thrust, driving the 00R to rush out of the battleship, and then, the 4 Gundams that rushed out of the battleship, the Wing Zero, and the 2 Quantum Commander Gundams flew towards the Alus fleet together. Commander, Gundam has come out of the enemy's battleship. Let the front-line troops come forward, is the spy ship ready? Homer on the Alus flagship asked after giving the order. In order to target Gundam's beam weapons, they prepared a special spy ship full of particle disruption curtains in advance bait. Already prepared. Once the front-line forces are breached, let the spy ships go into action. In the center of the battlefield, GNBITs flying around in groups of 10 are exchanging charges, shooting, and shooting down all the enemy planes rushing over. The enemies penetrated and eliminated them. After fighting for less than 2 minutes, some Alus pilots consciously moved away from the flying Wing Zero. Rather than deal with this kind of plague god, it is better to deal with other Gundams first. The Goddess of Justice 2 controlled by Hero sprints at the Alus MS troop at high speed. There is no disadvantage in the middle, and the waving GN sword easily harvests the enemy planes like mowing grass. Missiles have to be saved first, that's the only way to fight. In order to prepare for what Lake said later, Lyre had to use beam bursts and melee combat with a GN sword to deal with these enemy planes in front of him, but he was good at mid-range and short-range combat, so there is no slight discomfort when I wear it. On Tianren's side, 00R freely came and went to harvest the surrounding enemy planes. G Angel deployed NBIT and cooperated with the main body's armament to shoot together, destroying the hit MS. The high mobility of Fallen Angel and GN Archer let them the enemy planes interspersed back and forth, cutting the opponent's formation. Chapter 146 Arriving reinforcements besieged Alus. The Seraphim with additional weapons used the GN position to forcibly resist the enemy's attack, and then activated the bombardment mode. After the condensation was completed, the light ball fired by it turned all the enemy planes swept into it into ashes. This bunch of trash. As a matter of course, seeing that the battle situation on the front line was not good for one's own side, and that 7 ships as high as 2 on the opposite side had put the front line troops on this side at a disadvantage, Holmo couldn't help pouring out his anger on the MS pilots who were fighting on the front line. With so many people gathered, it took only a few minutes to break through to this level. What do these people eat? Advertisement. How can he explain to the Federation if it goes on like this? Just when Homer was so annoyed, on the battlefield, the frontline troops of Alus had been beaten to the point of collapse by 7 Gundams, and the remaining MSS were either crippled or useless. Report, report, the frontline troops have been completely broken through, all wiped out. 063. The operator's voice was terrified. The monsters, ships in MS were all monsters. He seemed to see himself under the attack of these monsters. Let's finish the scene with this ship. Let the spy ships attack the enemy ships, it's time for them to play a role. Homer's voice returned to calm. Forget it, he had already expected that the frontline troops would become such a waste, and it was time for the 3 spy ships to play a role. 3 ships are approaching us and the Lord Angel. On the control seat, Christina shouted to the Emperor. Come here alone without the MS troops. Contact the Lord Angel and attack the enemy ships together to prevent the enemy's actions. Huang said. The action was so weird, there was obviously something wrong, and her intuition told her that it was best to take advantage of this distance to prevent the enemy ships from approaching, otherwise the situation would be extremely unfavorable to them. And when Ptolemy fired missiles towards these 3 ships, on the other side, the Lord Angel also poured out beams and missiles towards these 3 ships. The 3 spy ships that Homer used as bait could not withstand the bombardment of so many missiles and light beams, and they were blown up one after another. Advertisement. A large number of pre-stored particles disturbed the smoke screen, and then the explosion of the 3 ships covered the battlefield, and soon completely covered the battlefield in front of them. Have you been found? A moment of displeasure flashed across Homer's face. He was still looking forward to getting closer. The captain on the other side was an excellent tactical forecaster like Katie who defected from their side. It's a pity that Bertman and Lin Te died one after another, and Katie chose to defect again. The Alus no longer had excellent commanders, so he had to do it himself. Otherwise, the tactic of using smoke to disable the enemy's beam weapons should be more perfect. However, at this distance, the range covered by the particle disturbance is sufficient. Homer believed himself. The enemy's beam weapons have been abolished, and now, the advantage is on them. Due to the existence of the particles disrupting the smoke screen, it can be said that most of the enemy Gundam has been crippled, and the MS such as GN Doom and GN Zika warriors on their side can directly use the live ammunition they have prepared to arm. The MS troops deployed around the Alus fleet stepped forward and replaced them with bazookas and Doom-style spears that could switch back and forth between beam and live ammunition modes to launch attacks. Using the GN sword is enough to deal with this group of people. Lake controls the Flying Wing Zero to slash enemy planes one after another with the GN sword in his hand, and at the same time rush towards the outside of the particle disturbance field. The Quantum Commander driven by Lake aimed at a group of enemy planes around him, and then his whole body was ready. Those missiles released. Among the 4 of them, the situation is much worse. Seraphim is armed with light beams all over. In this particle disturbance smoke screen, the output of beam weapons has been greatly reduced, and they can only be beaten passively. It can use the NG missiles it carries to counterattack, but one itself does not carry many GN missiles, and the other one can't withstand the consumption of so many MS by alus. Only OOR, which mainly uses GN solid swords, can effectively attack the enemy. On the side of the Archangel and Ptolemy, relying on the firepower network constructed by the linear cannon and missiles of the Archangel, the MS of the alus has not been able to pose any threat to the two warships for a long time, and even a little closer to launch an effective attack can't do it. The approaching MS was wiped out by the missiles of the Lord Angel. Advertisement. Is it Lake? Did they expect it? The smooth situation in front of her gave birth to this too weird idea, and it was a good idea for her to let the Lord Angel come along, but the role played by the Lord Angel in this situation far exceeded her expectations, which made Huang even it always feels like Lake expected the enemy to do this. At this time, the Pure Source and Ku army fleets that came to support rushed to the battlefield, and the two approached from different directions, and the Ku army circled behind the Alus fleet, forcing Alus to disperse their combat power to attack them. On the other hand, under the order of Claude, Chun Yuan ordered a group of MS equipped with live ammunition weapons to attack the enemy planes in the anti-particle field. Chun Yuan and the Ku army are here? Great. Huang said, if relying on the Lord Angel and Ptolemy, it will take some time to break through the Alus fleet. Now they can break through these Alus fleets blocking them with less time and cost. Chun Yuan and the Ku army actually chose this kind of timing. Homer had a huge head. He knew that the three parties would attack together, but he thought that there would be at least a time gap for them to clean up one party first, but he did not expect that the two parties would attack together. Pick this kind of opportunity to go down to the people. Let the mobile suit troops in the rear speed up, and get rid of them for me. But, Commander, they also have a large number of mobile phones equipped with artificial solar furnaces. The operator said tremblingly, so many mobile phones of pseudo-solar furnaces are almost at the same level as their side. What did you say? Homer couldn't believe the operator's words. They could check the number of equipment when this group of people left. Where did they get so many pseudo-solar furnaces? Could it be Anaheim? That duplicitous company. Homer clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemed to be filled with endless anger. This company, which is for its own benefit and completely disregards eternal peace, is pretending so well. When this kind of action is over, he must go to this company to settle the score. As for the rear of the ALWS fleet, under the separate command of two excellent talents, Sergi and Katie, only some personnel are slightly inferior in quality to the Ku generals of the ALWS fleet, completely ignoring the slight difference in the number of Ku generals, and even the current situation can be it is said that the troops of the Ku army are unilaterally suppressing the fleet on the Alus side. Immortal Kolisawa, come on stage now. Patrick, who was riding a GNX painted in the color of the Federal Army, shot a pioneer-style beam saber and immediately opened the distance, hitting its cockpit with the beam shot from the spear. Fix it. Amazing. Chapter 147 Two careerists who died and broke their defenses. Andre was taken aback. He and Patrick were working together in Alus, and when they escaped, they also left with Katie, Patrick, and others. But Patrick Sava's technology has been fully seen until today. Before that, his understanding of Patrick basically stayed in the outside world. In the pursuit of Gundam, there are always some strange accidents. For example, being hit by a missile on a monitor, being hit by a stray bullet and so on. He really didn't expect this senior's technique to be so excellent that he could easily deal with the pioneering elite. I also have to work harder, not to lose to Mr. Patrick, and more importantly, not to lose to. Advertisement. From the corner of the eye, I saw the Grazica warrior driven by Sergi. Andre's resentment towards Sergi is still incomprehensible, and it has not disappeared. But he had to admit that his father was very strong. A complete trump card, tactical command ability is nothing more than that, the only driving skill he can be proud of is too far behind him. His father is just like Mr. Patrick in dealing with elites like Alus 24 can be at a disadvantage in airframe performance to achieve complete suppression. The MS troops continue to move forward and maintain the current firepower. In the battleship, Katie issued an order, and then issued a notice to Alus on behalf of the entire coup d'etat army, saying that the massacres caused by Alus' current actions have already not what a normal army should do, they will hand over Alus to all citizens for trial. Damn Katie Mainkin. Homer Katagiri, who single-handedly promoted him to Alus, looked at the image that popped up on the virtual screen, and was annoyed. The people he promoted to Alus at the beginning are now raising the flag against them. There is nothing more ironic than this in the world thing. Commander, report, the Gundam and the enemy ship have rushed out of the particle disturbance smoke screen. They came out. Homer raised his head, and saw a bunch of light spots in front of the battleship gradually drawing closer, from back to front, some of which were the Archangel, Ptolemy, and 5 Gundams at the back, and the Flying Wing Zero and the Flying Wing Zero at the front. Some 00R figures behind it have been clearly captured by the battleship. Putting down the GN sword, Lake intuited to find the warship that Homer Kateri was on, and the Wing Zero raised one of the sabotage rifles to aim at the flagship that Homer Kateri was on, and then pulled the trigger. Advertisement. The light beam flew out from the gun barrel, and the high-power particle beam instantly penetrated the bridge, vaporizing Homer Katagiri and everyone in the bridge. When the light beam hits the bridge, Homer Katagiri only came and opened his eyes wide, experiencing the coming of death for himself. Inside the Tianren, Alu's fleet was breached. Humans really like to fight. However, Homer Katagiri is also finished. I had high hopes for him. Livon said incredulously, what Veda gave when he went to the battlefield in the prediction, there was a possibility that Homer Katagiri would die. But he chose not to stop Homer Katagiri, and let him go to the battlefield. After all, he was just a human being, and if he survived the battlefield, it proved that his command was not bad, and he could wipe out the heavenly beings. If he is dead, he is nothing but his own waste. The smooth cooperation before does not mean that he will rescue this person. An Alu's commander can support other people to go up at any time. So, if it's gone, it's gone. Do you really have high hopes for Homer Katagiri? Livones, you're clearly sending him to die on purpose. Reggie said as he walked down the stairs on the second floor. I sent him to die? Homer chose to fight, Reggie, and I never thought of sending him to die. It's just a dispensable person, manipulating. Does this person make him spend so much thought on it? But wasn't it you who led him to the battlefield? Just like the human beings you mentioned just now, it was you who led them to the current situation. Myself. Livon seemed to hear some joke, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Isn't this exactly what you wished for, Reggie Regiata? Does he know? Livons didn't say this, and it was the same as what he said clearly. Reggie couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face. Could it be that his wish, did Livons really know the location of Veda? It was the information he gave. Advertisement. I've told you before, I'm your superior race, the one who controls Veda, which means I can be said to be your creator. Don't be kidding, it's Veda who created us, not you at all. Regenai said angrily, what she can't stand Livons' most is this self-centered and arrogant attitude. It's the same, Veda is under my control, and you are created by things under my control, so why can't I say that I am your creator? It's also an artificially created changer. Even if you control Veda, you don't have the qualifications. Lei Jenny finally found a point that can beat Livons. How much Livons is exaggerating himself, after all, they are still fakes manufactured just like them, and Lake, Syrian, Setsuna, F. Qingying, these two pure species are not. Ha 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 ha, the same as you. Livons looked at Reggie as if looking at a monkey, and smiled coldly. In this case, you should understand 630, Reggie. Livons showed a little different gold eyes from the past, and the brain quantum waves released made Reggie sweat profusely. Livons, have you become a purebred? How could that arrogant and defiant man become a purebred? Impossible, he has a real solar furnace in his hand, but how could that solar furnace help Livons complete evolution, unless Livons was only one step away from evolution? That's right, my original ability surpasses all of you, and it's only natural to evolve into a pure species after I get a real solar furnace, right? Said, but in the bottom of my heart, I felt happy like a child. That's the expression, that's what he wanted to see. Li Fonzi. Reggie's face was almost twisted into a ball. Since when did you know? Since when? I've been connected to Veda, and I've been watching your stupid ambitions, and it's the same when you become a pure species. I've been watching your behavior like a stupid child trying to resist an adult. Livon said with a smile, expressing his thoughts to his heart's content, causing Reggie to take out a pistol in a rage. Li Fons. Chapter 148 Crazy Li, let's go to prison together. Boom. Regenai pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced Livon's head. Livon's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground as if he couldn't believe that he was dead. After taking a few breaths, Regenai looked down at Livons who fell to the ground and stopped breathing. It was undoubtedly Livons who was completely dead. Their reformers are beyond humans, but if they are directly hit in the head, they will die like humans. Now that Livons is dead, Aeolia's plan is his plan. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, it worked, you deserve it, Livons, what's the use of being a purebred, now Aeolia's plan is my plan, Regenai Regiata is the one who leads the revolution of mankind. That would be wonderful. Well. Regenai trembled subconsciously, and turned around stiffly to see that Livons was standing behind. Li Fons. Turning his head, Livons was still lying there on the ground, he was undoubtedly dead, and then turned around again, Livons behind him was standing there. Well, what's the matter, there are two Livons. My consciousness is directly connected to Veda, and my physical body is just a dispensable container for me. This kind of thing. Obviously, she didn't know at all before why Livons could do such a thing. What you can't do, I can do. That's why I say that I am your high-ranking race and your creator. Advertisement. Livons. Region I made a gesture to pull the trigger again, but at this moment a gunshot rang out again, and the pain of his chest being torn apart by the bullet made Regini's body tremble a few times before falling to the ground and stopping breathing. Standing in the shadow behind him, Sachus, who shot and killed Regini, walked out slowly, his eyes shining with golden light. Livons, UBD. Before the field of vision was about to be covered by darkness, Reggie only had this thought in his mind, and then, in the room where the main body of Veda was not noticed by Livons, Reggie's consciousness returned after death, and also in other words, it was taken back into Veda's body, and through Veda, Reggie understood the truth that Livons had been led away by Veda all along, and he was assigned to be a doctor next. You really deserve it, Livons, you joked that I was the flag arranged, but in the end you are just a pawn controlled by Veda to act according to Veda's plan. Fine, let me stop Livons and guide Tyria. I accepted this task. Based on the principle of harming others and not benefiting oneself, Regini, who wished that Livons would also be imprisoned in the Veda body, agreed without hesitation to this plan to backstab Livons fiercely at a critical moment. General, Alice seems to be unable to hold on anymore, the enemy will attack the door soon, it's almost time for me to play. In the lobby of Tianren, Sachus looked at the front line after watching the battle situation for a while, he opened his mouth and said. Go if you want, I am looking forward to your performance. Understood, General, what are you going to do with those two people? It's not good to just let them go on like this. Sachus asked, referring to the two people who were still in the base. Graham and Billy Katagiri. Although these two people have not revealed any problems so far, they are also considered by Livons as people who cannot be completely trusted. We still need combat power. From this point of view, they are still useful, and I have prepared a way to guard against them. Livons said calmly. As far as the current situation is concerned, the trump card of Graham is a necessary existence. If he can win it, he still has to win it in his hands, and so does Billy Katagiri. If these two people don't act rebelliously, he can still tolerate the suspicious places now, but if he doesn't know the fun, he has to participate in the party that is bound to lose. The two empresses and one dominant placed on their side will become the ruins of their existence. Advertisement. In the end, there is only one Anaheim made common, equipped with two pseudo-solar furnaces, and not even a long-range weapon. Their Gatis RMS is at the same level, how could it possibly withstand the siege of 3 Moss? Really, then it's up to you, General. Sachus smiled and walked away. And Livons walked over Reggie's body, which had not yet cooled down, as if nothing had happened, and continued to sit on the sofa and watch the battlefield on the TV. Don't cherish the ammunition. If it goes well, this is the last battle. We must create opportunities for heaven and man to attack the enemy with the Ku army. Claude in the Pure Source flagship shouted. Report, the flagship of Commander Aluz was just sunk by Gundam. Inside the Ku army's flagship, the operator reported the latest news to Katie. Have you been sunk? Okay, let the fleet speed up and cut off the enemy's troops. Katie ordered, and then asked his subordinates to open the communication channel and send a message to the Celestial Man to concentrate on protecting their mothership. The breakthrough was opened by their Ku army and Pure Geniki together. Out of personal considerations, Katie used video communication to contact the Emperor on Ptolemy, and the Emperor decided to accept the communication after hearing Chris say that it was from the Ku army. Long time no see, Kyujo. Kindness. Please correct your misunderstanding. We don't intend to agree with your celestial ideals. The reason why we help you in this battle is to use the celestial beings to defeat Aluz. After the Aluz matter is over, we will also come to find the heavenly beings. People settle accounts. Let's talk about it after Aluz is defeated. Huang couldn't help laughing, she could see the true meaning behind Katie's back, but there was no need to say it herself. Well, Miss Huang, there is news from the Flying Wing Zero that the enemy is about to use a large beam cannon. Let us and Chunyuan, the Ku army retreat immediately. Felt anxiously said. What? Because the video, Nyohao, communication has not been cut off, Felt chose to replace Lake's name with the machine name, and Katie, who happened to be still communicating, also heard the news. Conduct withdrawal committee immediately. Katie had no doubts, and informed the troops of the Coup d'etat army. When he was preparing to inform the Junyuan troops who were fighting, the warnings of Hanyu and Setsuna spread to everyone in this universe through the public channel. On the MS and the battleship, Chunyuan and the Coup army ordered the troops to retreat because Katie and Claude, the commander in charge of the battle command, chose to believe their words. As for Aluz, in the case of the death of the supreme commander, it is impossible for the remaining combat commanders to listen to the warnings of the so-called enemy, so when the MS and ships of the three parties of the Heavenly Man and the Pure Source Coup d'etat army retreated, they were still dumbfounded. The MS of the ALS troops who did not dodge were swallowed by the beams fired by the large beam cannon of the Celestial Man who removed the optical camouflage. Chapter 149. As long as I knock you down, my value will not be shaken. Did the beam cannon not work? Why exactly? In the hall of Tianren, Livon's frowned. He lost more on his own side than the enemy's side. What would be the reason for the hindrance? The only reason that can be thought of is the hindrance of pure reformers. Tisk, this ability is very convenient for him, but it is really a troublesome ability for the enemy. Forget it, it's just forcing him to use another method. Advertisement. With a proud smile, Livons looked at the decoration of the hall in front of him. Tianren, Veda, Transformer, Double Furnace Drive System, Gundam Solar Furnace. All the things that an orthodox planner should have are in his hands. Dodging the direct hit of the beam cannon is nothing more than forcing him to use another method. The arrogance almost engraved in the bones made Li Fengzi still look calm under such circumstances. Ready for a second burst. Understood, preparations for the second round of strafing are underway, and the replacement operation of the planned GN solar furnace is carried out, removing the optical camouflage. In the relevant area, the mass-produced transformations that received the instructions acted in accordance with Livon's instructions. These mass-produced transformations did not yet have any self-will, so they would not hesitate to execute any of their 717 instructions. If the situation is not going well, you have to use the last resort. Livons looked over the layers of walls, and locked onto the recycled Gundam built in the depths of the Tianren, which used the dual furnace drive system. Up to now, the only regret is that because Lake only gave one solar furnace at the beginning, in order to use the dual furnace drive system for regeneration, he had to use a pseudo-solar furnace. However, the combat performance of the pseudo-solar furnace used on it is not weak at all. What's more, apart from the body with the dual furnace drive system, the recovery speed of the body using the common solar furnace is not much more convenient than that of the pseudo-solar furnace. Come on then. Advertisement. 1 or 2. Lake. Syrian, Setsuna. F. Qingying. Just knock down the two pure breeds of you. My value is unshakable. On the battlefield, many people fell into astonishment when they saw the messy scene left after the torrent of light beams attacked all the Alice troops on the battlefield together. Sefk, which group of reformers are attacking their own people? Lyle looked angrily at the wreckage of these mobile suits and battleships. These people are enemies, and he will not sympathize with this group of people who are still following the man who is the change maker, the man who believes in the plan that can be realized by the man who calls the so-called eternal peace. However, he couldn't accept what the reformer did, attacking with such a large weapon, and including his own people. To the leader of the reformers, the life of the common people is not life at all, and the same is true for his men. Lake explained. His words made Lyle fall into silence again. Thinking of Ai Niu who was imprisoned in the base, his anger towards the reformers increased a bit. Hanayu, how many people did the coup army in Chunyuan lose just now? Lake asked. MS-10 units, 1 cruiser. Hanayu said, when 2 people in a row notified the news at the same time, and the other side responded immediately. It is always the minority of the minority that has not been avoided. The remnant fleet of Alus is retreating now. Looks like Livons has some use for them. Manipulating the Flying Wing Zero to look at the battleship Tianren, which is no longer hidden. Once Homer Katagiri died, it is no longer necessary to explain who has the command right on the surface. In Ptolemy, Huang, who saw the appearance of Tianren, opened the public channel. Notify all the ships that from now on, our heavenly beings will start attacking the enemy's large motherships to recapture the quantum calculation system Veda. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to all the ships for their current assistance, and to the soldiers who died in battle. We express our condolences. Advertisement. Rickety, Lacey, correct the route. Ptolemy is going to sail to the enemy mothership, and let the main angels support us there. The Emperor ordered. To enter the interior of the enemy's stronghold and detect the location of Veda for recapture operations, 1 Ptolemy warship is enough. If the large warship Archangel comes along with it, it will become 2 living targets. Put the Lord Angel in charge of fire support. Preventing possible enemy reinforcements from attacking Ptolemy was also part of their plan. This time, Veda must be recaptured, and at worst, it must be destroyed to prevent the operation of the enemy mothership. The enemy's mothership must also rely on Veda to operate. If it cannot be taken back, it must be destroyed. This quantum calculation system cannot be allowed to stay with the enemy as its prop and be used to endanger the world. After deploying the GN force field as a defense, Ptolemy accelerated towards the Tianren, and many small turrets on the Tianren aimed at the approaching Ptolemy and Gauda and shot violent beams like a torrential rain. Gundam machines, please attack the turret to ensure the attack route, and Ptolemy will conduct close inspection. Huang quickly said, besides the large beam cannon, it is also equipped with such perfect defensive firepower. Was this battleship really built by the Transformers? It's really easy to fight a fort like this. The Flying Wing Zero aimed at the turret on the Celestial and fired beams non-stop. Lake handed over 20 small bits to Hanyu to control them. It cleaned up these Celestials with amazing efficiency. A small fort that can only stand and be beaten. It's really easy, but Lake Post-Group Reformer really only intends to send this kind of combat force. Lair, who was cleaning the fort with the Prince-type commander and the Goddess of Justice, felt that something was wrong. The other transforming bodies are not dead, and the BD mercenary who killed his family seems to be still there. After so long, the opponent only intends to use these forts to attack them. It's probably coming soon, get ready later, take the same route with your big brother when invading the base, and deal with that mercenary. I'm big brother, forget it, anyway, you're fine here, I'd better go to him. Before he spoke, Lael wanted to ask whether Lake's side would not be strong enough if he left later. But before he could speak, he saw the ferocious firepower of the Flying Wing Zero. This person needs him to worry about, or his big brother who likes to be brave, who might have something to do, needs to worry more. Ha, you're really capable, heavenly man. Livon's complexion became gloomy, and his expression of looking at the situation on the battlefield was not as calm as before. The retreating Alu's fleet and Pure Source, the coup d'état army are in a state of war, but judging from the situation of both sides, it is obvious that the Alu's fleet that lost Homer can't last much longer. Is it possible that he will fail here? Chapter 150 Fierce Battle, the meeting with Graham. No, how is this possible? Livon's denied this extremely stupid idea. He is not the clown of Kona, he is the savior who leads mankind forward and saves all mankind. Looking at the vicinity of the Tianren, the 7 Gundams are attacking together, and the role of these turrets he prepared is better than nothing. The loss rate has already reached 60%. If this continues, these fortresses will all be destroyed within 10 minutes. Hey, Livons, those people outside are making such a fuss, we can probably play. Xylan came over and complained, and beside her were Leviv and 6 redheads who looked very similar mass-produced variants. Advertisement. It will be ready soon. I am looking forward to the performance of Gadissa and Pitch Black 1:5 that you are driving. Livon said with a smile. Among these 6 transformation bodies, 3 are pilots who can drive the Pitch Black 1:5, and the rest are assigned to the commanding team. Galitso, Gadissa, 3 Dark 1:5, 3 Dominance. With so much combat power, it should be enough, even if it doesn't work, he can still go to the field to clean up everything by himself. Just wait and see, Livons, we'll get that group out of the way. Hope it goes as smoothly as you said. Liviv was a little speechless at Shirin's inexplicably confident character. The speed is really fast. It's time for Garg's troops and those 2 to attack. After Leviv and Celine left, Livon saw that Ptolemy had broken into the Tianren dock, and several Gundam seems to want to break into the ship separately. The action is really fast. Is this trying to come in and take back Veda? This is his property, anyone who wants to steal from him must be punished. After ordering all the Garg troops used as self-destruct troops to be dispatched, Livons asked Graham and Sachs to split up and act separately. Sachs's passage in the base closest to the power part prevents Gauda from invading. And Graham ordered him to follow Empress and Domination to attack Gundam. If he had any wrong thoughts, those few moss would be enough to destroy him. The Garg troops released by Livons from the Celestial Man were divided into several groups, and they rushed to the Pure Source and Ku army, which was fighting against the Alu's troops, as well as the Lord Angel and Ptolemy. Advertisement. These MS are too fast. Sergi broke into a cold sweat, concentrating on directing the surrounding MS while driving the GNX to meet the Gegs who rushed to self-explosion using Trans-Am. Before today, he never thought that someone would think of using this thing to play self-destruction, and use Trans-Am to play self-destruction. This unknown MS is very threatening, fast, unpredictable trajectory, creating this thing should be the manipulator behind Alus. How did the other party think to come up with the idea of using MS to play self-destruct? How can I let you guys get close to the colonel? Patrick, who was guarding the flagship of the Ku army, fought against the Garg troops with Andre beside him. Senior Patrick, you're so motivated. Andre couldn't understand why the senior suddenly became so motivated, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The enemy's new MS troops are approaching us. Use missiles to block, let the fallen angels and GN archers continue to be responsible for the escort missions. Felt, continue to detect the location of Veda. The Emperor and Ptolemy urgently issued various orders, and now a group of Gegs are heading towards Ptolemy. The Archangel rushed in, and Ptolemy, who was breaking into and investigating the location of Veda, could only use CH missiles to block it. At present, the self-detonation attacks of this group of mobile suits outside defend most of the firepower of the Lord Angel, and there are fallen angels and GN archers near the dock to provide fire support, so it is barely declared safe. Hope the break-in for others goes well. The Emperor prayed for a moment in his heart for the pilots of the several Gundams that broke out into the base. On the outside of the Celestial, Seraph, who was looking for the entrance alone, was caught by Gadissa, Galitso, and a total of 4 pitch black 1:5. Tyria Ed, don't even think about going in. There are so many of them, besides, are there any other Gundams made by the opponent? Tyria gritted his teeth. With so much combat power, it is impossible for Seraphim alone to defeat it. There is only one way. Looking at the hatch below, Tyria thought to herself. Your F-Ed, Trans-Am. Galitso and Gadissa activated the 3-red system at the same time, using the beam saber and beam claws to chop off Seraphim's limbs, and Tyria took advantage of this opportunity to disguise the body as if it had been shot down, and the people from the cabin he slipped out of the door and sneaked into the base just like that. It's really easy. With Trans-Am, the Gundam of celestial beings is nothing more than that. As soon as he came up, he gave the blazing angel a second, and Shireen couldn't help but float up. Advertisement. Don't be careless, the enemies haven't been dealt with yet, so go to other places. Lviv reminded Shireen, who was floating up, that they could kill the Seraphim in seconds, because the other party didn't come and turned on Trans-Am. For the first time. Ask for flowers. Understood, understood. At the same time, in another place around Celestial Man, Lake drove the Flying Wing Zero and met Graham's Abian and the 2 Empresses, one of which was the commander. Naturally, Graham, who took this opportunity to rebel, was attacked by the 3 Moss together with the Flying Wing Zero. Graham, you brought 3 Moss for this meeting. Lake joked. While talking, the Trans-Am was turned on, and Lake manipulated the GNBIT enhanced by the Flying Wing Zero Trans-Am, causing an Empress to be pierced by the large N-bit force field and explode, and then used the destruction rifle to attack his domination. The fangs of the style were easily swept off, and then the beam of the destroying rifle shot at the control style, and the control style was forced to activate the GN force field to increase the distance. 0. As a result, it was completely ruined by the N-bit that pierced through the force field before it could even distance itself. I can't help it, the other party refused to trust me no matter what, and, sorry, Lake, Billy originally wanted to change Gag's program, but the leader of the other party was very vigilant, and in the end Billy only modified the mobile soldiers. Procedure, Graham said. The Ebian he was driving also broke through Emperor's GN force field with a powerful beam saber in the past few minutes, cutting it in half. Thanks to Billy's adjustments to AIBN before he brought AIBN here, after restricting the performance a lot, the performance and aspects of this machine body were restricted, otherwise the machine body originally the performance, it is estimated that the opposite party has to arrange more personnel to follow him to prevent him from rebelling. I didn't expect you to reach that level from the beginning, and now this is enough. Livones, a suspicious person, how could he trust Graham and Billy Katagiri, who had a close relationship with him, and Billy was able to modify the program of the automaton, and it was a surprise to relieve Ptolemy's troubles. Up. Lake, 6 pseudo-solar furnaces are approaching us. Hanayu said suddenly. Is this hostility from those reformers? This hostility, those few people are really brave, dare to deal with him with such a small number. Wait, Lake, please let me do the paperwork too. Chapter 151 Surprised. For a long time, he was forced to stay in lurking in Elus, acting for the enemy who should be defeated. Although he knew in his heart that this was for the sake of the overall situation, but now that this lurking life can finally end, Graham wants to fight hard. And the wish after that is to have a heart-to-heart fight with Abian and Lake who have changed back to the original and can show their true faces. So little enemies, I can solve them myself, and you don't need to come with me. What, this? Advertisement. Graham, who was flatly rejected by Lake, looked down, and looked a little frustrated watching the Wing Zero leave. There was no more worthwhile enemy to fight against. Then it can only be dealt with those Garg troops. How unfortunate he is. Finally we meet again, purebred. Seeing the fact that Flying Wing Zero took the initiative to come to the door made Xylan look ecstatic. Ever since September 43 was killed in such a humiliating manner, she has been thinking about revenge. Now, it's finally time for her revenge. Shireen, don't be careless, you guys, attack from the front first. Lviv let several mass-produced variants drive the Dark 1:5 to rush to the front, unlike Shireen who had a Trans-Am right there arrogant. With the outrageous performance of the double furnace drive shown in those few battles, it is not something they can easily deal with. With this kind of driver, what can it do? The beams shot by the 4-pitch black 1:5s in unison with the destruction rifles were avoided by Lake. After avoiding the beams fired from the opposite side, the Flying Wings Zero deployed and bit and shot down the 4 1:5s driven by the transformation body at the same time. 4 brilliant particles exploded. In just such a short time, all 1:5 has been solved, but the energy storage here has also been completed. Gadissa, who has completed the energy storage, shoots a thick particle beam towards the Flying Wing Zero, pulling the body down took a few positions. It's now. Cooperating with Gadissa to launch an attack, Shireen drove Galitso, turned on the Trans-M system and went around the back of the Flying Wing Zero, and the beam claws were fired from the palm. Suddenly, just as Gaelitso was about to grab the Flying Wing Zero, the Flying Wing Zero turned around and kicked Gaelitso's cockpit. Advertisement. However, due to the speed of the whole process, in the eyes of others, it looked like Xylan turned on the Trans-M system and rushed to get beaten. By now. After saying this softly, Lake let the small bit fly up to shoot Gerzo, and the fire net created by the beam instantly turned Shirin's Gerzo into a sieve that seemed to be leaking everywhere. How dare you give Xylan to? The death of his companion made Li Weifu fall into anger. Li Weifu also chose close combat. I really don't know what is good or bad, one or two have to fight in close combat. Pulling out the beam saber, Lake let the Wing Zero activate the Trans-M system again, and after colliding with Gaelitso in the universe, he shot down his saber in less than a round, and then stabbed his cockpit with a knife. Strange, why can't I jump? Seeing that group of dazzling GN particles getting closer and closer to the screen, almost occupying the entire field of vision, Li Weifu's heart was suddenly occupied by panic and doubt. At this time, Veda should automatically let their cockpit use the core fighter to escape. Why is there no response? Has the Veda been taken away? In other words, Veda has been. Li Weifu couldn't continue his thinking, the beam saber pierced into the cockpit completely vaporized his body, and the Gatissa he was driving exploded immediately. It's all settled, Livones is the only one left, no, there is Sachus. Lake said softly, but it seems that there is no need to worry too much. In the picture displayed on the screen of the Flying Wing Zero, around him and the periphery of Tianren as the center, Green's particle ocean began to cover the distance, covering all the surrounding huge battlefield. The quantum burst system, the moment when it is fully awakened, finally used this ability. At this time, inside the Tianren, Chuan Angel, who was the enemy of the second, was surrounded by two mechas, the Ji Angel and the Quantum Commander, and the Fangs were quickly smashed under the cooperation of the two mechas. For the purpose of defensive warfare, Angel Chuan was equipped with hunter equipment that was not originally considered in the design, so that Sachus, who should have been beaten by two mechas, has been beaten all the way to the present. What's the matter, do you two brothers have this strength? Sachus, who was transformed into a pseudo-reformer, had a golden light in his eyes. Advertisement. Being transformed is really great, even if he falls into this unfavorable situation, even if all other weapons are destroyed and only two destruction swords and beam sabers can be used, he still feels amazing. Listen to your nonsense. The Quantum Commander uses the GN sword to parry the parrying Angel's GN destroying sword, the two swords that collide burst into sparks, and when the remaining sword of the Angel tries to cut at the Wise Angel, it uses the remaining crotch his hand with two rifles after a bit crotch. Damn, what is this disgusting feeling? The particles that filled the surrounding area made Sachus feel like vomiting. You are the one who started the war. Minions of the Changemakers. Oh, you two are brothers. Sachus, who heard two identical voices, showed a sinister smile. Exactly, the hatred of 4 years ago, let us, The crazy words were not finished yet, because Livones, who was in the link state with him, began to be disturbed by the quantum bursts of the quantum bursts in the brain, and Sachus also felt the pain. What made him even more painful happened at this moment, the entire screen in the cockpit suddenly went black, no matter how he manipulated it, Angel Chuan didn't respond. Move, why didn't you move, damn it? Why did Veda refuse to link with me? In the room where the main body of Veda 1.6 was located, Livones shot and killed Tyria, who sneaked in, and then the quantum burst of 00R interfered with the brain quantum wave, and in such a short time of being disturbed, he unexpectedly unable to link to the Veda in his hands. Impossible, this is impossible, he already had Veda in his hands and became a pure species, why Veda refused his visit? Ha 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 ha, Livones, I've been waiting for this moment, and it's finally time to get in your way. Regiata! Livones exclaimed in surprise. The consciousness of Lei Jenny, who was killed by him, should be sealed up, why can he move freely? Surprised? What a pity, I'm not dead yet, and you're coming to accompany me soon. Chapter 152 Lake, you dare to fool me. You're right, Tyria. Tyria? Could it be that? Livones looked down, and there was a gleam in the dead Tyria's eyes. Tyria Ed's consciousness is also fully connected to Veda. The advent of the crisis made Livones look gloomy, and Veda refused to connect and cut off his authority. Under such circumstances, the advantages of the so-called purebred reformers cannot be brought into play. Advertisement. The two reformers, Regini Regiata and Tyria Ed, were directly linked to Veda's consciousness and disconnected him. As a purebred who has mastered Veda, he will be disconnected. No matter how you think about it, the reason is only the relationship between the two purebreds. Because of the existence of these two people, besides the person who controlled Veda, there were two people with the highest level of authority, so he was disconnected just because of interference. Alright, then he will get rid of those two people, so that only he is left as a purebred, then his value will be unshakable. No matter how much Reggie and Tyria get in the way, Veda should recognize him as the most advanced controller. Region Livones should have no other way. Where is he going? Tyria asked. 24. His consciousness has just been directly connected to Veda, and he still has a lot of things that he has not come and understood. Livones also has a Gundam with a dual furnace drive installed. I guess he wants to activate it. The system of that body is the same as your body. It doesn't use the support of Veda, and it can still move in this situation. Reggie said with a half smile. Now that things have come to an end, and knowing so many things, should he say that Livones is still careful after all, or that he is careless? Knowing that the Veda may be taken away by the opponent under extreme circumstances, he deliberately did not install Veda for his regeneration Gundam as a support, so that the regeneration can cut off all machine support when the Archangel Gundam uses Veda's authority to launch the Judgment Domain. So that all organisms can still move freely under the condition of being unable to move. But she still didn't seem to think that Veda was the one who made the decision to cut off her authority from the very beginning, and she just took advantage of the opportunity of Livones being interfered to completely mess up her authority. Similar to delete operations, it's all about helping Tyria to link to Veda. Can I ask again, why do you want to help us? Tyria asked. Before that, he thought that Reggie was Livones' accomplice, and he might have his own ambitions. But now Legioni is willing to turn his back and help them. It seems a bit too complicated to say. Anyway, you can learn about it through Veda later, Tyria. Now you just understand that I want to see what kind of expression he will have when he is completely locked up. Advertisement. Although it is also impossible for me to stay in the Veda to obtain a body, I can only act as an AI-like existence to help the Veda act internally, and I am also in prison. But he's fine, right? He still has a little freedom of movement. After all, it's much better than Livones who will be squatting inside and can't do anything. Strange obsession. Tyria couldn't understand what strange things were thinking in the mind of this compatriot with the same gene sequence as him. It's time to end this. And a certain hidden hatch of the celestial man, spewing red particles of regeneration flew out from it, with the thought of bringing everything back under his control. Livones started to act. However, the rebirth had just left the interior of the Tianren, and within 2 minutes of entering the universe, it collided head-on with the Flying Wing Zero. Long wait, Livones. Lake. Syrian. When Livones said this name, his complexion was so bad that he could see the extreme. He had just come out of the Tianren when he collided with the Flying Wing Spirit Sword. He would not believe such a coincidence. There is only one reason that can be explained, this man can know his location from Veda. Find me so quickly. Are you wearing a Veda on a 10-fold chain? As a purebred reformer, he has that authority, and the AI next to him can help him connect. That's right, I've been linking since a long time ago. The reason why I didn't make it out is just to let you be a target of promoting the peaceful unification of the world and attracting hatred. It's really difficult for you. You can still discover. How dare you fool me? So contemptuous, so arrogant, as if he was regarded as a chess piece that could be manipulated. Livones, who had always considered himself a chess player, attacked furiously when he learned of this fact. His fangs and the beam rifle in his hand staggered fire. Dodging the light beams from the fangs, and releasing the GNBIT immediately after the Flying Wing Zero made the evasive action to let it shoot with the regenerated fangs, but he used. Under the control of force, one can only exchange two. Tisk, did you still lose in numbers? Advertisement. This result was quite bad for Livones. As a purebred reformer, his control over his fangs is already very good. He has trained a lot during these 3 months. Much more than him. Is it because the ability to manipulate bit can't open the gap? Had I known this, I should have used the cannon. No, that model can't win either. Considering that the firepower advantage of the cannon form does not have an advantage in front of the double furnace machine of the Flying Wing Zero, the only options left are medium and short-range combat. The large beam saber was swung out by regeneration, and collided with the Flying Wing Zero saber head-on. By the way, I just said I was fooling you? Don't you always think you are a god and look down on others from a higher place than others, and now you can't bear the same treatment? I am the savior, how can I be played by you? 567. He who guides mankind to be manipulated by this person is something that Limas will never tolerate again. Savior. No, in my opinion, you are just a poor fellow like Kona, thinking you can control the world. The arc of collision between the saber and the saber kept jumping, and the regeneration used the beam saber to parry the slashing attack of the Flying Wing Zero, but after a few rounds, in another round of confrontation, the Flying Wing Zero tilted the fuselage, allowing the beam saber to swipe across the regenerated arm in a slanted trajectory, and cut off the hand holding the rifle. Damn! Livones immediately slashed towards the Flying Wing Zero, but the Flying Wing Zero had already retracted his knife and retreated, making the regeneration miss. In the end, they are all pawns played by other existences in the palm of their hands, following the path they imagined. No, I'm the savior. Chess pieces are not the roles I should play, and as long as you and Setsuna F. Ching-Ying are defeated, my value as the savior will be unshakable. It's really hopeless, even in this situation, do you still think you can win? Lake asked with a smile. The frontal self-explosive troops have been stopped by the Archangel's judgment domain. How long can the remaining Alu's remnant fleet last? Now that they have dealt with the commander, go to 00R in the base, and deal with the Lok-Ang, Lyle, fallen in Satchus Angel. Their combat strength is still sufficient, but Lima's. The end of chapter 153, everything finally came to an end. There is no longer a card in his hand to play, one is missing an arm, all the fangs are scrapped, and only the regeneration of his own body that can pose any threat. Of course I can win. Livon said without hesitation. No matter what, he is unwilling to admit that he will lose to Lake, a purebred reformer, and the group of humans he believes to be stupid, ignorant, and worthy of being managed. You really don't know how much combat power we have left? Lake asked. If Livons thinks that nothing other than purebreds is considered a threat, then let alone him and Setsuna. Lok-Ang is also a person who is almost awakened. Advertisement. Well, it's just the same as the situation before Setsuna, Lok-Ang will only be in the stage of just awakening. Oh, it's nothing more than a group of ants, and I will clean them up together. That's right, except for Lake and Setsuna, other people's driving skills and abilities are completely unworthy to be compared with him. Even if I can't pass this test, you should stop thinking about things so far away. Very well, let's knock you down first. Trans-Am. Since the words are so powerful, let's prove it with facts. Livons let the regeneration activate the Trans-Am with an angry expression. The regeneration with the crimson color all over his body rushed towards the Flying Wing Zero at an extremely fast speed. Finally I can deal with it seriously, Trans-Am. Seeing that Livons activated the regenerated Trans-Am system, Lake held the GN sword mounted on his body in the other hand that was still vacant, and let it go. The Wing Zero activated the system. The two machines with the same dual furnace drive system burst out at almost the same speed after the system was turned on, and the speed was too fast to catch the moment when the blades collided with the naked eye. Slashing, and interlaced two sword blades made it difficult for Livons, who had only one arm left, to parry. After a short round, the regeneration and the Flying Wing Zero style intersected, and the last one the arm was also chopped off. The saber was. When he came to the death-like situation, all the weapons in Regenerate's body had been completely abolished by the Flying Wing Zero type. Both arms were cut off, and all the fangs were scrapped. Now there is no weapon to attack. My savior would. Livons's complexion changed back and forth, his arrogance made him go all the way, but he still couldn't believe that he would fail. Advertisement. In his eyes, his ability is not inferior to other purebred reformers. He also got a dual furnace drive system and created his own Gundam. Why would he lose? No reason. Savior? No, you're just an arrogant and stupid guy. Taking out a saboteur rifle, aiming at the regenerated cockpit, Lake pulled the trigger, and with the explosion of the whole machine, Livon's physical body also died. But because of its particularity as a transforming body, the Veda that had disconnected from it recovered its consciousness, and then sealed it up. The battle is over. On the other side of the battlefield, the coup d'état army and Chun Yuan's troops who had wiped out the last enemy plane looked at the universe where the war had completely ceased, and many people still had astonishment in their eyes. After receiving the news of victory from Ptolemy, Katie, the commander of the coup d'état army, and Claude and others on Chun Yuan's side were amazed. Soon all the enemies will be eliminated. Sure enough, it's still hard to believe. It's like a dream, but it's something that actually happened in front of your eyes. In the internal passage of Tianren, Lyle and Locke are standing on the shoulders of their respective machines, and in front of the two machines, only the wrecked Chuan Angel and the bloody GN sword are silently telling the story of what happened just now. The final outcome of the battle takes place. Hey, big brother, what are you going to do in the future? Lyle asked. If there is no accident in the future, he will probably continue to work in the Anaheim company, and his big brother doesn't know what he plans to do in the future. How to go? What am I going to do? Locke felt the changes in his body, smiled, and then said. Continue to fight as Locksteras, as the pilot of the Gundam, and then, when the day of death comes. Those things committed in the past will not be completely erased because of today's behavior, those things will always exist, and even if those things can be erased, Locking does not intend to declare a return to daily life or something. He already has a new family in Tianren, and if he leaves this group of family members alone, I really don't know what kind of trouble will happen to this group of people. How to say, he is going to stay in the pilot of Celestial Half Gundam. Advertisement. It's really your big brother style. Lyle said. That's the kind of person I am, you should have known it earlier. By the way, Lyle, you still have a girlfriend, right? When do you and AI New plan to get married, and what do you plan to do after getting married? Hey, what's going on, suddenly acting like a parent? Lyle complained, why did his big brother still have this side, gossip like a parent? Hasn't it been like this since you and I were the only ones at home? Are you losing your memory? Locke cast a blank glance at Lyle. Since his parents were gone, he still sponsored Lyle to go to college. When she was studying in the boarding school, he also helped Lyle a lot, saying that he played the role of a parent, which is not a problem. You're a big brother, so don't gossip about things like this. Lyle blushed and said, he hadn't planned on getting married yet, his big brother thought of it first. As a big brother, there's nothing wrong with gossip. You didn't even find it yourself, so it's strange to suddenly come to care about my situation. I'm not in the mood to look for it. If I want to look for it, I can just find it. Locke suddenly coughed twice, and then said seriously. In short, Lyle, you and AI New should get married quickly. I've said it all. He suddenly changed his tone of voice to Locke, and Lyle, who had a hard time getting used to it, immediately started arguing with him. And in the room where the Veda body is located. Allah, welcome here, Lake Syrian, Shan Mof Ching Ying just left not long ago. It was Reginai Regiata who spoke. I just came here when I knew Setsuna was gone. How is Livones doing now? His consciousness, no, according to you, it should be said that the data is sealed. In other words, it hasn't been deleted yet. What about the reformers who followed him at that time? Lake asked Woe again. Similarly, their data Veda will not be deleted casually. Reggie said, the reason is that if necessary, they can also be used to pull people out to do coolies, and whether they will be disobedient there is never a lack of preventive measures such as writing brushes and memory washing. Next is the theatrical volume, and then the volume after receiving it. Chapter 154 After the war, the world moves forward again. It means that in the future, if the judgment is necessary, they can be let out. That's right. Very well, useful to get to their place after that. 2 years later, Lake, are you talking about welcoming the upcoming dialogue? Tyria, who was also staying in the Veda, asked impatiently. The battle is over, and then Veda will announce what Alus has done, and a new president of the Federation will come to power. Advertisement. And Alus, the group of high-level officials who ordered the cleanup and the remaining relevant elements in the Federation will be liquidated, and the whole world will move in a good and stable direction, although there will still be disputes, and there will be situations that require the intervention of heaven and man. But those are small-scale incidents, and they can solve them smoothly by themselves. There is no need to rely on the power of this group of reformers. When they can be used, there is only the upcoming dialogue. Even Veda can't make an accurate prediction of how much power it will take to talk to alien civilizations. If it is 2 years later, the situation will be worse. Yes, according to my feeling, it will be about 2 years later, or it may be later, but it is not a bad thing to start preparing early. Without actual proof, Lake can only say this is his personal feeling. But in the eyes of Tyria and Reginai, the intuition of the changer is trustworthy. If it's after 2 years and 253, then the situation will be terrible. Reggie said. Yeah, the Federation's power will definitely not be enough to deal with it at that time. Tyria looked dignified. The new Federation will undoubtedly choose the road of limiting armaments within a few years due to the adverse effects caused by the excessive expansion of Alus, and when the dialogue is held, the restricted armaments will become the disadvantage of the Federation. There is no need to worry about the lack of federal strength. Anaheim will privately produce the MS needed for the dialogue at that time, and then give it to the Federation during the dialogue. Advertisement. That would be a huge amount of money. Anaheim really has money. It's not that the Federation won't pay when replenishing. How much pressure will the production of MS in advance put on Anaheim? The key question is how much money the Federation will spend to replenish its armaments, and the size of the previously limited armaments. The number of drivers is enough. So that's the case, we need to operate it. Reginai understood Lake's meaning. If Anaheim alone provides the MS produced by the Federation, there will be a limit after all. Anaheim has enough production capacity, but the driver training on the Federation's side is not enough. It is possible to take out so much in a short period of time. In addition, the ALWS incident caused by Livones has allowed the Federation to pick up a lot of excellent drivers until now. Although many Alus drivers joined the Ku Army during the orbital elevator incident, the Ku Army did not suffer much losses in this battle, but the pilots of the Alus troops who were eliminated in this battle and more in this battle those who lost along the way earlier. They are all elites, and it will be difficult to cultivate them for a while, and they will run into the federal military restrictions. It is simply troublesome things all put together. In order to make full preparations for strengthening one's own strength when the dialogue comes, create more transformation bodies, and let them join the federal army through the channel of Veda, which is about to be handed over to the Federation by heaven and man, then the problem of driving will be solved at that time. The problem of understaffing. With so many change makers on board, there are a lot of things that need to be addressed. Only based on Veda's current prediction, the Federation's attitude towards those purebred reformers who are awakened by human beings, these produced reformers also have to be fed by them. This is what you should worry about. I'll go first. Miss Huang and the others will be responsible for the next thing. Lake left the room. Next, contact Katie, Chun Yuan and the others of the Ku army, inform them of the situation after the battle here, and inform the Federal ZF, which is already preparing for a change of term, that the heavens and humans will hand over Veda to them for use, all by the Emperor and the people on Ptolemy dealt with it. And now, after telling Lei Jenny and Tyria what happened 2 years later, he should leave this Tianren, which will soon be owned by the Federation, after they are prepared. Sef. 3 months later. The inside story of all the actions that Alus has carried out so far has been uploaded to the internet by Veda, and the public opinion in all the federated areas has been boiled. The First World Parliament suspended the former federal president, and after investigation and the original controller of Alus, the reformer headed by Livones has a lot of unclear transactions, and at the same time transferred a lot of benefits to him during his tenure, acquiesced to Alus actions, and used the power of Alus to attack many competitors in private. Advertisement. In addition, he also accepted bribes from a large number of Alus patrons, and under the review of the federal parliament and the unanimous consent of all the Federation countries, he was dismissed and investigated for other illegal acts after he took office. And the ones who suffered similar treatment to him were naturally those members of parliament who were involved with Alus. After checking these people, the new president of the Federation officially took office with his new cabinet members, and announced the new policy of the new Z. The Federation will completely disband the Alus who concealed the news of the massacre, track down all the responsible persons, and start reorganizing the federal army. In the future, it will actively assist the Federation of non-affiliated countries and guide them to join the Federation. In addition, the Federation will expand energy policy and strive to establish a global transmission network within 1 year. Sister, don't read those news, you came back after a long time today, it's time to have dinner with Louise's family. Chassis looked helplessly at his elder sister. I haven't seen you for 4 years, my sister still likes watching the news so much. Chassis, this is a very important thing for the whole world, so I will go and see it. Wanzhong said. After finishing speaking, she found the person she wanted to see and turned off the TV. During those days in Chunyuan, she changed a lot. Looking at the news today, the most important thing is to look for the relationship between Klaus, the leader of Pure Source, who has been absorbed by the new Federation and indirectly disbanded, and Celine beside him. And she saw 2 people in the seats of the congressmen. These 2 people are now absorbed into the Federation, which also proves how much the new Federation has changed compared to the previous Federation. The current era is developing in a better and better direction, and it is better for a reporter like her to take care of her younger brother more in the future. When chasing the truth, at least you can't ignore the most important people around you like this. Thank you, Mr. Lake, Setsuna, Heavenly Man. Chassis, who took his elder sister out, thanked Lake and Tianren from the bottom of his heart. Lake saved his sister, Gundam saved Louise 4 years ago, Mr. Lake helped him and Louise when he and Louise went to the universe and Tianren. With nothing else to say, all Chassis can say is thanks. Chapter 1 Who are you sleeping with tonight? Middle East, refugee camps. After the new Federal ZF came to power, as part of the assistance to non-member countries, the Federation also provided assistance here, and because the ZC of the previous Federal ZF caused a lot of economic losses and humanitarian crises in the Middle East, the new Federal ZF has poured a lot of resources here, and the Federal Army has brought a large amount of humanitarian supplies to ZD to rescue them. Father, you have been working continuously for more than 10 hours today, so leave it to me. Andrei said. Andrei, okay, I'll leave it to you. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly twitched. Sergei, who had always been unsmiling and serious and always so strict to his subordinates, showed a smile that belonged to an old father. Advertisement. Father. Seeing Sergei's expression, Andrei also froze for a moment, and only recovered after watching his father leave. After the Alus 187 war ended, his father Sergei had a conversation with him and apologized to him for what happened that year, and although it was still a little hard to accept in his heart, Andrei also understood his father's decision. At that time, in order to protect the People's Revolutionary League from suffering greater losses, and to protect the happy lives of thousands of families in the People's Revolutionary League from being broken, my father made that decision with great pain and decisiveness. He actually thought that his father was cold-blooded and unrelated, and he had such a view of his father. It's ridiculous in retrospect. Facing the father who stood in that position and had to make that decision as a commander, even my mother couldn't say anything to blame. From now on, he must aim at his father. And Sergei, who was suggested by his son to rest, came to the tent and received a contact from Katie Mainkin, who happened to be getting married today. Mainkin, aren't you getting married today? Why are you still free to contact me? The wedding won't start for a while, I'm here to ask how you and Lieutenant Andre are doing now. Katie asked with a smile. Advertisement. After the battle, she did not stand up to Patrick's increasingly fierce offensive, but accepted his pursuit and agreed to marry him. It's much better than before. Sergei replied truthfully. Maybe it was Andre's childhood, his relationship with Andre was never better when his wife Holly was still around. Really, speaking of which, you should be promoted to Brigadier General after this mission is completed. Sergei, who also contributed a lot to her in that battle and led the Federation back to the right path, has long been able to be promoted to Brigadier General in terms of ability. The reason why he was not promoted to Brigadier General was because Sergei asked the senior officials of the Federal Army headquarters to let him be promoted to Brigadier General after the rescue of the refugees was completed this time. The reason for this, Katie guessed when she knew that Andre was coming to this refugee camp. Yes, I don't need to worry about Andre and Pyrrhus. Sergei nodded. Both his son and daughter have grown into wonderful adults. Lieutenant Pierres, she is very happy now. Katie suddenly smiled. Just after the battle, Pyrrhus and Celestial's Gundam pilot came to their flagship to meet with Sergei before leaving on Celestial's ship. Both men have met. She only found out from Sergei that the Celestial Gundam member was also from the Super Soldier Organization of the Human Revolutionary League. It seems that he met Lieutenant Pierres in the organization, and before the two got together, they have fought against each other on the battlefield, and the twists and turns of the plot are just like TV dramas. There is no need for Sergei to worry about the safety of the two of them. Now as long as the heavens and humans do not intervene by force as they did at the beginning, the new Federation will not attack the heavens and humans as before. The reason for this is that heaven and man are overthrowing Alus, prompting the Federal ZF, who had become an accomplice or even a minion of Alus, to step down, handing over the quantum calculation system Veda to the Federal ZF, and the most important point, because of the matter of overthrowing Alus, now the public opinion all over the world has greatly changed their views on heaven and man, and there are quite a few criticisms among them, but because of the fact that heaven and man overthrew Alus, a large part of the young people have come from the so-called black turn to powder. The public opinion environment is no longer what it was a few years ago, and it is impossible for heaven and man to engage in military intervention that almost challenges the bottom line of today's order as it did a few years ago. It will not constitute any substantive conflict with the Federation. From the perspective of the future situation, from a certain level, heaven and man will still be a helper of the Federation that cannot be shown on the table. No matter what, the relationship between the two parties will undergo a new change. If you want to describe it, it is probably like turning a blind eye. Just close your eyes, so Lieutenant Pierres and that Gundam pilot won't encounter any danger in the future. 2 years later, the Wang family villa. Advertisement. Sitting on the sofa with Lake, Wang Liamei watched the news on TV, which was describing the various effects of the assistance policies gradually promoted by the Federation. Wang Liamei smiled when she saw the picture of the restoration of prosperity in the Middle East countries, meaning, the world has really changed. What you said at the beginning has come true. I'm not going to lie, but although the world has changed, it won't be the end. From now on, the world will continue to change and move forward. If it doesn't stop, maybe there will be a bearded man you ran out and reset the civilization. Bearded man, civilization reset. Wang Liamei pursed her lips in disgust after being dazed for a while, and suddenly heard a bunch of names she had never heard of coming out of Lake's mouth. A man with a beard can also reset an entire civilization. Are you kidding me? Even the most powerful MS right now? No, the most powerful weapon in the world cannot handle this kind of thing. Reset the entire civilization. No matter how it sounds like a joke. Stop making unrealistic jokes like this all the time, Lake. Let's talk about the business. Are you going to stay with me tonight or go back to Lax? Wang Liamei's tone sank as she spoke, with a cold gleam in her eyes. Alus has fallen, and Lake has nothing to fight in a short period of time, so the priority and quantity of these things should be clearly distinguished. Well, I still have to do the test for the development of the organism after a while, and I will wait for the company for this period of time. 0.30, Felt is in Anaheim now, you want to be with her. Wang Liamei showed a meaningful smile. If others don't know, it doesn't mean she doesn't know. It's not that Leica sleeps in the company, but now because of the reduction of the scale of operations, she has returned to live near the company in Anaheim for a long time, and Felter, who still lives very close to her parents, is undoubtedly that's Lake's goal. Have you not been with her for a while? Haven't you been with you and Lakis recently? Are you sure? Wang Liamei raised her eyebrows, her sharp eyes made Lake subconsciously turn her head away. She stared for nothing but because of Lake's words. They are all accompanying her and Lakis, who are they lying to? How good is this time management master? If Lakis hadn't told her in private, she would still be in the dark. Chapter 2: The mass-produced machine of the new generation and the new MIS that will be tested soon. This master of time management really makes people wonder if there is no upper limit to his usual energy. The group of revolutionaries with nanomachines in their bodies, no, now they should be called promoters, and there is no time management for this guy, right? I will make up for it later. In the end, Wang Lai may still let Lake go, she is kind-hearted, and now her dream of the past few years has come true, which can be regarded as her return to Lake from a certain point of view. In the Anaheim company's underground manufacturing plant, Rud saw Lake, who rarely showed a trace of fatigue on his face, and joked aloud. It seems that you are not in good health, Lake, you always wake up so late recently. I will worry about my daughter's future life if this continues. Rud joked. Advertisement. Don't be kidding, Rud, I'm fine. What's the current production status of the two mass-produced machines? Lake asked. The reorganized Federal Army is now limited to the number of MS-24 equipment due to the treaty issued by the Federation, and the military expenditure has also been reduced. Therefore, the Federal Army has decided to develop only 2 types of new space battleships in terms of warships, and the remaining warships upgrades are carried out to continue serving. The operation of Ms. Veda has allowed the Federal Army to retain a lot more military power than in the original work. Therefore, in the cooperative development plan submitted to Anaheim, most of the first part is to upgrade the active airframes to make them its performance can continue to meet the mission requirements. For airframes such as GN Zako series, GN Murasame, and GN Hammurabi, the technology obtained from the finished Livones can allow Anaheim to give these airframes the condition of not moving the internal skeleton. After a wave of upgrades, the performance of these new models after the upgrade is expected to be better than the Pioneer model that was dismissed by the Federation because of incorrect ZZ. And the new main machine GNX-4 developed by Anaheim together with the Federation, made with Professor Ifman as the main force, with the flag type as the prototype design, and the Courage type using the parallel system will become the strongest and most convenient for the Federation to serve. Mass-produced mainframe. The mass production of both GNX-4 and Valor is going well, enough for the Federation Army to use. Speaking of which, I have always wanted to ask, is it necessary to install core fighters on GNX-4? Rud asked. In his opinion, it is not necessary to equip the core fighters. After all, the performance of GNX-4 is really powerful. With the participation of Anaheim in the performance indicators originally planned by the Federation, it has exceeded the Federation's initial vision. The goal, as long as the ace pilot in the Federation drives this developed GNX-4, it will definitely defeat their heavenly Gundam pilot. Well, the premise is that the Gundam developed by Tianren is still the 4th generation Gundam in active service without the double furnace drive system, not the 5th generation Gundam that is currently being designed and ready to be put into production later. It must be safe, and the self-explosion system must be improved. It is best to allow the driver to remotely control the self-explosion at the same time as the driver leaves. Advertisement. Lake's face showed a bit of solemnity. The characteristics of Els are too troublesome. If the core fighter is not used to let the driver escape instantly, the casualties may be quite heavy. And in order to prevent the escaped core fighter from being chased by Els, the self-explosion system has become a necessary means of defense, and the eroded Els will be resolved by instant self-detonation. In the Courage type, he also troubled Professor Ifman to adopt a separation system design based on the original flag type training type to improve the driver's survival rate. Is the conversation so dangerous? No, this is just to reduce casualties, the conversation is not so dangerous. Lake shook his head. If the situation really got to the point where it couldn't be done, he would simply go to the seed world to get help. Let the pilots of the Federation live longer at that time, so as to prevent subsequent major troubles, or the scale of civil unrest caused by the conflicts between humans and reformers after the Els dialogue. In the original book, because the Federation lost a large number of drivers in the Els battle, it did not have so much power to maintain peace, which led to subsequent civil strife between the counter-revolutionaries and the supporters of the revolution. Therefore, the development of these airframes now is also for the sake of preserving more vitality for the Federation in the dialogue 2 years later. Really? Well, anyway, the only thing I can do is to develop the body, and I can only rely on you if I want to fight. Rud shrugged. After Lake used the particles released by the double furnace drive system, the cells in his body that were affected by the toxicity of GN particles also stopped deteriorating. But, it's been too long, and now he can't show his previous strength even if he is on MS, it's better to continue to display his talent on MS. Your mentality really gets old so fast, it's only been a few years. I'm still human, not like you ageless monster. Rud said speechlessly. Advertisement. No matter what he is at this age, and it is normal for him to have an older mentality. On the contrary, Lake's appearance has not changed at all, and it is strange that he is still the same age. Although if Chi is really old and fast, it is impossible for him to agree with the matter between Chi and Felt. After all, well, I'll leave it to you to oversee the production of the mass production machine, and I'll be in space again in a few months. It's to help test that special machine. Rud said. In the next generation Gundam jointly established by Tianren and Anaheim, it was specially designed for Lake and Setsuna, and the special machine named 00 Quantum was to be manufactured. According to the needs and characteristics of their respective 190, it is said that the equipment and systems of the two airframes will be adjusted accordingly. Because of the need to manufacture a new type of furnace, Ian and the others went to Jupiter to make it, while Lake the one I have seems to be called the Q Quantum Full Blade by its full name. There are more and more new types of aircraft being produced. You don't plan to throw away the original Flying Wing Zero type. Anyway, it is considered the most advanced machine now, and it is also thrown into the warehouse to eat ashes like his original machines. No, I'll give it to Abby or Hanayu. Lake showed a thoughtful look. The performance of the Flying Wing Zero is naturally impossible to waste here. In the battle against Els, all his current mechatronics among them, the most suitable one to invest in is the Flying Wing Zero type, and it is impossible to leave it to eat ashes. But as a driver, Hanayu doesn't seem to want to drive MS very much now, and I don't know why, so Hanayu may refuse this matter, and then Abi can only drive it. Abby, that little girl can open MS. Rud looked shocked. A girl who had already crushed him in the research and development industry can now test MS. This. What a fuss, she's a million times worse than me in opening Ms. Lake patted Rud's shoulder, enjoying his bewildered expression. Chapter 3 Full Blade Performance Tests and Tasks to Come. You are really confused everywhere. Rud's thousands of thoughts can only be converged into this sentence in the end. A few days later, L5, the space region near the secret stronghold. Lake, who arrived at the stronghold, was testing the 00 Quantum Full Blade under the observation of Professor Eefman and Abby. Pushing the joystick, Black's full blade back spews out Green's brilliance, first swings the sword-shaped unit on the shoulder of the GN Sword 4 to swipe the Green's brilliance, cuts the simulated target, and then flies back with it. The GN Sword V combination, in the form of a destructive rifle and a destructive giant sword, was briefly tested accordingly. It's so powerful, it's a good thing that Trans-Am is not turned on. Seeing the smashed appearance of the asteroid as the simulation target, Lake sighed softly. Advertisement. GN Sword 4 and GN Sword V, these two GN swords respectively turn on the Trans-Am, and the power of the light beams emitted by the shelling mode and the destroying rifle mode can be seen from the results of Professor Eefman's own quantum calculation system simulation test. Same as the diameter of the moon, the power has also been greatly improved. Therefore, in this test, the Trans-Am was not turned on for testing, but all the weapons of the full blade were tested, otherwise, even the L5 Federation would have noticed the commotion. How does this machine feel, Lake? Abby asked. Naturally, she would not ignore the unexpectedly good resonance of the psychosensori frame and GN particles, so this frame was also used around the full blade cockpit to improve Lake's control of the body. It can be said to be the best machine body at present. Lake gave a quick comment, and particles and the effect of the telepathy frame are very good. Judging from this result, similar modifications can be performed on some of the bodies that were previously stored in the Gonako later. Lake, the modification of the quantum burst system you mentioned will be completed in a short time. Professor Eefman, who was also observing in the boat, said. Since Lake personally prefers to maintain the so-called sufficient force before the dialogue, Eefman started to modify the quantum burst, a system originally used for dialogue, but this work has only started recently, so this time it wasn't finished when Lake came to test it. Only unfolding the outer armor, reducing the particles released by the prince's explosive form, the quantum burst system, even if the dialogue fails, can ensure that the next battle can be carried out without losing the armor. It doesn't matter if you slow down, Professor Eefman, the main part of the conversation is not me, but Setsuna. Lake Zhu laughed. The modified quantum burst system is for the prevention and the plan when going to other worlds in the future, and the dialogue with Els, this candidate is still only Setsuna. Indeed, Lake is totally unsuitable for conversation, Abby said. Advertisement. Els is coming soon, and Lake's character is still the same. Let Lake's personality talk to Els, no matter how she thinks, it's not suitable, she always has a premonition that the conversation will collapse. First let Setsuna finish talking with Els, and Lake is here, then Els may still have a good talk with him. That's going too far, Abby. Lake went to the doctor. After completing the test, the full blade and the boat returned to the Gonako in the stronghold. The next job, apart from the adjustment of the quantum system, is to let Professor Eefman and ABI and others continue to lead the team according to his feedback. It doesn't take much time to make some adjustments to the body with the returned data. Graham, your technique and your body are amazing. Gona-kun, when Lake got off the machine, he saw Lyle and Graham not far away. Lyle, who was pestered by Graham for the competition, had a look of admiration when he came down from his quantum commander. Graham now has some vacation due to the disarmament of the Federal Army. When Graham was on vacation, he came here not only to compete with Lake, but also with him and Locking and Setsuna on Ptolemy, who would come here for supplies. Well, everyone, big and small, has been beaten by Graham because Locke and Setsuna often stay on Ptolemy to perform tasks, and Lake often runs on both ends. Lake is the one who competes with Graham the most. You. Now he is driving the Hell Angel, which is upgraded and uses a rifle unit, to fight Graham, a melee madman, and Abian is quite difficult. I can't help it. Abian equipped with a double furnace drive system is really, really great. I drive such a beauty, and it's only natural that I will win in battle. Graham couldn't hide his face. Happy. After suffering from inferior performance, during the Alus period, he still needed a pseudo-solar furnace to drive the body. However, in Graham's opinion, Abian was still somewhat imperfect. After all, as a Gundam, how can he use a pseudo-solar furnace? It must be real to be considered the perfect sleeping beauty he pursues. Lake met his request. He got 2 solar furnaces out of nowhere and installed them on his Abbey. At the same time, Professor Eefman modified the body to use the double furnace drive system. After that, he was almost happy to find the North, and even the courageous performance test developed by Elfman in Anaheim was almost given to pigeons. Beauty. Graham's strange words made Lyle quite speechless. Why did he often say such strange remarks every time he finished talking with Graham? Advertisement. Personal title, don't care. As Graham said, he noticed Lake's gaze. He just finished a fight and was not satisfied. He still wanted to continue to fight. His gaze stayed on Lake and the full blade pose behind him for a moment, and then he walked quickly towards Lake. Lake, you have finished the test of the new body, can you have a serious competition with my Abian? I said, the performance gap between full blade and Abian. The problem is not here. The performance gap between MS is not the decisive factor in determining the outcome. Moreover, what I pursue is combat. I want to witness the performance of the full blade with my own eyes. Winning or losing is not that important. Then let's play with you. Knowing Graham's temper, Lake had to start the simulation system to play with him. A few minutes later, Graham got off the machine with an extremely obscure expression. It was solved so easily. He thought it would be a fierce battle, but in the end he was instantly killed. In the beginning, his body was eliminated by the giant, Niu Wangzhao, beam before he could move. A beam sword that cuts through the planet. Come to the competition next time, I won't just give up. Because the scheduled time to return to the team is coming soon, Graham Song, who wants to compete, can save the competition until next time. Hey, Lake, what are you doing to Graham? Seeing Graham like this, Lake had done something to him, and this man's desire to win was aroused again. The winner was decided by the Trans-M system at the beginning. Lake said with a smile. Graham wanted to see the performance, so it was reasonable for him to use the Trans-M system at the beginning. He is so sad. Lair cast a sympathetic look, and with Lake's great lack of virtue, one can imagine what Graham has gone through. Don't sympathize with Graham, we're going to go on a mission later, Lael, remember to say goodbye to your wife. After glancing at the message from the terminal, Lake said suddenly. Task. Chapter 4 You are really capable of living till now. When Lake first arrived, he sometimes refused at first. In the past 2 years, every time Lake said that there was a mission, it turned out to be a mission from the Heavenly Man. And often used the excuse to do tasks to gain rest time to do some troublesome things. After a long time, he was going to be cheated out of PTSD, but this time, after hearing the details of the mission, Lyle chose to accept it. This group of bastards, they don't let those who were forcibly relocated to the colonial satellite go back, and they still want to kill Marina Yisamayer and the visiting group who came to visit. Is their approach humanly capable? Lyle, who was sitting on the control seat and driving the shuttle, was furious. For the person in charge of the colonial satellite, the immigrants who were forced to move there are sufficient labor? No, to be precise, they should be their assets, and what Marina wants to do is to take these from them. Advertisement. Valuable property, it's only natural for such a fool to be anxious. Lake sneered. In order to build colonial satellites, the Colonial Satellite Commune, a semi-official and semi-civilian enterprise funded by the Federation, has greatly improved operational efficiency, and it has also gained power for things like this that don't have a brain at all. It is not difficult to recruit people from the Earth to build colonial satellites in this era when the Federation is vigorously promoting the development of the 700 universe. Those people must be detained in NA. He also tried to kill the visiting delegation and pretended to be an accident. It's so stupid that I can't describe what the person in charge wants to do. The delegation really had an accident, and the Federation with Veda can find out the truth immediately. Even if the policy of peace is adhered to now, the person in charge of the colonial satellite who killed the delegation, and all the idiots under him, will all have the fate of waiting to be shot. We were going to stop him. No, that part has Locking and Setsuna, let's go and clean up that man and his men. Clean it up? Could it be murder? Lake joked. Lake said it as if the two of them were like assassins. No, it's just abolishing the power he has at hand to prevent this guy from counterattacking later. It's a very easy job, and it can be done in a short while. After we're done, we'll go join Ptolemy. Lake curled his lips, killing that kind of idiot he still thinks his hands are dirty. It's just like that? It's enough to have big brothers, Sadie, for this kind of thing. Advertisement. Setsuna and his big brother are all reformers now, and the fighting power of these two is terrifyingly brutal. The ordinary elite MS pilots can only be said to be face-to-face for a second, and Ao and the one beside him also behaved similarly when fighting against ordinary people. Turning around, he is the weakest among the 4 people who are doing the task now. Locking and Setsuna want to prevent those guys from being outside the army. We too drove the Zuko Phantom into the satellite and destroyed all the MS that those guys hadn't attacked yet, so that the Federal ZF can take the lead in the negotiations and prevent these guys from using those guys. MS is something you shouldn't do. Lake said. Now Tianren's policy is to reduce the activities on the table and not to use Gundam when it is not necessary, and when he, Lyle, Locke, Setsuna, and the 4 of them do not use Gundam, the MS they use is based on each person's fighting style. A revamped Zuko Phantom. Although the Zuko Phantom is still serving in the Federal Army, it is also the Zuko Phantom of the GN series. Its basic predecessor, the Zuko Warrior, had a lot of numbers stolen through the original ALWS incident. However, the difference in appearance between the Zuko Warrior and the Zuko Phantom is not particularly big, and the reason that the folks themselves have carried out the transformation can be said on the table. Destroy MS? It's really easy. Lyle felt a lot easier when he heard it. The phantoms of the 2 of them have been modified correspondingly in order to consider sneaking in, and they can use the extra particle storage tank. The GN particles are released to interfere with communications and radars, and with the detection methods of the colony satellites, it is almost impossible to find them. After discovering it, it is the guards that need to be attacked. On the outskirts of the colonial satellite, while the head of the colonial commune went to receive Marina and the others on their space shuttle, Lake and Lyle successfully sneaked into the colonial satellite in the Zuko Phantom. Beam? Where did it come from? Inside the colonial satellite, the 2 hangars where the mobile suits were parked were hit by light beams from a distance, and a fire broke out, but the garrison deployed at the satellite port hadn't arrived in time to dispatch. There is a MS reaction in the colony satellite. Send out the MS. But both hangars were. Enough, let them attack the enemy first. Advertisement. I don't have time to talk to you guys, let's all go down and lie down. Lake drove the Zuko Phantom and shot down the 3 GNX with a beam rifle, and then withdrew from the satellite to meet with Lyre. The means of building a colony is impossible to capture. I didn't expect these guys to have a total of 6 GNXs in their hands. Lyle's expression was delicate. The Federation strictly limited its armaments, and one colonial satellite counted the 3 GNXs sent out for assassination. Counting the old models eliminated by the Federal Army in the hangar, this Federation-funded enterprise really has a lot of money. Ptolemy sent a meeting point. We returned to the shuttle and went there to meet Ptolemy, and the shuttle was handed over to Harrow to drive to the vicinity of Ptolemy. What, Lake, are you eager to meet Felt again? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Lake had a half-smile, and his words made Lyre blush. In the past 2 years, Lyre talked about troubles for the first time, and was scared by Lake. In the end, the reason why he agreed was because he could meet Ainu, who had rejoined the Ptolemy team, when he went to Ptolemy afterwards. I lost to you. My experience in this area is still not as good as your old driver. Lake, who can live among 3 women, 2 of whom are very shrewd and difficult to deal with, is indeed quite capable. In terms of verbal skills, you are already better than me. The 2 made jokes, and about half an hour later, they joined Locking and Setsuna in the banner of Heaven and Man, and arrived at Ptolemy on the back road of Jianghe. Lake, you have worked hard this time. The door of the cockpit opened, and Felt, who was wearing a uniform, smiled and handed over the drink in his hand. Thank you, Felt. Ah, it's this kind of scene again. Seeing the 2 of them looking at each other and smiling, Lyle, who was tanned, looked at his brother Locke, only to find that his big brother was still eating melons and eating happily. Are you really planning to get married? Chapter 5 The Incoming Jupiter Exploration Ship. Or do you want to wait for Tyria? Lyle, I just don't have time, it's not about my sexual orientation. Locke punched his dear brother on the head. The ability of the reformer is convenient at this point. Now every time he feels that Lyle is thinking about something strange, he can immediately interrupt his bad thoughts. Advertisement. Bridge. Lake, how long are you staying this time? Huang asked jokingly. In the past 2 years, the average number of days Lake stayed on Ptolemy did not exceed a week. The reason, the Emperor also understands. Just wait for a while. I'm a little concerned about the wreckage of a probe ship approaching the Earth's circle, so I plan to investigate after the Federal Army clears it up. Like Hay said. Of course, it is called an investigation, but it is actually asking for a forecast report from the Federal Army on the location where the wreckage will fall at that time through Anaheim's relationship. These wreckages are actually all Ls. If these Ls are allowed to merge with humans at will, and let their money attack humans, there will be a lot of trouble. Although this integration is also a necessary part of the future coexistence of the two parties, the restriction still needs to be restricted, at least many EIS that want to attack big cities must be stopped. Exploration ship? It's really a bit strange. The Emperor and the rest of the people on the bridge were puzzled. It was mentioned in the information sent by Veda that the wreckage of the probe ship from Jupiter was found by the Federal Army to be approaching the Earth circle. But at that time, there was still a distance from the Earth circle, and the Federation didn't think it could get close to the Earth circle, so it didn't deal with it. It didn't expect that the wreckage was still approaching now. If the probe ship is allowed to enter the Earth circle, it will inevitably cause a lot of property damage and casualties, so the Federal Army will definitely eliminate this wreckage. And if you think about it carefully, the wreckage of a probe ship from Jupiter, no matter how you think about it, is something that happened many years ago. Why is it approaching the Earth's circle all the way now? After the Federal Army resolves the crisis, Veda should also send you a report. I'll go back and wait for the first-hand information. Lake said. If anything else happens, we will contact you as soon as possible. Huang said. Several hours later, Gonaku. See you next time, Felt. Advertisement. Lake, it's the same if we're going tomorrow, but it's just a probe ship, and it will take another day to reach the position close to the Earth's circle. Lyle's tone was a bit resentful, having been disturbed by good things and had to leave together. The problem is not the probe ship, but the passengers in that ship. Lake said, he is not interested in participating in the probe ship. The Federal Army can destroy that ship by themselves, and what they need to snipe is those disguised VLs that fell to the Earth. Passengers? Could it be that you said it? Lake's face turned serious. The upcoming conversation, Lake said after a certain battle. And the characteristics of the life forms that will be discussed are also described together. It came so early, I thought it was a joke. Do you think what I said was a joke? No, I think it's impossible to come here so soon. Humanity has just achieved unification, and this unification process has not been completely completed, and there are still many CS in the new Federation that are advancing. No matter how you think about the so-called dialogue with another civilization, it should start when the human beings envisioned by the old man in Iolia really step into deep space. It came at such a time. Why is there always a feeling that the house is leaking and it is raining all night? Some things always come sooner than expected. Lyle, you go to the base on the ground and wait for the Heavenly Man. Your MS will be sent to the Earth by a transport ship, and you can start acting after you get it. What about your MS? The adjustment of the full blade style has not been completed yet, and it is used for the Lady Justice placed on the ground. You don't even need the Flying Wing Zero. The Flying Wing Zero will be handed over to Hanyu, Lake said. The adjustment has not been completed yet, so using the full blade style to deal with the group of Ls now is purely a sledgehammer, and using the Goddess of Justice R2 that has not been opened to deal with it is almost the same. The Flying Wing Zero was just handed over to Hanyu to help deal with those Ls that he and Lyle had no time to deal with to reduce the scale of damage. A day later, Tianren. Advertisement. In order to eliminate the wreckage of the detection ship that flew to the Earth circle, the Federal Army let Katie, who had been promoted to Brigadier General, be in charge of the combat command, and brought him to the inside of the giant battleship built by the celestial beings. It's so huge. Asterisk number 1012004124124182301581. Cardi and Patrick Sawa, who served as its escort, watched the internal structure of the battleship all the way under the leadership of the officers stationed here. The more they looked, the more amazed that this was a battleship that was built so long ago. But her astonishment didn't end here. Immediately, the quantum calculation system Veda and Dil Sharman, who was tied to a chair and was explained by the officer as the first purebred reformer discovered by the Federation, were shown in front of her. Her ability to read minds made her show this expression twice. But there was also a trace of bewilderment and anger that followed. It is obviously the evolution of human beings. Why is it being studied by these officers as precious experimental animals, and the treatment they receive does not seem to be the treatment that a normal person should receive? And the officer who was in charge of introducing him took it for granted, which made Katie frown, and she felt angry. Even if this is a new evolution of human beings and it is necessary to study it, it should not be treated in this way to the people involved in the research. The missile hit, and the detection ship was not damaged. Really no damage? Katie jumped out of her own thoughts and looked at Sharman. Just now, regarding the Federal Army's use of missiles to attack the detection ship, the answer given by this purebred reformer was that it would not succeed. She was dubious at the time, and now it is right. Transformers, human evolution. Sure enough, there are many unusual places. It's time for me to play. Sharman said with a smile. He was brought here specially to show the Brigadier General like an animal on display, just to get military expenses. But to get military spending, it is necessary to make him, an animal, better demonstrate his own value. Let the captain strike. Seeing that the missile was useless, Katie agreed to let Carl Sharman attack. A moment later, from the hatch opened by Tianren, Ma Gadi Lhasa, which absorbed the technology of the changer and was independently developed by the Federation, sailed out. This Ma is a special machine for the transformer manufactured by Captain Carl Sharman, which we independently manufactured by absorbing the transformer's technology. Anaheim's participation is very small. The officer praised the benefits of Gadi Raza to Katie vigorously. The Federal Army's armament restriction made them get a lot less military expenditure. If they can get more military expenditure through Sharman, their life will be easier. Can be better than many arts. Chapter 6 Shoot Down, Weird L's. Introducing the Gadi Lhasa driven by Sharman to Katie, and letting him witness the performance of Gadi Lhasa with his own eyes has become the best way to ask for military expenses. With Gadiason's superior performance, he doesn't believe that no one will be tempted. Let me vent my usual anger. Sharman's eyes flickered with gold, and he clenched the joystick tightly. Usually, being treated like guinea pigs by these officers and being restrained from doing various experiments, anger had accumulated in his heart for a long time. And this anger just happened to be vented in one breath today. Advertisement. Is it a special Ma for the changer? Andre, who was driving the GNX-4 Captain plane to intercept the first wave, saw the friendly army coming, and looked at the huge figure captured by the camera on the screen in a daze. The same size as a battleship. Is this the Ma for the reformers that those people in the rumors made? 743 Go, Fang. Equipped with 6 pseudo-solar furnaces as propulsion devices and 1 as a backup, Gadi Lhasa released his 10 Fang mother machine. Each master machine releases 10 Fang sub-machines. A total of 154 Fangs slammed like a tsunami at the detection ships that were unharmed in the previous attack by Andre's team and the Federation's missile attack. Penetrating, shooting, and densely packed, it is impossible to see where there is a gap. The light beams hit the detection ship and at the same time pierced into the detection ship's interior, tearing it apart. Then when the detection ship was nearly smashed to pieces, the thick beam of light directly bombarded the detection ship, blowing it to pieces. Such a spectacular scene made the chasing Andre and his team just stunned to watch the detection ship that had just been attacked by them and was easily destroyed by Gadi Lhasa. Inside the Tianren. What do you think? Now I know why the military is looking forward to Captain Sharman so much, and I will report it to ZF later, but... Katie paused. Advertisement. After this, please give Captain Carl Sharman the treatment he deserves. He is a soldier, not a guinea pig used for experiments. She is not a reformer, but even so she can clearly see the resentment and imperceptible disdain for common people that this Sharman showed when talking to her. It is undoubtedly the bad treatment he received in the experiment that led to his personality. Understood, please rest assured. As soon as he heard that the military expenses had been settled, the officer quickly agreed to Katie's request. It is not too difficult to give Sharman normal treatment, but this group of people has been deliberately ignoring this for their research. Now that Katie speaks, they will naturally choose to make so-called concessions in this insignificant place for more military expenses. Even if the body has evolved, it is still the same as if the mind has not evolved. Looking at the officer's joyful expression, Katie couldn't help thinking. Office of the Federal President. The newly elected female president is listening to the reports submitted by her subordinates. The first thing that was submitted was that the relevant delegation's observation activities were hindered, they were attacked by MS sent by the colonial commune, and then there was an explosion in the colonial satellite. The delegation that attacked us must be escorted by the Federal Army during the next visit. However, if we use force now, won't we be the same as the former ZF? There are not many mobile phones left in that colonial satellite, so there is no need to let the Federal Army pass by. Then what do you say if this kind of thing happens again? Stop arguing. Regarding the issue of the colonial satellite commune, in addition to tracking down those responsible for this incident, we must stick to the plan of dialogue with them. It is not long before peace has arrived. We must control ourselves. The President spoke earnestly. It is necessary to investigate all the people who should be investigated, but the use of force must be cautious. The painful memory left by the Alus incident has not yet passed. As a new ZF, they must insist on dialogue as the first action. On the one hand, peace can be maintained by using force only when force is necessary. A spokesman who was almost in the same mold as Yano came over with a report in his hand and said, President, regarding the matter of the exploration ship approaching the Earth's circle, according to the report submitted by the military, it has been ruled out, and there will be a small amount of it. Debris fell to Earth, and capped. Carl Sharman was instrumental in this operation. Advertisement. The research team wants Captain Sharman to participate in actual combat more and obtain more data for research. Carl Sharman, the first changer we've found. The two secretaries heard Sharman's name being discussed there, but the president looked sad. If the gap between the reformers and the humans of the old era becomes more and more obvious, the related contradictions will also be intensified, and their federation must be prepared in advance. One day later, on the outskirts of a certain city in the former AEU in Europe, after the fragments of the probe ship fell here, the Federal Army prepared to send people to block the place for investigation. However, before they arrived at the scene, the real bodies of those fragments, Ls, had already turned into vehicles through mimicry and drove towards the city. These numerous and somewhat horrifying scenes were staged on the highway late at night. The learning speed is really fast. Enduring the discomfort in his head, Lake drove the Lady Justice to fly towards the group of Els who wanted to attack the city, and the Els who sensed his arrival immediately called out to Lake and the Lady Justice. Tisk, the feeling in the head is really uncomfortable. Lake endured this discomfort, and only after experiencing it himself did he know that the discomfort brought by the call of Els is like 10,000 little ghosts making noise around him at the same time. Pull it out of the Veda and let him do the job too. The Els on the road changed their form in order to get close to Lake's Lady Justice, from a car to a helicopter that had already recorded relevant information from other individuals. Half a day ago it was still a car, but now it has merged into a helicopter. 1.3. Goddess of Justice stepped forward at high speed, cut all these Els mimic helicopters in half with GN sword and beam saber, and then continuously shot beams at these falling fragments. The attack didn't stop until the discomfort in my head stopped, thoroughly confirming that these ES have been resolved. Hanyu, Lyle, how is your situation? Everything is normal. I'm a little bit troubled here. It's fine that these guys can transform into cars, but now they can even transform into people. What kind of creature is this? Witnessing Els transforming into a car, a yacht, and an airplane with his own eyes, Lyle felt that his three views had almost been refreshed. He didn't expect that Els would show him that he became a human on the spot in the battle just now. If it weren't for the good enough camera performance of MS, the people that Els turned into would be like puppets. He couldn't tell them apart from humans. Chapter 7 Rescue, The Call of the Thoroughbreds. In the deep space that humans haven't explored yet, there are such creatures that can't be seen with common sense. It seems that exploring the universe is not an easy job. Lake, is there any more of this strange metal to tackle next? It's over for the time being, and I will let the troops and acquaintances in Anaheim help solve the remaining part of the planned target. Lake said. He, Lyle, Hanyu, and the three of them have already dealt with the Els that fell around several densely populated cities in advance, and although there are still many fragments of Els that fell to the earth, they have to deal with the rest one by one. Time is a big problem, sending troops from Anaheim and acquaintances from the previous seed world to solve the remaining part of the intended goal. Advertisement. Understood, then I'm going back to the base. Hearing that it's time to call it a day, Lyle in the video communication looked relaxed. When dealing with Els, he drove the MS back and forth between several big cities to rest during the flight, and the rest time was not enough for him to recover his energy. It would be a good thing to go to the stronghold to rest now. After all, no matter what you think about it, there is still a battle waiting. I'll come to lie 24 grams to your side, you go back. Hanyu, who is an AI herself, let Hero with the Flying Wing Zero suit take over the control, drove the body back to the base, and transferred it to the cat-eared Hero on the Lady Justice. Let's go back to Anaheim first. Green dots of light sprinkled in the sky, Lady Justice flew back to the Anaheim company, and at the same time, the number of deaths due to supernatural events and related injuries caused by Els attacks all over the world skyrocketed. Far away in the Tianzi city of the Human Revolutionary Union, a girl named Li Yume with a transformative factor was unfortunately attacked by Els, and after she separated from her classmates talking and laughing, she let the silver metal covering her home. After she felt the horror, she walked out of the house without saying a word, and walked towards her silently with open arms. The astronaut mimicked by Els touched the girl and experienced for herself what a nightmare is. That is, at the same time that the girl was suffering from a nightmare, on the other side of the city, Chassis and Louise who were shopping were also attacked by Els because of the changer factor in Louise. What's going on? Holding Louise's hand and fleeing in a car, Chassis burst out with unprecedented potential, but the car behind him has always followed closely. If it hadn't been for living in this city for a long time, and they were still using the alley to go around the opposite side, the two of them would have been overtaken by that car long ago. Chassis, we'll be fine. Louise said anxiously. She hadn't been transformed into a purebred reformer by Livones, and she hadn't experienced the high concentration of particles emitted by 00R's quantum burst. Her evolution rate is not as fast as in the original work, but she already has a strong potential and has a changer factor in her body. Louise, who has brain quantum waves, is naturally the target of EIS attacks. Advertisement. It'll be fine, I'll take care of it. Chassis turned to look at his girlfriend, and was about to say that he would take care of it when a sudden explosion came from behind, and the car chasing them was blown up. A pulpy exploded. It was so loud that Schatz and Louise stopped the car and got out of the car to see that it was a pile of silver metal, not a car wreck. Sassy, is this over? Louise asked. Why is it silver? It was obviously Red's car just now. Chassis stepped forward and was scolded when he was about to look at the glass-like silver metal shard. If you don't want to die, you'd better not touch it. The black-haired young man who came out of the corner warned with a cold face. This cold tone like an iceberg of 10,000 years almost shocked both Chassis and Louise. But judging from the gun in his hand and the explosion that happened to the two cars just now, it was this black-haired young man who came to rescue them, and the blonde-haired young man beside him had an apologetic and kind smile. Sorry, his tone was a bit off, but please leave quickly, the federal government here should issue an evacuation notice for the two of you to evacuate. Are you heavenly beings? This familiar plot, familiar scene, familiar place, this is not familiar. It reminded the clever Louise of the scene when she and Sassy were rescued on the colony satellite 2 years ago. How could she be so calm? No, we are not celestial beings. Song was asked by someone to come here to help, said the blonde young Pu-Rhea. So, is that Mr. Lake? Louise didn't guess right, and Chassis I guessed on the side. That's what he asked us to do. So much trouble for him. Let's go, Rhea. Advertisement. Kanad, who was not interested in talking with the two, turned around and left, but Rhea had no choice but to follow immediately. Let's just go. Otherwise would they stay and eat with us? Louise asked. Louis, I didn't mean that. Then hurry up, Sat, we've got to avoid it. Louis, don't be so anxious. Mongolia, near a solar power generation facility. Locke used all his strength to save Alleluia and Mary Pafassi who were approached by elves and almost disappeared together. Sorry, Alleluia, Mary, your vacation is coming to an end. It's okay, we can't rest in this situation. Alleluia smiled helplessly. When they encountered such a thing, could they still rest? 140 Let's go back to the stronghold on the small island in Asia first, and then return to Ptolemy through the shuttle there. Locking said. In the past 2 years, the Federation has strengthened its control over orbital elevators, making it much more difficult for them to transport bodies via orbital elevators as before. Therefore, they adopted a strategy of separately configuring the airframes to deal with them. After each mission was completed, the airframes were parked at a stronghold on the ground, and returned to the universe through the shuttle provided by Anaheim, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the Federation. During the trip, Alleluia and Mary, who knew about the current federal control over rail elevators, nodded, and then Alleluia couldn't help asking Locke Ang. Locke, what do you know about this unknown metal Ptolemy now? No, whether it is the Federation or Ptolemy, they basically don't know anything. The only thing we know so far is that this metal can attack people with high brain quantum waves. Many supernatural incidents have occurred all over the world because of this, and there are related victims. The rescue facility sent to the federal government is undergoing treatment and observation. Locking said, with a trace of boredom on his face. Awakened to become a purebred reformer, he undoubtedly heard something like a call when he just solved those L's. It must be that the other side is contacting him. Just like Setsuna before this, he faintly felt something coming. He is also a purebred changer. Will KK feel the same way? Chapter 8 Departure. 2 new airframes that have been debugged. At this time, Lake, who returned to the Anaheim company, met with Lakis and talked about what Anaheim will do next. After that, he planned to leave the Anaheim company and return to the universe to serve preparations for the next battle, but just as he was about to board the MS, he received another call from Billy Katagiri who had been promoted. Billy, are you looking for me to exchange MS development experience again? Lake was using video communication, so he could still see that Billy was clearly in the EFF Research Institute now. No, I won't come to you if you want to ask about that. I just want to ask if you know anything about ELS. Advertisement. Because he was in the research facility of the Federal Army at the moment, Billy couldn't help but lower his volume as he spoke. The Federation had just confirmed that the fragments of the probe ship were extraterrestrial metallic life forms and named them ELS. Others may not be able to get the information, but with the information network on the Anaheim side alone, Billy knows that Lake should know the relevant information by now. We now infer from the observed victims and other events around the world that only this metal will attack people with high brain quantum waves, but we basically don't know much about its characteristics. There is also an intelligence network of Heaven and Man on Lake's side. With the ability of Heaven and Man, maybe they can find out something they don't know. The characteristic of ELS is that it has a strong learning and mimicry ability, and can touch and devour other substances. For example, the girl in your research institute is like that. If she hadn't been rescued in time, she would have become ELS now. Billy's face is pale, and he can touch and devour other substances, not limited to human beings, but life forms that can be devoured by any substance. This change in expression almost attracted the attention of colleagues nearby, and he hurriedly left, and continued to ask after arriving at a corner. Then, learning ability is just like the literal meaning, they can imitate the devoured objects. Cars, houses, and airplanes can all be perfectly imitated. I guess MS is not a problem. Billy on the other side of the phone couldn't even speak for a while. Being able to touch swallowing itself is a terrifying thing, and now he actually said that the other person can mimic the swallowed object. If the number of Ls is more than that of one's own combat power, then it is obvious that there will be fewer and fewer fights here, and more Ls will fight more and more. Moreover, if warships and MS can be like airplanes and cars, the situation is even more troublesome for those who perfectly devour the mimicry. After calming down a bit, Billy said, "Thanks, Lake, I'll find a way to pass this information on to my superiors." Now the Federation knows nothing about Ls, so even if the information he uploaded can only be said to be speculative, the Federation ZF will not take an attitude of ignoring it. Advertisement. It's my side that wants to thank you. With your information passed on, the MS on my side can provide it to the Federal Army. Lake said. The Federal Army, which has increased their understanding of Ls, will definitely make preparations for the purchase of mobile suits on the dark side, and these mobile suits in Anaheim can be delivered to the Federal Army at a faster speed. Those MS? Lake, I said, you don't have the ability to predict, right? Billy joked. What did Lake say when he saw the pile of MS in the Anaheim underground garage a year ago? In order to prevent future crises. As for the preparation, it is said that not only this place, but also a lot of underground bases of other branches. At that time, the Federation was reducing the number of mobile suits due to the limitation of armaments, so he felt that Lake had so many things that he would never even think about selling them in his lifetime. Result limit. Maybe I do. Then I'll take it as if you have it. Billy Chuan thought that Lake was joking. This is a bit ridiculous no matter how you think about it. Predicting the future, even if Lake is a reformer, it is impossible to do such a thing. The communication was hung up, and the eyes of the goddess of justice released a green light. After moving to an uninhabited place through the hidden passage in the company's underground hangar, it rose to the ground and then rose into the sky. Lake, Veda has sent information, and the negotiations with a series of reformers such as Livones have been completed, and they will be put into use in the follow-up battle against time. Ha! You said. Negotiation is a threat. Lake said helplessly. Veda's negotiating methods are very direct. You can either follow its instructions, or kill them on the spot, not to mention the two people in Veda Arteria and Regini. No matter how you think about it, they will not be so kind and friendly. The Lord who waits for others to speak. Also, Locke brought Alleluia and Mary Paphasi, who were attacked by Els, back to Ptolemy, and Tyria also drove the new body healing angel to Ptolemy. How's my full blade and Setsuna 00Q tuning going? Lake asked. His two new full blade furnaces have been manufactured a long time ago, and the two furnaces used by Setsu 00D were produced in the past 2 years after Ian and others led a team to Jupiter for development. Therefore, facing the problem of lack of time, Ian and others hurriedly rushed, and the progress of 00Q was a little slower than that of the full blade style, but it should be almost finished by now. Advertisement. The debugging has been completed, and the two airframes have been delivered to the Archangel and the Ptolemy respectively. Hannah Yu said. It's all sent there? Then we have to go to the universe quickly. Lake said. If I remember correctly, in the original work, L seems to be the Ptolemy who attacked at this point in time. You can't be careless if you have 00Q and Setsuna. It's better to help. After all, there is no Tyria as the projection villain who uses Veda to help Setsuna filter a lot of useless information from Els. Even if 00Q turns on the quantum burst, Setsuna cannot achieve dialogue, and the final result is only Setsuna's brain damage. An hour later, Lady Justice arrived at Anaheim's secret stronghold above ground. Don't touch the fish, get ready to go, Lyle. What kind of fishing? It's only been half a day, and I'm going to go to the universe again. Lake sighed slightly. Lake, okay, must have come out before returning to the company for half a day. Doesn't he have to communicate with his girlfriend? Now there is no such effort. Go to the universe and meet with the Lord Angel, and then find Ptolemy from L2. Yes. Lyle, who was seen through by Lake, couldn't help complaining in his heart that the ability of the changer is really a damn foul. The shuttle jetted out the tail flame, broke through from the Earth and flew into the universe, and then flew to the rendezvous point sent by the main angel. The Ptolemaic hangar in L2. Setsuna, how about it? The new 00Q is perfect. Seeing Setsuna coming out of the cockpit of 00G, Ian, who is one of the leaders in the development of 00Q, boasted that Professor Eefman and Abby went to get Lake's full blade in the later stage of production. The post-production of 00Q and the debugging is all led by him. Chapter 9. It's you, Amuro. I left first. Troubled by the matter of Els, Suemo went back to his own room to think deeply. When Locke went to Earth to pick up Alleluia and Mary Paphasi, he also went to Earth to investigate. Feng Ziai, what is going on? It feels like calling him. Is it trying to convey something? The reaction has always been so indifferent. Ian sighed deeply. He understood that Setsuna's character was taciturn, but after so much hard work, he could only see Setsuna's reaction. Always feel very disappointed. Father, after so many years, you should get used to the momentary personality. Advertisement. I'm used to it. By the way, Locke, your Hell Angel is no problem with manipulation now. Locke is a purebred reformer. Originally, he thought that everything would be controlled by Locke's brain quantum waves, but after thinking about it, the bits equipped by Hell Angel would have to be reduced. In order to solve this problem, Hell Angel the bit is controlled by a system similar to the Flying Wing Zero type. Most of the bits will be handed over to Halo for control, and the bits that are controlled by 2 Halos are enough to suppress the general target. Hell's Angels who have adopted this 443 system don't know how Locke feels now if they let the pilot take control when attacking those troublesome targets like the Flying Wing Zero. It's fine, Dad, the Hell's Angel is the best one for me, Locke said. He also became familiar with the bit controlled by the brain quantum wave after playing for a while, and now he controls the Hell Angel with ease. Mr. Locke, please come to the combat conference room in 10 minutes. Lake and Mr. Lyle have sent messages. They are here for the combat conference. Milena's energetic voice sounded on the ship's radio. Lake and your brother are coming. It just so happens that I can take this trip to see what kind of machine Lake's full blade is. Ian's eyes flashed with excitement. For him as a developer, seeing the difference between the full blade and 00Q made by 2 technical experts, Professor Eefman and Abby, is really a good thing. Isn't that only different from Setsuna's 00Q in terms of equipment? Locke wondered, because of the need for supplies, Ptolemy hadn't been back to the base at 15 in the past few years, and the last time he saw the 2 when he bought 2 airframes, he remembered that the 2 airframes were also of different colors. One is black and the other is blue, and then the armor of Lake is finished, and the weapon seems to have one more weapon than the one of Setsuna. Advertisement. Ian was as excited as seeing the Texan body. No, Locke, you don't understand, that machine is used around the cockpit. Forward. Hearing Ian's unintelligible technical terms suddenly start popping out one after another, Locke only hated why he didn't take advantage of Myrna's radio broadcast, or left with Setsuna just now. Father Ian is very clear about the problems of this technical madman. A few minutes later, in Locke's expression that seemed to be tortured by the attachment that had passed through decades, Ian ended his long-winded, no, or was forced to end his long-winded. Because Ptolemy's ejection port was opened, the full-blade and quantum-type commanders entered the garage. Lake got down from the full-blade pose with Harrow in his arms, while Ian leaned over with an excited face. Lake, can I see your full blade? I want to see the unique technology you use on it. Exclusive technology? Yes. Lake simply agreed. Really? Happiness came so suddenly, it was hard for Ian to believe it. The new technology on this is only a psychosensory framework. If you want to see that thing, Ian, you can watch it. If you want to use this technology on other new machines you make later, there is no problem. We can provide the technology. Lake readily agreed to the matter. The telepathic framework can only resonate with the brainwaves of the reformer or the new human being and then exert its performance. And Ian learned this technology, Sadie, at most for the use of the gods. If there is anything wrong with it, let it be used by the gods, and it will have more reliance when it intervenes by force. Really, thank you. Ian felt like a treasure, and after obtaining Lake's permission, he took the tablet and connected it to the full-blade cockpit with a cable, and looked at the relevant information there. While Ian was viewing the full-blade style, the briefing room combat meeting was also held. Advertisement. The Emperor looked at the crowd and said, the metal that attacked Alleluia and Mary has been named an extraterrestrial metal life form by the federal government, ELS. ELS. When everyone on the Ptolemy board heard the name with their own ears, they all showed solemn expressions. Just from the name alone, it can be seen that what they encountered this time was the product of an extraterrestrial civilization. Then, Felt, let's release the video about it. The Emperor asked Chris to record a few videos on the ground that were recorded by Setsuna and the personnel sent by the Anaheim Company's troops. There are 3 videos in total, and the attackers who attacked people of different ages all have the same face. Live owns Almuk. Shu Mo frowned tightly, and among the people present, whoever had the most complicated feelings for this man was none other than him. To this guy who claims to be a god and a savior, he has always responded with a strong negative attitude, and now he sees a person with the same face as him attacking civilians, and his mood is completely indescribable. The boss of the reformer, didn't he die a long time ago? Rickety exclaimed, and the 3 people in the briefing room, Locke, Lyle, and Alleluia, also had similar expressions. A dead person not only revived in place, but also appeared in 3 places. It was like being haunted. That face is not Livone's Almuk, to be precise, it is one of the members involved in the Jupiter exploration project, the genetic prototype of Lima's Almuk EA. Ray said expressively. EA. Ray, Amuro Ray, the elements of this cannot be more obvious. That must be a person from many years ago. Lasse wondered. It's probably because Els also hacked this person when he invaded the probe ship. Huang said, and then asked Chris to release the picture of the probe ship. Hacked? Lok Ang, Setsuna, and Alleluia could not help but look puzzled. The Jupiter exploration project that Ray participated in was actually developing the solar furnace, and the ship they were on was the Europa that was destroyed by the Federation not long ago. Huang said, and then asked Chris to give everyone looked at the pictures of the EA mines being killed, all turned into silver metal fragments, and then those pictures that Lake and Lyle saw when they smashed Els on the Earth. According to all the information collected so far, it can be determined that Els can mimic the people and objects invaded by it. Chapter 10 Strikes, live to have a dialogue. Invasion, mimicry, do you think these guys are alive? Lok Ang said, if that's the case, then the noise he heard in his head that gave him a headache had its source. If they are not alive, they can still be dead. That kind of behavior pattern is scary if they are not alive. Lael said, even if Lake hadn't told him about Els in advance, just looking at the behavior patterns of those Els it's hard to imagine those things as lifeless. If it is alive, what is the purpose of Els? Alleluia asked. What is the reason for devouring objects and attacking people with brain quantum waves and causing so many casualties? There are still too many mysteries. As far as the current situation is concerned, we are still not sure whether Els can be regarded as life. Huang said, as far as the current situation is concerned, they only know the characteristics of Els, and there are still too many things they don't know. Advertisement. Els are alive. When I was dealing with those Els on the ground, there were noises in my head many times. I thought it was because those Els seemed to want to convey some information, but that feeling was very uncomfortable. Lok Ang and Setsuna also had it. Is that the feeling? Lake asked. Lok Ang and Setsuna, who are both reformers, have also encountered Els, and they should have the same uncomfortable feeling as him, while the two super soldiers Alleluia and Mary, whose brain quantum waves are much weaker, only in some cases only then will the Els establish contact for communication. Call. Everyone other than Lok Ang and Setsuna showed stunned expressions. When Els attacked those humans, he wanted to send a message to them to call. Well, when I was attacking those Els, I also heard this uncomfortable noise just like you. It was as uncomfortable as if you were suddenly hit by a stick in the head. Lok Ang said, he and Setsuna will soon. This was told to all the people on board Ptolemy. When he heard this sound at that time, he couldn't determine what the noise meant, and the strange noise like buzzing suddenly sounded in his head, and the feeling of his head was really uncomfortable. If Lok wants to describe it, it can only be said that it is as uncomfortable as being hit on the head with a stick. I heard it too, Els seemed to want to say something, but I couldn't figure out what it meant at all. She Mo showed a troubled expression, couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking, and endured a bunch of follow ups from the other party noise like one message. What do you want to say? The Emperor suddenly realized, recalling what she had learned about the last step of the Aeolian plan, so is Els the upcoming conversation? In this case. Advertisement. The E-radar responded again. A ship is approaching our ship. Milena, who was staying on the bridge, urgently reported the situation. What about the model? Huang asked. After rendezvous with the Lord Angel, the space region where the two ships are located at Lagrange Point 2, ordinary ships will not approach at will, and the current situation is even more impossible for people from the Federation. Comparing the ships in the database, the model is confirmed, yes, it is the destroyed Europa. Milena said in surprise, and sent the image of the ship captured by the optical camera and the pictures stored in the database to the briefing room on the screen. Isn't that ship destroyed? Russell exclaimed subconsciously. The previous ship was invaded by Els, and this ship should also be imitated by Els. The Emperor scanned the three reformers and two super soldiers in the briefing room, and there was no one on the Lord Angel on his side. But Ptolemy gathered three purebred awakened human reformers at once, and there were also two super soldiers. According to the characteristics of people whose brain quantum wave strength is attacked by Els, they are like a piece of fat that cannot be fat in the eyes of Els. From this point of view, it is not particularly strange that Els will come to them directly. But where did these Els come from? It's silent, and it's not like the previous ship that was detected by the Earth Federation before it flew to the Earth's circle. When did it start to act? Could it be that it followed the previous probe ship? All Gundams, please attack first. The Emperor ordered. Understood, Hanyu, go and contact Hello on the Lord Angel. Lake said to Hanyu when going to Gonakuharo, who was in charge of maneuvering the ship in the Angel, gave the order. Leaping into the cockpit of the full blade, after the body was moved to the ejection position, Lake pushed the joystick to let the full blade fly away from the battleship. Immediately after came out were Lyle's Quantum Commander, Locke's Prison Angel, and Setsuna's 00Q. After several Gundams had attacked, the monsters specially developed for Alleluia and Mary followed up. Angel. Seeking flowers. 0. And after several Gundams came out of the battleship, the Els that sensed the brain quantum waves also sent a large number of Els that looked like metal rivers from the detection ship. Advertisement. Woo. Locke, who was forced to establish a connection by Els and heard the noise in his ears again, showed embarrassment, but he was not slow in manipulating it. Whatever purpose the elves have, they cannot be defeated here. The Hell Angel unfolded the bit, built a fire net to attack the elves. The Demon Angel also threw the missile and the beam of the GN rifle at the same time, and shot a series of flashes together with the attack of the Quantum Commander, and the full-blade GN Sword 4 switched to the emitter mode, and the GN particles assembled under the three emitters converge into a light flow and bombard the elves. 0. But in 00Q, after hearing the noise of EK, under the guidance of intuition, he was still unable to attack these elves. As a result, more and more elves rushed towards 00Q. Moment. Seeing that 00Q was in a dangerous situation, Locke was the first to get anxious. In the moment, if you want to find out the purpose of elves, attack quickly, you can't even survive, and you can't achieve any purpose. Lake said. Live, yes, I want to know their purpose, if they get hit here. Thinking clearly about the reluctance that momentarily pressed down in his heart, he pressed the launch button and used the GN Sword V to cooperate with the floating unit on his shoulder to attack the elves in front of him. He wanted to figure out the purpose of elves, and he must not end here. And the idea of using quantum burst mode also flashed in his mind. This is the best way to talk. 00G's quantum burst system can be said to be the core system of this conversation machine. The high concentration of particles emitted by this system is much higher than the previous 00R, but for some reason, he always feels that Lake will stop him as soon as he has this idea, and under this weird intuition, the idea is instantly extinguished by himself. Tyria is finally here. Lake, who had sensed the brain quantum wave, saw that about half of the elves on the field had been cleaned up. He manipulated the full blade to simply clean up a wave of nearby elves that rushed towards him, and then flew towards the detection ship. The huge particle beam penetrated the detection ship. Holding the handle, the huge ship was completely engulfed by the light beam after turning the direction in a full blade style. Chapter 11: The Returned Companion and the True Purpose of Elves. The probe ship was destroyed. The number of elves is already so small, everyone's actions are very fast. I've got to go too. Seeing that there were still elves active around the remaining 4 Gundams, Tyria, who came to support him, stepped up his action. Trans-Am. The high concentration particles made the whole body of the machine turn red. In an instant, 2 streams of particle light gushed out from the mouths of the 2 cannons, destroying the group of elves behind the Demon Angel. Prison Angel, Quantum Commander, 00Q cleaned up the surrounding elves. Tyria. Advertisement. As the only MS with the strongest performance on the field, even if Trans-Am is not turned on, Momo drove 00Q and shot down a lot of elves under the combination of Sword 5 and Floating Unit. Seeing this therapy that came to help Angel, the style of bombardment, the familiar appearance of the 860 backpack, even without brain quantum waves to communicate, you can instantly understand who the MS belongs to. The Healing Angel's beam swept across the elves in front of 00Q, and after clearing these elves, the battle was over, and the Healing Angel withdrew from the Trans-Am. Ptolemy, bridge. That Gundam is. It's him, Tyria is back. The Emperor said. Tyria's return at this time is undoubtedly a boost for them. In the waiting room, Tyria, who was wearing a helmet, took off the helmet, and the same face as before made Locking and Alleluia look a little surprised. Tyria, who has a new body, is really the same as she looked a few years ago. Long time no see, Tyria. Locke said hello. Ah, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Tyria nodded slightly to the people in the waiting room. Since then, she hasn't seen everyone on Ptolemy, and stayed alone in Veda for 2 years. It's only now that the conversation is looming that he's back to back it up. You boy, it's still the same as before, nothing has changed. Advertisement. Because the body is reprocessed, and the Transformer's body has a large number of nanomachines, the aging speed is much slower than that of common humans. Tyria replied. I really envy you, you grow old so slowly. There is no need for anyone to be envious. According to Veda's calculations, you, Lake, the aging speed of the 3 purebred reformers in an instant is much slower than that of common humans. Really? I didn't even feel it. Because big brother, you have never paid attention to such things. Lyle, you boy, here we go again. It's still the same. Tyria felt a little helpless towards Locking in his heart, watching him make a joke with Lyle and then turned his eyes to Jiang Lake and Setsuna who were beside him. His tone was serious. Let's end the joke first, Setsuna, Lake, Locke, I have a question for the 3 of you, as changemakers, what should the 3 of you feel on Els? Ah, before you came, the 3 of us talked about this. When we were fighting Els, we could hear the uncomfortable noise coming from Els. Lake said. Luking and Setsu also nodded. If the 3 of you feel it, it means that Els has a will. Tyria said, the upcoming dialogue that Lake mentioned 2 years ago, Els with a will and motivation whose motivation is temporarily unknown, all matched. Let's go to the bridge to talk about the rest, Miss Huang and the others are waiting for us. Locking said. On the bridge, Tyria said that he thought that Lake, Locke and the three of them only felt uncomfortable noises in Els and could not determine what the other party meant, but this also proved that Els had will, and the upcoming dialogue referred to in the plan should refer to Els. Advertisement. Alien, Els visit. The Emperor looked a little heavy, and Tyria's words made her affirm this guess, and her mood couldn't get better. Human beings are still too little prepared. Is this the conversation Mr. Iolia is referring to? Lasse said. However, the dialogue came too early. Humans are not ready yet. Alleluia couldn't help but say that human beings have not yet achieved true and complete unity. The large-scale construction of colonial satellites is not enough for the development of the universe. It hasn't been long since the beginning. How will humans deal with the arrival of another alien civilization at this time? Everything doesn't have to be ready. Lake shook his head. Whether it's a dialogue or a fight, we have to act now. Locking said, he does not advocate treating Els as an enemy, but whether it is to fight or to talk, they must start to act. If we want to fight, we can only go up, we can't wait to die. Lasse said. No, Russell, the purpose of Els should be to have a dialogue with us. Judging from the feelings of Locke, Lake and Setsuna, what message does Els want to convey to them, and, Setsuna also subconsciously does not want to do anything to them, then, they should not come with the idea of fighting with us, but with the idea of dialogue. Huang said her thoughts. Didn't it come to fight? Lasse and Lixity on the side looked at each other. Judging from what Els is doing so far, it's a bit hard to believe that it didn't come to fight. It must be like this. What's happening now is because Els can't figure out our human thoughts. Alleluia and Mary beside him were the first to agree with Miss Wang's opinion. It is because they want to find out what human beings are thinking, so Els needs to find people with brain quantum waves, because they think that these people can communicate with them. Seeing that everyone's guess is almost the same, Lake gave the purpose of Els to it was revealed, so that all the people showed a look of sudden realization. If you want to have a dialogue with Els, Lake's Full Blade and Setsuna's 00G are the most critical existences. Tyria said, and the crowd also turned their attention to Lake and Setsuna, and Lake said before 0.2 Setsuna spoke, Tyria, what you said is a bit wrong. The key to the dialogue is Setsuna, not me. Only Setsuna has the ability to talk to Els. Suemo suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier and was about to deal with this matter. Locke patted his shoulder vigorously, and Suemo turned his head to look at this man who was like his brother. Lake is right. To achieve dialogue with alien civilizations like Els, Setsuna, you are the most suitable. For the desire for peace and firm will, no one in this group of them can match Siju in this aspect. To talk to the alien civilization of Els, the most suitable candidate must be Siju. PS00 The world is coming to an end, the next volume is Jagged, and then W, as for the latter, I am still voting, and the result is not out yet, the most is still 0083. Chapter 12 The arrival of the Els army, the meeting between Lakis and the president. Give it to me. Setsuna said, not only because everyone believed it, but he believed in his heart that since Els came here to talk to humans, then his dialogue with Els would definitely be successful. Before that, momentarily, don't turn on the quantum burst system without complete preparations. There is a limit to the information that the human brain can bear. Even if you use 00Q, there is no guarantee that you can withstand the information transmitted by Els. Lake warned that the opportunity to open the quantum burst is only after the base camp of Els arrives. Let 00Q install the sub-end of Veda and then go to the center to talk to Els. Advertisement. Only by directly transmitting information to the center as the highest level can dialogue be truly realized. I see. Set Moment nodded. Hearing this, Lake seemed a little skeptical, and I don't know if he could listen to Setsuna's answer, but just now when Setsuna played Els, he hadn't turned on the quantum burst head iron, and the world didn't listen to the persuasion and turned on the 3-red system, and the machine ended up give an example where something went wrong. Presumably, there will be no such troubles in the moment. If 0240Q can't guarantee the success of the dialogue, I will help you when the time comes. Tyria said. Tyria? Many people in the briefing room were puzzled by Tyria's words, and Tyria explained, just now Lake said that because Els has too much information to convey, the high concentration produced by 00Q alone the particle field really can't guarantee that Setsuna will be able to withstand the information sent by the other party. In that case, I will give up my body and stay at the sub-end of Veda to assist Setsuna, helping Setsuna filter out those useless information, so that he can successfully communicate with Els dialogue. This is a good idea, but I have to bother Ian and the others to make improvements. Huang smiled helplessly. At this juncture, it will take time to temporarily install the Veda sub-end on 00Q. I hope that the arrival of Els can be delayed. This temporary combat meeting is temporarily over, and everyone separates. After looking at the information on the terminal, it is learned that Lakis is already in talks with the Federation President. Do simulation training. Lake, is it convenient to train with me? After deciding what to do, the matter of Els no longer troubled Setsu, and the moment he relaxed a little, he came to Gonaku, and the idea of fighting with him in the simulated training rose in his heart. It will take several days to install the Veda small terminal that was not originally planned to be installed on 00G. Ian is going to wait until he returns to the stronghold to add equipment to the Demon Angel and Prison Angel and at the same time install it on 00Q. Setsuna? No problem. I haven't fought in so many years, looking at the current set moment strength, it's not bad. Advertisement. Thanks. After speaking, Setsu boarded 00Q, started the training program, and started fighting with Lake. After a few minutes, the battle was decided. At the cost of losing an arm, Lake won. I lost. Setsuna accepted the result, having experienced it a few years ago. It is not a particularly strange thing for Lake to beat him now. Setsuna, you are strong enough. Setsuna's ability as a changer, combined with his accumulated combat experience over the past few years, he is now the #1 pilot in the 00 world. If Lake hadn't been a hell man machine for so many years, simulation program plus, I have actually experienced more battles, and it is not so easy to brush up the level. Experience. Suddenly, he remembered the training program that Lake taught them. He still used this training program in the past 2 years. In addition to fighting the enemy in actual combat, that training program also provided him with a lot of experience. Woo! Suddenly noise flooded into the brain, Lake, Moment, Alleluia, and Pyrrhus in another Gonaku, locking all sensed the call of Els. Here we go again. What's going on, what the hell is going on? This uncomfortable feeling made Hallelujah and Pyrrhus look very unkind. At the same time, inside the Celestial Man, through the long-distance optical equipment, the horrible vision happening on Jupiter was witnessed by Katie, Billy Katagiri and others who came to the headquarters here. Jupiter's local gravitational field, Io, Europa, is destroyed. Just like a black hole. Advertisement. The extremely weird phenomenon made Katie feel more and more uneasy, and then the sea that appeared from the collapsed position was incomparable, and countless Els appeared from it, heading towards the Earth. There are so many of them. Billy felt that his 3 views were about to be shattered, and there were so many products that were troublesome enough in their own characteristics, and there were far more Els than they imagined. About an hour later, inside the office of the Federal President. Miss Lakis Klein, regarding the MS prepared by Anaheim, the Federation can all. Anaheim can be delivered now, and the money can be paid after this crisis is resolved. Now it is a crisis for all mankind. Lux, who was sitting opposite the President, said seriously. Now is the crisis of all mankind. They have prepared so many mobile phones to solve the crisis. The purpose of making money can wait until the crisis is resolved. The remaining question is only on the side of the Parliament. In the heart of this female President 283, a big stone fell to the ground. Although thinking about it, I know that even with the exaggerated number of MS provided by Anaheim, it would be very difficult to win, but they are the Federal ZF and must win use all means to protect all citizens. Thank you, Miss Luxury. The remaining issues are on the Parliament side. The President should work hard on this point. We can only play so much role in Anaheim in the Parliament. Lakis said. Now the Federal Armament Limitations EC has only been implemented for 2 years, and there are still many members of Parliament who advocate the limitation of armaments. To persuade these members to unanimously agree to expand armaments to deal with this crisis urgently, the operation of the President is also indispensable. I will convince them. The President said awe-inspiringly. At this time, those who are still clamoring to limit armaments are either stupid or bad. When it is time to use some means, she will not mind using them. President, the military. Well, regarding the Els that just appeared, the military proposed to organize an advance team with Captain Carl Sharman as the core member to contact Els. The secretary walked into the office and looked at Lux on the side. He spoke what he wanted to say after the President signaled that nothing happened. Take Changer to contact Els? Lux on the side frowned slightly. The reformer has brain quantum waves that can attract Els. Does the Federal Army want to use this reformer to attract ES? Chapter 13 The advance team of death cannot be left alone. No matter how you think about it, it is not impossible for a reformer to attract such a large number of Els, and if the Federal Army does not have this idea, but wants this reformer to contact EIS, then the result of this battle will undoubtedly be a failure. Reformers without Veda cannot bear the information conveyed by Els. The information Lake informed made Lakis analyze the result of the battle in a very sleepy manner, but this was a decision made by the Federation ZF on its own, and it was inappropriate to inform too much information based on her identity and position. Keeping a smile on her face, Lakis briefly talked to the Federation President who was going to discuss with the generals of the Federation Army, and then left here. After she goes back, the people below will be responsible for the next thing, delivering the mobile phones produced in Anaheim to the Federal Army for installation, and providing some mobile phone upgrade support. Advertisement. In terms of drivers, the Federation can also recruit the Federal Army that was previously restricted due to the merger of the armies of various regions and the restriction of armaments after the ALUs for quick replenishment. It is estimated that including the emergency production and manufacturing of the Federal Army itself, it can reach 3 large fleets, which is enough to provide guarantee for the dialogue between Lake and others. Hope everything goes well. Despite Lake's reassurances, Lux still feels uneasy when she actually witnesses the greatest crisis from the world. On Ptolemy in the universe, the vision that occurred far away on Jupiter was sent by the Tianren in Veda, and many people on Ptolemy fell into consternation for a while. Chris, how long is it until S reaches the Earth's circle? The urgency in his heart made Setsuna the first to ask this question. Wait a minute. Chris tapped Hassan on the virtual keyboard with both hands, and immediately gave an answer. 95 days until Els arrives in the Earth's sphere. 95 days. 3 months. This made the atmosphere on the bridge heavy. Up to now, these 3 months are too tense for the entire human race. Don't be so nervous. In order to cope with the current situation, Anaheim has produced a large number of mobile phones in advance. These mobile phones should be delivered to the Federation now. Advertisement. Lake said to the heavy-faced crowd. Lots of MS. These words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Ptolemy. Only Lake pouted slightly. Lake had prepared the matter of MS in advance, and he already knew about it. It started production 2 years ago, in preparation for the upcoming conversation, Lake said with a smile. How many are there, and when did you start preparing? Not many, if you don't count the MS that use battery packs as energy, it will be around 600. Not many, 600 to Taiwan pseudo-solar furnace. A group of people who were so happy for this almost didn't know how to react to Lake's Versailles. 600 units, 6 years ago, they would have drowned them countless times. I started preparing 2 years ago, and I said, Lake, you, a reformer, must have the ability to predict the future. Locke shook his head and laughed. I think too much. I don't have the ability to predict the future. It's just that this time will come soon, so I start preparing in advance. Lake related his preparation of MS in advance with the ability of the changer, and let a group of people go to this direction to think. With so many MS, our odds of winning can be improved a lot, Russell said. Hundreds of mobile phones, which is enough for the entire Federation to replace all mobile phones and arm 3 large fleets. Well, in this way, the problem of insufficient military strength caused by the Federal Army's armament limitation will disappear. The Emperor continued, she has a deep understanding of the images caused by the Alus incident in the past 2 years, and now MS after the number was settled, she certainly knew how many drivers could be summoned back with the Federation's capabilities. The corners of Shan Mo's mouth rose slightly, more and more help was provided, and a dialogue with Els was reached, and the possibility of mutual understanding could be higher. With the help of those people, the conversation should be able to be successfully completed by then. Tyria thought of the few people that Region I wanted to release temporarily. As reformers, no, to be precise, they should be quasi-reformers, and their combat ability should not be a problem. Advertisement. Everyone, Veda sent a message. Felt said aloud. Information. The Federal Army has sent an advance team with reformers, and it is expected to contact Els in the Martian Circle. The Emperor summoned all the people behind the bridge and said to everyone. Reformers? Sending a reformer and an advance team at such a time, that amount of troops can't do much. Locke wondered, the number of Els is so exaggerated, the Federation can only send an advance team to do it what? The Federal Army probably wants to rely on the reformers to lure Els away. Huang said. The probability of success is too small. Tyria said frankly, just based on the performance of Lake and others in the battle before, he can assert that a reformer cannot make so many Els give up the entire Earth. Everyone, let's go to. Huang said. Should we talk to Els now? Alleluia asked. It took at least a dozen days on the way to go, and it was too late for Ian to install it on the road. But, with their strength, can they have a dialogue with El? There are so many enemies, and we can't let Setsuna talk to Els in that situation. Miss Huang doesn't mean to talk to Els, right? Lake looked at Huang. To have a dialogue with Els, their combat power is not enough, the Emperor is very clear about this. After all, it should be possible to see from the number of these MSS that it is possible for 00Q to realize dialogue not high. Well, in the past it was to rescue the advance team, we can't just watch them die like that. Huang said. The people on Ptolemy, of the money, also nodded. No one has any objection to the rescue of the advance team. It is not something they would do. Lake also nodded silently. Going to rescue the advance team is nothing to him, the only thing that makes him a little upset is that the purebred reformer there is a racist. Although there are environmental reasons, if this person lives until the subsequent civil war, there is no doubt that he will be a riot within. After the rescue, we will return to the Earth after the advance team. The time for the dialogue will be 3 months later when the Federal Army and Els officially engage in battle. After the Emperor made arrangements, everyone left the bridge and went to do their own things. Ptolemy also prepared for a short preparation and contacted the stronghold about the change of the action plan. Circle of Mars. Lake, if your company still has something to do, you can get off the ship now, we are enough to go there. Chapter 14 Don't want to escape the Lieutenant General, attracted Els. Go to rescue the advance team. According to Wang's estimation, the 4 Gundams on their side can also successfully rescue the advance team and leave. Miss Huang, although the current situation is a bit troublesome, but Lakis is helping to take care of the company's affairs, so I don't have to worry about it at all. It's better to stay here. After speaking, seeing Felt cast his gaze over, Lake smiled. Felt, who was used to it, smiled back and nodded slightly. Well, home runs can't be counted, and I'm afraid they are. Advertisement. Rickety felt the usual sour feeling again. He was too difficult. Often Lake's age difference was bigger than he and Chris. This, alas. Lasse, who was already proficient in this process, patted Lickety on the shoulder. The Lord Angel also has a Trans-M system now, can the Lord Angel follow it? Huang asked, and now there are GN particles on the back of the Lord Angel, and Anaheim also has a Trans-M system. The technology of the system has been modified to use the GN engine on the Master Angel, and the technology in this area must have also been applied. It has been added a long time ago, but the manipulation over there is still in the hands of the Harrows, and Lyle and I will stay on Ptolemy. Lake nodded, and the Federation, which is as useful as a solar furnace, has already disappeared. It has been fully deployed and used on the battleship 143. Of course, he has added it to the Lord Angel in the past 2 years. The pseudo-solar furnace is provided with almost continuous GN particles through the internal nuclear fusion furnace. Except for the replacement due to the life of the components, there is nothing worse than the real furnace. Leave it all to Harrow. The few people on the Huanghe Bridge couldn't help laughing. All the work was arranged by Harrow, and every time they heard this, they felt a little sympathy for Harrow over there. Well, but when they heard this now, they even handed over the medical room to Harrow. Drive. Mo Renault, who was originally in the medical room, left the Heavenly Man after defeating Alice 2 years ago. Before recruiting new people, he went to work in the stronghold, and Ptolemy, who was missing a doctor, handed over the medical room to Harrow. The medical facilities in the medical room, including the treatment cabin, can cure almost all current diseases, so a Harrow is enough for them to meet their daily needs. A few minutes later, Ptolemy, with Trans-M enabled for maximum acceleration, headed for the Martian Circle with Archangel. 16 days later. Around the Martian Circle, the Federal Advance Team using the TR-ANSM system to rush has arrived in the vicinity, and Sergei Smirnov was in charge of the combat command. Will. Advertisement. The Trans-M system has ended, and the 2 supply ships have been resupplied. Gadi Lassa and GNX-4 have all been dispatched. It is estimated that the contact distance with the enemy is still 5,000 meters away. The operator in the flagship reported. Okay, let's start to be vigilant. Our purpose is to get in touch with Els and find out their purpose. Lieutenant General Jin nodded slightly. Although there are still some in the headquarters, if the contact fails and the other party is hostile, we will use the reformer to send Els a plan to divert the Earth's circle. But he doesn't have much hope for this plan. When it really comes to a dead end, I'm afraid it should be fought or must be fought. Lieutenant General Jin, can I ask why you are in charge of commanding this dangerous operation? Another operator sitting in front suddenly asked, and the other operators on the bridge also felt the same. Before they came, they were all told by the Federal Army how dangerous this battle was, but in order to protect their home beach and the citizens, they all chose to accept this battle. And this Lieutenant General, in fact, even if the battle is very important according to his rank, a Lieutenant General will not participate in commanding such a dangerous battle, at most he will be a Brigadier General. It's because of my former subordinate, Russian Ross Bear. Russia's fierce bear. All the operators showed expressions of astonishment. They were all from the Union or AEU area. Although they were not very clear about the affairs of the Human Revolutionary Union, Sergei Samit, who was nicknamed the Russian Ross Bear, most of them have heard of all of them. This time the Combat Command headquarters originally wanted to be handed over to him who is more capable, but this operation is too dangerous. He has a son, and he will retire in a few years. I don't want to see what happens to this subordinate. I will take command instead of this former subordinate. Lieutenant General Jin said with a self-deprecating smile. This may be his own compensation for the past. Back then, he sent Sergei to the orbital elevator to negotiate with Panga of the Ku army. As for the gradually declining Federal Army being buried at that time, a certain good way out in Alus would allow Sergei to go on his way smoothly in the future. Lieutenant General Jin was also aware of the changes that took place in the world at that time and what Alusa did. However, at that time, he did not have the courage to resist Alus. On the contrary, Sergei, who had a lower rank than him and did not have as many connections as him. He and Katie Mainkin and others chose to wait for others to rise up, and chose to resist in order to protect the people and the Federation. In the end, he acted as if he was watching from the sidelines. Until now, he just watched Sergei and others successfully defeat ALWS and promote the new federal government to come to power. Now in this battle, he, Sergei's old boss, should not only save his subordinates from going through danger, but it's time to do something that he should really do in his position. Advertisement. Lieutenant General Jin is also an excellent person. An operator couldn't help but say. Excellent? Alright, that's all for my business. Pay attention to all troops, try to contact Els and see how they respond. Yes. Touch? Is the movement so slow because you want to judge by watching their actions? Sharman and Gaudy Raisin heard the conversation of Lieutenant General Jin and others through the communication channel. Just looking at Els can't figure out their purpose, and the slow action is the same. The battle has changed to 31, everyone, you can't figure out Els' true intention just by looking at it. Gadi Lassa spewed out a large amount and rushed up, throwing off the 3 advanced ships in the rear, and Gadi Lassa rushed towards a large number of Els at the fastest speed. Report, Gadi Lassa passed towards Els alone. What is this changemaker thinking? Lieutenant General Jin almost regained his composure when he heard the operator's report. He disobeyed the command and acted without authorization. However, no one present could hold back the reformer. Let him go, so we can find out why Els is here. Lieutenant General Jin sighed slightly. Els has the characteristic of being attracted by brain quantum waves, so this reformer should be able to figure out the intention of Els. Sensing the brain quantum waves emitted by the Sharman and Gadi Lassa, the huge Els group separated from the Els army just like a metal locust swarm rushed towards the fat of Gadi Lassa. Have a reaction? Chapter 15 The Unsaved Trolley, the rematch with Els. A large number of Els approached but did not make Sharman feel any sense of crisis. Being called a reformer, he was manipulated by the leap-like self-confidence brought about by his strength and ability, and his head was irritated by the call of Els. Sharman only wanted to I want to kill this group of Els. Sure enough, there is an action, then let me respond to you beasts. What could be the intention of the Els who can only roar, respond to the brain quantum waves like a wild beast, and then attack them? Is it possible that they still want to have a good talk with them? Advertisement. No matter what, Sharman would not think this group of Els in this direction. The Els who spread that kind of noise in other people's heads without authorization and swallowed humans and objects are no different from irrational beasts. Killing them all is the best solution. Therefore, it has to use attacks to respond to this group of beasts that can only scream meaninglessly. The part of the fuselage that houses the floating cannon will be opened, surrounded by the red light emitted by the fangs, and Sharman, who is quite confident in his own strength, will drive Gadi Lassa straight in front of him. The number seems to be increasing, and he can already in the Els enemy group completely surrounded by Gadi Lassa. Tisk. However, Sharman's arrogance lasted less than a minute before he won his first setback. Although there are more than 100 fangs protecting Gadi Lassa from Els attacks like guards in the Els group, in this group of Els it is impossible to avoid being eroded by Els in this point of fangs. And the Els who eroded the fangs also transmitted the annoying noise to Sharman's mind. Damn it, you beasts, don't just leave it in other people's heads. Feeling more and more irritable, Sharman deployed Gadi Acer's large particle cannon, and began to use it to sweep the Els in front of the cannon head. The flames of the explosion flashed in the group of Els one after another, but the number of Els did not decrease. Just as Gadi Lassa swept the Els, another group of Els also rushed towards the advance team's ships and mobile suits. Advertisement. The first to suffer was the GNX-4 drivers who followed Gadi Lassa. Unlike Gadi Lassa, the GNX-4 has enough firepower to rival the entire fleet to contend against Els. The GNX-4 is equipped with beam rifles, rocket launchers and other standard weapons. In the face of a huge number of Els, there are almost no effective means of counterattack. After knocking down a few small Els, these GNX-4s were eroded by Els one after another, because the cockpit of the GNX-4 was hit, and the pseudo-solar furnace of the GNX-4 stopped working. These drivers looked at the driver in despair. The sudden extra silver metal in the cabin assimilated them under severe pain. The chest was covered with metal, and the powerless GNX-4 floated in the universe, while the ES continued to approach the ship after solving the MB seat. Els is approaching our ship. Start to attack. The 3 warships fired anti-aircraft missiles and particle beams to attack the Els. As a result, the missiles hit the large Els, and were swallowed up like they hit some flowing liquid. The missile has been eroded. The operator's voice was extremely terrified. It's nothing more than being able to erode the MS in an instant. It was mentioned in the above information before coming here. Let them be careful, but they never thought of it. Even missiles can do it. Inform Gadi Lassa, who is still fighting ahead, that the advance team will retreat immediately. Lieutenant General Jin said through gritted teeth, attracting Els to find out the true meaning of Els. They didn't achieve any of their goals in this battle. If they don't retreat, they will die. the lives of those who will board this ship in vain. However, the speed of the ship is extremely slow compared to the small Ls. In less than 2 minutes, the Ls broke through the ship's anti-aircraft firepower network. Seeing that a large number of EIS were about to smash on the bridge of a battleship and began during the erosion, the dense missiles and the cherry light beams staggered towards these Ls. At the same time as these series of explosions, Ls, who were still chasing the advanced ship, chose to pounce on another object that was more attractive to them. Battleships of the Federal Army, please evacuate quickly, we will provide you with cover. The Emperor sent a communication to the battleships of the Federal Army through a public channel. And through the video images from his subordinates and the radar response, Lieutenant General Jin saw Ptolemy and the Lord Angel coming, as well as several Gundams that began to fight a large number of Ls in front of them. Thank you, how is the situation in Gadi Lassa? Lieutenant General Jin did not forget to ask about the situation in Gadi Lassa when he ordered all the ships to turn to retreat immediately. Well, Lieutenant General Gadi Lassa's body can no longer move. The operator's words stopped immediately, and the information of the body representing Gadi Lassa on the screen was sending warning prompts everywhere. Advertisement. The actual situation of Gadi Lassa, who is in the Els group, is several times worse than what he saw on the screen. The successive erosion of the fangs has exposed gaps in the firepower network constructed by Gadi Lassa, and the faster the fangs are eroded more and more, Sharman heard more and more information from Els. Sharman, whose head was about to explode, couldn't maintain his control over Gadi Lassa, and was hit by a large Els and killed. Wrap up. Asking for flowers. No, don't come here. The humming kept echoing in his head, metal grew out of Sharman's body, and he began to be assimilated by Els. Gadi Lassa can't move anymore. Retreat, we can't waste the opportunity created by the gods and humans. Lieutenant General Jin said in a deep voice, Gadi Lassa can't move when they are in danger, and they have no way to go save. Pilot of the Federal Army, hurry up and leave. Shi Mo and 00Q noticed the situation in Gadi Lassa in the distance when he was fighting Els, and wanted to persuade him to leave. 0. It's useless, in an instant, that pilot can't leave. Lake said, Gadi Lassa is now wrapped in half of the fuselage, and it is only a matter of time before it is completely eroded. With the erosion ability of Els, if you add De Lassa was completely eroded, and it would be a nightmare if Els moved out several mimic Gadi Lassa in the battle against humans after that. Gadi Lassa has to be dealt with here. After destroying multiple incoming Els with the beam shot by Sword 5, Full Blade holds the GN Sword 4 in launcher mode with both hands and aims at Gadi Lassa. Lake presses the launch button, and the raging particle beam will be eroded. The Gadi Lassa and the large ES melted into debris together in the beam. A large number of small Els rushed towards the Full Blade style, and manipulated the body to move laterally to the right to avoid the group of Els who rushed past, and alternately used various weapon modes such as Sword 4 and Bit to attack because of the Els that keep coming up with quantum waves in the brain. And the moment he saw Gadi Lassa being destroyed by the Full Blade style, he sensed the death of the driver through the brain quantum wave, shook his head, and then drove 00Q to continue attacking the group of Els in front of him that kept rushing towards him. How is the evacuation of the ships of Milena's advance team? Huang asked. Because of the relationship between the three reformers on their side, the number of these advancing Els vanguards is increasing, and they are here to save people. If the advance team's ship reaches a safe location, they can also withdraw up. The ships of the advance team have sent a message that they have evacuated to a safe location. Chapter 16 Return to Earth, Resurrected Livones. When Milena was about to search for the ships of the advance team, the other party took the initiative to send a message, which made Milena's tone a little surprised. The ships of the advance team have retreated safely. Gundam aircraft, please retreat immediately. We will launch jamming bombs. Huang said. Understood, Tisk, these Els don't know how to stop when they are looking for someone to communicate with. Lake's expression changed slightly, and just after he finished speaking, his head was blown by the message sent by Els. This noise was already uncomfortable enough. Yes, Els poured it into his head every other time during the battle. Advertisement. Lake is okay, if you feel uncomfortable, I can take over the control of the machine. Hanayu's eyes showed a hint of worry. This time Lake's complexion seemed to be even worse than the last time he fought. It's okay. Lake shook his head, this time it didn't affect him to the point of manipulating it. It's okay to retreat on February 17th, big brother. I know. Locking and his younger brother Lyle used Bit to attack in a tacit understanding, and instantly used the form of the Sword 5 to destroy the rifle. The Healing Angel and the Demon Angel each fired a wave of beam salvo, and the emitted beam caused the Els group to explode wave after wave. At this time, the particle disruptor bombs fired by Ptolemy spread out in these explosions, causing interference to the Els group. The 6 Gundams were quickly contained by Ptolemy, and then Ptolemy and the Archangel activated the Trans-M system to leave this space domain. By the time the Els escaped from the influence of the particle disturbance, they had lost their target. This group of Els, the vanguard of the army, can only circle around like a headless chicken. However, at the scheduled evacuation location of the Federal Army, after hastily completing the test with the team members under him, he drove the Courage to come to support, but collided with the evacuated fleet. Graham, who learned what had happened from the members of the advance team, laughed in front of his team members. I didn't expect it, this time it was Gundam who helped me a lot. All the team members nodded when they heard the words. Although the relationship between the Federation and the Celestial Man has eased a lot, everyone came to make trouble. Ignoring each other with them is the best mode of coexistence between the two sides that this group of people thinks. This time they would come to support their advance team, which surprised them all. If we go at our own speed, the group of people in the advance team will probably be. After he was happy, Graham looked at the operators in the flagship Gonako happily. Gadi Lassa was surrounded by Els and couldn't move, and the remaining GNX-4 was lost almost instantly. If the 3 ships and the people inside were not rescued, only Els would be wiped out. Advertisement. Diddy. The terminal received the video communication from the bridge, and Graham opened it to see Lieutenant General Jin's somewhat anxious face that could not be concealed by the spacesuit. Major, we have to speed up our return to Earth. What's wrong? New Els have emerged from Jupiter. Lieutenant General Jin transmitted the long-distance time-lapse video sent from the Federation to Graham's terminal, and together with the team members around him, he looked at the center with the same size as the moon that appeared from Jupiter, and the surrounding area. Far more Els than the first Els appeared. The difference from the first wave of Els is that among the new Els, the number of large Els that are as large as a battleship has increased significantly. We're going to use the Trans-M system to return to the Earth's sphere as quickly as possible. There should be enough remaining particles, right? Ah, it's not enough, I have resupplied before the battle. This should return to the Earth Federation within a month. Graham made a simple calculation. If there was no trans system, it would take at least a few months for them to return to the Earth circle. With this system, it would not be a problem to return within a month. In a sense, the value of this system on dry roads is far greater than its value in combat. Ptolemy, who had 6 Gundams as particle supplements, used the Trans-M system to return to the Earth circle almost non-stop, and the main angel behind Ptolemy was also using trans with almost the same efficiency because of the nuclear furnace supplement. Ami system. New Els from Jupiter. The news received on the way back made the hearts of the people on Ptolemy become heavy again. With the Els center the size of the moon and the reinforcements of the Els army, the next human beings and Els will have the battle becomes more difficult. Advertisement. About half a month later, Ptolemy and the Archangel arrived in the area of the Earth's circle. Lake, let's go back to the L5 stronghold first. Huang said to Lake. After arriving in the Earth circle, they are going to return to the stronghold first. There are only 2 months left. Let 00Q be equipped with a small Veda terminal to fight against the Hell Angel. The 2 bodies of the Demon Angels are strengthened and new weapons are added. These tasks will be completed soon, and after that, they will wait for Els to come to the Earth circle and complete the dialogue with Els, which is also their last task. At last? This might not be the last either. There is still a long time to work hard behind the Celestial Man. Lake is non-committal to what the Emperor said at the time, and the reason why he went directly to Earth is the same. The reporter has already arrived at the company. As the proposer of releasing these people who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment, how could he not meet up and mock him? Cough cough. Well, I will stay on the Earth for the next 2 months, and I will come over when Els comes soon. After talking with the Emperor, Lake returned to the Archangel on board the Full Blade and Lyle's Quantum Commander, and the Archangel, which was going to a different destination with Ptolemy, quickly flew to the Earth. Camouflage went to the Anaheim Company's underground hangar. As soon as Gonakun, Lake, and Lyle got off the machine, the maintenance personnel who had been waiting for a long time directed Harrow to carry out daily maintenance on the 2 machines. Lake 5.9 is holding Hanyu, ready to take Lyle to meet Livones. Hey, Lake, the next meeting with the would-be changer is better for you alone. Lake made a cheeky smile. Why, you don't want to see him? It's not for this reason, I just want to take a break. Lyre said, he has been busy for so long, and he has done several simulated training with Lake on the way, now he should take a break. It is impossible not to meet the boss of the Quasi-Reformers face to face. Lake knows that those Quasi-Revolutionaries are being used as tools to fight against Els, and they will have to protect the world in the future. Peace is used as a tool by Veda. Seeing those few people as a tool to maintain peace is not acceptable. Then you go to rest, remember to do simulation training after the rest. You are such a devil. Chapter 17 Compromised Livones, the arrival of the final battle. After complaining, Lyle left quickly, looking at the devil's face, he was afraid that his fist would harden. Still too young. After evaluating Lake, Lake left the underground garage and took the elevator to the reception room on the upper floor of the Anaheim Company. When the elevator ascended, he sensed the brain quantum wave from Lake's Livones there. Why, I haven't seen you for 2 years, so I can't wait to meet you. There was a sneer in Lake's voice. Advertisement. Tisk, I don't want to meet you myself. Livon's brain quantum wave became visibly irritable. After being imprisoned in the dark for 2 full years, Reggie, who was once ridiculed by him as the lower species below him, arrogantly conveyed that the upcoming dialogue is coming. In order to meet the Els, he has to help the resurrection in it. Livon's refused the order to work with a bomb collar that would kill a would-be reformer like a human pet. If it is to revive him to help those humans, he can barely accept it. Let him who thinks so much of himself wear a collar, which is humiliating him. However, if you don't act obediently, you will immediately completely delete the consciousness and the so-called savior of mankind that Lei Jenny said. If you still care about this and that at this time, and don't contribute your own strength, you will really fail as a savior. Ah, and the like are completely unbearable words persuaded. That doesn't mean he'll change his mind about Lake. In the head-to-head confrontation back then, Livon's could accept losing, but Livon's still hasn't forgotten the debt that Lake used as a flag to calculate. What made him even more angry was that when he was resurrected, Reggie told him maliciously about the changes that had taken place in the world in the past 2 years, and the unification of the world accelerated by ZC implemented by the new Federation. The path Lake chose was slower than his, but the actual result was far better than what he had been tinkering with. The path he chose as the savior was not as good as Lake's. Ah. Advertisement. Sensing the emotional changes in Livon's brain quantum waves, Lake, who had insight into his thoughts, did not hide his smile, which made Livon's kindness rise again. Lake, you guy. Let's talk about the next thing. Seeing that the elevator arrived at the floor where the reception room was located, Lake disconnected the connection between the quantum waves, and when he walked to the reception room, he found that Lakis was waiting here, and Lake handed Hanayu to Lakis. Some things about the company have been told to Livon's in advance. Lake, just go in and talk to him directly. Thanks, Lux. After thanking Lakis, Lake opened the door and entered the reception room, and saw Lake of Livon's showing a slightly surprised expression. Livon's sitting on the sofa had the same appearance as when they first met a few years ago, which surprised him. The most important thing is that the clothes Li Fons is wearing are ordinary people's formal clothes. He didn't even wear the exclusive uniform of the changer that he could only get with his weird aesthetics. Seeing Lake's eyes, Li Fons frowned suddenly, showing displeasure on his face. It's strange, you can actually wear normal clothes. This dress is a trick of Reggie. Livon said this very annoyedly. How could he wear this kind of clothes himself? But the BD Reggie chose this dress for him. What else can he do? Could it be possible to come here wearing a driving suit? Ha, you have today too. Simply mocking Livon's again, Lake looked at the extremely ugly face and said, Lakis has told you about our preparations, please stay here and help us clean up before Els arrives. Let's make a commotion on the ground, your body regeneration Gundam will be made by the Tenjin and sent over. Clean up the commotion on the ground, use me as a flag. Livon said coldly, Els is about to attack. Asking him to help solve the commotion on the ground is to let him deal with the ants who jumped out at this opportunity. That's right, compared to the crimes you committed, I think what I'm doing now is extremely kind. Lake spread his hands. The Federal ZF has announced that the Els army is about to attack the Earth. Many of the little fleas that are still left behind due to the unification of the Federation will choose to take this opportunity to jump out and make trouble, and let Livon's, a resurrected tool, do this kind of thing. It's just right. Advertisement. The other subordinates have now been assigned by Veda to perform tasks, and the boss Livon's has to go into battle together no matter what. Oh. Livon's laughed angrily. I'm all about saving humanity from extinction. But it turns out that following your path will push mankind to the point of extinction. You and I know that if you want to meet the upcoming dialogue, you will only choose to use force. Looking at the number of Els now, you will not. Do you think humans can beat Els if you follow your path? The path I chose is not good, but if you follow your path, mankind will surely be saved from extinction. With the facts in front of him, it is impossible to say that his path of blindly expanding force is correct. Livon's can only use the situation created by Lake to forcibly save his respect. Yes, there is a moment to talk to Els, and you tool people to help defend the line. Human beings will definitely be able to step into deep space. Does that boy have that kind of ability? Livon's questioned. Lake beat him head on, and he barely recognized Lake's ability, but Setsuna F. Ching-Ying, who was selected by him to join the Celestial Man, the boy who turned on the double furnace and awakened to become a changer, was so valued by Lake. His brain quantum wave is also stronger than yours. Lake did not answer directly, but corrected a fact for Livon 600. Among the purebred reformers who are still alive, Livon's brain quantum wave strength is the bottom one. Tisk. The irrefutable Livon's complexion became more and more ugly. Well, since you said that, let me see what kind of abilities you expect from that young man. The short 2 months passed quickly, and Els was about to arrive in the Earth's circle. During this total of 3 months, the Federation has built multiple shelters in various places to guide civilians to take refuge. At the same time, in order to effectively curb the social panic caused by the attack of Els, some rumors, and public security incidents, the incident was handed over to the Security Bureau to crack down. As the Federal Army to protect the safety of the Earth, the retired soldiers and officers will be recruited back to re-enlist. In the Army, the pseudo-solar furnace type provided by Anaheim and the two types of MS that use battery packs as energy are provided by Anaheim on the OS. The special optimization made these re-enlisted soldiers quickly familiarize themselves. The Federation has also produced a lot of warships used for transporting mobile suits and fighting in these 3 months, and those obsolete old battleships and old mobile suits are used by the Federation to protect the final defense line they built, the last line of defense. In the L5 stronghold in the universe, Ptolemy and the Archangel have also completed all preparations for sailing. Chapter 18 Final Battle, Start. Ptolemy is ready to set sail, and head to the final defense line with the Lord Angel. We need to assist the Federal Army to hold the defense line, so that Setsuna can talk to Els. Huang said to the crowd. All the preparations are done, the 00G terminal is installed, and Tyria has moved to the 00Q small terminal to help Setsuna during the conversation. The 3 machines on the side assist together to defend. However, this time even the reformers came to help. Thinking of this, Huang felt an inexplicably complicated feeling, but compared to her, the more complicated thing should be Setsuna, when he saw the boss of the reformer. Ptolemy and the Archangel launched the Trans-M system and rushed to the final line of defense. Advertisement. Inside the Archangel. Should I blow myself up? Livones glared at Lake. This is for the survival of mankind. You, the savior, should explode yourself. Lake said. Why let the regeneration self-destruct? Can't the attack of you and Setsuna F. Ching-Ying's body break the shell of the center? The matter was urgent, and he had no conditions to refuse, so Livones just asked Lake why he had to let the regeneration to self-destruct. No, Els has a strong learning and mimicry ability, our attack is likely to be cracked by the opponent by learning the GN force field. Lake gave the reason. Els had swallowed several GNX before, and after the battle started, the opponent learned GN to deal with the GN particle beam here very quickly. Tisk, well, I'll manipulate the regeneration to self-destruct. Livones had no choice but to agree to manipulating regeneration to self-detonate to open the way for Setsuna. If he didn't do anything, with Lake's shameless face, the possibility of remotely manipulating Veda and letting Veda control his body self-destruction is almost 100%. Please, savior. This irritating ability is getting stronger and stronger. Lake on the side almost didn't laugh out loud, the boss of the reformer is about to explode with anger just by looking at it now. Lake's ability to anger people is really powerful. Just as the 2 ships were rushing to the final line of defense at full speed, in front of the final line of defense, 2 large fleets constructed by the Federal Army were standing by. And after the time predicted by Veda arrives, the Els army that can completely cover this piece of space appears. Brigadier General Els and 0032 will enter the strike range. Inside the Tianren, the large commander-in-chief of the Federal Army, the operator reports the news to Katie, who is the commander-in-chief. For each battleship, the Els will start shooting as soon as they enter the range. In order to prevent the missiles from being eroded by the Els, all of them are set to contact the fuse. Advertisement. A large number of missiles were fired from the battleships of the Federal Army, using long-range firepower to attack the Els first, and then using large particle cannons and mobile phones. This was the plan made by Katie and the rest of the Federal Army's top leaders before the battle began. However, they still underestimated the learning speed of Els. The light spot spread by the explosion illuminated the entire battlefield extremely dazzlingly, but after the explosion, the ES army was unscathed. All the missiles hit, and the results are being calculated. No damage, Els, all intact. How is it possible that the characteristics of our GN particles have been deciphered in just such a short time? A black colonel who was also in the command room subconsciously stood up. It's only been a long time since human beings have been in contact with Els, and they have completely deciphered the characteristics of GN particles. Prepare to use the particle cannon to shoot at Els, and all MS teams are ready to engage in close combat. Colonel, I'm leaving. Before the attack, Patrick sent a message to Katie, still with that idiot-like smile on his face that made people feel at ease. Patrick, don't die. Yes. Saluting his favorite colonel, Patrick hung up the communication. Can you survive this battle? Driving a GNX-4, Andrei, who has now been promoted to a MS team captain, misses Sergei on the Earth. If Els breaks through here, his father who stays on the Earth will also never back down. Having made up his mind, Andrei drove the GNX-4 to attack with the members of the team. The attack is about to begin. I only have one thing to say, everyone survive. Graham said to his team members. He replaced the landline with the Avian that uses the dual furnace drive system to deal with the most difficult battle in his life. Learn. The battle officially started, all the MS of the Federal Army took off from the battleship, attacked, and rushed to Els. Particle cannon, Charging is complete. Start strafing. Advertisement. The giant particle light flow emitted from the front end of the Tianren melted the Ls on the way forward, and easily penetrated the center of the Ls. The strafing is over, and the particle cannon has entered the charging time. The mobile suits and battleships of the Federal Army also reached the fighting distance. The battleships behind the mobile suits fired particle cannons at the Ls, and the mobile suits such as GNX-4 and Zhukov Phantom at the forefront began to engage the Ls. Beams and missiles kept flying on the battlefield, destroying the silver metal, but the Federal Army gradually fell into a disadvantage. After having a large number of pseudo-solar furnace-type MS provided by Anaheim, the Federation relied on the Trans-M system, and the performance advantages of the airframe. They could barely maintain the line of defense at the beginning of the fight, but soon, the situation deteriorated further. After learning enough information through erosion, several Ls began to fuse into the Federation's mimetic GNX-4, Zhukov Phantom and other bodies, transformed weapons from the arms, and fought back against the Federal Army's MS, and the purple beams began to interweave with the orange-red beams. It's only been a while. Katie looked at the images of these mimetic mobile phones uploaded from the battlefield. Many of their mobile phones self-destructed. There are not many samples that Ls can erode, but this can't prevent the opponent from mimicking. Use a large particle cannon for strafing, it doesn't matter if the charge is not completed. The most important thing now is to hit the momentum of Ls. The beam of light appeared on the battlefield once, but this time it was beyond everyone's expectations. The beam of light that was about to hit the L's center ushered in the same result as the missile launched by the Federal Army. It actually refracted the light beam. The transparent shield-like product exposed by Ls deflects the light beam, and this result is unacceptable to everyone in the command room. A few minutes after the shooting ended, the situation on the battlefield became worse and worse. After the mimetic Ls went into battle, a gap appeared in the defense line of the, good money, Federal Army. Some small Ls wanted to go to the earth through this opened gap. How can I let you pass? The GNX-4 driven by Andrei and his team members tried to chase these Ls. Just as he and his team members were about to press the launch button, the Ls they were chasing were blown to pieces by the beam and missile hit from the oblique angle. Andrei and the team members looked into the distance, Full Blade, 00Q, and the Quantum Commander, Yeotian, and Rebirth behind them. 6 Gundams and 2 battleships flew towards the battlefield. These unseen airframes should be new models, the eyes, the antenna, and the particles are all obvious. It is the Celestial Man group. Although it is strange why there is a machine that uses a furnace inside, but it looks like it is a Gundam of celestial beings. Captain, they. Leave it to the Heavenly Man here, and we will deal with the other Ls. After secretly thanking Heaven and Man, Andrei led the team to leave. When the former enemy became a companion, it was really reassuring. Chapter 19 Completed Dialogue, The Flower of Peace. 2 warships, Ptolemy and Archangel, were parked at the back of the battlefield to guard the defense line to prevent Ls from passing through. At the end of the battlefield, there were also machines such as Rezo and Gatisar driven by the transformation body, and 6 Gundams were facing the end of the battlefield. The central area of Ls advances, and the brain quantum waves emitted by the 4 reformers make Ls rush towards this side one after another like moths to a flame. The first to rush over was the small, fast-moving Ls. Lake controlled the full blade and shot EL5 with Lokang, Alleluia, Livones, and Lyle. The beam attack fired by the 3 Gundam salvos was particularly astonishing, turning the incoming Ls into debris one after another, but as they approached the central area, the number of Ls coming from the left, right, and rear directions in front of them it's changing more and more. Advertisement. It is necessary to open a breakthrough, so that Setsuna can go to the center of Ls. Lake said to everyone. Then leave this place to the 3 of us, and you move on. Lokang replied immediately. The closer to the central area, the more Ls, and now there is not much distance from the central area. The full blade and regeneration are necessary according to the plan Lake explained before the battle, so they will have 3 mobile suits, to ensure that the Ls close to the center will not chase after it. Luo 367 Kang Chao Liar, Alleluia sent a communication, the 3 of them understood, drove MS to stay in this area and began to fight against Ls. The Hell Angel bears the brunt, all the rifle units are unfolded, the Trans-M system is turned on, the virtual screen is unfolded in the cockpit, and all the targets in front are locked, and the ferocious particle beams like a torrential rain down on the Ls. Hello, let's go to. Deep green bits are juxtaposed in front, and the particle beams bombarded from the quantum commanders and bit attack Ls with a density no less than that of the Hell Angel. Listen up, reflection and thinking merge. Learn. Blood Red's eyes emerged, fully released the ability, the GN missile flew out, locked on, hit, shattered the Ls, reversed the fuselage, and made a high-mobility Demon Angel GN cannon and a salvo of GN rifles in both hands to attack Ls. The equipped scissors bit will cut the Ls passing by under the guidance of brain quantum waves into several sections. We're about to reach the central area soon. Seeing the giant Ls as the central getting closer, Tyria, who was acting as a projection figure in the cockpit, said. His face was tense for a moment, and at this moment he forcibly established contact with him from the rear, and the massive amount of information that was sent made him look painful. Tisk. Lake and Livones, who were also connected by the large Ls, also looked a little ugly, and these Ls came out of nowhere and approached the three Gundams. Stop it, I'm not here to fight. It's useless to tell the Ls about this. Livones manipulated the regeneration and used the maximum firepower to attack the Els group attacking in front. Advertisement. Stop wasting particles here, Livones, it's up to you to open the way later, Lake said. Livones. Use Trans-Am. Setsuna said in a deep voice, in order to have a conversation with Els, he couldn't stop here. No, Setsuna, you shouldn't be using Trans-Am here. In order to ensure the success of the dialogue, a large number of particles cannot be consumed here. Yet, it's agreed that I and Livones will open the way. Setsuna, I'll take care of this, and you save the GN particles. Lake, who has no place to try the strongest attack, activates the 3 red system. Holding the GN sword 4 high in a full blade style, the particles released from the front of this great sword make it a beam giant sword, swinging the giant sword, and slashing at these Els with unrivaled momentum. All that falls on this all the ES in this self-sword were swallowed up. It's so powerful. Livones was taken aback subconsciously, and looked at 00Q next to him. The same body, that is to say, Setsuna F. Ching-Ying's body can also do the same thing. Isn't his regeneration the strongest body after only 2 years? I'll deal with the other Els, and I'll leave it to you. Quick. Seed, Yelia reminded. Setsu drove 00Q and continued to fly towards the center of Els, but at this moment regeneration suddenly activated Trans-M and rushed in front of it. Seeing the red light on regeneration's body becoming more and more dazzling, Tyria and Setsuna were stunned. Livones Allmark. This is an order from Veda. From the regenerative cockpit, the only words that seemed to be extremely unwilling were passed on to Setsuna, followed by the pothole that the regenerative hit the surface and exploded after it exploded. Moment. In an instant, the shock in his heart was thrown away, and he drove the 00Q into this pothole. Compared with the outside of the colorful center, there was an almost strange sense of tranquility. 00Q descended all the way, and arrived at the core area of Els after a few minutes. Advertisement. Setsuna, go all out. Exhaust all the excess armor from the whole body, turn the solar furnace on the shoulders to the rear, and the capacitor components protrude, turning into emerald green to create a high concentration particle field. Massive information hit Setsu's brain, causing Setsu to make a painful sound, but after Tyria used Veda to help filter out a lot of useless information, Setsu successfully established communication with Els, and learned about these Els past. Their home planet is facing destruction. What are you going to do next? Tyria in the particle domain looked at Setsuna. I want to go to their home planet to truly understand each other with them. Setsuna said. The person who came here is one of the Els groups. He wants to go to the Mother Star, have a conversation with the Els there, learn the location of those Els who go to other galaxies, and go to those places to help other Els and the civilizations they encounter. Understand each other and have a dialogue. It's going to be a long journey. I'm ready. I'll accompany you. Tyria said with a helpless smile. At the beginning, he hated Setsuna the most, but now he can't let go of letting him go on this long journey alone. As a companion, he should take this journey together. 1. On the battlefield, the Els stopped attacking, and also stopped eroding the ships and MS. They took the initiative to leave, and those humans who were eroded by the Els also recovered their consciousness. All Els converged towards the hub. Lake, what's going on with these Els? Graham asked, and it wasn't long before he met Lake and the two joined hands to fight, but the Els stopped attacking. It was Setsuna's conversation that worked, Lake said. At this moment, those Els all returned to the central area, and the huge ball in the central area of the Els turned into a huge yellow flower in the eyes of everyone on the battlefield. Green particles were sprayed in the center of the flower, such a magnificent and gorgeous scene. The scene made many people can't help leaving the cockpit and seeing it with their own eyes. Beautiful flowers, just like that young man's heart. Graham said with emotion. Chapter 20 The Moment of Farewell, the Future Arrangements for Heaven and Man. This time the description is quite correct. Compared with the dumbfounding metaphors before, Graham's description this time is very appropriate. Lake, I'm going to the home planet of Els and have a conversation with them. Setsuna established a connection with Lake with brain quantum waves. Going to the home planet of Els, Setsuna, maybe it will be 50 years after you come back. Even if it takes 50 years, it's okay. This is the planet I was born on. After finishing what I should do, I will definitely come back. Advertisement. Then, have a good trip, Setsuna, after you come back, I hope everyone from my wife and I can meet you again. Lake said with a smile. The GN particles released by the flower formed by Els will accelerate the transformation of people. Everyone on Ptolemy has that talent, and sooner or later they will become revolutionaries. It is not a problem at all to stay the same and wait until moment returns. Well, I will definitely. Setsuna said with a smile. He believed that when he finished what he was supposed to do, the Celestials would also become changemakers, and he and Locke, alleluia, the Celestials will see each other one day. See you then, Setsuna. The Blade unit built a portal, 00Q entered it, and the long interstellar journey began. Lake stared at the giant flower in front of him, and an idea suddenly brewed in his mind. After Setsu communicated with Els knew how to communicate with humans, and the information transmitted would not be stuffed in as before, so that communication with Els could be achieved even without driving the full blade. It's not as good as. Graham, the battle is over, you should report to the Federal Army first. Before realizing his sudden little plan, he had to drive out the irrelevant people who stayed by his side and hadn't left yet. Do you have something to do? Then I'll go first. Advertisement. Well, I will leave this world soon, and I have to finish what I have to do in this world. Get out of this world. Graham pondered for a moment. He and Professor Eefman had learned about his identity and background from Lake a year ago. Can Lake take me on the next journey? Graham asked. The man was a teenager until his death. For Graham, after hearing that Lake could take people to other worlds, Graham asked, I have a strong interest in going to another world. In addition, he actually wanted to run away after playing Alus, but at that time Lake let him stay in the Federal Army, and the only one he could drive while staying in the Federal Army was Abian. As a plus, if possible, Graham still hopes to try more new beauties. Cough, it's new Gundam. Professor Eefman is going to leave with Lake, and if he leaves with him, he must be able to open up a new Gundam. Okay, if you want to come back to this world, you can come back at any time. Lake readily agreed. He had this plan when he told Graham the truth, and now Graham said it himself, so there is no reason not to agree. That's really great, I'll go back first. Graham said excitedly, then manipulated Abian into Ma form and left. Hanayu, we're going to find Els next. Lake looked at the projection Hanayu in the cockpit after watching Abian disappear from view. Do you need me to use Veda? No need, now Els already knows how to communicate with humans. L5 is parked in the hangar of the Lord Angel in the stronghold. Integrating the Els with the full blade type, and bringing so many small Els in the main Angel to mimic the hello, Lake, your surprise is too big. Abby put his hand on his forehead, and looked up at the man who was brought back by Lake. The EK full blade style with EK characteristics was obviously added to his body. Aren't you also fused with Els? ABI looked at Lake, always feeling that something had changed in him, so it was because of this relationship. The fusion is the state 50 years later in the moment, and my state is exactly symbiosis. Lake said. The communication with Els was very smooth at that time. Els agreed to merge with the full blade, and let these small Els follow his side as a new companion. In order to better communicate with these small Els, he merged with Els to become a hybrid changer. You're also fusion. ABI said speechlessly, it's just a matter of the degree of fusion. Advertisement. There's no harm in merging, I feel physically stronger now than before. You are getting farther and farther on the road of not being a human being, and this is the purpose of your integration. Abby shook his head. Forget it. Leave it to me here, and I'll call the doctor over later. ABI looked at those Els hello who are so obedient after being mimicked, and I'd like to invite Professor Eefman to come over later to study how to make these Els help. Asking for flowers. After I went to Earth and dealt with Lakis in Anaheim, I went to the celestial beings and Lake nodded. Hurry up and make arrangements for leaving. After we leave, the safety of this world depends on them. ABI said, the Federal Army's military strength was damaged by about 40% in this battle against Els, and the Earth, the law and order in some areas of the circle will undoubtedly deteriorate, plus the forces of anti-reformers and anti-Els symbiotic people who will rise up in the prediction plan from Veda. After all, it will take some time for the world to experience true peace. In a few days. Give us the Anaheim Company. Huang, Locke, and Ian stayed in the briefing room and listened to the news. To be precise, there is still a team here. Didn't I just say that I'm going to another world, so it's useless to keep the things here, and it's impossible to take all the R&D teams away. What else can we do if we don't stay here? However, to give these things to us or... It's okay, the management of the company will not be handed over to you, and other people will be responsible. The entire company is still mine. I just let you directly use Anaheim's resources for Action 1. Action? Is it to guard against those forces that oppose coexistence with Els? The Emperor asked. Els caused such huge casualties to human beings, it is normal for the Federal Army or people who disagree with this to exist. To be precise, there will still be forces that oppose reformers. The two parties are likely to be unified. Now that the power of the Federation has not weakened, it is not clear how many people in the army will have this idea, but war is definitely inevitable. So I have to leave some help for you before I leave. Lake said. Since the Unification War, which is a war between the ZF and the Federal Army who identify with the Reformers, is unavoidable against the so-called old human army that opposes the Reformers and the Ls, then by giving the heavens and humans enough capital to intervene, it is good to compress the duration of the war to the shortest possible time. It is not a good thing for human beings to fight for decades to end. The PS is over, and tomorrow morning after the first chapter, it will be the iron-blooded volume. Chapter 21. Say goodbye to everyone and go to the new world. Let the celestial beings use the power of Anaheim to end this war in advance, so that human beings can also enter the universe early. Therefore, after this short meeting, Lake privately proposed to the Emperor how to end the Civil War early plan of massively scatter GN particles to speed up the emergence of changemakers. Els will also help to disperse GN particles on the Earth. The dual furnace drive body and multiple solar furnaces manufactured on it are enough to accelerate the evolution of human beings. Lake said, let Els help to disperse GN particles and terminate war. This was the last thing he asked for when communicating with Els. Advertisement. Now that the evolutionary trend of changers is getting faster and faster, then step on the accelerator and let the speed reach the fastest. As long as everyone is a changer, then the contradiction will not exist. Although considering the speed of human evolution, it is impossible to make all human beings become changers in this way, but in the original book, 40% of human beings have become by the time of the changers. The Civil War had long since ended. In a short period of time, a large number of GN particles will be dispersed through Els, solar furnaces and double furnaces, so that the number of changers will increase in a large number, and the combination of agreeing with the changers. It is not difficult to end the war with the Federal Army of the country in a short time. After that, Els will continue to accelerate the spread of GN particles through that flower, and the evolution of human beings will only become faster and faster. Thank you, Lake, we will follow this plan. Huang thanked, except for the shortcoming of causing some disturbances during the meeting. This proposal is the best solution from any angle. It's okay, by the way, Felt will leave with me, I hope you, a tactical forecaster, don't mind. Feared. Huang blinked, and then a narrow smile appeared on his face. There are enough operators on Ptolemy, and it's okay for Felt to leave, but are you really sure you want to take her with you? The two in your family won't mind. Wang Lai Mei and Lakis, these two women are not easy to fool. None of them would mind. Lake replied with a smile. Lux wants to go back to her own world for a while, the journey to the next world is too late, the only ones who can go with her are Wang Lai Mei and Felt. As long as Lax and Wang Lai Mei are not allowed to be in the same room, it will be fine. It's so scary, so it's impossible for the backyard to catch fire, not even in this lifetime. Really, then you are really good. Huang Po said in surprise, she didn't know the inside story, she thought that Lake would be safe and sound with the three of them traveling together. Advertisement. If I don't have any skills, I can't live today, so let's put it here first, Miss Huang, I will leave soon, I should go to the Earth to pick up people. Lake scratched his head. People who go to the next world. Didn't you pick it up before? No, because at that time Lai Mei hadn't finished dealing with the matter. Lake shrugged, the Wang family still needed a successor after all, otherwise it wouldn't be a problem if the entire consortium was handed over to someone else. So he asked Veda to help find a reformer to take over in order to continue to provide funds to heaven and man. These days Wang Lai Mei is dealing with the matter of letting this reformer take over the group. Those who opposed were almost persuaded now, and it was time for him to pick them up. Earth. A total of more than half a month has passed since then. Thanks to the efforts of the federal government, those areas where the law and order have deteriorated have gradually returned to calm. There is a war, but at least the Earth is still in a peaceful state. Finally come to pick me up. Wang Lai Mei, who was staying in front of her villa, said with a smile. Well, Anaheim and your family's affairs have been dealt with, of course it's time to pick you up. The Anaheim matter is handled by Lakis, right? Wang Lai Mei's eyes were full of smiles. Lake would handle this kind of matter, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. I also handle part of it. In short, the management of the company is now handed over to Marlene and Ruud. This is to help them pave all the roads before leaving. Because they are friends. Lake said truthfully, these two were the first two he met after he came to this world, and taking care of them was purely a matter of duty as a friend. Lu Mei, how are you? Don't you bring your own big brother? The conflict between him and his big brother because he was forced to become the head of the family has been resolved long ago. Lake thought that he chose to bring his big brother Red Dragon to the United States this time, but he didn't see her big brother at all. Woolen cloth. Advertisement. My big brother still wants to stay in this world, and he said that he will go to other worlds with me in the future. Wang Lai Mei sighed slightly, obviously she was very concerned about her elder brother not being able to leave with her. Then let's go to other worlds together. Aren't there Professor Eefman, Graham, Abby, and Felt? Wang Lu whitened and Lake corrected the other party's obvious wrong statement with a glance. Ha ha ha. A few days later, the supplies in the L5 stronghold had been completed, and the Lord Angel, who had brought all the necessary supplies, was about to leave with the 2 huge ships used for scientific research and mobile suit manufacturing in the rear. Graham and Professor Eefman boarded the boat early, leaving only Felt and Lake to talk with the Celestials. Felt said goodbye to his good sisters Christina, Myrna, Ainu, and others, and after Lake chatted with Miss Huang and Ian, 097 was also talking to Alleluia and Lok Ang. The 3 of Lyle bid farewell. Is there really a chance to see you again in the future? Alleluia asked. Ah, after you finish everything you have to do, not only will you meet, but I will also trouble you to help. We're all here to help if you need it, said Alleluia, and Lok and Lyle nodded. Yeah, we are all partners, so we can help if we are in need. Lok Ang said. Lake, it's okay for me to help you now. Lyre said seriously, as long as he can take Ainu with him, he can go to any 12th level. It's time to really pay back the attention you have given me. Lyle, you, stay in this world for now, this world still needs your strength. Graham is related to his side, and people like Kennard and Kira and Aslan who can be called occasionally can be called over. There is nothing insufficient in combat power, so Lyle will be in the country before the internal war is over. It's better for you to stay here as one of the few combat powers of heaven and man. Alright then. Seeing Lake like this, Lyre could only smile helplessly. 20 minutes later, after bidding farewell to the heavenly beings, under the watchful eyes of the heavenly beings, 2 ships including the Archangel and Lavi and Rose sailed out of the dock and turned into blue light to go to the world. Chapter 1 Unicorn Gundam and New Actions. PD 323. About 300 years have passed since the tragedy that wiped out 1/3 of the world's population. The entire world is protected by Galahorn, and the Earth, which is divided into 4 major economic circles, unfolds in such a system that is almost twisted to the extreme. Exploitation of extraterrestrial planets and colonization satellites has also passed for more than 300 years. And Mars. Advertisement. On this planet far away from the Earth, which can be called a place outside the law, the local Galahorn is corrupted to the extreme, making this planet full of blood, chaos, and darkness, and making the underage boys and girls die early. To run for a living. The only thing that has changed a little bit for some of these boys and girls is that about 2 years ago, there was an orphanage established here by a home appliance company said to be from the Earth. Lake, we have been running an orphanage here for 2 years. Abby, sitting in the president's office of the orphanage on the outskirts of Mars, said this to Lake. Since they came to this world 2 years ago, they have used the system's ability to a company called Mofti, which specializes in home appliances as its main business, has been created on the Earth. Then, using the power of this fictitious large-scale company to get online with the Divas Group, the largest local snake in the outer circle, and using the power of the other party to come to Mars, a branch company and this large orphanage were established, giving many orphans provide a place to live. Of course, the source of the money to start the company is still the money earned from Anahama in the last world. It's been a few years since I came to this world. How about the 860 Goodlia who spoke at the July meeting? Lake turned around and mentioned that this person has now attracted the attention of all parties. Girls' names. Goodlia, the daughter of the Prime Minister of Mars Autonomous City Chris, initiated the independence movement after the meeting attended by many independence activists, which gave her many supporters, and it can be said that she is in full swing. Galahorn on Earth has noticed her. She has obtained permission from her parents, and she will soon go to CGS to let those youngsters serve as Tekkadan's guards just like in history, Abby said. A father can sell his daughter for the power in his own hands. Human beings are really complicated creatures. That means it's time for us to act. Lake smiled. You want to use the debt that Maruba guy owes you to go to CGS? ABI laughed. CGS, that is, Maruba, the president of PMC, the predecessor of China Railway Huichuan in this world, is a man who only wants to make money by himself, regardless of the company's long-term, development of scum. Advertisement. This allowed this guy to pile up a lot of debts in his company, and he still had a lot of property on hand. 2 years ago, he also asked Anaheim to borrow money to renew the company's life. At this time, it is indeed a good choice to use this debt to intervene in the Tekkadan that will be established soon. Well, let's just ask him to help send us Earth. Use a unicorn. Ah, it's time for the unicorn Gundam we developed to leave the factory. Lake showed a wicked smile. The nano-coating in this world is not very effective against Minovsky particles. It can only block the coating of the beam saber when it encounters a magnum that is powerful enough to break the defense. Will be broken down. In the past 2 years, he has found the pirates in the outer circle to be the experimental products of the unicorn to prove the power of the armed force on it, using the unicorn with the VPS armor technology and the Minovsky flight technology of UC 100 years later, it is a good choice to come to Dang Dang as his new body in this world. As for the full blade style that has already coexisted with Els, it is too much to use a sledgehammer to use in this world. Abby, help me inform Graham that I don't need his help for the time being, just let Graham help to continue cleaning up the pirates. In the past 2 years, the pirates near Mars were often attacked by him and Graham, because the aircraft he and Graham were driving at the time had GN particles that interfered with communication, so these pirates basically found that they had been posted when they were to the face. After a long time, many pirates chose to move to areas a little farther away from Mars to commit crimes, and the remaining hard-headed goods just asked Graham to continue to clean up. Understood, leave the company's affairs to me, and you take Felt and Lime over there. Abby, who knew very well about Lake, the hands-off shopkeeper, immediately replied. About half a day later, Lake and others arrived at the CGS company located on the outskirts of Kreese in a large truck loaded with unicorns. CGS company, President's office. Oh, what a disappointment, Mofta's president actually came to me with his wives. Maruba had a flattering smile on his face. Lake in front of him and the man next to him felt, Wang Lime. Advertisement. He owes Mofty a lot of money, and he is very worried about whether Lake will come here today to ask for debts, but how could he bring his wife here if he wants debts? If it can be done, maybe this rich man who set up some kind of orphanage on Mars and cares about children who no one will care about will forgive a large part of his debts. Wang Lime maintained a proper smile on her face. She had seen a lot of Maruba's face when she was the young master of the Wang family, so she dealt with this kind of guy very naturally. Felt thought of what Maruba did to the group of teenagers in CGS, he couldn't help frowning, and turned his head to the side. I want to talk to President Maruba about escorting us to the Earth. As for the reward, how about exempting 40% of the debt and paying this amount in exchange? Lake handed the tablet displaying the relevant information to Maruba, but Maruba's attention was not at all on the information on the tablet that was to be escorted together with the MS, this kind of technology that can travel from the Earth to Mars to develop. It's normal for big companies to be able to afford MS, and the MS in the hands of ministers like Daiwaz is even more scary. 140%, and so much money. Maruba opened his mouth wide, exempting so many debts and paying so much extra money, he is indeed a rich man, and he spends money without blinking. Although I don't understand why companies like Mofta don't find other escorts, but specifically find him, but who cares if they can get money? Then, President Lake, can you and your wives go to Earth with other people if you don't mind? Maruba rubbed his hands. With that revolutionary girl? Yes, our CGS only has one ship, and this ship is now escorting Goodly Elaine Bernstein to Earth. No problem, if it is convenient, we would like to disturb this base for a while, and the MS we are carrying also wants to be temporarily parked in this base. I hope you will explain to the people below in advance, don't touch it casually, the maintenance work is up to us responsible. Please don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Maruba eagerly promised that it would save a lot of trouble if they didn't need to maintain it. He was so happy that it was too late. P.S. To be honest, Iron Blood is a pity work from my personal point of view. Excluding the last half and first half of the second season and some sandy places, the whole first season is still quite good in my personal opinion. Of course, even if I don't deny it, even in the first season, there are still some shortcomings, but I can't hate people like Olga and Sanryu who dare to resist. It's a pity that the screenwriter and director of Shaka refused to let them grow from the beginning to the end, probably because of Tai Hua Tuan is the so-called villain, L.E. Chapter 2 Meeting the Head and the Revolutionary Girl for the first time. Spending the night in a place like this. After coming out of the president's room and looking at the dormitory provided by CGS, which was urgently sorted out, Wang Lime seemed rather reluctant on the face, complaining in a low voice. It's not so bad that she can't even sleep like the dormitory provided by CGS. Stay in the US, the environment here is good enough, and we have to go to the ship after that, let's get used to it as soon as possible. Lake shook his head, although the decoration of the CGS dormitory is not so good, but the environment on their ship is not bad. Well, you'll get used to it after a long time. Felt continued. Forget it, I'll go to the room to rest. Advertisement. Wang Lime pouted slightly, and chose to go back to the dormitory. Anyway, there is nothing to see outside, and there is wilderness everywhere. Most of the facilities in the base have been in contact with her. I don't know how much worse it is compared to those of the previous ones. Let's transfer, Felt, that girl should come over later. N. Felt nodded. Ah, you are, the honored guests that Papa Maruba said. Not long after the two of them left the base, Lake and Felt met Olga and Bea, who had purple hair and were called by Maruba to escort Goodlia and Mofty to Earth. Skeet. The leader is still quite young now. Seeing Olga in a dazed state, Lake Ming felt amused. Yes, what's the matter? Well, guest, hello, I'm Olga Itska, the captain of the third team. Our third team will be responsible for your escort mission. Mofti, who was escorted by CGS to Earth, was undoubtedly a big client. If they handled anything properly, Maruba would definitely let Helda of the first team beat them up. I believe in your abilities. Speaking of which, is it convenient for you two to guide me now? We want to learn more about this base. Olga and Biscuit looked at each other wonderingly, wanting to know more about this base. This person is a little strange. No problem, leave it to me. Olga motioned for Biscuit to leave first and go about her own affairs, and leave the task of being a guide to him. Advertisement. After Biscuit left, Olga acted as a guide, leading Lake and Firth, and Lake suddenly asked after passing the cafeteria. Olga, as a guest, I have a question to ask. How is the treatment of your third team CGS? Apart from the first team consisting of Maruba's confidant Hyrda and other adults, the third team composed of Olga and other teenagers implanted with Alea consciousness is the remaining combat power of CGS. And the third team is basically no different from cannon fodder in CGS, and they will only be the first to go when they encounter any dangerous things. Hey? This. Olga stopped for a moment, seeing that there was no one here. She hesitated before replying, most of the jobs out there won't hire us little brats who don't know anything. Among the jobs that we little brats can do, CGS treatment is the best. When she said this, Olga had a self-deprecating expression on her face without any falsehood. She was bullied by the first team in CGS and exploited by Maruba, but this was the best they could find in Mars. Of a job. You are being bullied all the time, right? The people in the first team don't treat you as human beings at all. Maruba should have exploited you a lot. Is this treatment really the best? Lake said again asked. It's okay to be bullied, we can't find other jobs. Olga said helplessly. They don't know a single word, they don't know anything, they can't participate in industries that require technology, and how can a group of little ghosts compete with adults in low-end industries? If they don't work in CGS, it will be very difficult for them to survive. There is no need to change jobs at all. These guys bully and exploit you, then pull these guys down and let you be the boss. Mr. Lake, are you joking? Olga was shocked by what Lake said, and he was stunned for a moment. In the original plot, the reason why he raised the anti-flag and formed the Tekadon was because Maruba and the first team ran away and regarded him and other teenagers implanted with Alea consciousness as abandoned sons. This made Olga's dissatisfaction with CGS reach its peak, so she chose to raise the flag of rebellion. But now, what CGS did to Olga was not enough to stimulate the boy to choose to resist. We are just a group of little devils, it is impossible to resist Maruba's father and they themselves are the boss. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Really, I can help you on the day when you have to resist. Thank you, I don't think I will come that day. Olga replied, and at this time he looked around several times, for fear that someone from the first team of CGS would pass by and give him and the third what trouble did the team cause. Don't look, there is no one around, Olga, we are going back to the dormitory first, thank you for leading the way. After finishing what he wanted to say to Olga, Lake took Felt back to the room that CGS arranged for them. Gone? What a strange guest. The sudden departure of Lake and Felt left Olga quite speechless. This suddenly came to tell him what caused him, and he was so confused that he didn't know what to say. 0. However, recalling that sentence. A day of rebellion. For him, the captain of the third team, it was the time when his companions died because of those people's orders. Will that day really come? Olga, who had a good understanding of Maruba and the character of the captain of the first team, was not sure for a while. In the afternoon after Lake and others had eaten the lunch delivered by Olga and the third team, Gudlia and her maid Fumita came to the CGS base. Because of Gudlia's request, Maruba called Olga, Biscuit and Sanryu to the office again, and asked them to meet Gudlia in person, and then asked Sanryu to give the leader Mars. The girl from the independence movement acted as a guide and asked Gudlia to visit the base alone. Are you Moft as president, Lake Syrian? Not long after the visit started, the two met Lake, who was wandering alone in the base, and Gudlia looked very excited when she saw Lake. It's me, Miss Gudlia, and I met for the first time, right? Lake scratched his head. Gudlia looked so excited, those who didn't know thought she was his fan. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. I respect you for coming to Mars 2 years ago to build an orphanage and lend a helping hand to those children who lost their families. Gudlia, who realized that she had lost her composure, first smiled apologetically, and then only then did she tell the source of her respect for Lake. Chapter 3 The Base Under Attack, Olga the Rebel. Mars, where no one cared about the life and death of the poor at all, established an orphanage 2 years ago to accommodate and save many homeless children. In Gudlia's eyes, this behavior is something that a very noble person would do. Oh? You still did this kind of thing? Sanryu opened her mouth, and expressed his doubts in an extremely calm tone and with a face that didn't look like he was wondering anything. It's amazing. Sanryu, don't you know at all? Gudlia looked surprised. Mofty, who opened an orphanage on Mars, caused quite a stir at that time. I don't know much about the things outside. San Ryu said. Advertisement. Although there is no such thing as TV in CGS, CGS will give people a small amount of holidays to go out, and the reason why Sanryu is not clear is because he has never been interested in learning about these outside things. Olga, Eugene, and even Zhaohong, who were also in the third 290 team with him, knew more about some of the latest events on Mars than he did. That's all. Goodlia nodded awkwardly. She almost lost her mind. She thought that Sanryu didn't have time, but she just didn't want to understand it. It's normal not to know about it, and it doesn't have to be known by everyone on Mars. Lake said. The sensation caused by what Mofta did on Mars was quickly wiped out by other gossip. Mr. Lake, did you entrust CGS like me? Goodlia asked. She was a little surprised that the boss of such a large company should have its own ships, so why would he entrust CGS? I have some things to go to Earth to deal with, and my ship has to send other people to Earth, which is inconvenient, so I entrusted CGS to help send MS there, Lake explained. That means I'll be on the same boat as you. Goodlia was puzzled, but did not ask this question. It is not surprising that Mofty, a company that can distribute on Earth and Mars, has MS, but this trip is escorted by CGS, so why bring MS? Yeah, it's about time, I'll leave it to you two, I'll go find my wives. Lake, who had almost had enough shopping, went back to the dormitory to rest. Just before meeting Goodlia and Crescent Moon, he went to the hangar of CGS to see the Unicorn Gundam. Leave that to L$ Mimic Hero. Wives. Advertisement. The huge amount of information made Goodlia's complexion turn crimson. San Ryu became more and more strange to this young lady who was already indifferent. Why does my face turn so red when I hear the words wives? It was late at night. Wang Liemei, Lake, and Felt didn't sleep. Wang Liemei looked at the message from the tablet in his hand and said to Lake, the time is coming, it seems that you are ready to attack. Gallarhorn, who was assigned by the head of the Mars branch to kill Goodlia, has arrived near the CGS base. How long is it before the operation starts? The sniper's attack will not be successful. Next, they will use mobile engineers and MS. Liemei, you and Felt will follow the third team to take refuge later, and leave the outside to me. I'll leave it to you. I'll settle the matter early. I'm still waiting to go to bed. After I'm done sleeping. Wang Liemei yawned. If she didn't want to stay with Lake for a while, she really didn't want to come to this place. Lake, be safe. Felt knew that Lake's strength would not be a problem against Gallarhorn's men, but out of habit, he couldn't help saying this to Lake. Well, I'll be back as soon as possible. Lake said and walked out of the room. Outside the base, two teenagers in charge of standing guard were shot and killed by Gallarhorn's snipers one after another, but the movement of the two falling down also attracted the attention of other teenagers standing guard nearby. The signal flare was fired immediately. Tisk, it was discovered so quickly. Oles, who was sent to carry out this cleaning task, gritted his teeth. He had hoped to use a quicker method to solve this task, but he didn't expect the sniper to make a mistake. I'm going to put the sniper who made a mistake in a cell. Everyone, start attacking. Ignoring Rory's wordy Kronk's prudent words, he just hit a group of guys with only mobile engineers in a small number, just use their equipment advantage to run over them and it's over. A large number of shells illuminated the night sky and fell on the surroundings of the base buildings. The sound of the shells woke up all the sleeping people in the base. The coats of arms on the mobile engineers who charged while launching shelling made everyone who saw it immediately realize that this was Gallarhorn's troops. Why did Gallarhorn come here? Advertisement. Like a frightened mouse, Maruba is packing up all his belongings in a panic and preparing to run away. Stop talking, hurry up and attack. In the hangar of the base, Helda and Toto of the first team were urging Olga and the others to go up and work for them to buy time so that they could escape. What is the first team going to do? How will we fight? Olga stared at the two and asked. The seeds planted in his heart had already taken root. Judging from the guilty expressions of Hyerda and Totoo, the guys in the first team will definitely sell them. We're going to fight behind them, outflank them so you guys have to surround each other well before then. Now you know. Tisk, it seems that we can only go up. As the deputy team member, Eugene didn't doubt what Hyerda and the others said. As soon as Hyerda and Toto left, he bravely entered the cockpit of the mobile engineer. Olga, just now I detected that it's not the AHOP wave of our power furnace. Gallarhorn should have used MS. If this is the case, our combat power. How about letting me help you if you don't mind? Mr. Lake. Olga and Biscuit and the other teenagers in the hangar looked at Lake who came here in amazement. To help us, Mr. Lake, you want to drive your MS to talk to Gallarhorn? Olga asked. Yeah, I can drive MS, in this situation, it's the most suitable 2.9 choice for me to help you deal with the enemies outside. No, Mr. Lake, they are Gallarhorn, you are a guest, it's too dangerous to do this kind of thing. Biscuit waved his hands again and again, asking the person who entrusted them to escort them to help them fight, even though the other party claimed Biscuit his first reaction was to refuse, after all, it was Gallarhorn. Even if Mr. Lake can drive, the opponent's mobile phone is not the same as the private mobile phone at all. It is too dangerous. It's not dangerous for you to fight. Mr. Lake, please. Olga, who was struggling a lot, made a decision, her eyes became extremely firm. Since the group of people wanted them to die, he would have to. Very well, I've figured it out, Olga, it seems that you will also need help in the future votes. Well, I've figured it all out. Chapter 4 Unicorn, Attack. They ran away by themselves and gave the order to sacrifice their entire third team as cannon fodder to stay behind. If they didn't resist, then they survived this battle and they will continue to do so because of the orders of these bastards. Stop losing companions. Then I'll start the machine, don't be too aggressive when you attack, I won't save you if you are shot down by the enemy. Ah, we won't attack until you come out, Olga replied. Olga, wait, did you say something to Mr. Lake before? Seeing Lake leave, Biscuit hurriedly asked, and others couldn't hear it, but his original world was equivalent to Tekkadan's entire brain. People immediately saw that Olga had discussed something with Lake in advance. It takes a little time to explain. After the battle, I will say, Biscuit, now I have important things to ask you to do. Advertisement. Be sure to explain clearly when it's over. After hearing what Olga told him to do, Biscuit, who was completely helpless with Olga, only said this to Olga. Outside the base, the mobile engineers driven by Jiarang Crescent Moon, Sino and others interspersed with Gallarhorn's mobile engineers. 24 The machine guns equipped on the mobile engineers spit out flames, and the bullets fired at Gallarhorn's mobile engineers caused the mobile engineers to explode. Among the mobile engineers at the forefront of this group, Crescent Moon, who shot down the most enemies, fired a round of fire while breaking into the enemy's team again, and then drove the mobile engineers back quickly to avoid being shot by Gallarhorn's mobile engineers. Arrive. There are too many enemies. Sanryu frowned, although none of the Gallarhorns in front of her had Alea consciousness, and they were not as good at controlling motor tools as they were. But the mobile engineers equipped are better than theirs, not to mention the superiority in numbers. His ammunition and fuel were consumed in the fierce battle, but Gallarhorn's mobile engineers still have a lot of them. Of troops. Everyone, listen to my command. The reinforcements are coming soon. Maintain the defense line and don't get too close to the enemy. Olga, who came outside with Eugene in the mobile engineer, asked Eugene to adjust the communication channel. Fanho contacted all the mobile engineers of the third team on this battlefield at the moment. Reinforcements? At this time, who will come over? Sino drove the mobile engineer forward, shot at the enemy whose back was facing him, and saved a companion who was about to be shot. Thank you, Sinofu. Advertisement. Really, if you practice more, you'll be much more relaxed today. Sino was complaining, but in fact he knew it well. The Alea consciousness seems to be very powerful, and it can let them know how to drive a mobile engineer at once, but this thing is only an auxiliary after all. With this support, it depends on the individual to what extent they can do it. Those who are more powerful can reach the level of him and Zhaohong, while those who are even more powerful, or purely feel like monsters, are only at the level of Sanryu and Zinyo's eyes. Up. With a terrifyingly accurate intuition like a beast and impeccable driving skills, every time Zinyo trains with Sanryu, he can only sigh with emotion that the gap between Sanryu and him is so small. So big. And his companion, like most of the other people in the team, has a much better control over the mobile engineers than the commons after gaining the Alea knowledge, but in fact, that's all in the end, compared to these Gallarhorn drivers, they can't do much more than have much advantage in driving. It is natural to be so embarrassed by the suppression of numbers. Reinforcements, what kind of reinforcements can solve the situation in front of you? Olga, the situation is very bad. If this continues, you won't be able to wait for Mr. Lake to come out, and many people will. Don't worry, I made people prepare in advance just now, the group of people in the first team should be almost there by now. Olga grinned. We all know that the first team is going to sell them, and he will naturally prepare for it. To where? Eugene asked puzzled. At this time, in another direction away from the battlefield, several eye-catching flares suddenly rose up. This flare that lit up for the second time in the night sky tonight immediately attracted the attention of a large number of mobile engineers. Olga, the flare over there is. It's those guys from the first team. It seems that those seniors used themselves as bait to attract the enemy for us. It's really great. Olga laughed, his tone seemed to be full of respect for these seniors. Respect, in fact, is all clear and cannot be ridiculed in obvious ways. Hey, when did you get ready? Eugene couldn't help asking. it's thanks to Toby's gets hands and feet on their mobile engineers just now. Olga explained, he expected that the group of people in the first team would definitely want to pack up some valuable things and run away. So Biscuit was specially asked to do this. Advertisement. Olga, UBD, you have a pretty good brain. On the battlefield, because of the signal flare that suddenly lit up, a large number of mobile engineers in the mobile engineer team believed that there were other troops on the side. A large number of mobile engineers were transferred, leaving only a small number of troops to continue attacking the base, which immediately relieved the pressure on the third team. It's been so long and I still can't take it, what a bunch of trash. Oris immediately got anxious when he saw 773, what the hell did this group of people do? They were drawn away. Forget it, I'll do it myself, and the mobile engineering team will wait for all employees to deduct their wages. Gold's light was released from the monitor on his head, and Olis ignored the dissuasion of his former boss again, driving Grays into the battlefield alone, swinging the chopping axe towards a mobile engineer who was closest to him. A group of ants are waiting to die. Boom. The red-purple light beam galloped forward, as if flying past Grays. The edge of the beam collided with Grays, the nano-coating on the arm was peeled off almost instantly, and then lost the protection of the nano-coating. The entire arm, including the outer armor around the shoulder, was sent away by this beam. What happened to the attack just now? Olis looked at the damage to the body so severely his expression changed from calmness to panic at the beginning. The attack just now was a beam, how could the beam break the nano-coating? This is common sense that most people in the world who know MS know. Did he? The radar that captured the heat source sent a reminder, and Olis looked in that direction in horror, holding a magnum in one hand, and the unicorn equipped with a high-frequency shatter weapon that originally belonged to the Banshee armed battle armorta in the other hand. He rushed. The attack just now was done by this MS. Chapter 5 The Crushed Greys and the Cleaned Up Adult. What a joke, a mere civilian military company actually has MS. Olis cursed in his heart, but seeing the unicorn displayed on the screen rushing towards him, the action he made immediately was to manipulate Gretz's propeller to start jetting, driving the body to retreat. It's amazing, this is the person who entrusted it, MS, it's not the same thing as a mobile engineer at all. The defeat of the enemy made Sino, who was almost killed by the axe because of his companion, suddenly excited. MS. Advertisement. Sanryu murmured softly, he thought of the mobile suit placed by CGS in the underground hangar, which looked very fierce and sharp, but inexplicably gave him a feeling that it was very suitable for him. Don't come here, don't come here. Olis shot at the unicorn with a machine gun, and when he saw that the bullets from the machine gun couldn't even slow down the unicorn's movements, Olis's fear reached its peak. This kind of MS should be a product of the old era, how could it have such a strong performance? Go back, and report to the head of the Connor branch after he goes back, and must destroy this base. Lieutenant Kronk, what should we do? Anne, who was driving Grays together, asked Lieutenant Kronk beside him with some fear. The terrifying beam of light made him, a pilot who was on the battlefield for the first time, feel fear. Go to the rescue of Olis, act with caution, Anne, that mobile phone cannot be careless. Kronk said solemnly. Just the beam that can penetrate the nano-coating and destroy the entire armor is enough for them to be vigilant. The two drove Grays forward and prepared to rescue Olis. Oh, I want to rescue my companion, but unfortunately, this guy has to be cleaned up here. Ignoring the bullets shot by Grays from Kronk and Anne, Lake manipulated the unicorn to deploy the armed armor, and the huge mechanical claws grabbed Oris Grays. Hot Grays' cockpit issued continuous warnings, the giant claws tightened accordingly, and the huge force caused the space around the cockpit to shrink continuously, and the metal spikes inside pierced Oris' body. No, don't, I can't die in a place like this. The big dream of being promoted once again appeared in Olis's mind, but this delusion has no possibility of realization. The unicorn loosened its claws from Grays, and the cockpit, which was almost crushed into a piece of scrap iron, dimmed Grease's head monitor. Advertisement. Lieutenant Kronk, Commander Oris. The blood that faintly flowed out of the cockpit made Anne tremble subconsciously. Chi, Anne, don't stay here anymore. Seeing the unicorn looking up at him and Anne, the sense of crisis as if being stared at by the god of death prompted Kronk to issue this order hastily. Olis died so easily, how could he and Anne be the opponents of this match? But, if we just go back like this, we'll die here if we don't leave. Kronk scolded. Yes, I understand. Let's go, forget it, I'll let you go for a while, Kronk. The unicorn lowers the raised magnum. The two people who retreated were Kronk and his student Anne. To Anne, the guy who threw all the blame on Tekadon because he lost the person he loved, he deceived himself and finally made him not even a human being. Lake, I don't feel it at all, but I am quite interested in Kronk, a soldier who still wants to stick to his so-called principles in Gallarhorn. In the future, it's better to let Kronk come to Tekadon, just as Tekadon also needs a MS instructor. On the other side, two Grayses withdrew from the battlefield, and Gallarhorn's mobile engineering team also received orders to leave. "Oh, Olga, did you see that the people of Gallarhorn have retreated?" Eugene exclaimed. This decisive retreat and the fact that Gallarhorn has been in the hearts of most people for many years, the powerful image implanted makes people feel a sense of astonishment. Yet, Mr. Lake's MS is very strong, with his and Mofta's help, we will be more confident in what we are going to do. Olga grinned, with such strong assistance, he strengthened his resistance confidence. "Hey, what are you going to say? Make this company our thing." Olga gave the answer. Advertisement. "Everyone, come and gather, I have something to tell you." Olga used the communicator in his ear to contact everyone and immediately went back to the base. He wanted to arrange most of the things before the first team that they used came back. Good. In the evening, indoors of the president of the CGS base. "Olga, you brat, how dare you tamper with our mobile engineers?" Hyerda, who was sold by Olga, together with the other members of the first team aggressively approached Olga to settle the score, completely disregarding that it was her side who had completely betrayed Olga and others in order to escape for their lives, which led to this result. At that time, I remember that everyone in the first team said they were going to go around and outflank. Why didn't we see any action from you? Olga, who was punched by Helda, was not angry, but asked calmly. "You brat, how dare you hit me?" Helda made a gesture to punch Olga in the face again, when suddenly the door of the president's office was pushed open, and Crescent Moon and Lake walked in. Hyerda saw Crescent Moon and wanted to scold them severely, but when she saw Lake at the side, she immediately dismissed this idea. Maruba ran away, and CGS will be their first team from now on. Such a distinguished guest must be taken care of. "Mr. Lake, you come in with the third team." Before Hyerda finished speaking, Sanryu took out the pistol she carried with her, pointed at Hyerda and the two people in the first team beside her and pulled the trigger. 3 shots were fired, hitting the head, and the 3 bodies fell to the ground. "The marksmanship is not bad, Sankyu." Lake looked at the 3 people who fell to the ground. With the speed of drawing the gun and the position of the hit, Sankyu's marksmanship, good money, is not bad. "Well, thank you for the compliment." Sanryu nodded, his marksmanship was honed from the experience of fighting since he was a child. "Hey, isn't it too fast?" Eugene took a few steps back to avoid being touched by the blood of the 3 people on his pants or shoes. After Olga summoned a group of people back to the base, their entire third team understood that they wanted to overthrow this group of guys and manage the company by themselves under the joint explanation of Lake and Olga. At that time, Olga also talked about cleaning up the group of people in the meal at night. Now, why did Sankyu and Mr. Lake do it in advance? Mr. Lake said that he used the snacks he sent to make the first team fall asleep. Was the plan a success? "Just keep them under control, Mr. Lake, thank you for your help." Olga said. He believed that Crescent Moon would not shoot in advance for no reason, and doing so meant that everyone except these 3 people was under control. Chapter 6 CGS is ours from now on. Under control, relying on those snacks to prescribe medicine? Those people are so easily fooled. The snacks delivered by Mofta's truck within a few hours after the battle happened to be enough for most of the first team to eat. So, this group of people were all fooled and ate it. "Of course they won't doubt the dim sum that I, a distinguished guest, gave them," Lake said. This group of first team even oppressed Olga and others too much on weekdays, so Olga and others, who were not at all wary at all, would use drugs to clean them up. He helped the people in the company to give these people snacks in the name of sending extra snacks, and naturally ate them all. Advertisement. That's true. Recalling the performance of the group of people in the first team, it seems that they did such a stupid thing directly. It's time to find the rest of the people. Olga lowered her head and glanced at the corpses of Helda and the others. He didn't want to get rid of all the people in the first team. In this way, among so many people who have family members on Mars, it would be easy to make things worse. But it is quite necessary to pick a few chickens like this and kill the monkeys to let the rest know how to choose. I'm an investor, not a member of yours. Negotiations and evictions are left to you. I will stay at this base for a few days until you 567 pack up and execute the entrustment. Do you want to stay with us? Eugene couldn't understand why Lake, a rich man, would stay with them for several days. The environment at home was no better than theirs. Of course Mr. Lake wants to stay here, no problem, we will carry out the commission. Olga promised, if Lake stays here. Olga, Eugene and Sanryu left the president's room, while Lake leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to meditate. Lake, you are so leisurely. Wang Liamei stepped in and raised the corners of her mouth when she saw Lake like this. Those things are what Olga and the others have to do and get rid of their headaches. Of course, I am a leisurely investor. I leave everything to them, so why do you invest in these teenagers? Wang Liamei asked. Advertisement. Small things are of course left to them to do by themselves, and I am acting as a guide to help with big things. Lake explained his principles of action, helping him with all big and small things. Just let Olga and others solve it by themselves. He is helping to refer to major issues such as battles and decision-making directions, so as to prevent this group of people from narrowing their paths and ending up with the same as the original book. The big thing is helping? Speaking of which, the girl named Gudlia is now blaming herself for killing the third team. This is something she can figure out on her own, and I don't need to intervene, but it's not an option for Gudlia to remain so naive. Lake cast his eyes on Wang Liamei, the meaning in his eyes is self-evident. You don't expect me, the young lady, to be a spiritual mentor for others, do you? Wang Liamei asked. I'm not an eloquent person like Lakis, you might as well leave this job to Felt. Fierce's words can encourage people, but it's not suitable for her to be a teacher for someone like Gudlia, so you still have to come. I know, I will only talk to her a little bit for you a few days before departure, and it's up to her to see what she can do afterwards. Wang Liamei, who couldn't get rid of Lake's eyes, finally agreed to the matter. Gudlia Lane Bernstein, the girl who wants to bypass Gallarhorn and negotiate with a blow alone on the semi-metal resources of Mars is an important factor in the change of the world. Let me help with a few words, letting the other party grow up earlier will also be good for future world changes. This chaotic, unequal, and extremely polarized world has witnessed the success of its own world transformation, and Wang Liamei feels deeply displeased when she prepares to enter the universe. It is clearly heading towards the universe, but in many places it is going backwards. That night, the people in the first team, sad, who were unconscious after being drugged woke up in a state of being tied up. The group looked at Olga and Crescent Moon who stood in front of them with a different aura than before. Biscuit immediately became upset. Let me go, you little bastards. Yet, if you don't let us go, the lives of you little devils can't be guaranteed. Life can't be guaranteed. Olga said this again and smiled coldly. Let me tell you, didn't you realize that that fellow Helda and the two people beside him were not there? This is indeed gone, what is going on? Advertisement. Do you still need to ask? They were killed by our group of cosmic mice. Olga stared at this group of people. Among them, a small number of people did not do anything to their third team, and some of them were not too bad. I just hope that people other than these people can also know some sense of propriety. You have two options now, 1, work under our cosmic mice, and 2, leave. Me, I choose to. De Custer, who was an accountant, was afraid that he would be the first to stand up and say that he would be shot if he took a step at night. Well, I'm sorry, you can't leave for the time being. You are Mr. De Custer, right? We still need your help regarding the assets. Biscuit looked at the panel in his hand, and said apologetically the sun sent De Custer to hell. What about the rest? If you don't want to choose the above two, there is another choice. Hearing Olga's words, Sanryu took out his pistol silently. At this moment, everyone in the first team knew what the so-called third choice was. I choose to leave. I choose. What are you doing, Olga? The next day, Eugene, who had heard about the compensation, pushed open the door of the president's office aggressively. They actually gave pensions to the group of people in the First Army. Well. Lake, Biscuit, De Custer, two guys who just joined the third team, Olga Kikai looked at him. You two, you want to leave here too? Seeing that these two people were immediately associated with the matter of the First Army, Eugene became furious. Stop it, Eugene. Olga tried to dissuade. They work here, and they have to be paid accordingly. Now they want to leave here is their own choice, and they plan to live in Mofta's orphanage and go to school. We should send them away. Urga looked at the two teenagers with nothing but congratulations. He had no chance to walk such a happy and carefree way, so Olga was really happy for them to see these two children who were much younger than him lead such a life. Chapter 7 Talking and Reviving Barbados. Hey? Go to Mofta's orphanage. Eugene looked at Olga, at Lake, and at Biscuit, how much he was missing. It was my suggestion that the young children who want to leave to live in common live in Mofta's orphanage, and Mofta will sponsor them to go to school in the future, Lake said. Older teenagers like Eugene and Olga don't have much time and opportunities, but if these younger teenagers are willing, then of course he will give these teenagers a plan to change their destiny. It's good to let those who want to go to school go to school. After hearing this, Eugene also agreed with this plan. How many people in the third team came in to make a living? He and Olga are clearing Chu, but it's really good. Without those brats, the CGS in the future will definitely become stronger than before. With a small belly and a mean face, Tuo Duo walked in. Go look at Eugene's shoulder. Advertisement. Tuo Duo, UBD. Eugene showed a disgusted expression. Basically, all the members of the first team left CGS, and the remaining two were the accountant De Custer, and the other was the disgusting No, Tudo used to oppress them. What are you talking about? I thought it would be more promising to follow you, so I stayed. This guy always feels very suspicious. Mr. De Custer, I will leave the work of sorting out the assets to you and Biscuit first. Seeing that Lake was about to get up and leave, Olga said after a pause. Ah, good. DeCuster nodded. Originally, Olga couldn't help much here, and only he and Biscuit could sort out the assets. Hey, General, are you leaving now? Tuajuo, UBD, restrain yourself. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Eugene waved his hand and threw an iron fist at Toto. Ouch. In the passage outside the president's room. Mr. Lake, please wait a moment. What's the matter, Morgar? Mr. Lake, can you teach us some experience in running a company? Olga asked shyly. As soon as he got started, he found a very embarrassing and very important question, that is, these little whites have a lot of experience in running a company before. Companies and the like are not good at all. Advertisement. In order to continue to run this company and let everyone live a happy life, it is necessary to learn from the president of a large company like Lake about how to run a company. Of course it's, no. Lake spread his hands. Olga was taken aback. The president of a large company doesn't have any suggestions for day-to-day management? The actual operation of my company is taken care of by my wives and my partner, my sister at home, and I have never been involved in specific management matters. Seeing that Olga's eyes seemed to have misunderstood something, Lake immediately added an explanation. Wives. However, Olga's focus was absorbed by these three words. Feared and Wang Liamei, these two are my wives, didn't Yoruba tell you? No, not at all. Olga shook her head. How could Maruba tell them this at that time, but he and everyone in the third team could also see the relationship between Lake and these two women. The society has developed to the present, and marriage is no longer the value of the past. If they didn't create a whole harem like a certain harem king, these teenagers would not be too surprised. Now they are here and the company is run by my family. Will that make your wives? Olga, if you want to run a company, it is important to learn by yourself. You will gain experience if you hit a wall. Don't worry if you fail, as long as you don't make a huge mess. I can help you out here, said Lake, patting Olga on the shoulder. Mr. Lake. Olga was very moved when she heard the words. Lake helped so much during the short meeting, which made Olga couldn't help asking, why do you want to help us so much? Helping to repel Gallarhorn, cancelling the debt of CGS, and then saying that he would invest in them, these things added up, and he helped too much, which made Olga feel that there was no return. Advertisement. Do you still need to ask? I believe that you people can do great things and make a lot of money, so I invested in you. No, you are too optimistic about us. Lake's words made Olga feel overrated. He is a bit ambitious in this regard, but it is another feeling to be told by the president of a large company that they can really do it. Ask for flowers. It will definitely be done. By the way, what are you going to do with the mobile phone in the underground hangar? That machine made by Maruba. Olga scratched her head upon hearing that. In the future, we will need power to keep the company going, so I plan to activate that machine for our own use, and now let Yukinoho's father and the others prepare that machine. Is the driver selected? It's selected, let Song Kaiyu drive it. Olga said decisively. Not having MS is too deadly for them. Olga, who has experienced the Battle of Gallarhorn and witnessed the power of MS, knows this clearly. However, relying solely on the mobile engineers of CGS is not enough to support their future. Therefore, Barbados placed underground has become a necessary force, and Crescent Moon, who is the best in skill and talent among a group of people, is the necessary driver for Barbados. 0. Then how about I send someone over to help you prepare that machine? Of course, my wife will first help modify the program of the machine and assist in the equipment of the machine. This, I am really grateful. Olga thanked excitedly. He, an outsider, can see the poor condition of the dragged-out Barbados body. It would be great to have someone to help with the preparation of the body. Soon, the MS outer armor and some replacement parts were delivered by trucks from Mofta Company. Yukinoho took Takaki and other maintenance personnel to carry out related work on the flat ground of the base under the guidance of the people sent by Mofta. TOS maintenance or repair work, while Felt is holding a tablet there to debug Barbados system. How is the Alea consciousness system handling, Felt? Lake? This system is basically perfect, and it doesn't take much time to debug it. However, Alea's consciousness is too heavy for the driver. Felt looked up at this ancient machine known as the 72 Demon Gods. This is still the case that the system itself comes with a security lock. If the safety lock is unlocked and the full performance of the body is released, the driver may directly become a useless person. Chapter 8 Investing in Tech Add-on asking for flowers asking for a monthly pass. That's why Crescent Moon has to come. Lake said. The skill is the best. Sanryu has also undergone 3 operations, and she is the one who can bear the most information among this group of people. Feared, can you optimize the system to reduce the burden on the driver? It will take a little time to optimize the system. Felt nodded lightly. After so many years of getting used to the system of Tianren's Gundam and Ptolemy, it is not too difficult for her to modify the Alea consciousness system. But in this way, the burden on the driver cannot be reduced too much. After all, these data must be handed over to the human brain for processing. Advertisement. Lake, if you want to reduce the burden, how about installing a quantum computer terminal on Barbados? Felt suggested. Use the AI on the quantum terminal to help Barbados filter the data. Lake understands the meaning of 263. This game is similar to Tyria's small quantum computer terminal in Veda at that time, acting as AI helping Setsu filter a lot of useless information from Els and reduce his burden is a similar set of gameplay. It is indeed a very suitable method to use on Barbados. The technician who came over happened to bring this device. If it is to be installed on Barbados, it can be installed now. Then pretend, I'm looking forward to Barbados' performance. The corners of Lake's mouth turned upwards. The previous few battles of the original Barbados were like picking up trash. When he defeated Grays, he used Gray's armor. Tekadon joined Dai West's banner, and Barbados was fully prepared and strengthened. Now install a small quantum computer terminal on it, and replace the outer armor and some parts for Barbados. The performance of Barbados is much stronger than the original state. Father, these people know a lot. Takaki said to Yukino-ho, the person in charge of the maintenance team. They waited for the people who had no contact with MS maintenance at all, followed the guidance of the maintenance personnel on Mofta's side, and got acquainted with a lot of MS-related knowledge. Yeah, and the quality of the armor and parts they brought over is good. Yukino-ho said, just looking at the armor and parts being installed can make people feel how good these are. Is Mofta really a home appliance company? With all the preparations, he feels that the opponent is almost comparable to Divaz, who can independently manufacture MS in the outer circle. Can the test start? The group didn't call until the afternoon when Sanryu, who was the driver, was called over. At this time, all the maintenance personnel from Mofta's side had already left here. Advertisement. And the ready, new Barbados stands on the wilderness. The preparations are almost complete, Mikazuki, let's go up and drive. Lake said. In the eyes of everyone, Sanryu entered Barbados' cockpit, and with the help of AI to filter, Sanryu was not burdened, and activated the machine very easily, and told the name of the machine to everyone around her. After starting it, Barbados acted like his hands and feet under the control of Crescent Moon, and all the teenagers in Tekadon who watched the action of this steel titan exclaimed, the faces are full of excitement. It's amazing, Sankaiu. Goodlia, who was also watching Sankaiu driving the machine outside, showed an envious look. She envied Sankaiu for being able to drive a mobile suit and do such a powerful thing. In comparison, she thought she could also be able what she did, but now she found that she seemed like a clown, and she didn't do anything. He is the pilot of MS. The place where you fight is not in the same place as him. Wang Lai Mei reminded helplessly. This young lady is full of ideals, but she is still very naive, and she can't see the reality clearly. But, I believe in yourself, you are capable, but if you have been unable to see the reality clearly, if you are too naive, then many people will die. Many people died. For the children of the third team, Sanryu's words flashed in her mind again, and Goodlia bit her lower lip lightly. She should know that this naivety will not work. Is this really good for Missy? The maid on the side, Fumita, frowned imperceptibly. She was actually a spy sent by Nobilis Gordon, a well-known underworld tycoon in the outer circle, to Goodlia since she was a child. So far, many of Goodlia's actions have been caused by her influence on Nobilis Gordon after she accepted the instruction of Nobilis Gordon, and created various incidents. What Nobilis hoped was to let Goodlia act as a symbol, and Fumita could see this, so is Goodlia's action really good, and should she try to dissuade her? No, forget it. Unable to find a suitable reason, Fumita used this reason to convince herself. But in the deepest part of her heart that she didn't notice, letting the young lady grow up listening to these words is also in line with her wish. Advertisement. President's Room. Lake, Olga, Eugene, Sino, and others gathered here after DeCuster and Biscuit finished counting their assets. In short, these are the remaining assets of the entire CGS now. DeCuster handed Olga the tablet after deducting all the maintenance costs of the base and the pension. There's only so much left. Eugene and Zinyo's faces, which were happy just now because they saw the total assets figure, suddenly pulled down. What do you do with so much money? There is no way, because many of CGS's movable assets Maruba are kept in cash, and now the money has been taken away by Maruba. Lake sneered. Those who didn't know thought that Maruba had been thinking about running away for a long time. The company was carrying a pile of debts, and the preparations for running away by himself were not well prepared. That's true. As an accountant, DeCuster knew a lot about Maruba's approach. Based on the current expenditure, we can operate for 3 months at most. Biscuit 2.8 gave the answer after calculating in his heart. Opportunity? Toto, who was also listening, was about to give his proposal to sell Goodlia for money. It's only enough for 3 more, Olga, then according to what I told you, Mofta will make an initial investment for Tekadon, and after this escort commission is completed, he will pay the remaining rewards at the same time. Mofta will add an extra sum. Invest? For these brats? Tuajuo's mind was full of question marks, and the words in his mouth were almost stuck. I've already messed with Gallarhorn, it's good enough not to think about revoking the entrustment, this person still wants to invest in Tekadon? Ah, thank you, Mr. Lake. Olga thanked. Oh, rich people are so generous. Zinyo immediately gave a thumbs up. Tisk. Chapter 9 Duel, What to do if you lose. If this continues, how can I recommend this group of brats to join my plan? The one who only thought about selling Goodlia 1 for a few cents was full of resentment. I said, General, it's a good thing that we can get Mufti's investment, but we've all provoked Gallarhorn, let's not talk about the execution of the entrustment, even if there is Mufti's investment, we will not be able to do so in the future. Will you not be able to get other jobs because of Gallarhorn's interference? If this continues, won't you have to go bankrupt? Indeed, it was pretty cool before, but now. After Tuoduo said this, Eugene also realized that something was wrong. If the other side troubles them, what will they do with this group of people? Advertisement. Even Mofta doesn't want to be troubled by Gallarhorn. Toto looked at Lake, a home appliance company that has made a lot of money on Mars and Earth, even if he has contacted MS-related weapons in private, where can more power go? Only 1 or 2 MS at most. Toto, who had never seen a unicorn fighting at that time, thought so. If Jiang 24 hadn't reached the level of Divaz, he still had to honestly avoid being troubled by Gallarhorn in the outer circle. It seems to be the case, so what's your opinion, Your Excellency Toto? Lake sneered. It's very simple, we just need to hand Goodlia to Gallarhorn. I didn't hear it at all. Lake proudly expressed his opinion in the eccentric Toto. Give Goodlia to Gallarhorn. Eugene, Sino, and Biscuit looked at each other in blank dismay. Gallarhorn wants to attack us because Goodlia is here. It just so happens that the president of Maruba has also run away now. As long as we put all the responsibility on Maruba, and hand over the young lady to they, we can get away. Indeed, if this happens, all the troubles will be gone. Eugene said hesitantly, but this also means that they will betray Goodlia and that girl to Gallarhorn, and they will change. Became the same person as the first team, Maruba. Both the general and Mr. Lake understand that if things go on like this, Mofta's investment will be in vain. Olga didn't say a word, and there was a hint of other meaning in her gaze towards Toto. Advertisement. There is news from the surveillance squad that there is a MS carrying a red flag. Takaki announced to everyone on the radio. Is there MS? All the people in the president's room could only temporarily stop talking. Except for DeCuster, the accountant, most of the people went outside the base. A Graze was standing on the wilderness outside the base, holding Red's the flag, and the driver of this Graze, Kronk, is standing on top of this machine with his arms folded. What does it mean that this machine has a red flag, Dad? Takaki asked. Ah, it seems to mean a duel. Before the festival, it seems that many conflicts were resolved through duels. Yukinoho repeated what he heard from his elders. I'm Kronk Chant from Gallarhorn's MS unit. I hope to have a one-on-one duel with the Whitem sent by your CGS in the previous battle. Duel? Did you make a mistake? Sino said in amazement, a man from Gallarhorn was about to come to duel with a bunch of people from a civilian military company. Is there something wrong with the brain on the other side? The Graze that rushed to the front before was seconds away. How did this person come to the duel with confidence? If I win, you will hand over the wreckage of Goodlia and Graze, and I assure you that everything after that will have nothing to do with CGS. Look, everyone is here, as long as we hand over the young lady at this time, our troubles will be gone. Hearing this, Toto immediately jumped up, but then Olga glared and threw he was too scared to speak. What are you doing, you brat? Why don't you hand me over, so that everyone won't be in trouble? Goodlia said. Goodlia, do you think that this way, Gallarhorn won't be looking for trouble with CGS? Lake stared at Goodlia, and this sight made Goodlia feel heavy pressure. But if this continues, more innocent people will be implicated. If I hand me over, everyone will be safe. That can't change anything. He is the captain of the MS team, and there is someone on his head. If that person still wants to make trouble, do you think the rest of the people in this base have escaped? Goodlia lowered her head, obviously realizing that something was wrong. Advertisement. We can't agree to the request for a duel. 3 days, you go. After hearing this, Olga made a decision. Having experienced so many things since childhood, he would not be so stupid as to believe this empty promise. Lake said after saying this, he decided to deal with the other party directly here. Olga, don't steal my job as an investor. He's looking for me, not you. Just take a look here. But, Mr. Lake, you have helped us so much before, if this battle involves you. It's as if I didn't get involved when I helped you fight off Gallarhorn earlier. Lake laughed. This. Olga couldn't refute. So, it's not bad, just leave this uncle named 677 Kronk to me to solve it. Then I will trouble you. Olga, who really couldn't refuse Lake to play, begged. It looks like a machine from a fairy tale book I've read before. This is Kronk's idea of observing the unicorn Gundam up close, the pure white body, and the unique green monitor like a slit. Such a unique MS, why is it in a civilian military company? Lieutenant Kronk, just now you were just talking about what to do if you win CGS, and what to do if you lose. Lake asked. This voice, is the other party's driver a young man? Kronk, who felt that the voice sounded familiar, was taken aback. In the previous battle, he saw teenagers and children among the opponent's mobile engineer drivers. Just now, when he was waiting for the opponent to send someone, he also saw a group of teenagers from a distance. Did the opponent choose to send youths? Very good, if he wins this way, he doesn't have to kill the underage boy. If I lose, this airframe and I will be at your disposal. Kronk said resolutely. Before coming, Connor, the head of the Mars branch, gave him a death order, demanding that he must not return to the base if he failed, and implicate his subordinates. He should be handed over to these teenagers and this young man to deal with him. Killing him is the best result. Chapter 10 Tai Ho Chuan, the never-fading iron flower. He couldn't accept that these Gallarhorn, who were supposed to be entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining world security, were corrupt, and even degenerated to the point of killing a group of children who had to pick up guns to make a living. If you really want him to kill these children, it's better. Let us deal with it, so things will be easy to handle. Lake stowed the unicorn's magnum rifle behind his back, opting to fight only with his armor. Magnum's power is too great, if you want to destroy the opponent's body and make it unable to move, this gun is not suitable for the first handgun that is aimed at the opponent. Advertisement. Choose not to use that beam weapon? Kronk's heart relaxed, the rifle was just a beam that could cause so much damage. Although he was prepared to deal with it, he really didn't want to experience it himself if he could. For a one-on-one duel, I'll be fair and only fight with you with melee weapons. Lake's voice spread through the unit's loudspeaker. Ah! That Mr. Lake doesn't use that powerful gun. Sino was astonished, the strongest weapon is still okay. Because Lake didn't want to kill that man named Kronk. Felter said. No, but this is a duel, right? Eugene scratched his head, quite confused by Lake's statement. It's a duel, but the two sides didn't say they wanted to take each other's life at the beginning, did they? Wang Lai said with a smile. That being said, Mr. Lake can do whatever he wants, this is his battle, we just have to watch it. Olga put his hands in his pockets, staring at the unicorn and Gray in the wilderness together with Crescent Moon beside him hereby. Grays was swinging the chopping axe at the unicorn, but he didn't expect that the unicorn would not dodge or dodge, and used his free left hand to directly meet Gray's chopping axe. Not dodge? Before Kronk figured out how the unicorn dared to catch Gretz's slashing axe, it fell on the armor of the unicorn's hand and failed to cause any effective damage. The actual results told him the answer. It's very hard armor. Yukino-ho, the maintenance staff, sighed. Advertisement. The nano-coating's superior defense against live ammunition and beams, especially beams, has made melee attack cockpits mainstream. Of course, there is another reason because Gallarhorn has blocked the technology, and there are no effective means of breaking armor among the people. Therefore, Gallarhorn's weapon can match the armor used by a unicorn, which is enough to show how hard the unicorn's armor is. Is this also the MS in the fighting period? Yukino-ho thought about it left and right and could only think of this possibility. After all, the mobile phones of that era were much more powerful than the non-governmental mobile phones of today. If the unicorn was the MS of that era and Mufti dug it up and restored it, then a lot of times would make sense. It is still possible for folks to perform simple repairs on MS. Can't it do any harm? Kronk broke out in a cold sweat. Shocked by the unicorn's defensive power, Kronk quickly drove Grez to distance himself. With such a hard armored mobile suit, it seems that he can only look for gaps in the armor, or attack the cockpit directly. Lieutenant Kronk, why have you been working in Gallarhorn all this time? Lake manipulated the unicorn to attack Grez with an armed armor, deliberately slowing down to let Grez avoid the blow. Asked. Maintaining peace. Kronk replied firmly. This is the reason why he joined Gallarhorn in the first place. Over the years, he has adhered to this creed from beginning to end, and will not join forces with those in the organization. Even Olis, who made it obvious that he was his subordinate, was promoted far faster than him. So what Gallarhorn is doing now, do you think it's keeping the peace? The chopping axe is on the top, and the armed battle armor is on the bottom, and the two chopping axes collided. A dull heavy sound came out, and Kronk, who was in the cockpit with a tense face, fell silent. What happened in Gallarhorn? For many years, he knew very well that he could not give a real answer to this question. Keeping the peace, Gallarhorn did. That really fits the philosophy of its founding. I can't answer your question. I can't change what some of the above people are doing. Kronk's voice was full of powerlessness. He didn't want to join forces with those people, but he also couldn't do it. So much so that he gave up his post in Gallarhorn and gave up teaching those younger generations. So you will perish together with him. You are also working as a pawn for a tiger, willing to be a pawn. It is completely inconsistent with what you just said. The propeller burst out with fiery tail flames, and the unicorn pushed forward to shake off the chopping axe. After the battle armor was deployed, the mechanical giant claws attacked Graze, easily tearing off one of his arms. What a strong effort! Advertisement. Kronk was startled again. The body of this wight gave him the illusion that he was facing a ferocious beast. Defense, output, and that weapon, the new machine Graz developed by Gallarhorn, is not even a bit comparable to this machine. Probably can't win. But, you can't just admit defeat like this. The duel, made before the fight had begun, saw Kronk pilot Graze continue to swing the chopping axe. After receiving the slash, Lake used the mechanical claws to tear off Graze's arm holding the axe again, and then added another kick. When Kronk in the cockpit was unable to control due to the impact, Graze also because of loss of balance, fell to the ground. Loud noise and smoke came together, and Olga, who had her hands in her pockets, didn't try to cover something with her hands like the people around her, but still stared directly at the battlefield. 3 days, everyone, I thought of our new name. New name? Olga, what are you talking about? Eugene and the others were all stunned when they heard this. Looked at Olga. Wang Hao. Tai Huchuan, never fades, the flower of iron. On the battlefield. Graze's feet were all torn off, and Kronk, the driver, smiled wryly. He was powerless to fight anymore. Lost. Completely lost the man. You won. According to what I said just now, get rid of me. If I, an incompetent commander, go back, I will implicate those subordinates in the base. Kronk pleaded, since he lost completely, then according to the agreement, hand over himself and this mobile phone to the person in front of him, and let the person in front of him kill him, so as not to hurt his subordinates. Sorry, I refuse. Just now you said that since you let me handle it, I can't let you die. You still have room to continue to display value. Where is the value? Kronk was puzzled. He's a Gallarhorn lieutenant, is there any use for him? Chapter 11. If you have nowhere to go, come to Tekadon. Mr. Lake, do you really want this uncle to go to Earth with you and be our instructor? After hearing Lake's words, Olga looked at the silent Kronk beside him in surprise and suspicion. Let a former Gallarhorn, who was also involved in the attack on this base before, join them, and also be a training instructor to teach them how to open MS. Hey, won't there be any problem? Both Sino and Eugene didn't have much faith in this uncle. Yet, just now it's better to tell Goody, I won't talk about it. Tuo Duo wanted to say a few more words, but this time it was Olga who glared at him. Trinity Month. Tuado immediately kept silent. This was scarier than Olga's eyes. Those eyes as cold as winter were probably saying one more word so that he could buy tickets to the underworld with Helda, who had been cocky before. Advertisement. Don't worry, as the commander, Kronk lost to us by acting alone, so now he can't go back no matter what. In this case, he would be punished with his subordinates. I can only stay here. Kronk laughed at himself. He is no different from a dead man now. It is not unacceptable for him to let him join the group of teenagers and teach them. Perhaps it is just like what Lake said at the end of the conversation. Kronk. Chien special, if you really want these children and more people on Mars to live a safe life, then follow this group of teenagers and see what they do. So that's how it is. Eugene, Zinyo, and the others looked stunned. Does that mean that Lieutenant Kronk can only choose to act with us? Biscuit pressed his hat, and there was nowhere to go, which meant that there was no possibility of betrayal. Olga smiled. In this way, his trust in this uncle will be much more, although he should be on guard before he actually takes action. Well, I want everyone to continue to take action against my guard. At this moment, Goodlia, who was silent on the side, suddenly stepped forward and said, and Fumita on the side showed a surprised expression. Continue the escort operation. Olga Goodlia is now being targeted by Gallarhorn, and her father can't go back there. Without family support, how should this young lady pay the remuneration? Please don't worry about the sad. I have a sponsor named Nobilis Gordon, who has been providing funds for my actions. Goodlia said that this has always been for her the name of the person who provided funding for the event. Advertisement. Oh, Nobilis. Lake frowned slightly. This gangster who stretched out his hands outside the circle is extremely long and even has many industries in the Earth circle. The purpose of funding Goodlia is to use her as a fire to detonate the conflict. Earn excess profits by selling weapons. Like Olga's deadly death on the street at the end of the original work, it was also arranged by this person. It's too early to clean it up now, its industrial layout is too big, it's too hard to rely on Mofty alone to eat it up, it's still waiting for a while, the time is almost up, the industry under this pig's hand eat it with other people. Who is Nobilis Gordon? Everyone in Tekadon had never heard of this name. I've heard that he seems to be a super rich man. Todo said. Understood. In this case, Tekadon will accept your commission and send you to Earth. Olga bowed slightly, officially accepting the commission on behalf of Tekadon. They have just started, even with Lake's investment, Tekadon's funds will not be tight, but the commission from Goodlia is still very important to Tekadon. With this entrustment to gain fame, the road ahead will be much easier. Great, we have another commission, and we can make more money. Eugene said excitedly. Don't worry about your safety on the way there. There's Big Brother Crescent Moon driving Barbados, and Mr. Lake's unicorn. No matter what kind of enemy, they won't be our opponents. Takaki raised Ryder aside. Shoulders. Successive victories made him feel that the road ahead for Tekadon is now bright. How could it be so smooth, you little brats? Tuoduo, who watched all this, secretly clicked his tongue. It is true that Goodlia can bring big orders and big money, but a few lives are not enough to follow this group of brats. This group of brats hooked up with Mofta's boss, first killed the commander of Gallarhorn, and now kidnapped the lieutenant of Gallarhorn. Advertisement. How could Gallarhorn let this group of people go? He had to find a way to make a lot of money and run away. They are obviously a group of teenagers, but they have to live like adults. Kronk, who watched all this, said softly, and couldn't help sighing again in his heart. In the evening, Atra and Biscuit's two younger sisters, Goodlia, who came to the base with their childhood sweethearts, Goodlia, and felt rewarded everyone who had been busy all day with a dinner. San Ryu, don't eat dates all the time. Seeing that San Ryu was still eating dates from her pocket before eating, Atra puffed her mouth slightly. Understood. Sanryu looked at Atra's dissatisfied face, thought for a while, and picked up a spoon to eat after eating another date. Olga, who was sitting next to Crescent Moon, smiled and said nothing, giving the two of them some space to talk. He knew a lot about the things between Crescent Moon and Atla. So every time he has a chance, he will give time to the two of them. That's youth. Lake laughed, sitting at another table. Yeah, he's young, and he looks a bit like you. Noticing the eyes of Goodlia, who was not far away from San Ryu, Wang Liamei complained that she could see the luck of San Ryu. There are only two at the beginning, very Lake's demeanor in that world before. No, I'm different from San Ryu, I'm much better than San Ryu, in various senses. Wang Liamei glared at Lake. She wanted to punch Lake very much, but unfortunately, even with her strength, she would not hurt. Feared, you should say something about him occasionally. Wang Liamei complained to Feared, who was sitting on the other side of Lake. When Lakis was around, she and Lakis ruled Lake together. Now she's the only one left. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Felt said with a helpless smile. Hey, you really are still like this. Let's eat, Liamei. If you don't eat, the food will be cold. On Mars, it's a bad thing to waste food. The change in Wang Liamei's expression made Lake laugh. Chapter 12 Curry and Chocolate from Afar. Lake. Wang Liamei curled her lips slightly before eating, but she failed to beat Lake's frivolous attitude and was beaten by Lake in turn. She still has to work harder in the future. On the second day, Olga and Biscuit found a large screen from the base and put it in the president's room. They stood on this panel and explained the situation to the people on the sofa. Go to the low-orbit terminal first, wait for the guide's ship, then transfer to our ship in the geostationary orbit, and head towards the Earth. What is a guide? Goodlia asked. Advertisement. Biscuit was taken aback, remembering that the lady in front of him didn't seem to understand anything, and then explained, generally speaking, the routes to the Earth are under the management of Gallarhorn. The safest route is to go to Earth, but Miss Goodlia, you are being watched by Gallarhorn now, so we have to go to those places that are not under Gallarhorn's management and have nothing to do with Gallarhorn's secret route, but that kind of route is very complicated, and it is our first time to go to the Earth. In order to prevent accidents, we need to find a guide. And those routes are the territory of private operators. Olga punched the screen with a fist. If they are fledglings without personal guidance, it is easy to conflict with these private operators. Although Olga has a strong head, she will directly crush the troubles that come to her door, but avoid unnecessary troubles if they can be avoided. Then let's go to the Orcus Chamber of Commerce. If we want to use the secret route to go to Earth, Orcus is definitely the most suitable choice for us at present. Tuajuo was the first to jump out and introduce. Mr. Lake, can the Mofta company find a guide for us? Olga, who was suspicious of Todo, chose to be the first to ask for help from Lake. It's a pity that most of the people I know don't want to be counselors. The only ones who are left are TAS, the Transport Department of Divaz. Tubbins? Is that the transport division of the giant complex Divaz? Olga, Eugene, and Biscuit were surprised. They didn't expect Mofta to know Tubbins. With Tubbins as a guide, they would definitely avoid a lot of troubles on the way to the Earth. Tuo Duo panicked. Tubbins, how does the Chamber of Commerce he introduced compare with this organization, and it was introduced by the investor Lake. Ah, but he has some relationship with Maruba, the former boss of CGS, and he hasn't contacted me for a while now. It's hard to say whether he will participate in this matter. Lake smiled awkwardly. He could help Nace, Olga, and the others get online, but if Nace hadn't seen the abilities of Olga and the others with his own eyes, I'm afraid he wouldn't agree to help this group of gangsters. The fledgling stunned head is green. This is really a pity, then it seems that the only choice for our Tekadon is the Orcus Chamber of Commerce. Todo sighed artificially, and then confirmed the recommendation of the Orcus Chamber of Commerce to Olga and others again. Advertisement. Orcus Chamber of Commerce, is the guy you introduced reliable? The unbelief in Eugene's eyes, who was very suspicious of Tuado, was obvious. It's too much, leader saying, look at what Eugene said, I'm your partner. It's okay, I want to procrastinate for a long time. You know what will happen if you make a bad idea. Olga sneered. Cough, of course. Todo's face turned pale, and Olga, who had already seen the clue, made up her mind when she saw this. At the same time, Mars Gallarhorn is located in the base in the geostationary orbit. The branch chief Connor feels like a big enemy for the two major secret agents McGillis and Gallio who came to inspect. Chaz Connor tried to bribe McGillis to give him a break in reviewing the base's materials. Please pay attention to your behavior, Minister Connor, if you really do this kind of thing, I can only exercise my rights. Hug, I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't say what I said just now, ha ha ha. McGillis, that guy isn't very happy to see it. Gallio watched Connor leave with a playful face, and he was so angry that he felt like he was going crazy. Will he plan to find someone who is alone later? The place hits the wall there. You don't need to care about his affairs. In comparison, let's investigate the matter of dispatching the squadron to suppress the riots he just said, Gallio. McGillis smiled. Investigate, indeed, this matter is very suspicious. Gallio laughed, dispatching a whole squadron including 3 mobile phones to suppress the rioting citizens. What is this joke? Gallarhorn held the strongest armed force in their hands, and ordinary citizens only had individual combat weapons such as guns at most, so they would not send out a squadron to suppress them no matter what. Ask for flowers. Connor, that idiot, couldn't find a good reason, and told them that there was a problem. However, if we are investigating, where should we go to investigate? I already have a purpose. Advertisement. McGillis took out a tablet with a recorded map of Mars, tapped it a few times, and moved the location to the outskirts of the Kree's autonomous region. Just go here and investigate. The outskirts of the city, just thinking about it is a barren land. Gallio shook his head, as if a barren land appeared before his eyes. President's room. You said you want 45%, you don't want to get a kickback, do you? Eugene raised his hardened fist at Tudo who came back with the offer. If you are not satisfied, you can discuss it yourself. Tuajuo spread his hands and said, looking determined. 45% is fine, as long as the other party is reliable. Olga waved his hand. Yes, it's reasonable to charge more for reliable people. Olga, we still have to choose the members to go to Earth. Biscuit looked at Olga. Tekadon headquarters also needs someone to stay to support the operation of the entire company. But we're all gone, what are the people left to do? Eugene asked. Responsible for selling the previous loot, and going to the farm to help. Same as before, it always feels boring. There's no way to be boring. A stable job is like this. In short, we need to rely on the job of escorting Goodlia to build our reputation, so that the work keeps coming to our door. Maybe we can live a stable life. He developed a rhetoric. Tuajuo secretly smiled when he heard the words, how can these little devils have any future? At noon, in the dining room of the base, the teenagers were eating there. Lake, who was invited by Sanryu earlier before the meal, told Wang Limai fired about going to the farm to help after the meal. What are you doing on the farm? Help, I can meet 2 people by the way. Lake chuckled lightly, curry rice and chocolate, how could these 2 great figures of Gallarhorn not see each other? Chapter 13 The Farm, the crescent moon where people don't talk too much. Meet me, forget it, I won't go. Hearing that Lake had to meet people, Wang Limai's interest was pulled down again. She was a young lady who didn't like to do farm work, and now Lake had to meet people in the past, that is to say, she had to help with business, so there is no need for her to go. I'm going, Lake. Felt, who was very sympathetic to the situation of Sanryu and others, was very happy to help a few people do farm work together. Then felt and I will go there. By the way, Lake, aren't you ready to replenish the ammunition of your body? Wang Lai Mei asked suddenly. Advertisement. The Magnum of the Unicorn is to use the super powerful Magnum rifle by changing the magazine 10 times, the Unicorn can carry up to 10 rounds and then go to the universe. If there is no supply, how long will the 10 rounds last? Lake has never mentioned anything about the supplies since he came here, and he didn't send supplies when he asked Mofta's people to prepare for Barbados. Don't worry, Magnum's ammunition will be sent by Abby and the other equipment ammunition in Hellos after they enter the universe. The armed battle armor BN of the second machine, the bazooka of the first machine, and the shield, these supplies and equipment are not bad when the universe sends them all at once. These 10 rounds of ammunition are enough for him to fight now. I see, I am really looking forward to the battle between you and this group of teenagers. Don't look forward to it, there are still many things that need you and Felt to do. Well, leave it to us. Felt and Wang Lai Mei agreed together. After the lunchtime was over, Lake and Felt followed Crescent Moon, Biscuit, Goodlia and Atla to the farm to help pick crops. Feared, if you're tired, leave it to me. Seeing that Feared helped move several baskets of corn in a row, Lake also had some beads of sweat on his head. No, this thing doesn't matter, just let me do it alone. Felt smiled and declined Lake's help. Perhaps she would be exhausted after doing so much physical work before, but now she, Felt Gules, has evolved into a purebred reformer after being soaked in GN particles for a long time. All aspects of physical fitness are much better than before, and people will not be too tired to walk because of this little farm work. Advertisement. Ah, that's great. The relationship between Lake and Miss Felt. Art looked enviously at the relationship between Lake and Felt. In daily life, Sanryu is simply the biggest wood in the world. With this wood, it seems difficult for Atla to just attack him. God, moreover, it seems that now there is a strong competitor. With obvious jealousy in his eyes, Atra's eyes moved to Goodlia who was getting along with Crescent Moon. He has a better figure than her, taller than her, and prettier than her. Can she win? If she loses, will Sanryu be taken away? Atra, it seems like you're about to lose. Be careful that the Crescent Moon will be snatched away by Miss Goodlia. Biscuit's two younger sisters, Couch and Kuleka, who don't think it's a big deal, ran to Atla's side, and started a fire one after another, and the effect was very significant. You. Atra blushed, and her shy voice suddenly rose an octave. Hee, Atra is in a hurry. The two little girls ran away laughing, their cheerful voices echoing in the cornfield. And Sanryu, who was the center of the conversation between the three just now, held the corn and asked Goodlia, how much do you think this corn is worth? 200 Canadian dollars for a piece. Goodili thought for a moment, and she reduced the price of those high-priced agricultural products imported from the earth that were sold in the city that she occasionally learned from Fumitano when she was living in the city. Give the answer later. No, it's 50 Canadian dollars for 10 kilograms. 50 Canadian dollars. Goodlia was stunned, the price was so many times worse than her estimated price, 200 Canadian dollars per kilogram. How much income can this farm get? Because all the crops produced on this farm are sold cheaply to be used as biofuels, Sakura's farm can't survive without Biscuit's job as a subsidy. 17. Sanryu said the cruel truth in an extremely calm tone, I am similar to other people in the base. In order to survive and have a meal, I have to work hard. Do you know Jew sellers? The kind of person who buys and sells with money at will. Goodlia looked puzzled. She knew something about it when she was in college. It is said that she was born after the fighting war because of the unequal treaty signed by the Order in the universe. Advertisement. Its essence is those minors who have been caught for trafficking. It has always been difficult for her to understand why such a treaty was born. Yes, Akihiro in our team is, thanks to you and Mr. Lake, we can live such a good life, so thank you. Goodlia opened her small mouth, and her thoughts were extremely complicated. When she first met Sanryu, the words Sanryu said made her feel her innocence and ignorance. After being seen through, Sanryu started the repaired mobile phone and made her feel the gap between the two. And Songkayu's sincere thanks gave her a new understanding of this young man who looked as cold as an iceberg on the outside, and had to do everything in order to survive, whether it was Songkayu, Olga, or everyone in the Tech Adon, those children on Mars are like this. For these children, she has to do her best to do what she can. To help everyone live a happy life. Sanryu, if I want to thank you, I can only thank Goodlia, I have helped you a lot too. Lake came over and joked. By the way, I almost forgot, thank you, Mr. Lake. Hearing that, Sanryu turned around and thanked Lake very sincerely. He is not as cold and ruthless as he appears on the surface. He treats his companions and those who really treat them well and help them. 2.8 Sankaya will remember the names of these people well and express his gratitude in his own way. I'm just kidding, Sanryu, there's no need to thank me so seriously. Lake shook his head and laughed, and Sanryu surprised him with his serious and quick thanks. Is that so? Forget it. I should thank you anyway. Sanryu said indifferently. 3 moons. Gundam couldn't help laughing. Ah! Hearing the screams of the 2 little girls, Sanryu's pupils shrank suddenly, full of murderous aura, and rushed towards the place where the 2 screamed without saying a word. Lake, who knew the ins and outs of the matter, was not in a hurry, and walked with felt. Let go, let go. Galio, whose neck was strangled by Sanryu for no reason, felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 14 First Conversation with Chocolate Curry Rice. 2 little girls ran out of the cornfield and almost ran into his and Magillus' car, and he was the first to get off after he stepped on the brakes to care about their situation. Galio believes that there is no step from the beginning to the end that is the same as those civilians in Gallarhorn who are so corrupt that they don't take the lives of civilians seriously. There is nothing wrong with what he did. How did he get it? What this boy who didn't know where he came from came up and grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the car. Brother Sanryu, you misunderstood, not their fault. Advertisement. Couch and Kuleka hurriedly explained, and Sakura came over and knocked on the head of Mikazuki. Let go, if this continues, others will die. Save, together. Ah. After hearing this, Sanryu let go of her hand. We ran out after having too much fun in the cornfield, thanks to the car avoiding it. Couch and Kuleka explained embarrassedly with their heads down. The 2 of them played crazy and ran on the road to make this mess. No, 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 we also have negligence on our side, and I apologize to you. Magillus, who got off the cart, apologized with a gentle smile. Ah. Noticing Lake, Firth, Atla, and Biscuit who were walking past 24, Magillus' eyes stayed on Lake for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly. The president of the home appliance giant Mofta who came to Mars from Earth to open a branch. What could be the reason for staying outside Kreese? Miss, come here. Noticing Gallarhorn's sign, Fumita subconsciously grabbed Gundam and took her to the nearby cornfield to hide. Well, I'm really sorry for what I did to you just now. Under Sakura's reminder, Songkyu apologized to Galio embarrassingly. You boy, what are you saying sorry for? Advertisement. Galio, who had been choked for no reason, was now furious, and punched Sankyu, and Sankyu subconsciously flicked to the left, exposing the back with the Alea consciousness implanted. Hey, you, what's that thing behind you? Galio's voice trembled, seeing this thing protruding made him want to vomit with nausea. Alea consciousness system. Magillus directly reported the name. The organic drive system implanted in the human body, although I heard that there are still people using it. You actually buried a foreign object in your body. Galio covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting, and Magillus stepped forward and patted his best friend on the shoulder very intimately. If they don't implant this thing, they won't be able to find a job. People in Gallarhorn don't even understand this. Lake said coldly. Mr. Lake. Afraid of causing any trouble, Biscuit wanted to dissuade Lake from continuing. Can't afford to eat? Galio, who was still feeling sick, stopped when he heard this. Although he was born in the 7-star family, he was a very sympathetic and rotten good person, but Gallarhorn on Earth has been propagating human body modification for more than 200 years as heresy. The concept of Gary, who is also influenced by this concept, is naturally difficult to accept when he hears this. In order to find a job, you have to transform your body and bury your body in foreign objects. Galio couldn't understand. In your opinion, it would be more appropriate for these teenagers to starve to death on the streets on Mars because they couldn't find a job. Sanryu, Biscuit, and her 2 younger sisters, Felt, Atla, and the rest of the people cast their self-evident glances, which made Galio choke, and the purple-haired young man with a deep conscience couldn't say anything. With a rebuttal, Galio could only choose to turn his head to avoid these gazes. Sorry, my companion is not very clear about these things, I'm sorry for making you unhappy. Magillus first made a sound to clear the siege for Galio, and then motioned Galio to get in the car with his eyes. In order to survive, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do. Please don't get me wrong, we don't mean any harm to you. Magillus took out 2 bags of chocolate candies from his pocket. With nothing else around me now, I can only take these 2 bags of candy as an apology. Wow, it's candy. Kutcher and Kuleka happily accept the candies. Advertisement. Just in case, it's better to see a doctor. If you have anything to do, you can also go to the Gallarhorn Mars branch. My name is Magillus Farid. Understood, if these 2 children have any health problems, I will definitely contact the Mars branch. Lake said with a smile. Biscuit twitched the corners of his mouth. If he really went to contact them, their situation would become very bad. By the way, I have something to ask you. I heard that there was a battle near here a few days ago. Do you know what happened? Magillus suddenly asked the question again. The battle a few days ago, I don't know. It seemed that there was quite a lot of movement at that time. It may be that the militia organizations nearby were conducting exercises. Biscuit showed a thoughtful look, and his colleagues also gestured to Lake and Sanryu with their eyes. Cooperate with saying. Sankyu, who is not good at lying, can only give this perfunctory answer. My wife and I just came here to help today, the big shots in Gallarhorn don't expect us to know the situation. Seeing McGillis turn his gaze to his side. It's 913. If you don't know, forget it. McGillis opened the car door and looked at Sankyu again before leaving. Young man, you are very skilled, have you done any exercise? There have been many. Sanryu scratched her cheek and said. You will become an excellent warrior. Also, I hope that I will have the opportunity to talk to you face to face with Lake Syrian, the president who has nothing to do with it. Mai said to Lake before leaving. No problem, I am also looking forward to talking with Mr. McGillis Farid in person. Lake specially emphasized the pronunciation of the word Farid. McGillis' expression changed slightly when he heard the words, he closed the car door, and drove off in an off-road vehicle. Mr. Lake, that person recognized you just now, won't Mofta be troublesome? Biscuit asked. Mofta has business on Mars and Earth, and was recognized by the other party's big shot. There will be no trouble. The other party is a member of the Kixing family. He came here to be a supervisor. If he really wants to trouble me, he should be the head of the Martian branch here. However, Connor, who was the head of the branch here, didn't know what he came here. When he went to CGS, Lake cleaned up his traces, and the company also had L's mimicry doubles for emergencies. Check it out, Gallarhorn took his head and checked it out. Chapter 15. Is it the name or the past that you want to erase? Ask for flowers and tickets. 7-star family. Both Biscuit and Crescent Moon didn't know much about Gallarhorn. To put it simply, it is the 7 most powerful families in Gallarhorn, and the major events of Gallarhorn are all decided by these 7 families after joint discussions. Considering the level of knowledge of Biscuit and Crescent Moon, especially Crescent Moon, Lake tried to be as brief as possible. Are those 2 people from the Kixing family? Sanryu asked intuitively. Right. Advertisement. If they are all here to monitor, I hope those 2 people don't notice anything. Biscuit couldn't help worrying, especially the man named McGillis, although he gave candy to Kutcher and Kuleka. The appearance is very kind, but it is not simple just by looking. Being targeted by that kind of person would not be a good thing for them who plan to escort Goodlia and Lake to Earth. McGillis, what happened to the president of Mofta you mentioned just now? In the car, perhaps in order to relieve the annoyance of not being able to express his anger just now and being slandered by others, the person in charge of driving Galio took what his friend said just before he left as a topic. What's the matter? Are you interested in that person too? How come? I don't even know what company that Mofta is. Galio smiled. What made him concerned was why his friend would know the president of a company he didn't know at all. The Mofta company is a giant company that deals in home appliance-related businesses. Over the past few years, it has occupied a large market on the Earth, and all 4 major economies sell their products. So what's the matter? It's just a home appliance company, how can you care about it? Galio raised his brows. His best friend McGillis doesn't seem like someone who would care about it just because of this. This Mofta company came to Mars from Earth to develop business 2 years ago. McGillis poked his head out of the window. At this moment, the sun on Mars was about to set, and night was coming. From the prosperous Earth circle to the outer circle, I didn't expect that someone would choose to develop business in such a barren land. Galio sneered. Then, what about that guy named Lake deserves your attention, and you need to find a chance to talk to him face to face. According to intelligence, they built an orphanage on Mars after they came to Mars to take care of the homeless children on Mars. It's very strange that he would actually think about doing charity. In this era, no one with a lot of money would think about caring for these low-level children. Advertisement. Opening a branch in the place of Mars, investing money in charitable causes, and spending money to hire Tubbins, the transportation department under Divaz, to be responsible for the transportation of their company's goods. Nothing can make money. Why did he to do these things? I'd love to figure it out. Why do you do these things? Maybe he thinks he has too much money. Galio made a joke. When doing charity work, he thought of what the other party said to him by the cornfield, and he could still express his gratitude to the other party. I really sympathized with these teenagers and wanted to do something for these civilians on Mars. But starting a company in a barren place, and paying to hire Tubbins, who has the biggest gang background in the outer circle, to help with transportation. This should not be regarded as the burning of too much money, he can't make anything. Maybe that's the case, maybe, but the fact that he appeared here today makes me feel that there may be other reasons behind it. McGillis smiled meaningfully. Galio, who was driving, caught a glimpse of this smile and felt a little hairy for no reason. At most, it's just big people coming to the countryside to experience life. What's the reason for this? There are also many rich and powerful people in the Earth Circle who like to travel to the underdeveloped countryside. No, that person doesn't seem like someone who would come here specifically to experience life. McGillis shook his head. Galio, the testimony of that boy just now can prove that there used to be a militia organization called CGS nearby. Then, they changed the manager and the company's name. The new name is Tech Adon. The time when this new organization was born and the time when this person appeared here are not that long apart. Perhaps there is a difference between the two. What's the connection? What relationship can there be between a militia organization and a home appliance company? Could it be that Mofta will choose to give up his company's cargo transportation business to this small company? Galio wanted to laugh. McGillis' association ability is too exaggerated. Maybe. But it's also very interesting that they specifically changed their name. Generally speaking, it's normal for a company to change its manager. If they want to change their name. What's wrong with you? McGillis. Sensing the sudden change in his friend's tone, Galio expressed concern. Does this group of people want to erase only the name, or? It was the unbearable past. Advertisement. Being adopted, entering Farid's house, until the period before becoming an adult, the past that is completely unspeakable and can only make people feel angry flashed in front of McGillis' eyes. Even with the company of two close friends, the past became less dark, but the pain of each night is still very clear before his eyes. It is precisely because of the unbearable past that he has become what he is today. As if wearing a mask. Agunakakaelu. He wants to get it no matter what he pays, that is enough to reform the whole world, the power called Gundam. And Lake Syrian's Mofti and Tech Adon, do they have the potential to change? It's really exciting. Asterisk, what is this? Lake and his group returned to Tekadon's base in a car, and Biscuit and Goodlia looked at the bright red logo printed in the center of the base in surprise. The leader asked me to come up with it, the new logo of Taihuchuan. Ryder said proudly, Wan Wang Zhao. It looks pretty good, is it fish? Sino thought about what to eat. Ha, what to eat, this is a flower, a flower. Olga, this will be your home from now on. Lake asked Olga beside him. Well, we will protect our home, right, for 3 days? Olga asked her close friend. Sanryu nodded lightly, and also gave a brief reply, but there was an obvious smile on the corner of her mouth. It's easy to say it, but it's not so simple to do it, Olga, don't forget your own heart. I will never forget. Olga said seriously. He did all this for his family, and wanted everyone to live a stable and happy life. How could he forget this dream? P.S. Keek, let me add that the highest vote is currently 83, so it seems that after the W roll, there is a high probability that the 83 copy will be taken. Chapter 16 The Reappearance of the Unicorn, and the Frightened. If you can really manage not to forget, then you'll be fine. In the original work, Tech Adon lost its brakes after Biscuit's death, and the changing Gallarhorn, or the situation in the world made Olga, who was eager for success, bet on the wrong treasure, which finally led to Tekadon's destruction tragedy. But now that he is here, he can't let these teenagers face the same ending. I'm going to take the unicorn to space on the voyage the day after tomorrow, so I'll set off earlier than you. This was what Tech Adon and the Orcus Chamber of Commerce signed at noon the next day and returned to the base. Hero Lake said to Biscuit and Olga. Advertisement. Mr. Lake, do you want to go to the universe first? Indeed, even if it's not a civilian shuttle, it can usually only hold 1 Ms. Biscuit suddenly realized that the carrying capacity of a general shuttle is only that small, and the Unicorn and Barbados are crowded together. It's unrealistic to think about it in a shuttle. Then meet up at the low-orbit terminal. If there is no change in the plan, we will meet there. If there is a change in the plan, I will come to support you first. Good. Olga, what is the change in plans? 570 AUKUS Chamber of Commerce and Gallarhorn. Olga told the people he was guarding against. We all know what Totoo did during the CGS period. He may take this opportunity to sell us. Even if he doesn't sell us, in Goodlia's current capacity, the Orcus Chamber of Commerce also said no matter what we will do, we have to make enough preparations no matter what. Biscuit, you will contact Zhaohong later, and let them come to low orbit to meet us at that time. Okay. Biscuit nodded. When it was the day of departure, a few hours after Lake, Wang Liamei and Firth left in the Unicorn, the Tech Adon team took the shuttle to the moon at the central spaceport of Kreese after breakfast. The young children were arranged by Tech Adon to stay on Mars to help, and the original financial accountant DeCuster was the supervisor of the base after Tech Adon left and the caretaker of these children. Bon voyage! Everyone, come back quickly! A group of children waved their little hands and watched the shuttle of Olga and others fly to the universe through the glass of the lobby of the spaceport. It's finally time to go, miss. Huang Keita said to Delia beside her. Yes. Goodlia nodded. I'm leaving, father, mother, for Mars, for the children of Mars. Advertisement. Although the relationship with these two people is now more towards strangers than relatives, Goodlia still has no way to abandon these two relatives. The shuttle flew into the universe, and the auxiliary propulsion devices were discarded. When they came to the universe for the first time, the young members all observed the scene box of the universe out of curiosity. Well, then we just need to go to the low orbit station. Goodlia asked Biscuit. Well, and wait there until the ships from the Orcus Chamber of Commerce come to take us. Isn't that the ship of the Orcus Chamber of Commerce? Takaki exclaimed after discovering the ships of the Orcus Chamber of Commerce. All the people looked out of the window, and under the boat, there were 3 light spots that were getting closer and closer. The closer the distance made everyone instantly recognize that it was Gallarhorn's MS. There are Gallarhorn's ships and MS in the rear. This, what's going on? Toto looked horrified. It was completely different from what he had discussed with the Orcus Chamber of Commerce. Tuajuo, you kid better explain what's going on. Eugene glared at Tuajuo, wishing he could kill him alive. I don't know what's going on. Toto, who was also sold, rushed into the cockpit of the shuttle and sent a contact to Orcus. President, the shuttle sent a message asking us to explain the situation. Reply, CC, them, thank you for your assistance. Oko said with a sinister smile. The pie sent from the sky should not be in vain, why give it to Toto, the 1-year right to use the Gallarhorn route, such a big benefit should be handed over to them to earn it themselves. UBD, you really betrayed us. With just a few punches, Eugene and Sino turned Toto, who had betrayed Tekadon, into panda eyes. Don't enter the terminal, just speed up directly. Olga shouted. However, this order will take a while at most, the speed difference between the MS and the shuttle is too large, and after a while, a glaze catches up with the shuttle, and uses the connected cable to ask Olga and others to hand over Goodlia. Hand her over quickly so we can live. Shut up. Advertisement. Then you can find another way. Leader, please get me out. I refuse, that's not how we do it, Biscuit. Understood, please, Song Caillou. No. Crescent Moon, who heard the sound, activated Barbados, and the cargo compartment of the shuttle was opened, releasing a large amount of smoke to cover the site. With the cover of the smoke, Barbados put the smoothbore cannon in front of Gretz's cockpit. Small, hey. Before the words fell, the shells of the smoothbore gun penetrated the cockpit. Picking up Gray's axe, Barbados cut the cables of the shuttle and faced the 2 Grazes in front of him. In the universe not too far from the low-orbit space station, the transport ship that Lake, Felt, and Wang Lai-mei were on also arrived at the battlefield. The fight is on, Felt, stay in the United States, the ship will join up with Olga's fishing boat after leaving the war, I will attack first. After the unicorn spewed out its tail flame and flew out of the transport ship, the situation of the battlefield was reflected on the screen in the cockpit. Connor, who was about to chase the shuttle and launch an attack, was holding down the Gray's commander plane driven by Barbados. Turned to besiege Barbados with Anne and the remaining 2 Grazes. Come and give you Gallarhorn a surprise. Lake pulled out the 2 rocket launchers on the back of the unicorn. This was the equipment that was replaced after the armed armor was removed after arriving on the transport ship. The melee weapon was replaced by a GN dagger. Press the launch button continuously, and the rocket will shoot towards Grays. Is it an attack? 2 shells hit the torso, and it was too late when the machine's radar sounded, and the high-speed rocket hit the torso. The explosion in the cockpit shattered the airframe. Yes, it's that machine. When the attack came, Anne saw the flying unicorn with cracked eyes. Yes, it was definitely this machine that killed Lieutenant Kronk. But, did he win? Just like a demon, fearful memories emerged in Anne's mind, and the scene of the then Commander Ollis being easily killed was still fresh in his memory. The reissue of Chapter 17 is about the same level as a third-rate driver. It's really hard, the MS of this world. Lake looked at the wreckage of Gray's Swan after the explosion and said with emotion. He directly hit the torso with a special warhead and exploded like this. The wreckage of the whole machine and a large piece of it can be picked up for repair and use. Commander Connor, what do we do now? The death of the companion around him terrified the pilot of one of the Grazes, subconsciously distanced himself from Barbados, and retreated to the side of Connor's commander plane. Connor, who was only thinking about how to make a lot of money, was extremely unhappy with the successive changes in his plan. Advertisement. I'll take care of this annoying guy. Anyone who dares to hinder him will be finished, and he will keep all the money and status outside the circle. Connor's glaze fired a barrage of fire at the unicorn, and Lake easily avoided the barrage by rolling the mecha sideways. The reaction speed is so fast. Is this guy a cosmic mouse using a Leia consciousness? Connor was horrified, but he still rushed towards Lake full of anger. Forget it, if you hide quickly, you will be a cosmic mouse, let me run over the mouse to death. Wait, Commander Connor, this. Anne noticed Commander Connor's unusual behavior and wanted to remind his own commander, but the shells fired by Barbados interrupted his words. This made Anne rush towards him angrily. I'm not used to this weapon. On the 3620th, the weapon in the hands of Barbados is not quite used to it, but fortunately, the body is in good condition, which makes the 1-on-2 fight on the third day very smooth. UBD. Come here. Barbados was about to be hit by Gretz's chopping axe, and Crescent Moon dodged a backflip, which surprised Anne. Turning around, he tried to besiege Barbados with his companions, but Crescent Moon drove Barbados in full condition like a cat catching a mouse, swimming with the two of them easily, dodging, and attacking. Really strong, how can you not give rewards to such a strong guy? Seeing that Connor dared to use Grace to play melee with his unicorn, Lake manipulated the unicorn to catch Grace's axe with his hands. This action directly made Connor dumbfounded. What happened? Caught? Let me take you to the west, Commander Connor. Advertisement. Through the collision of the two planes, Lake's voice was transmitted to Connor through the contact communication. Who are you? The next moment, the GN sword drawn by the unicorn from the other hand stabbed directly at Grace. The last seen in Connor's field of vision is the huge sword blade piercing through the cockpit and stabbing at him. The cockpit, SEBF, which is the most vulnerable part of the body, is easily pierced by the blade, and the operation of the AHOP furnace of the whole body also follows. Stop! The unicorn withdrew its blade, and threw Connor's graze aside with his hand as if throwing garbage. A third-rate driver, that's about it. Lake commented. He couldn't see the situation clearly, had no ambitions, and his driving skills were not good. One vegetable chicken. Commander Connor. Anne became more and more angry. The officer was killed, Lieutenant Kronk was killed, damn it, these guys. At this time, Akihiro, who was ordered by Olga to come to support, brought a hammer spear to Sanka. Sanryu took over the hammer spear, and then easily beat a graze next to Anne to scrap. It's you next. Just as he was about to give Anne the last hammer, several bullets hit from above, causing Sanryu to turn the fuselage. The attack changed its position, and a hammer hit Graze's arm. That guy Connor, it's still possible to act before us. Galio, who opened fire to support, sat in the cockpit of Shiva Bell Graze and watched the tragic situation of the battlefield in front of him. All 4 grazes were scrapped, and the remaining one was useless. 5 hits 2 ms, well, now it is 3, can it still be like this? You're more capable than you look, let me see what kind of abilities you guys have, tisk. Galio originally wanted to deal with the nearest Barbados first, but the unicorn picked up 2 rocket launchers with both hands and fired 2 rockets, forcing Galio's Shiva Bell to evade urgently. At this time, Barbados hit him again with a hammer. Trouble. There are wolves in the front and tigers in the back. There is a mecha that is shooting with a powerful live ammunition weapon. How dare Galio dare to fight Barbados in close combat? Schwabel is forced to avoid the joint attack of the two, and it is only for a moment. In the meantime, the loser becomes Galio. It's a bad situation, Galio. Gundam skeleton type and an unknown MS. It is because of the hand-in-hand of these two machines that Galio can make it like this. McGillis' eyes locked on the unicorn Gundam figure captured by the battleship's optical equipment. Advertisement. There is no Yahapu reaction, and the database has no information on the organism. Could this also be a Gundam frame type body? But what about the AHOP furnace reaction? How do you avoid it? After wasting time like this, Galio might die. If Galio dies here, he can't explain it when he goes back. Me too, McGillis ferried, Shiva Bell Graze, Frog. What the hell are those two? Galio's face changed from self-confident to dignified. The situation was getting worse and worse for him. At this moment, he had to concentrate on manipulating the body to dodge, and counterattack with a hammer. As long as he stops for a moment, his body will probably be completely chilled by that white unicorn mobile phone immediately. Hiding around, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome not to kill Galio. Lake, who was sitting in the cockpit, shook his head. Galio, who is not a bad person, has no intention of killing him. He plans to make him a comrade in arms in the future, but the MS muscles in the iron-blooded world are so hard. Don't treat this guy, it is unjustifiable for him to smash his body. At this moment, the cockpit sounded an alarm, and Lake obeyed his intuition to make the machine dodge, and several bullets flew past the unicorn. Did this fail at all? Don't you use Alea consciousness? Then change to another object. The one who shot was Blue's Schwabel Graze, and McGillis, who couldn't hit the unicorn, shifted the muzzle of the body to shoot at Barbados' thruster. This guy is more troublesome than Purples. The Crescent Moon who has just arrived in the universe is not very familiar with space warfare, so to avoid Shiva Bell shooting is not as handy as Lake. Abandoning the pursuit of Galio, Barbados was hit by multiple bullets while avoiding McGillis' attack. At this time, Lake locked onto McGillis, and a rocket was launched. McGillis, who reacted quickly, rolled and dodged in a hurry to avoid damage to the body. 3 days, exchange enemies, let me deal with Blue's guy, and you deal with Purple's one. Lake said. Barbados changed direction and attacked Galio. How dare you rush over directly? P.S. There is one more update tonight that was missed. I stayed up late recently and still haven't reversed. I'm really sorry that the biological clock is a big problem. It is estimated that the underworld will not be able to change it back. I will post chapter 2 tomorrow and I am dying to try. Chapter 18 Fishing fire set off, new weapons ready. Galio was furious immediately, he was so embarrassed by the 2-on-1 fight just now, and now this 1-on-1, the way he dared to rush straight forward was simply mocking him face to face. Martian, don't be too arrogant. Galio's skills are not bad, let me see how your skills are, Chocolate. The two bazookas of the unicorn shot at McGillis one after another, and McGillis, who couldn't hit the head with precision, suddenly looked serious. It's not the same type of pilot as Barbados, no, it should be more like me and Galio. Advertisement. Combining the direction of the incoming rocket and the information obtained just now, McGillis analyzed the information. His ability to manipulate the body to dodge is much better than Galio's in dealing with attacks. As far as driving skills are concerned, McGillis is indeed confident that he can be called the world's top pilot. After dodging the rockets, Shiva Bell raised his rifle and aimed at the unicorn to continue firing. And the result of this series of bullets fired at the unicorn was still easily avoided, and then the unicorn counter-attacked him with the rockets from the two bazookas. Fight back. Sure enough, I can't hit it anyway. McGillis noticed the gap between the opponent and himself not only in the technical gap, but also in the performance of the machine after several rounds of dodging. From the dodge speed of the white unicorn body, you can get a glimpse of some of the performance of this body. The performance of that body is better than that of the greys in his hand. Even his technology can't make up for this gap. In his cognition, only the Gundam skeleton type has this ability. But none of the opponent's appearance conforms to the so-called Gundam skeleton type, and there is no reaction from the Ahop furnace. It is really a machine full of mysteries. There are not many shells left. At this point Lake noticed that the two high-energy rocket launchers were not having too many shells. At that time, he hit Galio first, and then confronted McGillis. Ammunition was consumed by him at an astonishing speed, and the remaining stars were only playing a few rounds. Another round of volleys was fired at McGillis. Lake moved away from the distance and took the time to look at Olga and the others. Olga and the others had already transferred to the assault-armored battleship Yahuo. After turning the battleship with a jaw-dropping operation, it successfully threw off the ship of the Orcus Chamber of Commerce. The whole ship lowered its altitude and was galloping below them. 3 days, Mr. Lake, Zhao Hong, you can go. Olga initiated the communication. Advertisement. Good. Learn. Come here now. The opponents switched. Zhao Hong, who had dealt with Anne, had no Alaya knowledge, but still forced Anne back with the shooting of a smoothbore gun, successfully threw away Anne and took a step forward to lower the altitude and fly towards Yahuo. Lake simply used a round of continuous fire to force McGillis to throw away the machine gun and get away. Finally caught you, Martian. Galio found an opportunity in the battle, and at the cost of the equipped spear, Shiva Bell's hook caught the crescent moon, apparently trying to drag Barbados directly into the Martian atmosphere. What a difficult guy. San Ryu couldn't help complaining that this person was too difficult. And the wired communication allowed Galio to hear the voice of Sanryu, and Galio, who had been choked by Sanryu not long ago, still had a fresh memory of this voice. This voice, are you that annoying little devil back then? Ah, you seem to be the one next to the chocolate. This voice reminded Sanryu, who remembered that it was the purple-haired one. My name is Galio Batuan, a Martian, just give me Fifei and go to Mars. Sorry, that's not acceptable. San Ryu said without emotion. They have just started to set off, why stop here, there is no time to waste with this person. Barbados turned his head, and the fishing fire below had already picked up Unicorn and Grays, so he should go too. Are you crazy? How dare you turn around at this distance? Galio was about to mock Crescent Moon's crazy behavior because of the hammer and spear thrown by Barbados, which made him see clearly what was the truth. In an almost subconscious reaction, Galio used the arm of the body to block the front of the cockpit, avoiding the cockpit on the chest from being hit directly, and the subsequent impact caused Galio's head to collide with the bulkhead in the cockpit, and his head was directly knocked out bleeding. Advertisement. Galio, are you all right? Ask for flowers. McGillis flew next to Galio's plane. It's okay, just a little scratch. Galio watched the fishing fire go away unwillingly. Are we just letting them go? How come? I will definitely meet them again. McGillis said. In the hangar of Yahuo, Lake and Sankyu and Zhao Hong left from the cockpits of their respective aircrafts. After greeting Atla and Goodlia who came over, Lake went to the bridge and asked Or Plus explained the confluence. Do you want to stay here and meet up later? No problem. Hearing that the transport ship coming over has new equipment for the Unicorn and Barbados driven by Lake, Olga immediately responded. Anyway, I have fled to a safe place now, why not add a wave of equipment? About 10 minutes later, the transport ship that met Yahuo first sent Felt and Wang Liamei in a small boat, and then sent all kinds of weapons needed by Barbados and Unicorn to the ship in a container, and was caught by a group of also sent over is Hello, which is specially used for maintaining and debugging unicorns. Such a small thing? Can you really maintain MS by yourself? Yukinoho looked at Hello and wondered, such a small thing can maintain an MS by itself? Yes, Hero will take care of it by itself, and this will also lighten your burden. Lake said. It doesn't reduce the burden much, right? We don't know how to maintain the new weapons over there. Yukinoho looked at the extra GN destruction swords and GN short swords in Gonakan. They have never seen these weapons before, how can this be done? It uses GN capacitors to store energy. Well, to put it simply, it is to charge it regularly. The equipment for charging this weapon is placed next to it. Don't worry about maintenance. Just charge this weapon regularly. Explained Lake. It is not a problem for the GN system physical weapons to be used by other system bodies under the condition of using the already mature GN capacitor technology. As for the use time, under the years of technological innovation, it is completely no problem to support a large-scale battle. It might be a bit wasteful to use it for a machine like Gray's, but apart from his unicorn, wouldn't it be suitable to use it for a melee fighter like Barbados? Chapter 19 Show them the power of Tech Adon. As for Tai Tai Huochuan, the current internal options that Barbados can leave are smoothbore guns and hammer spears, but do you know these two weapons? I have used useful GN weapons for unicorns, and of course I have to use them for Barbados who opened the Three Suns. Speaking of which, Olga and the others just said that they will hold a combat meeting, so you should go to the bridge. Ah, it's time for me to go. I'll leave this place to you and the rest of the maintenance team. Come on, Uncle Yukinoho. Lake patted Yukinoho on the shoulder and left. Because the maintenance uncle of Tech Adon is quite talented in the maintenance industry, he admires this uncle quite a lot. Advertisement. From a person who was only in charge of preparing mobile engineers from the beginning to preparing Barbados and Gasing Galhorn later, Graz, this type of machine is very handy. Isn't this a typical genius? 953. Bridge. After Lake arrived, Olga, Biscuit, Eugene, Goodlia and others began to discuss the next action. Without the Orcus Chamber of Commerce, we have to find another guide. Biscuit said helplessly. Just look for it, if there is no guide, it will be difficult for us to go to Earth Bar. Sino said. Is it really necessary for someone to be our guide? Goodlia hesitated to speak. With the current situation, she felt that it would be difficult for ordinary companies to agree to be their guide. There is no way. If you want to take civil routes that are not under the jurisdiction of Gallarhorn, safety alone will be a huge problem. Lake smiled. The official route controlled by Gallarhorn has also brought huge profits to Gallarhorn in the past 300 years, a large part of the reason why the strongest armament in the world can be maintained funding also comes from this. And the frequent occurrence of troubles such as pirates on those private routes has caused many top sellers to be born there. Advertisement. The problem is that we have formed a rift with Gallarhorn now. Ordinary guides cannot be counted on. They will not agree to be our guides. In the case of Mars, we cannot rely solely on Mr. Lake's groom. To protect us, we must find someone who can also protect our Martian partner. Or said. If everything troubles Mofty, I don't know whether Gallarhorn will directly trouble Mofty because of this. Olga, who values love and righteousness, knows that he has troubled Lake enough things now, at least in the future. In this regard, he thought it would be a little less troublesome. The only option now is Divas. Divas? It's the giant complex based on Jupiter that I mentioned earlier. Hearing Olga's words, Goodly remembered the name she had mentioned before when discussing the guide to the Earth. Ah, didn't Mr. Lake say he knew people from Tubbins? Anyway, there are no other options now. I want to take a gamble and get online with people from Tubbins and ask them to help contact Daiwazi. Olga cast her expectant eyes on Lake, Eugene, Biscuit and Goodlia heard the same thing, and Lake said with a wry smile. It's okay to ask me, but it's the same as I said before, I don't know if the other party will help. No, we don't have any other plans now. It's not a bad thing to try. Olga said immediately. I'm not finished yet. Lake waved his hand. The most important thing is that the leader of the other party, the boss of Tubbins, Nays Tubbins, Olga, although that guy is a good person, but what he asks of you who are just fledglings is beyond personal experience. Before you exceed your strength, I will only treat you as little ghosts, and I will not accept your request so easily. Does that mean we have to fight with each other? Olga immediately understood Lake's meaning, and personally saw their strength, so a fight is the most convenient way. Goodlia was surprised, and the bold Eugene and Sino were moved, while Biscuit, the only think tank and calm person in the team, couldn't help asking, well, Mr. Lake, there is no way to avoid the relationship with Tabin. Method of conflict. For example, the two sides sit down together and have a good talk, and fight directly. With the current capital of Tekadon, Biscuit thinks that they should develop as much as possible. Now they will go head to head with giants like Tubbins, and it will be difficult for them to win. That's right. No. Advertisement. In order to make Biscuit, a calm member of the team, recognize the reality, and to prepare Olga and others for the upcoming battle, Lake throws out a piece of information. When I left for the spaceport with you, I received information from the company that your former president, Maruba Mask, asked Tubbins to protect him in return for selling all the assets of CGS. What do you think? In this case, Tubbins will choose to accept your entrustment or Maruba's entrustment. The president entrusted Tubbins to protect him. Olga and the three were astonished, and then Biscuit sighed. In this case, Tubbins will not directly accept our entrustment. Boss Tubbins, who originally regarded them as little devils and has been in contact with Maruba, has now accepted Maruba's entrustment. With so many unfavorable factors added together, the probability that the other party will talk to them is almost infinite. Close to zero. That's why I said I can show Naze your strength. He is a good person after all. As long as Tekadon's performance makes him realize that you are not a common brat, he will have a good talk with you. Mr. Lake, Tubbins should come to us by himself, right? Olga asked after thinking for a while. Since Maruba handed over all assets to Daiwaz, how can this assault armored ship catch fire? Chantas had no reason to ignore it. I reckon they're on their way by now. Then let the ship sail to Jupiter and wait for them to find it. Olga smiled. Anyway, they can't go back to Mars now. Waiting for the other party to take the initiative to find us to fight. Sino rubbed his chin. That's great. Before they were approached by someone and fought by 5.8, and now they can change positions a little bit. In the canteen inside the ship, Mikazuki and Atra went to deliver meals to people after eating. Lake came here, and it happened that Felt and Tianrumi also came to eat at this time. Are you still used to the environment on board? Well, I'm still used to it. Felt replied with a smile. After tidying up, the environment on the ship is not too bad for her. It was quite enough time for her to prepare for the beast. I'm almost used to it, but it's too boring to just stay like this. Wang Liamei sighed slightly. Miss Goodlia's teaching tasks are not enough to pass the time. It's impossible to watch her all day. Then how about you teach those children? Chapter 20 Nace Taban, Chief of the Tubbins. Huh? Wang Liamei was speechless. At the beginning, it was said that she was asked to teach Miss Goodlia, but in fact, she was asked to explain it, and to prevent the other party from thinking about it was beyond her ability. After finally getting used to this job, and now she is asked to teach a group of children, what can she teach? It's not how to pass the time. If it weren't for the fact that she and Lake have known each other for so many years, and the relationship between the two of them has almost developed, Wang Liamei really thinks that Lake is looking for an opportunity to amuse her. Advertisement. Teach them to read, teach them how to read. Everyone on this ship doesn't know a single word. It's very easy for the eldest lady of the Wang family to teach some children how to read with such a high education. Teach them to read, no problem. Wang Liamei agreed. She can accept this proposal. Seeing that this group of children have to work hard to live a 500 life early, and they can't even recognize the words, the rediscovered most basic empathy for a person makes her she thought it was a good idea indeed. Moreover, it is easier to teach this group of young children how to read than to teach a young lady who still has a naive view of many things. Lake, let me go too. Feared, if you want to participate, of course you can. Let's talk to Goodlia about it later. That young lady should have the same idea. Leaving the task of teaching the Tekadon teenagers to read to the two wives, Lake continued to eat, waited until a few minutes later after finishing the meal and clearing the plates, he left the restaurant and went for a walk in the aisle. Goodlia, who was distributing food with Atla the Crescent Moon, felt a burst of heartache after seeing a large number of teenagers, including Crescent Moon, who didn't know their names. The evil result of Mars being bred by the sustainable depletion of the Earth's sphere for many years was nakedly displayed in front of her. As Lake said just now, Goodlia came up with the idea of teaching this group of children to read, and together with Wang Liamei fired who came over, they took out a few tablets in the restaurant to teach this group of children to read. Ha ha ha, Big Brother Sanryu is very good at work, but he is not good enough when he is studying. In the restaurant, because Sanryu wrote the entire name backwards when writing the name, a group of teenagers couldn't help laughing. You guys, pay attention. Takaki, who was in charge of teaching this group of children, reminded loudly. Yes, I see. The two children responded with a smile. Advertisement. What are you looking at here alone, Olga? Lake, who came to the restaurant to watch the children learn, bumped into Olga, who also came to watch. Let's talk in the aisle, Mr. Lake. Olga said, who didn't want to disturb the children's study. Good. When the two came to the aisle, Olga paused before opening his mouth and said, I heard that Sanryu and the group of children are studying, so I want to see what they look like when they are studying. You know, those of us who have never a decent study. You and Eugene have at least learned a lot, right? That's just what Papa Maruba asked me and Eugene to learn because of work needs. It's not really learning at all. Olga laughed at himself, his vocabulary and words are all because of two people. In any case, people are the captain and vice-captain of the third team in CGS. The only one in the team who has learned a lot and has attended school seriously is Biscuit, who came to Mars from the Earth Circle. After you really make a lot of money, those children will have the opportunity to study hard. Well, this is my goal, to let everyone in Tekadon live a happy life. Olga subconsciously clenched the pole in front of her. Don't be so bossy, this target will sooner or later. Before Lake finished speaking, an alarm sounded in the ship. Olga's complexion changed immediately. Mr. Lake, could this be? As you think, it's probably the people from Tubbins who came to the door. Let's go. Bridge. Lake and Olga came in through the automatic door. They arrived at the bridge one step ahead of Sket, Eugene, and Song Kaiyu. As soon as Olga entered the door, she asked what happened. Fumita, who had successfully served as a correspondent after demonstrating her ability, reported to Olga and received requests from other ships to stop. Can the location be figured out? Still searching. Biscuit anxiously sat on the seat and used the warship's radar to search for the opponent. All the equipment on the fishing fire were of a relatively basic style. Advertisement. And at this moment, a video communication was sent to the bridge of Yahuo. Maruba's fat face and his saliva that was about to spit out were clearly seen by everyone in the bridge. You little brats, quickly return my ghost fire number. Sure enough, it's Maruba March. Olga smiled knowingly, everyone came over, and it's time for Tubbins' boss to come too. It's really the president. Biscuit pressed his hat, and he was also prepared for Maruba's door-to-door operation with a look of helplessness. The other party's boss should come out next, right? You should say the former president, Biscuit. Lake reminded with a smile. Sorry, I'm really used to it. Hey? This voice, Mr. Lake, why are you staying with these bastards who stole my ship? Maruba, who was cursing madly, heard Lake's voice, and then noticed that Lake was also staying on the ship on the bridge, exactly by Olga's side. Hey, that's not quite right. Lake raised his eyebrows. The unscrupulous president of CGS Maruba March left CGS and two important clients, and ran away with all the cash by himself, so it is normal for me to choose to cooperate with a new partner, right? Whoa, Mr. Lake, they took my boat. 1.9 Maruba, who couldn't refute that he did sell people and run away, could only refute in this way. Hearing this, Olga looked unfriendly, and Lake continued, you have done something to sell them and run away, so stop pretending to be a good person here. Me. Located in the bridge of the warmer behind Yahuo, Naze pushed Maruba aside, unable to listen. Okay, let's go, uncle, let me talk about the next thing. Are you the boss of Tubbins? Olga asked nervously. You know my name, yes, I am the leader of Tarbins, Naze Turbines. Naze said calmly, and looked at Lake as he spoke. This somewhat complicated sight Lake knew what it meant at a glance. I really didn't expect that Mofta's president would entrust a group of brats. Chapter 21 told you Tekadon is not Common's imp. What Naze said was half puzzled, half full of emotion. His battleship also saw that battle at the time, and he had to admit that the group of Tekadons were indeed capable, but no matter how powerful they were, after all, they are just a group of little devils who are not yet 20 years old. Lake will choose to entrust Olga and others, and he himself boarded the ship, which is both confusing and incomprehensible for Naze. Why do you have to give them a commission when these people have provoked Gallarhorn and they are also in trouble with Goodlia? The matter of Goodlia is not something that these brats who are not yet 20 years old can handle well. I believe they are capable of fulfilling my commission. Advertisement. Able? Lake, let me say. Naze's tone was full of helplessness. This was out of concern for Olga and others. In his opinion, Lake is an adult after all. Most children recognize the reality and give up doing such dangerous things. Since Mr. Lake is not responsible, only 24 can be responsible for him. Forget it, let's get down to business, you are their leader. Naze looked at Olga, who was sitting on the captain's seat. Yes, I'm the representative of Tekadon, Olga Itska. Olga sat upright. This was the first time that he, the head of Tekadon, had face-to-face negotiations with a giant. No matter what, you can't lose to the opponent in terms of momentum. I know a lot about your current affairs. I have to say that as a group of young people, you are amazing. You can defeat Gallarhorn all the way to the present. However, Maruba March, the president of CGS, put his all the assets were handed over to Tubbins as a reward for protecting him. You should understand what this means, right? That means you plan to steal Maruba's assets from us, right? Olga frowned. Sure enough, it was the same as what Mr. Lake said. Wouldn't the other party agree with them without a fight? Haha, don't be so nervous. Nays seemed to be able to see suspicion and vigilance in Olga's eyes. Knowing that it was not easy for these young people to come here, Nays offered another condition: as long as you are willing to return your assets obediently, I can let you join Dewatts. How about introducing you to normal jobs that don't require hard work? This was an impromptu idea after he accepted Maruba's commission. Originally, there were no such good conditions. Nays can imagine a lot of these teenagers' daily lives. With such a good situation, you don't have to sacrifice your life. No one has reason to refuse a job that can make money. Maruba at the side started clamoring to kill Olga and the others after hearing this, and Amida next to Nace was not polite, punching the fat head and dragging it away. Advertisement. In that case, everyone will be separated. San Ryu said. It's good to have a stable job that doesn't require hard work, but how much can such a large organization provide them with a stable job of Tekkadan's size? If you want to keep them alive in this world, you won't be able to earn much money from this kind of work, and this kind of work certainly doesn't require all of them to be dispatched, and the little money they earn is not enough to support the entire organization. After a long time, everyone in Tekkadan will be torn apart. Sorry, we can't accept your terms. Olga resolutely refused. Since one fight can make the opponent recognize her own strength, then just fight directly. Olga has been prepared for this since before meeting. As Mikazuki said, he couldn't accept being separated from Tekkadan's companions. Ha! You actually rejected my conditions, do you know what you are talking about? Naze's tone sank. I know, but we also have a reason to stick to it. We want to escort Goodlia to the earth. Olga said seriously, and they want Naze to see that Tekkadan is not the kid of the Nigakai common. Goodlia on the side also quickly said that she did ask Tekkadan to escort her. I would like to remind you that the job of escorting Goodlia is not something that Tekkadan can do. Naze's tone became softer. Well, Mr. Naze, can Tubbins be the guide of Tekkadan? Seeing this, Biscuit tried to propose that Tubbins be the guide of Tekkadan. It's nothing to talk about. For you little brats, my conditions are good enough. Naze pulled her face. Can't you? Biscuit's expression froze. I've said it all, Naze won't listen to you so easily. Lake chuckled lightly. Lake, don't you want to help these brats? Yes. Nace's head grew dizzy for a while, and Lake was also very clear about the strength Lake showed in training shortly after they met. Advertisement. Tisk, this matter is really troublesome. Don't you think about it, accepting my conditions and doing a job that doesn't require hard work is much better for you people than escorting Goodlia to Earth. As I said just now, we have things we must stick to no matter what, and we will tell you with practical actions that Tekkadan is not a bunch of common brats. Very well, it seems that there is nothing to talk about. Let me tell you in advance, the price of arrogance is very high. Negotiations broke down, Naze cut off the communication helplessly, and looked at his wife Amida beside him. Honey, I have to trouble you to come out, be careful, the guy on the opposite side will also come out. That guy Lake, who entrusted Tekkadan with an attitude of clearly wanting to help these brats just now, if Lake doesn't join the 500 battle, his name will be written upside down. It's okay, that person won't hit too hard. Amida laughed and led Ravda and Aji to the side, driving Balian. Bailey flew out of the warmer. The question is whether we will lose. After waiting for his wife, Naze said this with a wry smile. Sure enough, we can only fight one game. Biscuit sighed slightly, knowing that he had to fight one game to solve the problem. He didn't have any opinion on Olga's approach and answer, but felt helpless because he couldn't conflict. The enemy will come from the rear, the battleship will turn around, because the family is ready to start fighting. Mr. Lake, I need your help in this battle. I've helped you so much, and even became your investor. Why are you still talking about this? Lake patted Olga on the shoulder, and flew to Ganaka with Crescent Moon next to him. The debugging of Barbados has been completed. Mikazuki, the new weapon is installed on the back of the machine for you. Yukinoho said to Mikazuki. Relying on Mofta's help on Mars, Barbados was basically repaired and system debugged, and the reactor was also adjusted. Therefore, it was much easier for them to prepare Barbados than in the original work. New. Mr. Lake, your arrow has also prepared your body. It's Harrow. Chapter 22 Successful Transactions and the Immature Tekkadan. After correcting Yukinoho's wrong name, Lake flew the unicorn out of the battleship, followed by Barbados of Crescent Moon and Grays of Akihiro. And when the MS distance between the two sides is shortened to a certain extent and reaches the visual distance, the shooting battle will start. This guy's accuracy is still so scary. Amida and Aji's Bai Lian dodged the shells fired by the three mobile suits. Although Lake's mobile suit shooting made it difficult for them to deal with it, Sanryu and Zhaohong were not particularly good at shooting battles. It can be counted as 1:5-2. Amida's big sister, you can't win anyway, why don't you admit defeat as soon as possible? Advertisement. It's hard to say whether we will win or lose, and besides, if we just admit defeat like this, we Turks won't do much. Hearing Lake's shout, Amidas Balian raised his gun and shot at the unicorn, admitting defeat. If they just admit defeat, they don't have to go on. Then we can only fight one game. The pilot shot another round of rockets at the two machines and forced the two machines to move. After that, the unicorn took out the GN sword and rushed up. And Barbados and Grays were also ready to pounce, but at this time the news of the MS attack from Yahuo forced Sanryu to stop rushing forward. Yahuo was attacked by surprise. I have to go back to help, I'm counting on you here. One is missing, but it's a pity that this few people are not the most troublesome one. Amida said helplessly, it would be great if the missing one was Lake. It's really uncomfortable to avoid the shooting after seeing through their trajectories as if reading their minds. Zhao Hong, I'll leave the blue one to you. Lake said, one person has to deal with one, and Zhao Hong has to point opponents. Oh, leave it to me. It's been so long since I've seen you, technology hasn't degraded much. Rockets and rifle bullets galloped across the battlefield, and then the distance narrowed, and the unicorn swung out the deep green GN blade, which collided with the Balian's blade. Sparks followed. Green sword blade, you have so many new weapons over there, how did you make them? Amida asked, this battle is not a battle involving life and death after all, so she has the leisure to ask Lake this question. Green sword blade had never seen this kind of material, and its sharpness was not inferior to the single-edged sword she used in Balian. No, if the power of the two normal-colored swords suddenly increased when they met last time, the sharpness of this sword should not be underestimated. Business secrets, it's inconvenient to explain. Lake said, and after speaking, he increased the output of the GN longsword he was holding in his hand, and cut off Amida's 100 refined sword. Advertisement. It was broken all at once. Shocked by the power of the GN sword, Amida manipulated Bai Lian to put away the severed blade, fully opened the thrusters, and retreated a certain distance. Big sister. Amida's situation made Aji look worried. It's okay, Aji, you continue to deal with that child. Amida replied, but the loss of a sword is far from causing her Balian to completely lose her fighting ability. It's not good to be overconfident. The outcome hasn't come out yet. On the other side, Sanryu fired a cannon and stopped Bailey who was shooting Yahuo. It's too fast. Several rounds of shelling failed to hit Bailey, which made Sanryu irritable. Can you keep up with my speed? Amida, who was being chased by Sanryu, didn't panic at all. Bailey's speed was her greatest and strongest capital. How would Ryu fight her? I won't let you get in the way of Olga and the others. Crescent Moon, who was played by Ravda with her speed, suddenly shot out the hook that she got from Shiva Bell and put it on Barbados, and caught Bailey. Hey? Just this kind of thing wants to catch me. Bailey increased his speed, brought Barbados into the gravel zone, and tried to use the big stones in the gravel zone to throw Barbados away. I won't let you succeed. Crescent Moon noticed Ravda's plan, and one of the two dark green GN destruction swords behind Barbados was removed. I'm having a good time. The huge force that came from him made Bailey's movements stagnate, and he was forcibly grabbed back by Barbados, who was pressing on the boulder with his destruction sword. Swinging the destruction sword, Barbados slashed towards Bailey, but at this moment Bailey grabbed the handle of the blade forcibly with his arm. It's almost time to end. Sanryu, who was vaguely hitting the real fire, had the idea of a ruthless attack. Advertisement. Don't underestimate people. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Olga's voice on the communication channel made Song Kaiyu stop. That's enough, Mr. Lake, Sanka, Zhao Hong, the matter is over, there is no need to fight anymore. I'm sorry to trouble you, Amida, everyone, you can come back, I decided to listen to their request. Naza's voice also spread to all the machines on Tubin's side. On the other side of the battlefield, Amida's Balian has been put in front of the cockpit with a sword by Lake, and Zaya Hong's Grays has been beaten to a half by Aji. Is it over? It's about time. Lake withdrew his sword blade and Aji and Zhao Hong beside him also stopped their hands. On the warmer. Having successfully ended the battle, Olga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What an unusual group of little ghosts. Naza's thoughts turned to a few minutes ago. Seeing the Yahuo ramming into the warmer, Naze wondered if this group of people were crazy, and then when the ship was passing by and was about to let the warmer catch up, he realized that Olga and several people were using two warships together in an instant. Mobile engineers used mobile engineers to break into the warmer, relying on hackers' extra bold operations, they came all the way to the warmer's ship. If one operation in the middle is not played well, all the staff will die suddenly. It's really courageous. Maruba March, just now you seem to say that you want us to die, don't you? On the bridge, Olga's eyes flashed dangerously, and he pointed the rifle in his hand at Maruba. Wait, you forgot who has fed and worked for you so far, goodbye Wang. Maruba fell to the ground in fright, and hid behind Li. Of course it was you, that's why we obeyed your orders before, but when Gallarhorn attacked, our third team was abandoned by you as artillery fire, because of your orders, those guys. There's no need to do it. It's not good to get your hands dirty because of this kind of person. It's troublesome for us to clean up. Nays persuaded, killing them on the bridge is also troublesome. You have explained to me very well that you are not ordinary brats. I can think about the transaction. Oh, this guy is quite reasonable. Then, under the reminder of Nays, the two contacted all the mobile suits sent by their respective sides one after another, and asked the two sides to cease fire. Thoughts are nothing but unusual, but after all, they are still a group of immature little ghosts. Looking at Olga's too young face, Nays shook his head again. Chapter 23 Going forward means against the whole of Gallarhorn. The drawing room of the Warmer. After the troops on both sides stopped and returned to the battleship, Olga, Lake, Biscuit, and Eugene on the Yahua went to the reception room of the Warmer to negotiate with Nays. Let's talk about that guy in Maruba first. We will throw that guy on the resource satellite to make him pay back the money he owes us for this operation. Let that guy Maruba dig mines? I'm afraid his body will have to be dug for decades. Lake said with a smile, how many years will it take to pay off his fat body? I can't help it. Anyway, the debt must be paid off. Nays spread her hands. They don't do charity. Since they can't collect the expenses of the big fight from Olga and others, they can only collect it from Maruba. Advertisement. That's Tubbin's business, let's leave it to Tuckers to handle it. Olga said. Excuse me. A black-haired woman came up and poured tea into the teacups of Olga, Lake, and Goodlia. Speaking of which, why have only women been seen on this ship from just now? Olga finally couldn't help asking. He has always been used to hanging out with men, and he always feels that something is wrong when he comes to this ship full of women. Oh, this question, because all the women on this ship are my harem, they are all my women. All. Both Biscuit and Eugene's jaws were about to drop from shock, and Goodlia's face turned red even more. Ah, what's so surprising about this? Lake around you, isn't there a lot of women around him? Nays thought that Olga and the others were at least used to seeing it, why was it the same as seeing such a thing for the first time? Come on, there are only 3 if I'm not around. Lake feels that he is still several dimensions behind Nays, a harem king. Well, a certain fangirl who is close to him feels that he can't be counted. Hey? 3. Lake's words surprised Olga and the others again. Felt, Wang Limei and the others thought they were all Lake's wives, but there is actually another one. Advertisement. 3? According to what you said before, isn't it 4? You must not forget the silver-haired girl who went to Suising with you before, isn't she your wife? Nays teased. Hanyu, of course she's not my wife. Lake was speechless. The silver-haired girl mentioned by Nays, after coming to this world, combined the previously acquired technology of the Changer and many other technologies at hand to use the mechanical body of Hanyu. When I met with Nays and others, Hanyu was also present. Nays only said that he had a clear appearance to tease him, but the relationship between him and Hanyu is now more like the best soul partner, wife, or something, they are not that kind of relationship at all. Forward. Besides, Nays, you are the father of 5 children, how can I compare with you? 5 children. The complexions of Olga and the others froze again, and Goodlia's face almost turned red into an apple. Ah, there are 5 children, but none of them were born to the same mother, Nays admitted frankly. It's almost done, you two, if you continue talking like this, you will ruin them, let's get down to business. Amida urged helplessly. It's really time to get down to business. Nays looked serious. Olga, I have seen your awakening, the question now is what exactly do you want? Just like what I said on the bridge before, we want to send Goodlia to Earth, so I want to ask Tarbins, who is in the transportation department of Daiwaz, to be our guide. Biscuit said. The other thing is that I want to ask Tarbins to be the introducer, let us join Daiwaz. Olga then added. Because we are now being targeted by Gallarhorn, in order to stay on Mars, we must have a force that can block these troubles for us. Just let Daiwaz back you, Sif, to avoid all these troubles. Yes. Biscuit, who was frightened by Nays's momentum, nodded in cold sweat. Staring at Olga for a while, seeing that the head of the Tekadon is completely playing a role that does not match his own, Nays smiled with this aura. Okay, I will help to talk to the old man, but whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Advertisement. Thank you very much. Olga nodded in thanks. It's not that successful, I just set up a line for you, and the rest depends on your own abilities. Nays said with a straight face, but Olga and others can't let Olga and others think about everything so beautiful. Do you want your father to negotiate? Goodlia asked. Father. Nays couldn't help but smile, looking at Lake. Didn't you tell them all this? How could it be possible to tell them everything? It's Daiwaz's boss, Mahmud Baristan. Biscuit thought for a while and said. Yes, the matter of Goodlia is of great importance, it is not something I can make a decision on, it has to be left to Lao Tzu to make a decision. Is it important? Seeing that Olga and the others looked completely unclear, Nays gave Lake another look in astonishment. Why don't you, an investor, even know this? First a question, aside from Lake, what is your impression of Gallarhorn by the rest of you? The impression of them, the army. Eugene said. The fighting ended 300 years ago. Since then, the 4 major economic circles have been monitored, the outbreak of wars has been suppressed with powerful military strength, and the organization of the entire world has been monitored. Goodlia said her thoughts on Gallarhorn. I understand that the father of the family is the head of the Karis Autonomous Region, and she, who has received the highest education, knows the most about these things. 300 years after the fighting has caused Gallarhorn to degenerate, and now they are no longer the restraining force that used to monitor the 4 major economic circles. Lake said. Nays looked at Olga, and continued what Lake said, so the current Gallarhorn makes every economic circle feel heavy, and at this moment this young lady appeared, and she wanted to cross the Gallard Lalhorn directly talks with the leaders of the economic circle. If it is realized, it will directly shake the 300-year-old dominance system. Although I don't quite understand it, does it mean that Goodlia is a very powerful person? Eugene said that he didn't understand it well. Does this have anything to do with letting the old man make the decision? Olga and Biscuit still didn't quite understand. It means that Tekadon is against the entire Gallarhorn, and Gallarhorn doesn't want his dominance to be shaken and tried his best to prevent you from escorting Goodlia to Earth. Seeing that Nays had spoken so bluntly, and Olga and the others didn't understand, Lake simply pointed it out. Chapter 24 Reflection, Olga who wants to make money. This. Gallarhorn will do everything in his power to stop us. A gigantic behemoth wants to use all its strength to stop their newly formed group of small shrimps. Olga, Biscuit, and Eugene were stunned, and Goodlia's face was covered with a trace of darkness, which would even shake the current dominance system established by Gallarhorn. She didn't know until now that she wanted to how difficult it is to do one thing. You are also aware of Gallarhorn's strength. Even with the support of Daiwaz, your road ahead will not be smooth sailing. Nays added again, expecting to make these teenagers realize the reality as much as possible. Advertisement. It's not too late now, if I give up, my previous promise is still valid, and you can still talk about joining Divas. Well, we still want to continue this guard work. Olga said after glancing at Goodlia next to her. Abandoning the client halfway is not his principle of conduct. Biscuit on the side sighed helplessly as if he knew it a long time ago, and would directly refuse. This is Olga's temper. I knew you kid would say that. Nays smiled helplessly. If you don't want to give up Goodlia's guarding job, it's okay if you want to continue. Everything will be decided after talking with the old man. If you have anything to do later, you can come to me at any time and talk about it here. After the first meeting between the two sides, everyone left the meeting room one after another. Only Olga was a little bit late when leaving, and this move was noticed by Biscuit. Biscuit. Olga, what's the matter? Am I being too reckless? I obviously want to fight against the entire Gallarhorn, but I made such an important decision by myself. Hey. Biscuit looked at Olga in astonishment. Is this something Olga would say? It's all right, to be honest, Olga, although your decision is a bit reckless, I don't think everyone will refuse it. Hey. Olga was the surprised person this time. Advertisement. We have always believed that you will follow you. Regarding Goodlia's guard work, I personally feel that this is a bit beyond our ability, but if we want to give up this commission, I don't think everyone will agree. Thank you, Biscuit. There is nothing to thank, Olga, aren't we companions? Inside the passage of the warmer. I said, you guys have made a big deal out of being silent for a while. Nays's face was full of smiles. After the two came out of the reception room, he learned from Lake that this guy has been how much investment has been invested in Tekadon since then. Is it a big deal? Just a little money. The funds invested in them are considered small money? Hey, you are completely preventing those small companies from living. The profit that Tekadon can make after this whole set of commissions is completed is completely astronomical for the total amount of their former CGS. The money invested in the early stage is only enough to support their operation time, and they haven't earned the large sum of money when the commission is completed and the additional investment is completed. Lake said. Forget it, the amount of money you invested in the early stage is not particularly large, and it is a lot of money for them. Why are you so optimistic about them? Nays asked, after he had seen the whole set of bold operations of Olga and others, and also learned from that fellow Maruba that the group of Tekadon people were all forced to implant Alaya consciousness. I felt sympathy for Olga and the others, and decided to help Olga and the others after summing up the two. But what exactly is Lake's reason for helping so much along the way? Intuition. Huh? Intuition tells me that if no one is watching this group of people, they will easily walk into the pit, be deceived by someone, and maybe they will give their lives to others because of some gimmick of the Martian king, and in the end everyone will be killed. I'm done playing. The king of Mars, if it's those brats, maybe they will really believe it. Although this group of people under the age of 20 will be suspicious, if someone offers them some irresistible temptation, it is hard to say whether Tekadon will choose to believe the other party because of their identity and status. At least, in the eyes of Nace, who has known Olga and others not long ago, it will take some time for Olga and others to grow up. Advertisement. No, I want to ask why you want to help them. You just want to help them because they might walk into the pit. Asking for flowers. There's no other reason. It's hard to describe you as a good person. In this era, people like you are like a big fool. Compared to me, you're no better off as a taximan, Lake joked. The original purpose of this organization was to protect those women who were in a disadvantaged position in the outer circle, and many people on this ship were only in name and nays. Haha, stop talking. Recalling the past, Nace waved his hand and stopped the topic. Time passed day by day, and the two ships of Tekadon and Tubbins, who had decided to go to Suxing to discuss face-to-face with McCubert, were getting closer and closer to their destination, Suxing. 0. On the way, Olga and Biscuit ran to find Naze again for the purpose of selling the spoils they had seized before. I want to sell Gray's Sahop furnace. This thing is a rare commodity. Of course, it is not a problem to find someone to buy it for you, but don't you plan to keep that Gray's for yourself? Nace asked. We still have one in our hands, the Grays that we plan to sell, but to be honest, it's more troublesome to repair. Biscuit said. The cockpit was pinched like that by Lake's unicorn at the time, and it is definitely not possible to repair it like Barbados, and the missing arm. These two problems are added together, so how can they even want to take it? Efforts can only be used in vain. Didn't you think of asking Mofta for help? Tekadon's current Barbados was repaired by Mofta's people. Olga and others should also understand what kind of technical strength the so-called home appliance company has in private. To be honest, Mr. Lake has helped a lot so far. We are not ashamed to bother Mr. Lake with everything. Selling Gray's reactor is also because we want to make some money for ourselves so that our companions on Mars can have more income. Do you want everyone to live a good life? If that's the case, it's the best to accept my proposal. It's safe, and you don't have to work hard. It's enough for you all to live a good life. Naze said, although those jobs cannot be rich and powerful, they are enough to ensure that Olga and his group can afford to eat. Chapter 25. Know that, if you accept your proposal, Tekadon will be torn apart, and those jobs are not enough to keep our organization going. This is the normal state of the organization, separation and reunion. There is no banquet in the world that never ends. Well, how should I put it? We, Tekadon, cannot be separated. Olga looked down at the palm of his hand, hesitating to say what he wanted to say in his heart. There is no way to separate? A group of men. Naze raised his brows. Why did this sound a bit strange? It doesn't matter what you say, but we, Tekadon, really cannot be separated. Advertisement. So, why can't we separate? We have already become one, the blood of our dead companions and the blood that we will shed in the future, coagulate like iron, so, we cannot separate, even if it is dangerous, even if it is painful, we. 267. These are all green words. No wonder Lake said that no one will watch these little ghosts go into the pit by themselves. Naze smiled wryly in his heart, immature, really immature, every time Olga's speeches made him clearly recognize this. This statement was too shameful in the eyes of an adult like him, but it was this immature and pure idea of wanting to make his companions around him live a better life that made him feel sympathetic, and for this let the crowd help. Lake is also because of this reason. Olga, you said that when you pointed the gun at Maruba, right? Naze stood up and looked at Olga seriously, while Biscuit trembled subconsciously and began to help Olga is concerned. According to your order, I will let those guys. The guys you mentioned refer to the dead companions. Olga's eyes became dim, and he couldn't forget all those dead companions, because Maruba, the order of the first team, he let those companions die. There is no way to separate, that's okay, but if you want to continue to lead the Tekadon and protect this organization, no one will give you instructions in the future. It is you who gave instructions to those little devils, and you are responsible for their deaths. I can't push it to other people now, as the head of the regiment. Do you have such an awareness? I've made up my mind. Olga replied seriously. Because of the choices I made, those guys died because of Maruba's orders. From now on, I don't want my comrades to die because of orders from irrelevant guys. The place where the companions die, as the leader I will be ready, and, if need be, myself ready to go. Advertisement. Olga was about to say the last word when Naze snapped his fingers and knocked him to the ground. Biscuit beside him exclaimed. Idiot! What's the use of your death? If you die, you can make your companions live a better life? If you, the commander, are gone, the Tech Adon organization will really be torn apart. Naze he reprimanded like he hated iron but steel. Well. Listening to Naze's reprimand, Olga lowered her head in shame. However, if you are connected by blood, then you are not companions, but family members. Family. Olga was taken aback, he and everyone in Tech Adon are not companions, but family members of a family. Well, in short, I won't treat you badly in this matter. That guy Lake has treated you so well, so I can't treat you too badly. I'm really grateful. Olga and Biscuit hurriedly expressed their thanks. On the other hand, Ganakun of the Warmer, Sandayu and Zhaohong have come here every day since they decided to go to Suxing, and Ganaku, Rafta, and Aji are here for simulation training. Humph, 1. After accurately hitting Balian driven by Zhaohong with a machine gun, the simulation device judged that Zhaohong had failed, and the winner was decided. Rafta came out of the cockpit happily. And Zhaohong was sweating profusely. This is not over yet. He hasn't lost yet, and he can still come. Forget it, it's impossible to win in such a hurry. Aji, who watched the battle, said. After all, Balian doesn't have the consciousness of Alea, so it's not a big help for them in battle. Lake, who was free to watch the battle, pointed out the problem. The key is that Zhaohong and others are used to using Alea. Yashi came to fight, like Graze, who was assigned to Zhaohong before, has now been equipped with Alea. Without this thing, although the current Sanryu and Zhaohong can still open MS, their strength will have a relatively obvious decline. Advertisement. This is fair. Without Alea consciousness, they can improve their skills properly. Rafta said. She had fought fiercely with Sanryu before, and she was really happy to be able to abuse these two people in the simulation training. Oh, so you are very good, Ravda, why don't you come and fight with me later? No. Rafta immediately rejected Lake's proposal. The fight between her and Lake was very uncomfortable 2 days ago. When both sides used 100 practices, her side was crushed to decide the winner. After so many fights in a row, she who has recognized the gap in strength between the two sides will not make fun of herself. This kind of opponent, and their Amida big sister can fight against it. In that case, let me come, Mr. Lake, I want to fight with you. Sankaiyu said. Ha, I'm going to fight Lake. Rafta said to Sankaiu's operation, without Alea's knowledge, Sankaiyu can't even beat her now. Of course, with Sanryu's astonishing talent, it is estimated that she will soon surpass her in strength, but now this does not mean that she wants to pick a boss just after leaving the novice village. Why don't you go back to Yahuo and use Barbados to fight it, and directly use Balian to fight it? It's not good for you. Lake knew that Mikazuki wanted to make himself stronger so that he could help Olga more and help the whole Tech Adon, but it's unnecessary to be in such a hurry. No, it's fine just like this. Sanryu said that it doesn't matter, without Ali's 0.1 consciousness, the simulation training can still be carried out, and it can also help him better train his skills. Since you said so, then come on, Rafta, borrow your 100 refinements. Oh, no problem. Ravda took the drink from Aji and obediently watched the excitement from the sidelines. Lake then went to Balian's cockpit to conduct simulation training with Sanryu. In the gravel scene created by the simulation device, the two MSS raised their guns and fired at each other. However, due to his lack of Alea knowledge and his preference for close combat, it was extremely easy for Lake to hide in the shooting of Crescent Moon. The warning signs in the cockpit made Crescent Moon realize that the shooting battle was not good for him, so he picked up the single-edged sword, accelerated and rushed over, intending to engage in close combat with Lake. Chapter 26 Gundam Skeleton, Sui Sing. The way forward is too monotonous, but it is quite remarkable to be able to do this kind of action without Alea consciousness. Lake was secretly amazed at the growth speed of the Crescent Moon, then raised the muzzle of the gun again, and shot the Crescent Moon who was avoiding and advancing. After rolling and dodging several bullets, Mikayu, who was hit many times, took a look at the condition of the machine and continued to charge towards Lake. The two sword blades swung out and collided. After a stalemate between the two sides, the two drew a zigzag trajectory and kept colliding in the universe. The technology is very good, but it should be over here today. Advertisement. Dodging a slash from Mikayu, Lake swung his sword and entered into the cockpit of Mikayu. Sanryu's cockpit screen then started to alarm crazily, and a string of subtitles displayed on it indicated Sanryu's defeat. Hey, this guy Sanryu, he's improving too fast. This result stunned Ravda on the side. When she fought with her 2 days ago, she remembered that Sanryu was not so good in melee combat. Sanryu's progress in melee combat was actually so fast. Sankaiyu is the most powerful driver in our Tekar regiment. Zhao Hong said with admiration and pride in his tone. When they were driving the mobile engineer, none of the 24 people in the third team could beat the 3-day moon. MS, after also using the auxiliary device of Alea consciousness, he also realized the talent gap between the opponent and himself. Indeed, that kid is very talented. He is undoubtedly a talented player. If he continues to train like this, it won't be long before Aya won't be that kid's opponent. Hey, Aji! Ravda said with a displeased expression. She didn't want to lose face, and said so in front of her. I'm telling the truth. Besides, I won't be able to win against that child at that time. Aji shrugged. She and Rafda's skills are at the same level. Rafda can't win, and she can't win either. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Crescent Moon thanked Lake as she stepped out of the cockpit. If you still want to train in the future, I can accompany you at any time, but, Ravda, don't you really want to compare? Lake said and looked at Ravda again, and the smirk at the corner of his mouth made Ravda feel scared. Advertisement. No, it's better to fight with Yanja than to fight with you. Although Hania's skills are also higher than hers, she can still watch a chasing side and fight for a few rounds. The fight is not much better than Lake's fight. Alright. Seeing that Ravda looked like he didn't want to fight him to death, Lake didn't want to force anything. And in the following time, because of what Lake said, Sankaiu didn't go to the Warmer every day, but stayed on the Yahuo to train with Barbados and Lake's unicorns to improve its ability to the body mastery, familiarity with space warfare, and technological growth. Sui Sing, after many days of sailing, 2 battleships docked and entered the interior of this huge planetary cruiser. In this cruiser, apart from the living facilities that can meet all the needs of various people, there is Divaz Independent MS Manufacturing Factory. Lime, Felt, do you want to meet Mr. McCubert together? Lake said to Felt and Wang Lime on the Yahuo. Tekadon was going to meet McCubad with Nace, and he was also invited by Nace to meet the boss of Divaz. The last time I met this boss was when I went to Suxing together with Nace after entrusting Tubbins, and it has been a long time since. To see that old man? I'm not Mofta's biggest talker. If you want to see that old man, of course it's best for you to go alone. Wang Lime shook her head. She and the old man had actually met each other. Although the other party was a businessman, as far as businessmen were concerned, he was considered a rare good man. It's not a big problem to meet him, but it's not necessary this time. This time, it was not the business between Mofti and Divaz, but Lake, the investor, followed Nace and others to meet with each other. Then you don't even get off the boat. I can't stop, I've seen enough of the things outside. As the helm of a large consortium, she has been used to seeing these things since she was a child. Advertisement. I want to go down for a while, and it's been a bit long to stay up there. Felt looked at Lake expectantly. Although she didn't like shopping like Chris from the beginning to the end, Felt would not refuse the good thing of shopping with Lake and getting along alone. Have fun, both of you. Wang Lime has experienced this kind of plot a lot, and now she can do it without any jealousy. The regular contact from Mars is also entrusted to you. No need to remind, just don't forget to take a look at the Gundam skeleton left here. How's the progress of Abby's Gundam skeleton? Lake added before leaving the ship with Olga and others. Mofta managed to get a small excavation site over there, for digging, and even possible Gundam skeletons. A total of 72 Gundams were manufactured that year, only a small amount of which remained in Gallarhorn's hands, and most of the rest were missing, or lost soon after they were built. According to the information collected in the past few years, the lost locations of these Gundam skeletons are also extremely widespread. The Earth, Mars, and even the outer circle far away from Venus, and these universes also have traces of Gundam skeletons. Lake currently has only one Gundam frame in 617, which was obtained from a gang boss a few years ago through some means, but all the valuable armors and weapons on that MS were sold off. Clean. The scattered places are too wide. In order to revive the machine body in the most perfect state and then strengthen it, Mofta has been buying these scattered parts around since a year ago. In the process of finding parts, Daiwaz, who is the leader in the outer circle, was also entrusted to help. Of course, some equipment and weapons that cannot be found can be replaced if they are not important. Lake directly uses Mofta's own technology to make repairs. Now the machine body is being repaired in Sui Sing's factory, and the overall repair progress is not known how far it has progressed. It is best to hope that it has been repaired. No, the enhancements have been completed together. Understood. You will die if you leave MS one day. Wang Lime waited for Lake to leave before she finished complaining speechlessly. In front of Suxing, Mokubad's mansion, Nace first warned Tekadon to pay attention to etiquette, and then led a group of people into the mansion. In the classic room, Mokumad, who was wearing traditional oriental clothes, was trimming potted plants like a retired old man. Seeing everyone coming, he stopped his movements. Oh, everyone is here. Chapter 27 Responsibilities as the head of the household asking for flowers asking for a monthly ticket. Lake, long time no see, how are you and your wife doing? Thanks for taking care of me, I'm doing pretty well. Lake and Felt nodded with a smile, but listening to Mokubad's overly familiar voice, Lake's smile was somewhat awkward. Sure enough, no matter how many times you listen to it, Mr. McHubert's voice, which is exactly the same as Sergei Smirnov's, still feels inexplicably weird. Then there are you guys. Machubad sat on his chair, and carefully looked at Olga and the others in front of him through the seat. Eugene, who had been taken aback by Machubad's tall stature when he turned around just now, trembled again. Advertisement. This figure, which is taller and stronger than them, is already scary enough, not to mention that this momentum is also impressive. You are the Tekadon that Nays mentioned. Machubad glanced at the Tekadon people with scrutiny. They were all young and excessive lads, but judging from what Nays said, this group of lads were not simple. That's right, they are all very energetic young men. Hey, bring up the crispy cheese. Machubad shouted to the men in front of the door. Our master's craftsmanship is very good. I guarantee you will like the taste. Crispy cheese? Olga and the others couldn't be dealt with for a while. Didn't they come to talk about business? Isn't this development a little bit wrong? Nays, what are you going to do? Father, these people dare to bet, I want to be sworn brothers with them. Nays said his thoughts, just as he thought before. As an older man, he couldn't stand these young people stepping on the pit, and at the same time, he is really optimistic about this group of people, so it's good to be able to help more. Oh, it's really strange that you identify with a man so much. Machubad was rather surprised. To identify with a man to this extent is still younger than his own. But that's okay, you can sworn brothers under my witness. Tubbins and Tekadon will be brothers from now on. Tubbins, are we brothers? Olga was a little dazed. Tekadon and Tubbins are actually going to become brothers? Advertisement. So, what about status, Nace? Let's just divide it 50-50, old man, no difference between top and bottom. Nace, if you agree, the people around you won't agree, right? It's too heavy a burden for them. At least it should be divided into 4 or 6. Makuzong said after glancing at Olga and the others. If Tekadon is given such good treatment from the very beginning, besides Tarbins, other old people in Daiwaz will also have bad opinions. For this group of fledgling boys, this treatment is not what they can afford it. Tekadon gets 40% and Tubbins gets 60%. Only in this way can we convince the public. You have to pay attention to the range when taking care of young people, Nays. Lake reminded with a smile. I told him that before, but when I looked at it myself, the degree of care was far better than him, and I immediately thought of splitting it into 50-50. You're right. Nays smiled helplessly, he had indeed gone too far. Olga and the others were still in astonishment. Olga also understood how good the treatment given to them by Machubad's father was. Provoking the resentment of other people, and even if it is only 40 or 60%, it is a very superior treatment for an organization like them. I have some things I want to talk to Miss Goodlia. Nace, you can take these young men to enjoy the food in the courtyard first. Oh, yes, Lake, you can listen here with your wife. No problem, then I'll listen here. Lake knew that Machubad wanted him to take the opportunity to remind the eldest lady, but it was not a bad thing, so he agreed to come down. Miss Goodlia, what do you think? I'm okay. Goodlia clenched her fists. The matter that Daivaz's boss wanted to talk to her must not be a simple matter. In the courtyard, the three of Olga and Nace were sitting around a dining table, because they were worried about letting Goodlia stay there, and Olga and the others were still on the premise that Buletin Lake and the others were there. He left Sanryu there as a bodyguard. Biscuit and Eugene were eating pancakes, while Olga took a sip of tea and looked at Nace. Speaking of which, what is it that you want to talk to Miss Goodlia alone? Don't worry, although the old man is scary, he is not an unreasonable person. You have left bodyguards and Lake is there, everything will be fine. Advertisement. Yes, it is. By the way, the prices of the trophies you bought before have also come out. Let's take a look. If the price is okay, come to me and apply. There are so many. Olga and the others looked at the string of numbers on the tablet in astonishment. Most of the money depends on the reaction furnace, because now folks like MS Armor can still make it, but now the brand new hop furnace can only be made by Gallerhorn, so a brand new reaction the furnace can be sold at a high price. Nace said. The new stoves are always sold out as soon as they are in stock. Those MS Yahap stoves that Daivaz is using now are basically things before the fighting, and there is not enough for them to use. Amazing, to have so much money. Eugene's eyes turned red, and Biscuit next to him gave Biscuit a hammer before stopping after his somewhat gaff-like performance. I'm really grateful, that, big brother. The young Olga couldn't help but blush when this name was called out. It's too early to call it that way. Speaking of which, you should relax. Relax. Olga and the three looked at each other. Sui Sing is a place where you can have fun as long as you have money. Olga, you have been fighting and sailing all the way, those little devils are also very tired, when it's time to relax. Good Zhao Hao, relax, people are not machine. Do you often relax with your wives? Olga asked light. Ah, because it's terrible for a woman not to relax, and as the head of the family, I have to take responsibility too. Horrible? Olga's heart trembled, and she began to feel that women were a very troublesome creature. Sure enough, he said that everyone in Tekadon and family members were enough. However, as the head of the family, well, he also has to take responsibility. Okay, take this money and enjoy it tonight. Olga, really? Wait, Olga, although including the money given by Mr. Lake before, we have a lot of funds now, but considering the future, let's forget it. Seeing that Olga excitedly said that she would notify other people, Biscuit smiled helplessly. She couldn't listen to what he said. Really, there was nothing to do with this person all the time. Chapter 28 Need a reliable ally in order to go on. Maybe it will turn into a war. Makubad let the ash fall into the ashtray. His words made Goodlia tremble, who had just learned that a bro, on behalf of Shi Miao, planned to open up the restrictions on Mars semi-metal resources. War. Ah, all kinds of organizations will compete secretly because of this huge benefit, and the time will be very long. Even if one of them becomes the biggest winner, other organizations will not be convinced, and there will still be friction exist. Makubad told Goodlia the facts after the result was realized, which not only paves the way for him and Iwest's next actions, but also makes it unclear what will happen in the future. The eldest lady knows the situation at that time. Advertisement. War, will this happen? I just. Goodlia lowered her head. It's still too young, and so is this eldest lady. Lake, who was watching with felt, shook his head slightly. The education in the United States has a good effect on Goodlia, but it can only make Goodlia think more rationally when encountering problems. Without enough understanding of reality, it is difficult for Goodlia to really grow up. Phew, miss, are you willing to designate Daiwaz as the operator? Makubad exhaled white smoke, looking at the uneasy Goodlia. Miss, are you willing to appoint us to Vaz? If we can become your appointed practitioner, we can justifiably solve your problems, although there are still some things we can't avoid. In exchange for the huge benefits of allowing Daiwaz to operate the semi-metal resources of Mars, Daiwaz will then help stabilize the riots on Mars due to semi-metal resources. Trade benefits for stability. Can you give me some time to think about this matter? Goodlia, who knew the meaning behind Makubad, asked. Need time to think about it? Makubad asked. The words have been said so clearly, miss, do you still hesitate? Goodlia subconsciously asked the people around her for help. Goodlia turned and looked at the three people behind. Advertisement. Felt cast an encouraging look, while Lake and Sanryu spoke one after the other. Goodlia, Mr. Makubad is right. It is not a bad thing to cooperate with Daiwaz. After the semi-metal resources on Mars are negotiated, as a politician, you need a large organization to be your ally to help you. Solving these troubles, if you go alone, there are a lot of things that will be very difficult. Lake said. Goodlia is now like a duckweed, except for the support of Nobiles, the underworld person who is planning how to let Goodlia die so as to maximize his own interests. There is no support from any force. Although Daiwaz also wanted to earn his own interests, in this world, he was the only and most reliable ally Goodlia could find. I don't quite understand those things, but this is something you have to decide for yourself. No matter what, people will still die in the future. After going through so many things, you should understand, right? This. The words of the two made Goodlia's complexion heavy. Sure enough, this matter did not allow her to make a rash decision. I think this matter is the same as the first time I shot and killed someone. It will affect the major events in Goodlia's future life. Therefore, Goodlia must make the decision by yourself. Sanryu looked calm. Interesting lad. Makubad was not particularly surprised by Lake's answer, but Songkayu, a young man who met for the first time, could give such an interesting answer. It's really interesting. That's right, it is indeed a very important matter, so I will give you some time to think about it, miss. However, I am also old, so I can't afford to wait too long. Makubad reminded. Then I'll take my leave first. Goodlia lifted her skirt, saluted and left the room. Young man, what's your name? Makubad called to Crescent Moon who was about to follow Goodlia away. Crescent Moon. Augustus. You are the one who opened the MS, okay, do you want our master to help you look at your MS? Ha. Our master's skills are top-notch, don't worry, it's just my old man's whim, and I won't steal your things. But my Barbados has asked Mr. Lake's mufti to help prepare it. Crescent Moon looked at Lake and said. Oh, your company has already helped with the preparations, so it seems that I, an old man, don't need to worry about it. Advertisement. No, let's help with the preparations. The technical lion chief on your side is not bad at the preparations. It would be good to ask Barbados to add some more equipment. Asking for flowers, 0. Lake thinks that there is no harm in letting Barbados prepare more, except that the 2GN destruction swords cannot be taken to the factory. The armor on Barbados originally used the technology of this world. There is nothing bad to show, there is still far room for modification. It's not a bad thing to let Dai West's people help with the preparations, additional equipment and modifications, and additional armor. After all, don't want nothing for nothing. Okay. Seeing that Lake, the person who offered to help prepare Barbados, said so, Sankaiu nodded and left the room. Lake, is your mufti very optimistic about Tekadon? Mokubad asked Lake, who hadn't left yet. It's good to be optimistic, but another reason is the same as Nays. I see, you and Nays are really similar in this regard. As an older person, I can't worry about these young people. People like this are almost invisible in this era. By the way, Mr. Mokubad, thank you Dai Wes for your help with the Gundam skeleton. It's nothing, Mofta has also helped Dai Wes a lot in MS technology. Mokubad laughed, there is no reason for Dai Wes not to do things that are beneficial to Dai Wes. Although it is not clear where Mofti, the home appliance company, got the MS armor and related weapon technology, he doesn't need to learn about it, as long as the MS skeletons provided by Mofti are more advanced than Dai Wes. And armor technology can help Dai Wes to develop further. For this reason, Dai Wes specially set up a small area in the Suxing factory to help repair the Gundam skeleton. Then as I said before, if possible, please ask Dai Vaz to find other Gundam frames. Mofta can buy them at a high price. Ah, if I can really find it, I will definitely sell it to you. Mokubad smiled and said. Although the Gundam skeleton and the high-power mobile phones of the two Yahupa furnaces have many advantages compared to ordinary mobile phones, in the eyes of these large organizations, these old-time mobile phones are not necessary. If they can be found, as long as Mofta can afford the money, of course it can be sold. P.S. Why don't you torture Butterfly Girl? I always feel that it's too cheap to let her die in one go. Chapter 29 Worship, ASWG 29 Astaroth. However, it has to be found. There are only 72 such MS in total, and searching for them is like finding a needle in a haystack. Then I'll go first, Mr. Mokubad. I'll go to Suxing's factory tomorrow. Lake took Feared away, and if Wang Liamei didn't want to go down, he had no choice but to take Feared to play around the commercial street here, and some things that only exist in his mind. In order not to go on the next day naturally, it is impossible to enjoy the luxurious hatchet treatment. On the other side, Olga and the others bought all kinds of desserts for the children on the ship that they had never enjoyed before, after making plans to enjoy them. Advertisement. Well, leader, I want to bring a copy to that uncle. A child ran over and said to Olga. Uncle? Ah, you're talking about that Uncle Kronk from Gallerhorn. Olga showed a thoughtful 80-80 look, and it took a while before she remembered who the name the child said was. Kronk and Chant, who are now on the fishing fire, are traveling with them. After Kronk came to the ship, except for Mikazuki and Akihiro, since Mikazuki went to find Lake, so he was mainly teaching Akihiro. Apart from daily training, this uncle usually didn't talk to them much, and his presence on the ship was also extremely low. Bring some to that uncle. Anyway, they are also people who act with them, and they should greet them when appropriate. Speaking of which, Captain, do we have any rewards? Olga looked in the direction of the sound, and it was Sino who came out, but Zhao Hong and Dante were also there. Ah, of course there is. At night, outside the bar in the business district, Olga, who was too weak to drink, leaned on the railing and vomited in embarrassment. Ouch, ah. What are you doing, Olga? If it doesn't work, don't force yourself to drink. Lake, who was shopping with Felt, happened to meet Youyang and Olga. Is that Mr. Lake? Olga barely raised her head, exchanged a glance with Lake and threw up again. How much did he drink? 3 glasses, Olga can't drink. San Ryu said bluntly. At that time, other people's faces were fine, but Olga vaguely looked a little bit unwell. I didn't vomit. Olga wanted to say that she was fine, but she vomited again. Advertisement. Your condition is not very good, this is for you. At this time, a blonde woman came over and handed the handkerchief to Olga. Thank you, thank you. This voice. Felt was stunned when he heard the voice. This woman's voice was similar to that of Sister Lakis. What's the matter? The blonde woman, Maybelline who works at Dai West Bank, looked over in confusion. Nothing, nothing. Lake waved his hands again and again, showing completeness. Felt on the side also shook his head. Are you okay? Then I'll leave first. If this person is really unwell, I'd better take him to the hospital first. Maybelline looked at Olga with concern. Obvious, people who drink alcohol drink so much at once, and they don't know if there will be any problems with their bodies. I will. 3 moons, take Olga back to Yahoo first, he can't stay outside in this physical condition. Lake said, oh you. Ah. Song Kaiyu looked at Olga, and immediately returned to Yahoo with the drunk and unconscious Olga. We're buying some sweets and going back. Bought for Liame. No, I bought some for myself. Lake, you. In the morning of the second day, Suishing Factory, Yukinoho and Yamaki brought Barbados here. Oh, this is the 72 demon gods in the legendary that ended the fighting fight. I never imagined that I could prepare 2 Gundam frames at the same time in my life. Looking at Barbados in front of him, Daiwa's maintenance chief was ecstatic. For the mechas in legendary, he prepared 2 of them by himself, which can wake him up from a dream. Is Barbados such an amazing organism? This is the Shuanja Hapu furnace, which uses Alaya consciousness as the main OS. The maintenance chief began to explain the greatness of the Gundam skeleton to the 3 of Yukinoho. Master, how is the progress of Astaroth's restoration? Lake came over and asked. Advertisement. Today is the day when Tekadon and Tubbins are sworn in. The ceremony is to drink with each other and witness the sworn vows under the boss of Daiwaz, and he just needs to go there before the ceremony starts. Astaroth, that Gundam has been completed. The original weapon that was difficult to handle when I first heard it, Mofta got one from nowhere and put it on. The other work was done by Mofta himself before that. The transportation is on your hands, Lake said. No problem, it will pass before Barbados. The chief technician said, but Barbados's preparations don't need them to spend too long. Mofta's preliminary preparations are perfect, and the data collected so far, after modifying Barbados' armor, they can complete their work by making some auxiliary weapons. Another Gundam is going to Yahoo. Yukinoho heard that and suddenly felt his pressure increased again. No, that machine doesn't have a pilot, right? Who is this for? He has never heard of any new people coming on board. Could it be the 2 wives of Lake? This airframe will be piloted by my partner, and I will exchange airframes with her depending on the situation. Unicorns, Astaroth, each have their own strengths, and also have different characteristic armaments, it is not better to change them. Your partner. Ah, she won't come until tomorrow when she sails. Oh, you are all here. A radiant Zinyo walked over. You look very energetic, what did you do? It's nothing, just sweating, ha ha ha. 5.2 is just becoming an adult, Uncle Yukinoho, you don't even know this, as a pure man, you are too successful. Pure, innocent. The corner of Yukinoho's mouth twitched, and his heart seemed to be hit by a boulder. The words of Lake, a successful man, hit him too much for this old man. Hey, Nady, are you okay? Seeing that Yukinoho seemed to be petrified, Sino and Takaki rushed forward and asked. Is the blow too big? Unexpectedly, his blow caused such great harm to Yukinoho, Lake left the Suxing factory in embarrassment, and went to the scene of the sworn ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of everyone at the scene, Tekadon and the leader of Tarbins, Olga and Nays, toasted to drink. This represented the official sworn vows between the 2 parties, and Goodlia, who had figured it out, also formally agreed to Mokubad's request and made up her mind.